I randomize a new career each week. Experienced driver. Reward a Pagani windjammer. Experienced teacher. Reward 10 buildings. Experienced chartered public official. Reward $10 billion. Chapter 001, All Professional Experience System. Lin E, pack up and leave. Sunrise Group Sales Manager. You Lily said. I'm fired? Lin E froze for a moment. I'm doing a good job. Why am I still being fired? The company doesn't think you're fit for the job anymore, so they don't need you. Lin E was an employee of the Sunrise Group, the sales department, and hadn't taken a day's vacation in more than half a year since he started working. So dedicated. I was expecting a promotion and a raise. I didn't expect to be sacked today. Manager you, this is over the top for you. Just because you don't give you gifts usually, and then you dismiss me without reason? It's a bit unreasonable. Lin E argued reasonably. Reasoning? Who are you to reason with me? Do you really think you're a dish? I have a meeting in a while. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. You Lily impatiently waved her hand, then left with the documents in her hand. In the office, Lin E was the only one left. Now that his job was gone, even feeding himself would be a problem in the future. This, Lin E cursed. Luckily I have a broken charade. Go out for a ding-dong. I shouldn't starve to death. Ding! The all-professional experience system is activated. A new profession will be opened every week along with it, and completing the system's built-in tasks will result in the ultimate rewards that will assist the host in becoming a global big shot. Experience a career, ding-dong driver. Career completion, 0%, within 1 week. Career completion of 90% or more. You can start a new career beforehand. Complete 100%. You can get a mysterious gift. Please ask the host to receive the Ding-Dong Driver Registration Gift Pack. 10 million yen dollars. 100% controlling interest in the Gulf Hotel. A Pagani wind god worth $28 million. Crouching grass. Seeing the prompt in his head, Lin Yi's entire body was bad. He was usually a big fan of online novels, so he naturally knew what the system was, and he didn't expect to be encountered by himself. System, what if the completion level doesn't reach 100% within a week? The host can choose to start a new career, or continue the current career until the degree of completion reaches 100%, automatically starting a new career. Through the system's explanation, Lin E understood the specific functions. The system has a lot of freedom and the initiative is largely in your hands. That would be cool. Claim it. Lin E didn't hesitate. Ding! 10 million yen coins have been credited into the host's account. The Bay Hotel needs to be claimed on site by the host. The Pagani Windsor is parked in the Sunrise Group parking lot. Area C? No. 22. And the keys to the car you can see in the elevator room. Just then, in Lin Yi's cell phone hand, he received a text message. Your savings card account with tail number 4255. April 27th, 9:48 p.m. Income expenditure yen 10. 000. 000. 00. Current balance $100. 001. 001. 15. Riverside Bank. At the same time, another text message was sent. Congratulations. You have been registered as a ding-dong owner. Taking a deep breath, Lin E calmed down. What's the point of having this tie job when the system is here? Stimulation. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was his girlfriend, Lu Cece, calling. Lin E, let's break up. You don't have to come to my birthday party, and don't call me in the future. Lu Cece's cold voice surprised Lin E. Are you serious? Of course. I've been with you for so many years. What have you ever bought me? I can't even afford a crappy cell phone if I care about you. I don't want to waste my youth on you. Are you sure you won't regret it? Oh, regret? I've been with you for more than half a year. That's what I regret the most. From now on, no contact. All right, then, let's get together. Lin E didn't say anything else and just hung up. It seems that not only the system has appeared, but also other bridges in the novel. So break up, the next one is better. Slandering in his mind, Lin E stretched his back. Nothing else matters. Go check out your sports car first. Making up his mind, Lin E ran out of the office like a madman, and the other co-workers outside all shook their heads helplessly. Really pity Lin E. Good character. Is too straight. The New Year's Day to send some gifts. Not so much. Hey, our company's #1 handsome is gone, and there's no one to even YY at work in the future. The old hag hinted at him several times and he didn't agree, so naturally he couldn't keep him. It's pathetic. When you get to the elevator, there's a Baldur's delivery bag inside. Linny opened it without a second thought, and as expected, it was the Pagani's car keys inside. When he reached the underground garage, Linny ran towards Area C-22. The location was familiar to him, his own little crappy charade, parked at 21C. What's wrong? Why is it still misfiring? In front of Linny stood a woman in a beige wrap dress, with exquisite makeup, a straight nose, and black stockings and high heels on her slender legs. The plump and chiseled figure was so perfectly outlined that people could not take their eyes off of it. Mr. Key? Seeing the figure in front of him, Linny asked tentatively. Because it was on the side, Linny didn't get a good look at who it was, but he recognized the car. In the whole company, there's only one Maserati for Mr. G. The person who was called Mr. G was named Ji Qingyan, the president of the Sunrise Group. Hearing someone call her name, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair and glanced at Linny. Is that Linny from your sales department? Mr. Key remembers me? He was just a small employee with no name, belonging to that kind of small transparent level. As the high and mighty president, he could still remember himself. It screams surprise. Met you once, so it kinda rings a bell. Ji Qingyan would never admit that it was because of Linny's outstanding looks that she had a slight impression of him. Mr. G, is there a problem with your car? Linny asked. Ji Qingyan nodded. A little anxious. I drove it over here during the day and it was fine, and I don't know what happened, but now it's acting up. I'm not good at fixing cars, so if Mr. Key has an emergency, he can take my car and go. Ji Qingyan's eyebrows frowned slightly before she finally nodded her head in agreement. I'm going to make a trip to the construction meeting to meet the leaders there, so I'll trouble you to give me a ride. No problem. Linny smiled and said, my car is in Area C. Mr. G can just follow me there. Section C of the parking lot, which is employee parking, is a bit of a walk to get to. Good. Hard work. Ji Qingyan didn't know about Linny's dismissal, but she was still polite. Just then, a man stepped out from behind the two and smiled. Qingyan, I heard that your car broke down. Where do you want to go? I'll just give you a ride. Why bother others? Chapter 002, Beautiful women are only for the landlord to own. The two men turned around and realized that the speaker was a young man, dressed in casual formal attire. He wore a high-profile Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand. To the man in front of him, Linny still had a bit of an impression, as if he was the young proprietor of the navigation group, named Li Yunhang. The scale was a bit bigger than the Sunrise Group, and in the last half a year or so, it had been frantically pursuing Ji Qingyan, but Ji Qingyan did not have half a feeling for him. Helplessly, the other party has not been dead, stalking to this day. Why are you here? Ji Qingyan said coldly. I wanted to come here to talk about some things, and I happened to catch your car breaking down, and it just so happens that I just recently bought a $2+ million Lamborghini Hurricane, so if you want to use the car, you can just take my car. Ji Qingyan's Maserati wasn't expensive, just over $1 million, twice as bad as Li Yunhang's Lambo. It does have bragging rights, but Linny felt that it was kinda fishy. How come Ji Qingyan's car just broke down and Li Yunhang popped up? I guess he's behind this whole thing. Never mind. My coworker has a car too. I'll just take his car and go. With that, Ji Qingyan gave Linny a look. Let's go. Aha. Mr. G, I heard what you guys just said. He's just a small employee of your company. He's just driving a domestic car. How can he not compare to my Lambo? What's wrong with a domestic car? Ji Qingyan said. I like to ride on it. Ji Qingyan didn't want to bother with Li Yunhang anymore and walked towards Area C with Linny. Just after walking to Area C, Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both settled down, all attracted by the silver Pagani Windjammer. Ji Qingyan was a bit puzzled. Whose car is this and why is it parked here? If a big shot is coming, how does one not know? Mr. G, this Pagani Wind God. It seems to be over $28 million. It can't be a new purchase for you. Li Yunhang was latching on to Ji Qingyan's words. It's enough car for 10 Lamborghini Hurricanes, so if it's really hers, it's a little embarrassing. The car isn't mine. You're overthinking it. Li Yunhang came back to the bottom, so it's better to go in the Lambo. How is it faster than his domestic car? I'm not interested in sports cars. I just like to ride in domestic cars. Ji Qingyan looked at Linny. Where's your car? Let's go now. Right there. Linny said, pointing at the Pagani. But Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both misunderstood, thinking that Linny was referring to the broken charade. After all, Linny was just a small employee. How could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? Ha ha, it's actually a broken charade. Looking at how worn out the car is, I guess it's more than 10 years old. It's probably not worth as much as one of my tires. Lee Yunhang even laughed out of his eyes. Mr. G, with your condition, I guess in this life, you have never sat in such a shabby car. What's wrong with a Charlie? It's good enough to get around. Can your Lambo still fly in the sky? Saying that, Ji Qingyan stepped on her high heels and clattered towards Lin Yi's little broken charade. Let's go. Get in the car, Ji Qingyan said as she stood in the passenger seat. Lin Yi didn't say anything and pressed the car keys in his pocket. Ding dong. The Pagani's lights came on and the gullwing doors opened automatically, startling both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang. Is the owner here? Mr. Qi, you're in the wrong place. This Pagani is mine too. What did you say? This Pagani is yours? Ji Qingyan said in dismay. He's just a small employee in the sales department. How could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? It's not likely, is it? It's really mine. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to open the car door. Lin Yi said with a smile, walking over to the passenger side of the Pagani. Ji Qingyan was still in a bit of disbelief. How did he get into such a nice car when he himself, the boss, doesn't even drive one? Dude, driving a Hurricane and trying to pick up our Mr. G seems a little short of the mark. Lin Yi patted Li Yunhang's shoulder meaningfully before sitting in the main driver's seat. Li Yunhang was dumbfounded and felt a fiery pain on his face. You don't hit people in the face like that. Ji Qingyan, didn't you say you don't like riding in sports cars? Why did you even get into his car? Li Yunhang asked unwillingly. I don't like other people's sports cars. I like to ride in his. The car door slammed shut with a snap. It was as if he had slapped Li Yunhang in the face once again. Inside the car, Lin Yi was a bit nervous. After all, it was his first time driving a sports car, and he was still a bit uncomfortable. It's a good thing that I've watched a lot of test drive videos of sports cars, and I know how to drive this thing, otherwise I would have to lose face in front of Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, aren't you an employee of the sales department? Why are you still driving this car? Ji Qingyan's head was filled with question marks and she really couldn't figure out what was going on. Hey, I came to work at the company because I wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person. And I didn't expect to be fired for no reason. Lin Yi sighed. No more pretending. I'm actually a rich second generation. My next step is to open a ding-dong and experience the life of an ordinary person. Ji Qingyan froze for a second, then laughed. Don't tease me. Do you really think I'll believe that? What about the fact that no one believes this honestly? So I won't explain. Come on, just drive. I've got an emergency. No problem. Don't forget to give a 5-star review afterwards. Lin Yi said. I think you're in too deep. You really think you're a ding-dong car owner? What's the point of lying? See for yourself. Lin Yi pulled out his cell phone. Ji Qingyan took a look and was taken aback. It was really Ding Dang the owner? Is it really a rich kid who came to experience life? Isn't it a bit too strange? You're really a ding-dong owner? Of course, Mr. G, would you like to place an order to hold the show? You're my first passenger. Ji Qingyan snorted. Looks like I'm quite honored. Saying that, Ji Qingyan took out her cell phone and specifically placed an app for Ding Dang, and under Lin Yi's guidance, she registered an account and placed an order. According to the principle of dispatching orders in the vicinity, Ji Qingyan's order was directly grabbed by Lin Yi. Thus began his journey as a ding-dong driver. Stepping on the gas, a roar like a monster sounded. Such a powerful wave that Ji Qingyan was a bit scared and subconsciously fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. Ji Qingyan snapped. No problem. Driving down the road. The $28 million Pagani Windjammer is an instant hit on the road. Holy, it's actually a Pagani Windjammer. It's rumored to be $28 million. You guys, look at the woman in the passenger seat. She's prettier than the car. Sure enough, beautiful women are only owned by landlords. Amidst the envy of a crowd of eaters, Lin Yi sent Ji Qingyan to her destination. Thanks for bringing me here. Now that Lin Yi wasn't his own employee, he had to be more polite. It's okay, when you go back, if you don't want to take a cab, remember to ask me to place an order. Ding Dang Driver is at your service. Add a tweet for easy contact? Sure. The two exchanged tweets, and Lin Yi drove off. It was also precisely at this moment that the system's beep sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first order. Rewarding 50,000 points of proficiency value. Occupation completed 5%. Rewarded with 50 million Manhwa coins. Chapter 003, Claiming the Hotel. Holy! Seeing the system's reward, Lin Yi was doubly surprised. After completing an order, it was surprising that 50 million Manhwa coins were given away. Exciting! On top of the previous 10 million given to myself, totaling 60 million in liquid assets. In addition to this, with the Bay Hotel in hand, he is considered a rich man himself. Lin Yi rubbed his chin. The reward for taking the order was tempting, but the Gulf Hotel was still waiting for him to claim it. It's just as well that no one is ordering right now, so I'll go ahead and go over and claim the hotel. The Bay Hotel is a standard 5-star hotel and one of several top hotels in Shanghai. There are even a number of celebrities that have come here for weddings. The level of luxury is evident. Once upon a time, when passing by such a place, Lin Yi only dared to look at it from a distance, but he didn't expect that now it would become his own. Life is all about ups and downs. Parking his car, Lin Yi entered the middle of the hotel. Just as I stepped into the hotel, I heard a chirping sound. Yun Jie, thank you for booking my birthday party here. It's the first time I've been to such a luxurious hotel. You're welcome, it's all I have to do. The boy who spoke had an ordinary appearance, but was dressed fashionably and enjoyed the envious gazes of others. His name is Yun Jie. His family is in the timber business, and he is considered a small fortune in Shanghai. The car he drove was a Mercedes of over $500,000, which was many times better than Lin Yi's old broken charade. Lu Cixi and Yun Jie met at the bar last night. After chatting all night on Weixin and learning that his family is not bad, he dumped Lin Yi and chose to be with Yun Jie, and this receiver did not let Lu Cixi disappointed. Learned that today is her birthday, so the location of the birthday party changed to the Gulf Hotel. Numa, people love you. Hearing the sound of speaking was a bit familiar. Lin Yi inclined his head and realized that the person speaking was none other than Lu Cixi. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting her to set the location of her birthday party at the Gulf Hotel. But besides Lu Cixi, there were two other people that Lin Yi looked familiar with. Seems to be her BFF. Met her a couple times before. As for the rest of the people, Lin Yi didn't recognize them. They should be friends from the man's side. What's wrong with that? Although the consumption of the Gulf Hotel is very expensive, but with my wealth, it's still fine to come here once in a while. Darling, if only I'd met you sooner, Willow Sissy said daintily. It's okay, now that you're with me, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. See look, isn't that Lin Yi? Hearing her best friend's voice, Liusi looked toward the door. Herself realized that the person standing in front of the hotel was really Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Lu Cixi, who had just been a little birdie, instantly changed her face. He had already told him that the two of them were done, but he even came after them. What a ghost. This isn't your home. Can't I come here? Lin Yi said. Didn't I even call you and tell you not to come? Why did you even come over? Liusi questioned. The two of us are over. I hope you won't come to pester me. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it's still impossible between us. You die this. At this time, Yun Jie and his friend walked over and took Liusi in his arms. Teasingly, I think your name is Lin Yi. Cixi and I have talked about you, but from now on, Cixi is my person. I hope you won't bother her anymore. Brother Jie, just don't bowl **** with this loser. It's a complete waste of time. One of Yun Jie's friends said. That's true. It really isn't worth it to bowl **** with him. Yun Jie said as he looked at Lu Cixi with a smile. See, well at least it's your ex-boyfriend. Deal with this on your own. I have friends coming over later and I don't like him being in the way here. Fine. I'll get rid of him. Lu Cixi looked at Lin Yi and said in a serious tone. I know that you are upset, so you don't even go to class anymore and deliberately ran here, wanting me to give you an explanation. Then I will make it clear to you that there is true love between Yun Jie and I. No matter what you say, it's impossible to shake the feelings between us, so you'd better just die of this heart and leave quickly. Why did you leave? Lin Yi said. Who said I came here to see you? Ha! Liusi wrapped her hands around her body in front of her and sneered. You're not here to see me. Are you here to eat? Open your eyes and look properly. This is the Gulf Hotel, a place where only the rich can come. And you, a crappy salesman driving a charade, want to come here to spend money? What a joke. C is right. Her BFF picked up. Lin Yi, although you're handsome, in other aspects, you can't compare with Yun Jie. Not only does he have more money than you, he has connections and contacts. You'd better give up. Don't struggle. Right. People come here to eat. The manager is very facetious 95% discount. Do you have this ability? Another female girlfriend said. A 95% discount? Lin Yi smiled. Let me see. Who has such a great right? Just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came. and a dozen men and women dressed in black formal attire trotted over from a short distance away. "Oh, didn't you want to see who had so much power? Now people are coming," Yoon Jia said. "The man in the lead is Wang Tianlong, the manager of the Gulf Hotel. My dad knows him and he's the one who gave me the discount. Brother Jie, let's just ignore him. Manager Wang is here. Let's go over and say hello first," Lu Cece said. "Good thing. After all, they're all dignitaries." Yoon Jie straightened his clothes and walked towards Wang Tianlong, but just as he was about to greet him, Wang Tianlong pushed him away. "Get out of my way." Yoon Jie and Lu Cece froze. When they met just now, they were quite polite. Why are they so bold now? Crossing over Yoon Jie and Lu Cece, Wang Tianlong and the others, he stood in front of Linny and bent his waist to 90 degrees. "Mr. Lin, you're here." Chapter 004, Linny will forgive me, seeking favorites and tickets. Actually calling Linny Mr. Lin? Liusi was dumbfounded. Is he just a Thai salesman? How could it be the old boss of the Bay Hotel? The Gulf Hotel's revenue, every year, is over $100 million. A month's revenue was enough to catch up with what Yoon Jie's family earned in a year, and he had missed out on such a tycoon. Willow Sissy felt like a sand sculpture, or the supersized kind. Looking at the management of the Gulf Hotel, Linny nodded and said indifferently, "Let's go. From today onwards, we're considered colleagues." "Yes, yes, yes." "What, Mr. Lin said." Lin Yi's words caused the middle and upper management of the hotel to be very shaken. The man who wholly owned the Bay Hotel was so young and so affable. "It's unbelievable. Mr. Lin, let's go to the conference room upstairs first. You're already the owner of the hotel. We have to report to you about our work." "Okay, go." Lin Yi was, right now, also adapting to his identity as much as possible. "It's already on your own property, so you have to know how it is." "Mr. Lin, this way please." Escorted by a group of executives, Linny arrived at the conference room located on the 5th floor. "Mr. Lin, this is our financial statement, as well as the statistics of our recent expenditures. You can take a look at it." Seeing the large pile of documents on the table, Linny had somewhat underestimated the management costs of a hotel. "Not to mention that I'm not a professional, but even if I were someone who knows this well, I'd have to read it for a couple of days to get through it. I'm not going to look at these things. Everything will follow the old pattern," Linny said. "Doubting people is not a good idea. Even though I'm the new boss and we haven't been in contact before, but I see sincerity in your eyes, and I'm sure you can do no wrong." After more than a year of sales, this kind of scene, Linny open mouth. "Do not bring jam." Lin Yi's words made the middle and upper management of the hotel, each and every one of them grateful. Today was the first meeting, and I didn't expect the new boss to trust him so much. It's so moving. "Thank you boss for your trust. We will bow and die for another success." "Well, I trust you guys." Dang it. Just as Linny was about to leave, a sharp knock sounded on the door. "Come in," Linny said. In came a woman from the Bay Hotel, very anxious. "Manager Wang, the guest from 1704 wants to complain about us. We can't stop it, so you should handle it quickly." "Complaints against us? For what?" "She yesterday to our hotel submitted an application for car rental services, but she wants to rent the Mercedes. It happens to be VIP customers. The use of privileges forced to borrow away. We offered to replace the car service, but she did not accept. Have to complain about us?" So, Wang Tianlong did not say anything. "The old boss is here. We have to see what he means first. Why don't you guys go about your business and I'll come over and check it out." Linny got up and walked out. Although he didn't quite understand the rules and regulations of the hotel, but VIP users did have to enjoy more privileges than ordinary guests. That seems to be correct on the hotel front as well. Taking the elevator to the 17th floor, Linny knocked on the door of room 1704. "I'm telling you guys, if I don't get a reasonable explanation for this, I'm going to." The door to the room was opened, and when she saw the person standing in the doorway, Gu Jingshu froze on the spot. Where is this little brother from? It's too handsome." "Are you the one who's going to complain about us?" Linny said. "No, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. You guys can just arrange another car for me," Gu Jingshu said in a very ladylike manner. "Long such a good-looking little brother. Who can't bear to complain? I can't believe I yelled at such a handsome little brother. My image as a lady is ruined. I've got a Pagani on hand, if you don't mind taking it for a drive." What did you say? You're lending me the Pagani?" "Yes, it should be better than a Mercedes-Benz in terms of class." "Let's forget it. With my financial resources, I can afford to rent a Mercedes-Benz. I can't afford to rent a car of Pagani's level, Gu Jingshu said. Besides, even if I could afford to rent it, I wouldn't be able to drive it, and I'm told that supercars aren't quite like other cars. Tell you what, I'll drive you wherever you want to go. People are guests of the hotel. Out of this kind of thing, this trip can only be free delivery, not counting ding-dong order. You're sending me? Gu Jingshu was too surprised to speak. Such a handsome little brother is going to drive himself to a wedding in a Pagani? Did you save the world in your last life? How bad would that be? Strange trouble for you. Since you don't want to forget it, I'll try to dispatch a Mercedes for you in the shortest possible time. Linny didn't have many connections, so borrowing a Mercedes was out of the question. But money makes the world go round, and with $10 million in cash on the card, it's not that hard to get a Mercedes over here. Gu Jingshu? Are all good-looking people so straight? I'm just being polite. I'm in quite a hurry, so I'm going to have to ask you to give me a ride. Okay, it's at your disposal. Aha, little brother, wait for me. I'll go change. Aha. About 10 minutes later, Gu Jingshu changed her clothes. The light blue short skirt was slim and decent, and then paired with black high heels, it gave people an instantly different feeling. I'm changed. Let's go now. Good. Bye now. At the front door of the hotel, it was already noisy. Yoon Jie, go now. Linny will be out in a moment. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Lu Cece said. What are you saying again? You're not even with me. The moment Linny turned around, I realized that I still love him. So now, I have nothing to do with you. Asterisk 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 off. You really think Linny can look at you? Daydreaming. Cursing, Yoon Jie took his friend and drove off piece by piece, left Willow Sissy and her other two girlfriends behind. See, you just said that about Linny. Can he still turn back? Lu Cece's best friend asked. It will. Although I did something wrong, between us, there is a foundation of affection. As long as I sincerely apologize to him, he will definitely forgive me. You have a point. Let's not talk about this first. I guess it will take a while for him to come out. Let's not be idle. Let's polish the car for him first. I still have to sit down in a while. Lu Cece said. I envy you. In my life, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to ride in a Pagani. Don't feel sorry for yourselves, all of you. When our relationship eases up, I guess he'll give me this car to drive and I'll take you for a ride then. Thank you in advance. Then, okay, there's Kleenex in all the bags. Right, so start wiping now. Just as Lu Cece and the others weren't having any fun, Linny and Gu Jingshu walked out of the hotel. What are you doing? Chapter 005, how do you know I'm not as good as you? Honey, we saw your car was dirty, so we thought we'd wipe it down for you. As she spoke, Lu Cece saw Gu Jingshu and asked with a smile. She should be your secretary, right? In the future, I'll just take care of work and life matters for you, so you don't need her. Which I did you see her like my secretary? With your navel? So what's your relationship? It's not boyfriend and girlfriend, is it? No, Linny said. They're more convex in front than you are, and they're more curvy in the back. So you think I'm going to look at you? Gu Jingshu was nervous for a while, even feeling a little disbelieving. We've known each other for less than half an hour before and after, and you've been corrected so quickly? Happiness comes so suddenly, it's a bit hard to believe. He's long and well-mannered, so he shouldn't be a scumbag playing with his feelings. Lin-E, don't you love me anymore? Have you forgotten all the flirtations between us? You, Lin-E sighed. Handsome and rich, he was a match for anyone. If there's nothing else, please make way. I'm leaving, Linny said indifferently. Lu Cece and the three of them froze and made way. The gullwing doors of the Pagani opened. Linny and Gu Jingshu got in and took off. Seeing the Pagani's interior, Gu Jingshu's eyes went straight. Supercars are just not the same. Although Mercedes-Benz BMW Boxing Horse is also considered a good car, but compared to Pagani, it's not even on the same level. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't misunderstand. What I just said was just to piss her off. I'm not a casual person, Gu Jingshu explained. I'm just a driver now, and some of your situation is not important to me. Gu Jingshu was a little disappointed, but thinking about it, this was normal. She hadn't known him for long. She hadn't gotten acquainted yet, and it was impossible for her to think otherwise of herself. I apologize to you for earlier. I shouldn't have threatened to file a complaint against you guys. It's okay, we're responsible for this, Linny asked as he drove. Where are you going? The Fairview Hotel, where my classmates are having their wedding. Alright, I know where it is. Linny nodded and said, No wonder the insistence on wanting a Mercedes was originally to look good for a wedding. In front of the Fairview Hotel, an arch made of balloons was erected, colorful and beautiful. What the hell is wrong with Jing Shu? It looks like it's 12 o'clock and the wedding is about to start. Why hasn't she arrived yet? A woman with dyed yellow hair said. Jing Shu is different now. She has made a rich boyfriend. Her time is precious, unlike us who are so idle. A girl with short hair said. A few days ago, her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes-Benz. It's kind of like being a phoenix on a branch. Just don't listen to her bragging. I even saw her squeezing on public transportation a few days ago. Where did she get a rich boyfriend? It's just to show off. Not so much, the short-haired girl said. We're all classmates and not outsiders. Isn't she blowing it a little big? Our boyfriends, all of them are public men. She's envious and jealous? That's why she's saying this, to purposely piss us off. If you say so, I really believe it. Oh my god. Look guys, it's a supercar, a Pagani Windjammer. Hearing the cries of the other guests, several women looked up. Hers was a silver supercar, slowly driving towards his side. It's not the wedding you came to, is it? The yellow-haired girl said. Impossible. Ying is our classmate. She and her husband are from an ordinary family. How could she possibly know a friend who drives a supercar? It's probably passing by from here. But that's a handsome car. It's not going to be over $10 million. It's possible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Linny parked his car in front of the hotel. The gold-wing door opened and Gu Jingshu walked down with her handbag, looking dumbfounded at everyone. Jing Shu, I can't believe you came in a supercar. He happened to be free today, so he sent me over here. Gu Jingshu pretended to be nervous, and prayed in her heart that Linny wouldn't poke at her. Otherwise this panic won't be rounded. Jing Shu, it's still you who's great, to have made such a rich boyfriend. Truthfully, what did you use to take him down? Now a few women believed that Gu Jingshu hadn't bragged and had really made a rich second-generation boyfriend. Gu Jingshu leaned down and looked at Linny in the car. Thank you. Drive slowly on the road. Aha. Lin Yi nodded, then drove off. I used her as a shield once before, so I'll help her out this time and call it even. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after driving the car out, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was the landlady. Lin Yi's landlord was a middle-aged woman named Wu Jinlun, in her 40s, whose daily job, apart from playing mahjong, was to collect rents for the 3 houses on hand. Every time he saw her phone call, Lin Yi had a feeling of trepidation, because every time she called, she explained that she was behind on her rent. But this time, Lin Yi wasn't afraid. His heart was open. It's just rent. I can afford it. Lin Yi, you're 18 days behind on your rent. When are you going to pay this month's rent? Just as the call was connected, Wu Jinlan's roar could be heard. Don't worry. I'll send you the money now. Come back soon. I have something to do later. The rent was Microsoft transferable, but Lin Yi wasn't going to stay there. Even though you don't have a house yet, you own the Bay Hotel now, so why suffer in a rented room when you can totally move into the hotel? Just in time to go back and pack up and leave. The neighborhood that Lin Yi was in was an old building that was close to 30 years old. There's almost no merit to it, except for the cheap rent. Peaceful neighborhood. Building 4, Unit 3, Room 602. Wu Jinlan and her daughter, eating lunch while watching a hot TV series. Mom, it's just that you owe 10 days of rent, so don't rush Lin Yi. The person who spoke is Wu Jinlan's daughter Zhang Jingjing. After graduating from college, has been at home to review for the examination of the political officer. Zhang Jingjing's looks are okay, not Ji Qingyan's dignified and atmospheric type. A bit of a neighborhood girl. Can I not rush it? If he runs away one day, the rent will be lost. No way. Lin Yi isn't that kind of person. Zhang Jingjing said. How do you know he's not like that? Wu Jinlan said. I'm telling you, you'd better not get any ideas about. You two are impossible, and I'm not going to let you get together. Because Lu Cece disliked the house Lin Yi had rented as too shabby. She rarely came here. So Wu Jinlan, mother and daughter, didn't know that Lin Yi had a girlfriend and had always assumed that he was single. Why not? Not only is Lin Yi handsome, he's also progressive in his work. I think he's quite good. Handsome is useless and not good for food. Wu Jinlan said. You're the one who's going to take the political officer exam in the future. And when you get to the unit, with your looks, the young man who's chasing after you will definitely be better than Lin Yi. So why bother being with him? A wage earner. Chapter 006, Charlie doesn't drive anymore. Change this one, begging for votes and collections. Zhang Jingjing did not say anything, and what Mom said made sense. The housing prices in Shanghai were so expensive, often tens of millions a set, and with Lin Yi's salary, I'm afraid it would be difficult to buy a house in Shanghai. And he did drop the ball a bit with his crappy charade. These are all problems, and it seems like it's better to face reality. Dang it. Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Jingjing put down her dishes and went to open the door. Ringo, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Where's your mom? I'll take the rent. Wu Jinlan followed from behind. It's just a rent. You can just transfer the money. Why take a vacation to go there? It's not worth it. Privately, he didn't think much of Lin Yi, but when they met, Wu Jinlan was quite polite and superficially harmonious. I didn't take a vacation. I was fired by the company, and I'll be a free man from now on, Lin Yi said. Wu Jinlan's heart stuttered. Lin Yi was fired from the company. If he still lives here, what will he pay the rent with in the future? With a drop, Wu Jinlan's Weixin rang and found that Lin Yi had transferred $4,000 to himself. The rent is $2,000. What are you transferring me for? 0,004? 18 days behind on your rent. Let's make it 2 months. Rent money settled. I'm not staying here anymore. Don't live here anymore? Hearing Lin Yi say that, not only did Wu Jinlan not feel any reluctance, but she was also a bit happy. That way you can get a richer tenant and not fall behind on your rent. Well, not anymore. I came back to pack up my stuff and that's going away. How embarrassing then. I've overcharged you by almost $1,000. Stretching his hand, Lin Yi was so generous, and Wu Jinlan was much more polite. After knowing each other for so long, there's still that tiny bit of affection. It's okay, I'm sorry I always owed you rent before. Jingjing, don't be idle either. Help your brother Lin with his work. Although she disliked Lin Yi for being poor, Wu Jinlan still thought highly of Lin Yi's character. It's not even staying here anymore. And you're giving yourself an extra $1,000. So you have to do a little surface work and not show too much indifference. Okay, I'll go change. Lin Yi didn't have much to pack, and the most precious thing he had was the quilt he had brought from the orphanage. It wasn't anything of value, but it meant a lot to him. You can buy new things for everything else, but the quilt has to go. Lin Yi was holding 2 pairs of quilts, and Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing, with other small things, were ready to help Lin Yi carry them downstairs. Buyers and sellers can't be benevolent. Money aside, Wu Jinlan is still a bit humane. Lin Yi, you've been dismissed from the company. What do you plan to do in the future? As she went downstairs, Wu Jinlan asked. Run ding dong, you shouldn't starve. Mother and daughter Wu Jinlan looked at each other, both reading the other's meaning. Mom does have a point. Relationships have to be realistic. If there is not even a stable income, how to live in the future? Mom, look, there's a supercar parked downstairs in our house. Seeing the silver sports car parked downstairs, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed. She's car illiterate and doesn't recognize anything other than a Mercedes BMW Audi. But look at this shape. You can tell it's a sports car. It's definitely not cheap. It's really strange. Who can drive a sports car over in our old and shabby neighborhood? Wu Jinlan muttered. Obviously, she also knew the car wasn't cheap. Lin Yi, where's your car? Why don't I see it? Wu Jinlan searched for a while, but didn't see Lin Yi's broken charade. Charlie's not driving it anymore. It's getting this one instead. Lin Yi pressed the car key and the gullwing doors of the Pagani opened, startling Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing. What did you say? This is your car? Zhang Jingjing asked dumbfounded. Just changed it today. Lin Yi said. It's not a cheap car, is it? It's okay, $20 million. With that said, Lin Yi put all his stuff on the passenger side, all relaxed. Lin Yi, when did you become so rich? Aren't you just a wage earner? Working part-time is just experiencing life. Lin Yi joked. Stop pretending. I'm a rich second generation. With that, Lin Yi sat down in the driver's seat and took off. Seeing Lin Yi's taillights, Zhang Jingjing's entire body was bad. Mom, isn't Lin Yi an orphan? And said that his parents died a long time ago. How come he's still a rich second generation? Probably robbed mom and dad's grave. You said before that Lin Yi was poor and wouldn't let us be together. But now he's rich. So can't we be together? Don't think about those useless things. Wu Jinlan said. Once upon a time it was he who didn't deserve you. Now it's you who don't deserve him. It doesn't matter to you. Go home and study. Half an hour later, Lin Yi pulled up to the Gulf Hotel and met Wang Tianlong in the lobby. Mr. Lin, the presidential suite has been arranged. On the way back, Lin Yi had already told Wang Tianlong what had happened. We'll be staying in a hotel for a few days in the near future and then buying a house when I have time. Lin Yi nodded. Help me carry this stuff from the car in. After sending some food over, I'm going to starve after working all day. Got it, Mr. Lin. I'll go make arrangements. Wang Tianlong's efficiency was fast, and in less than half an hour, everything was arranged. After dinner, Lin Yi took a very enjoyable bath and enjoyed the thrill of being rich. Ring, ring, ring. Put aside the cell phone rang. Is the unit colleague Wang Ying called? Wang Ying was 4 years older than Lin Yi, and was an uncompromisingly beautiful young woman. In terms of work, Lin Yi was taken very good care of. As to whether there was another purpose, it was unknown. Sister Wang, you're looking for me, Lin Yi said politely. Xiao Yi, as soon as you leave, your company colleagues are quite sad to see you go, and would like to have a dinner and get together in the evening, as a farewell to you. Thank you, Sister Wang. You guys set the place. My treat, Lin Yi said generously. I've said I'm giving you a send-off. How can I let you spend money? Wang Ying said. At 5:30 in the evening, I won't see you at the usual place. The so-called old place is not the name of a restaurant, but a tavern called Yupinju. The departmental dinners are eaten there, and it's always been called that. Okay, I know. I'll be on time for sure. Okay, so that's it for now. I won't see you there. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at his watch. There were still more than 2 hours to go, so he could still enjoy himself for a little while longer. Just then, on Lin Yi's cell phone, a micro message popped up. From Ji Qingyan. I'm almost done talking about things. Can you come through and pick me up? I'm still on the construction club side. Of course I can. Lin Yi replied. Be there in 30 minutes. The system reward is what the running order gives. And now that there is a job, it is natural to take it. Get to work. Ali gives. Chapter 007, A Miracle Happens, Requesting Tickets and Collections. Getting dressed, Lin Yi walked out of his room and drove to the construction club. When arriving here, Ji Qingyan was already waiting at the door. It's been a long time. There was a bit of traffic. It's okay, I just got out too. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it. Mr. Ji, are you placing an order first? What order? Ji Qingyan was still a bit out of sorts. Lin Yi took his cell phone out. Ding dang, order. I still have to rely on this to support my family. If you don't order, I won't have any money to earn, and I'll have to drink the northwest wind in the future. What a way to take you, Ji Qingyan said with a smile. He was really serious enough. But soon, Ji Qingyan was relieved that owning tens of millions of luxury cars could all lead to being a salesman in her own company. Now that he's been sacked, it seems understandable that he'd come out to run Ding Dong to experience life. Soon after, Lin Yi received Ji Qingyan's request to place an order on his cell phone, and took the order at the first opportunity. At that exact moment, the system beep sounded. Successfully received the second order, triggering the system mission to transport 2 beauties with 85 points or more, rewarding 10,000 points of proficiency value. Mission completion, 1/2. Seeing the quest in his head, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. That's a bit of a metaphysical mission. What kind of beautiful woman can be considered 85 plus? What if your own aesthetic, and the system's aesthetic deviate? But looking at the quest prompts, Ji Qingyan was, without a doubt, considered a beauty with more than 85 points, because the task is half done. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's finish this order first. Mr. Ji, aren't you going back to the office? Seeing the address on the order, which wasn't the Chaoyang group, Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked. It's almost closing time, so I won't go back, and I have a computer at home, so I can work as usual. Okay then, here's your ride back. By the way, I've always wanted to ask it properly. How did you get fired? On the way, Ji Qingyan asked. Something went wrong at work, so they were let go. With a system of his own, life took a different path. Lin Yi didn't want to count on those trivial things from the past. Make it seem as if you are bad-mouthing people behind their backs. It's better to be atmospheric and not small-minded. Not really. I read your sales department's statement the other day. You were last month's sales champion. What could go wrong? Mr. Ji, don't ask. It's always me, Lin Yi said smilingly. Ji Qingyan's eyes rolled, feeling that there might be other hidden agendas in this matter that would have to be investigated later. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Ji Qingyan's cell phone rang. Did you ask all of them? I'll think of something else, but keep reaching out on your end as well to see if you can get in touch with other hotels. Okay, that's all for now. Soon after, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone, and Linny saw that her expression wasn't quite right, so he opened his mouth to ask, "What happened?" The company recently wanted to hold a conference, but contacted the city's five-star hotels, none of which could spare the time and venue, all of which were fully booked, and I was worried about how to deal with this. Just push it back a bit and it's done. This launch is important and must not be delayed for too long or I won't be in such a hurry. You can check out the Gulf Hotel. The grade should be enough. Linny suggested. Don't joke. The Gulf Hotel is a super 5-star hotel in Shanghai. I'm not afraid to spend money, but I simply can't make a reservation. Ji Qingyan shook her head and said. Linny had taken this, and thought it was too simple. Your own company, which is only a small name in the industry, is no match for those big companies. With the scale and class of the Gulf Hotel, it would not put its own small company in its eyes at all. Even if he, the president, went over there, it would be useless. That's not necessarily true. Life is full of surprises. Maybe if you make a trip over there, you'll get something unexpected. You're quite good at talking. Then I'll listen to you for once. Let's turn around now and go to the Gulf Hotel to take a look. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. But I'll be ugly if we don't get a deal. I'm not paying for the car on this order. It's on your head. What if we can negotiate? Linny asked with a smile. If we can negotiate, I'll buy you dinner. How boring is dinner? Do I look like I'm that bad at that meal? You're quite greedy. Ji Qingyan smiled. If the deal really works out, I'll personally cook a meal for you. No way. You can cook? No. So can you eat what you make? Ji Qingyan gave Linny a blank look. This isn't the point, because it's not even negotiable, so I dare to say anything, and I don't have to do it anyway. Let's wait and see then. Maybe a miracle is possible. If miracles do happen, not to mention one meal, even 10. You haven't even cooked. A meal I don't even want to eat. Why don't you just do an S-squat? S-squat? Not even this? It's a standard skill for female anchors. Wait. I'll check. Ji Qingyan opened 1,000 searches and went to search for it. The move is a bit. Linny smiled. If you don't agree, the miracle might not happen. Ji Qingyan hit her mouth and laughed. No problem. It's still the same sentence. Not to mention 10 is no problem. Ji Qingyan was confident. She had called herself before and clearly informed her identity, but their manager still didn't buy it, and it was also informed that for nearly half a month, the schedule was full and it was impossible to free up time and space for himself. So this time, surely, it's a no-brainer as well. It's idle anyway, and someone is giving themselves a free ride as a boredom distraction. So a squat or whatever, it doesn't matter. Soon, Linny drove his car to the Gulf Hotel. When they saw Linny's car, the welcome guests at the entrance were dumbfounded, but they were stopped by Linny's eyes. This game wouldn't be fun if they recognized their identity. Parking the car, the two went to the middle of the hotel. Hello, I'm looking for your manager, Wang Tianlong. The waitress at the front desk looked at Ji Qingyan and then at her own boss and said politely, hello, let's go to the parlor first. I'll go inform manager Wang. Yes, please. The two were led to the conference room by the receptionist. Someone soon came over with coffee and tea. With such a warm attitude, it was Ji Qingyan who would not be able to get it right. I've been here once before a long time ago, and I don't think I've ever been treated like this. Soon after, Wang Tianlong walked over with great strides and said very enthusiastically, hello Mr. Ji. Chapter 008, isn't it time to honor promises? Seeing Wang Tianlong come in, Ji Qingyan got up to shake hands. Hello Manager Wang. I'm Ji Qingyan from the Sunrise Group. I spoke to you on the phone earlier. Hello, Mr. Ji. Don't be offended if you've missed your welcome. Wang Tianlong was very polite and didn't reveal his relationship with Linny, because he had received a reminder from Linny to fully cooperate with the request made by Ji Qingyan, and he had to be enthusiastic himself. Never delay the boss from picking up girls. Wang Tianlong's attitude caused Ji Qingyan to mutter in her heart. Earlier on the phone, Wang Tianlong was also very polite, but always maintained a sense of distance, speaking in an official manner and tone, but not so much this time, very enthusiastic, even with that little bit of respect. Hello Manager Wang, I came over this time, mainly to talk to you about the venue. Our company would like to hold a press conference, and would like to see if the auditorium of the Gulf Hotel has any spare time in the near future. Ji Qingyan had already thought about the ending and was sure to be rejected by Wang Tianlong. As for the miracle Linny was talking about, it was simply impossible for it to happen. After all, he had already come and asked before, and even if he came in person this time, he couldn't have a turnaround. The size of the Sunrise Group was there, and his own face wasn't that big. No problem. What day does Mr. G want to use it? I'll go arrange it right now, Wang Tianlong said politely. Aha? Ji Qingyan froze, a bit unable to believe Wang Tianlong's words. What do you mean? You can empty the slot now? Wang Tianlong nodded and said, yes, Mr. G can spare the time whenever he wants to use it. Ji Qingyan was overjoyed. Then thank you, Manager Wang. I plan to hold a conference 10 days later. No problem. I'll go make arrangements. Does Mr. G have any other requests? As long as it's something we can do, we'll try to fulfill it. Nope. We'll get someone special to do the set. We won't trouble Manager Wang with the rest. Even now, Ji Qingyan felt a bit incredulous. They had all been clearly told before that there would be no time for nearly half a month, and now when they came over themselves, they were able to pick any time they wanted. What the hell is going on here? I just came here to take my chances. I didn't have any hopes, and a miracle happened? It's incredible. That's fine. I'll notify the people down there later to get that sky out and just not take any other reservations. Thank you, Manager Wang then. Ji Qingyan said. What is the deposit for our hotel? I'll have the finance transfer it to you later. No. Wang Tianlong waved his hand and said. With Mr. G's character, there's no need to pay a deposit. It's not necessary. Just settle it together afterwards. Ji Qingyan kind of couldn't believe her ears. Is one's face that big? Unlikely, right? But I don't seem to have heard it right myself. Sure you don't want a deposit? Of course not. It's an honor to serve Mr. G. Manager Wang is too polite. It's our honor. After a few more brief words of politeness, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan left from the Gulf Hotel. Wang Tianlong sent the two of them out courteously, and kept watching them leave. Wang Tianlong felt that his performance was okay, and he didn't seem to have made any mistakes. Manager Wang, on the 7th of next month, the auditorium has already been booked by the Yun Kai Group. If we unilaterally default on the contract, we will have to pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages, the assistant manager said. What's 3 times? I'll pay 10 times, Wang Tianlong said. If we delay the boss from picking up girls, we'll all have to pack up and leave. Coming out of the Gulf Hotel, the two of them got into the car piece by piece. Ji Qingyan's excitement hadn't subsided yet. Lin Yi, you really are a blessing. You really hit the nail on the head. There's actually been a turnaround. What did I tell you? Try more. Maybe a miracle will happen. It's a good thing I took you at your word or I wouldn't have been able to manage this. Mr. G, I think this matter should be put aside for now. It seems like it's time for you to honor your promise, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan was stunned, and her face reddened. Why are you still remembering this? Could it be that Mr. G is trying to cheat? How can that be? At least I am the president of the Sunrise Group. How can I not keep my words? That's best. Now fulfill the promise, Lin Yi said smilingly. It's not in the car. How am I going to keep my promise? When I get home. No problem. With that, Lin Yi stepped on the gas hard, and the Pagani let out a beastly roar, leaving the other cars on either side, far behind. Ji Qingyan's face was full of black lines. Just to see herself perform an S-squat. Was it necessary to work so hard? Following the address labeled by the navigation, it took less than 20 minutes to drive the car to Ji Qingyan's home. Ji Qingyan's home, Cloudwater Villa in Zhonghai. Among all the villas in Zhonghai, Yunshui Villa was not considered high-end and could only be ranked in the middle. With Ji Qingyan's worth, it made sense to stay here. The security guards at the entrance of the villa area froze at the sight of the silver Pagani slowly approaching. Although the people who lived in the Cloudwater Villa, one by one, were not rich, most of the cars they drove were multi-million-dollar sports cars. It's the first time I've seen that there are owners who drive Paganis. It's magnificent. Open the door. Because it was a private villa area, if there was no access card, it was not permitted to enter. So Ji Qingyan greeted the security guard at the door. Got it, Mr. G. Seeing Ji Qingyan, the security guard opened the door without saying a word and released him. Witnessing Lin Yi's Pagani drive into the villa area, the security guard jogged to come back to the concierge. Don't sleep, Brother Wang. Mr. G from Villa 8 has been taken down. Not so much. President G is a famously high-cool female president. There's a long line of people sending flowers, and she was actually taken down? Is not it? I see driving people. Long thief handsome, and drive the car, or Pagani wind god. Seems to be more than 28 million. Absolutely super rich second generation. It seems that General Manager G is not unappetizing. It's just that those who are pursuing her, Their hardware is not up to scratch. AI. Beautiful women are really for tycoons. Even a woman like General Manager G has been taken down. It feels like life is gray. Driving the car to Villa 8. Ji Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Mr. G, aren't you forgetting something? Ji Qingyan, who had just regained her composure. Her face reddened again and she stomped her feet in anger. G, I know. 10 squats. Less for you. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Linny said, holding his cell phone. We're already at the place. Don't we have to pay for the order? Chapter 009, Man Sitting at Home. Father-in-law coming from heaven. Ji Qingyan was filled with black lines. It's only natural to pay for a cab, but it doesn't matter so much, does it? It's kind of embarrassing to do squats, but that's the point, right? That's a small amount of money. Not enough for you to fill up on gas. So what's the point of carrying so much? A little goes a long way. And I still have to make money to buy a house in Shanghai. Ji Qingyan was amused. With a Pagani on the road. Hell, you can't afford a house. Saying that, Ji Qingyan paid for the car. Linny secretly sighed. But I'm really a poor guy with only 60 million in cash. Getting out of the car. The two men entered the house one after the other. The villa's area is not too big. The top and bottom together. Almost more than 400 square feet. Modern and minimalist decoration style. And it is also very clean. There is a light jasmine scent. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea, it's more thirst quenching. Linny wasn't polite. Soon, Ji Qingyan made a pot of tea and handed it to Linny. The atmosphere in the room also fell into a silence that was a bit ambiguous. You want to watch it now? Ji Qingyan asked, embarrassed. Well, I have things to do in a little while, so it's best if I can catch up. The breakup party that my coworkers had thrown for myself would start later, and being the main character, I couldn't be late. Just to be clear, I haven't done this kind of maneuver before, so don't blame me if I don't do it right. Don't worry, I can't, Linny said smilingly, walking over to the coffee table and holding onto the chair. Ji Qingyan recalled the actions in the video. A bit of a raw finish to the first S-squat, although it wasn't very standard. After watching Ji Qingyan's S-squat, Linny felt that those female anchors were weak. Ji Qingyan, in particular, was still wearing a form-fitting wrap dress in black silk, and would have been even more divided if she hadn't taken off her heels. Sipping his tea and watching Ji Qingyan do squats, Linny sighed. That's ing life. You, what are you doing? Just as the second S-squat made it halfway through, the sound of talking was suddenly heard. Both of them were stunned to see a middle-aged man in a black polo shirt standing in the doorway, looking at them in dismay. Dad, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man's name was Ji Tai, and he was none other than Ji Qingyan's father. Am I not supposed to be here? Linny almost spat out blood. Your old man has indeed come at a bad time. You should be under the car, not here. Dad, don't get me wrong. He's the new yoga instructor I hired and is teaching me new yoga poses. Ji Qingyan explained. Which yoga instructor? I wonder. Instructs her students with her legs crossed and drinking tea? Ji Tai said. He's a more advanced yoga instructor who only gives verbal instructions and usually doesn't do it himself. Ji Qingyan said nervously. Don't fool around. You think I don't watch live? Linny, I can't believe I'm watching a female anchor. Does your wife know about this? Dad, listen to me. Stop it. Go to the side and stay there. I have something to say to him. Ji Tai said, pointing at Linny. Uncle Ki, what are you trying to say? Facing Linny, Ji Tai's expression eased a lot. This person, most likely his future aunt, naturally had to be a little more pleasant. What's your name, young man? Linny. What's the job? Looking at Ji Tai's stance, there was a great tendency to get to the bottom of the matter. Open ding-dongs. Linny answered truthfully. What did you say? Open ding-dongs? Ji Tai stared, obviously not believing it. I'm really driving a ding-dong. Linny said helplessly. What's wrong with this world that no one believes in the truth anymore? Stop it. How can a ding-dong driver chase my daughter? Ji Tai said. Unless you're driving a ding-dong with a sports car. It's true what you said. That sports car out front is mine. You're really driving a ding-dong with a sports car? Qiantai was surprised. As he came in, he saw a sports car parked in front of the door. I thought it was my daughter's new car, but I didn't realize it was her boyfriend's. Although my car is a little better. I really drive a ding-dong. That's right. Ji Tai said smilingly. To be able to use a sports car to drive ding-dong, I think it must also be a rich kid who is not willing to be ordinary. Much better than those who eat, drink and play with the playboys, and I feel relieved to give my daughter to you. Linny was speechless. Just watching your daughter do an S-squat. How is she forced to become your aunt? That's not buying and selling. Ji Qingyan sat all over again, her face red. Now that's a lot of explaining. Xiaoyi in a few days it will be my father's 80th birthday. Since the two of you are together, there's no need to hide it. When that time comes, the two of you will go together. And let your family meet you as well. That's not good. Linny was a bit resistant. After all, the two of them didn't have any special relationship. There's nothing wrong with it. You two are all together. And you're naturally qualified to participate in such a big event. Ji and Tai said irresistibly. Alright, I won't say anything else. You two carry on. Don't let me dampen your spirits. With that, Ji and Tai got up and left, causing Ji Qingyan to look embarrassed. Lin-Yi, don't listen to my father, Ji Qingyan said, pretending to be calm. Lin-Yi nodded and looked at the time on his cell phone. Mr. Ji, I have some other things to do, so I'll leave first. Gone? There's still 8 left to do. After saying that, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Wouldn't it be better if this kind of humiliating action wasn't done? That reminds me, Lin-Yi said. The remaining 8 are owed. That's fine. The words had been said, and it was impossible to renege on them, so Ji Qingyan had to acquiesce. Seeing Lin-Yi off, Ji Qingyan turned around and returned to the villa, and dialed her secretary's number. Secretary Gua, there's a man named Lin-Yi in the sales department. Send me a copy of his information. After explaining things, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone, trying to get a good look into Lin-Yi's dismissal. Leaving Ji Qingyan's house, Lin-Yi drove to Yapinju. Being a few minutes late because of Qiantai's presence wasn't a big deal. I'm really sorry I'm late for the traffic. When he arrived at the box, he found that everyone from the sales department was there, and Lin-Yi was embarrassed. It's okay, we all just got here too. The person who spoke was Wang Ying, who had taken great care of Lin-Yi for a long time. About 30 or so, with long hair down her shoulders and a long green floral dress that rhymed. Here, Yat, sit here. All the seats are reserved for you. Wang Ying took the clothes off the empty seat next to her and gestured for Lin-Yi to sit next to her. Chapter 010, whose car is that downstairs? Thank you, Sister Ying, Lin-Yi said with a smile. What's there to thank? Wang Ying smiled and said, inexplicably, you were expelled. It won't be easy to see you in the future. It's okay, don't they all have contact information? Just call me if you need anything. I promise to be on call. As soon as Lin-Yi arrived, he became the talk of the box. But those surrounding him were almost exclusively female co-workers. The few remaining male co-workers, all sitting on the other side, looked at Lin-Yi with smiles on their faces. Lin-Yi, you're also too unlucky. With your level, if you stay up for a while, the position of sales director will be yours. Wang Ying said with pity. He was on better terms with Lin-Yi, and if Lin-Yi could become the sales director, he would be able to take care of himself in the future. Now it's hard to see each other, let alone take care of them. Sister Wang, you're wrong if you say that. Although Lin-Yi's performance is good, Brother Dong isn't bad either. So how do you know that the position of sales director must be Lin-Yi's? The person who spoke was called Huang Yue, a colleague of Lin-Yi's. The person he called Dong was named Li Jiangdong, and had been the sales champion of the sales department before Lin-Yi came to the company. But after Lin-Yi came, the sales title changed hands. Despite being angry in his heart, he just couldn't do anything about Lin-Yi. And this time, he was behind Lin-Yi's dismissal. The position of sales director has hard indicators. Lin-Yi's performance is better than yours. The director's position is naturally his, Wang Ying said unconvincingly. Even though the sales department wasn't exactly full of people, it was split into 2 factions. The male co-workers were all on Li Jiangdong's side, and Lin-Yi and the other female co-workers became another faction, usually only maintaining a superficial harmonious relationship. What's the use of that? Isn't he fired as usual? Huang Yue said. And I've heard that the recognition document will be coming down soon, and Brother Dong will soon be promoted to sales director. So I propose that we toast Brother Dong. Don't be like that, Li Jiangdong said with a smile. Even though I'm going to be the director of the sales department soon, the main character today is Lin-Yi, so how can I be so mean as to clamor for attention? It's okay, just honor him again in a while, Huang Yue said smilingly. I'll be respectful then. With that, Li Jiangdong and the others raised their glasses and drank the wine in them. As for the other female co-workers, none of them did anything. Why do I get the feeling that you guys aren't here to see me off? But rather, you're kind of flaunting your weapons, Lin-Yi said. Don't say that. I'm just having a casual drink. The main character today is still you. Dropping his cup, Li Jiangdong looked at Lin Yi and said playfully, on the contrary, do you have any new plans after being dismissed from the company? A city the size of Shanghai isn't that easy to get around. Brother Dong is right. The city is too dangerous. It's better to be in the countryside. Huang Yue picked up the conversation. Back to what countryside? Don't you know Lin Yi's situation? He's an orphan. He doesn't even have a home. He can't go back anywhere. Li Jiangdong said with a smile, then looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, if you still want to hang out in Shanghai, I do have a way out. I'm more familiar with the property manager of our neighborhood. I can arrange a security job for you. Are you interested? Ha ha. The other male co-workers were laughing, all watching Lin Yi's jokes. It's entirely his fault that he's in the situation he's in today. Just came to the company for more than half a year. Want to compete with Dong for the position of sales director? Do not look at their own virtues. Don't bother with the work. Lin Yi said smilingly. Right, Xiaoyi. I was about to ask you about this too. Wang Ying said. Now that you've been fired from the company, do you have any plans for the future? Any luck with the job? I'll be driving a ding-dong from now on, and I should be able to support my family. Open ding-dong? Wang Ying and the other female co-workers seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. That's a bit of a leap for you. Can't help it. For a living. Lin Yi, it's really something. With your broken Charlie, how can you even register it? Huang Yue said. Seeing your broken charade, I guess the passengers will give you bad reviews, and it might be a bit up in the air if you want to support your family. It's okay, Xiaoyi. In the future we will take a taxi. We will call your car and hold it for you. Wang Ying said in exasperation. Dang it. Just as a few people were talking, there was a knock on the door of the compartment. The hotel's lobby manager walked in. Hello, I'd like to ask which guest owns that Pagani Windjammer downstairs? What did you say? Pagani Windjammer? Everyone in the room was stunned. That was a supercar. There weren't many of them in the entire Yin country. At that thought, a couple of male co-workers got up and looked out toward the window. There's really a Pagani parked there. It's awesome. Worthy of being the most developed place in Yanghua. There are so many rich people in Shanghai. Huang Yue exclaimed. This car seems to cost more than $20 million. Only those super tycoons can afford such a car. Okay, just stop looking. You can't afford it even if you look at it again. Saying that, Li Jiangdong looked at the lobby manager and said, we're just ordinary white-collar workers. We definitely can't afford that kind of car. Go ask in another box. Well then, I apologize for interrupting a few people's meals. With that, the lobby manager was ready to leave, but Lin Yi's voice rang out at that moment. What happened to the Pagani? It's blocking other cars and I'd like to notify the owner to move it. Lin Yi, why are you asking so many questions? They're talking about the Pagani, not your broken charade. Huang Yue laughed. That Pagani is mine. Can I just ask? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. You? What do you mean? That Pagani is yours? Why? Can't it be? Lin Yi took out the car keys in his pocket and waved them in front of Huang Yue and the others' eyes, almost blinding them. Surprisingly, it's really his car. Seeing how young Lin Yi was, the lobby manager was calm. Those who buy this kind of car are usually rich and young. It's just so down to earth that he's so rich that he's still eating with these poor friends. Lin Yi, what's going on? Isn't your car a charade? How come it's still a Pagani? Who says you can only have one car? I can't get another one? The heads of the crowd were a little dizzy. That's a $20 million sports car, not a $2 piece of cabbage. Didn't you say you were going to run ding-dongs? You're so rich. Why are you still running ding-dongs? Li Jiangdong asked. Nothing to do? Can't you experience life? Chapter 011, Super Reward. Dang. Sure. Just kinda didn't expect it. Li Jiangdong laughed awkwardly. There's a lot more you didn't expect, and you'll slowly find out later. Lin Yi wasn't bothering with Li Jiangdong and looked at the lobby manager with a smile and said, I'm really sorry. I'm going to go downstairs now and move the car. Yes, please. Lin Yi and the lobby manager went downstairs, and the others, wide-eyed, also got up in a hurry, wanting to go downstairs to see what was going on. When I came downstairs, I found a number of people gathered in front of the car to take pictures. Lin Yi walked over and the crowd automatically dispersed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. My God, to be so good-looking and so rich, it's too much of a no-brainer. It must have been a gift from the cast. Lin Yi didn't care about the comments of the people next to him, and after moving the car, he poked his head out of the window. You guys go ahead and eat. I have to go. The main characters have all left, so I'm not eating either. Wang Ying said, I'm leaving too. Ing is going home? Aha. Then I'll give you a ride. Just when I have nothing else to do. Thank you then, Yoshi. Originally, the two were very close when they were in the company. Now that Linny was driving a supercar, she naturally wanted to try out what it felt like. Getting into Lin Yi's car, the two of them sailed away as the crowd watched. Xiao Yi, I really didn't see that you're actually a rich second generation, and you can still experience life incognito. It's too hard, Wang Ying said while taking pictures. The first time I rode in a supercar, I had to take a few pictures to remember it. Money is nothing, experiencing life is what matters. I remember. Aren't you an orphan? Where did you get so much money? Legacy. So it is. Wang Ying nodded and said. But you just said that you opened Ding Dang yourself. Really? Wang Ying was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's true. Linny took his cell phone out. My registration information is all there. Does Sister Ring want to place an order and hold it up? With the relationship between the two of them, Linny would never take money from Wang Ying. But the system is tasked with picking up and dropping off two beautiful women with 85 points or more. Although Wang Ying was a bit older, her charm did not diminish. Otherwise she could not be named the first beautiful young woman of the Chaoyang group. If Wang Ying placed an order, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish the task. You said so. If I don't order, I'll be taking advantage of you. Wang Ying took the cell phone and said, don't be in a hurry. Sis will place the order now. Keep an eye on it, so as not to let others snatch it away. No problem. I'm keeping an eye on it here. Soon, the phone prompted that Wang Ying had placed a successful order, and Linny was the first to take the order. But no beep sounded. What is this? Could it be that Wang Ying is still not considered a beauty with a score of 85 or above? She's only 29. She just got married earlier. Okay. Scanning complete. The passenger's composite score is 84. Not mission compliant. Linny was speechless. Isn't the system a little too harsh? Can't you give it one more point? Where does an old man run into so many high-scoring beauties? Xiao Yi, why are you still frozen? Wang Ying asked. Sister Ing, I want to ask you something. Linny asked as he drove. What is it? What do you think there is that can enhance femininity? The system had already said that Wang Ying's overall score was only 84 points, and it must have been given through multiple considerations. So it is possible to enhance one's charisma through other means, but whether this kind of cheating would work or not, Linny didn't know. He could only try. Enhancing female charm? Wang Ying was a bit puzzled. What kind of strange question was this? I'm just asking casually. If Sister Ing doesn't know, then forget it. The so-called enhancement of charisma. Isn't it just making yourself attractive? It's a must for every woman. Wang Ying said. How do you raise it? Seeing Wang Ying so convinced, Linny was a bit curious. Don't be in a hurry. Wang Ying said with a smile, then opened her bag and took out two pairs of unopened stockings. One pair is flesh-colored and the other is black. Tell sis, which one do you think looks good? Cough cough cough. Sister Ing. This kind of question. It's not good to ask me. What's there to be afraid of? It's just the two of us in the car. Wang Ying smiled and said, pick one. Black is better. Okay, wait. Saying that, Wang Ying unwrapped the black stockings and eased them onto her legs. How about that? It feels different. I really don't know. It's not the same. With the black stockings on, visually, the legs felt longer and more tantalizing. System, scan it again and see what Wang Ying's overall rating is. A second later, the system mentioning the actual sound came on. Scanning complete. The passenger's composite score is 85. Mission compliant. Ding. Mission completed. Reward 100,000 points of proficiency value. Occupation completion degree 15%. Reward, a set of villa in Kyushu Pavilion. Look for the sales manager to receive it. Holy. The name Jojo Pavilion is a famous name in Shanghai. Since its establishment, it has been built with the name of top luxury residence, and at the time of its completion, it lived up to its reputation as the No.1 luxury residence in Shanghai. Even the rich and powerful on the list have to be deterred in front of the Kyushu Pavilion. It's not that they can't afford it, but in their opinion, it's a bit unworthy to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on such an expensive house. To put it bluntly, it's not rich enough. Linny was a bit overwhelmed by the excitement in his heart. I was thinking of getting a house, but I didn't expect the system's rewards to come. Gotta get this done quick. Go over there later. When she heard Linny burst out, Wang Ying's heartbeat accelerated a little. Is it such a big reaction to see yourself in black silk? This thing sure has a deadly lure. Xiao Yi, focus on driving. We'll talk about anything when we get home. Wang Ying reminded shyly. No problem. Linny smiled and said, thanks for holding up Sister Ing. Remember to give a 5-star review. Then it depends on whether your service is on point or not. Wang Ying said with a smile, her young woman's charm unmistakable. At the beginning, Wang Ying had some bad thoughts about Lin Yi, and now, those bad thoughts were even stronger. Soon, following the address shown on his cell phone, Lin Yi sent Wang Ying back home, completing his third order. Want to go up and sit for a while? It's still not necessary. It's too intrusive. Lin Yi said politely. What's the disturbance? My husband is away on a business trip and I'm alone at home. Wang Ying pretended to be calm and said, Chapter 012, Private Territory. That won't work today either. Lin Yi said, I've got orders to run. Some other time. Okay then, bye. Aha. After saying hello, Lin Yi drove off. Looking at the time, I realized it was past 7. But Lin Yi had been in sales before and knew the rules of the business. The sales centers all operate on a shift system. During the day, the entire staff is on call. And in the evening, a small number of sales are left behind to stay until after 8 p.m. There's still time if you drive faster yourself. After about 30 minutes of driving, Lin Yi arrived at the Kyushu Pavilion Villa area. As its name suggests, there are a total of 9 villas in the Kyushu Pavilion, each of which is grand and magnificent, facing the river and looking at the sea. However, the price varies because of the size, decoration style and location, but the difference isn't that big, so each one taken out can be considered the king of Shanghai's buildings. Sitting in the car, looking at the scenery of the Kyushu Pavilion from afar, Lin Yi was very satisfied that he would have a place here in the future, but I just don't know which one the system has given itself. After enjoying the view outside, Lin Yi parked his car and pushed the door into the sales hall. Seeing a customer come in, the saleswoman glanced at Lin Yi and her face suddenly changed. What are you doing here? Seeing the person who spoke, Lin Yi was also a bit surprised. The female salesperson's name was Zhang Mengyu, and she was Lin Yi's original co-worker. When she was in the company, she had once frantically pursued Lin Yi, and after being righteously rejected, she became the laughingstock of the company and left angrily. I'm looking for your manager, Lin Yi said with a smile. It's such a small world to have met her here. Our manager is going to meet a big client in a while. He doesn't have time to take care of you, Zhang Mengyu said. But you, what are you doing here? Is it hard to apply for a job here when you've been fired? I was just resigned today and you know about this? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. Whose mouth was so fast? You're really fired? Zhang Mengyu was a bit gloating. She actually got herself right? Aha. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Just find your manager for me. Wait until I have time, Zhang Mengyu said lovingly. And let me remind you, don't expect me to give you a good word. When you want to apply for a job with us, it's all about strength. Don't think you have an advantage just because you're handsome. Lin Yi stroked his chin. Isn't it just rejecting you? As far as this is concerned, let me explain that even though I've been fired, I'm not applying for a job. What's that for? Zhang Mengyu wrapped her arms around her chest with a haughty expression. Don't tell me you're here to buy a house. Lin Yi nodded. I'm really here to buy a house, so I'm looking for your manager. Lin Yi, stop it. At least we've been co-workers for a few months. Don't I understand your situation? Zhang Mengyu said contemptuously. You live in an old neighborhood, drive a broken charade, and you want to buy a house in Kyushu Pavilion? Stop it. Will you? A random set is over $800 million. Which set can you afford? You can't even afford to buy a toilet even if you were sold. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'll talk to your manager later. Oh, do you think our manager is idle? How would he have time to receive you? Zhang Mengyu rolled her eyes and said, Who do you think you are? Just then, the sound of clattering heels came from a woman in a gray work wrap dress, walking over towards Lin Yi. Manager Wang. Seeing the uniformed woman, Zhang Mengyu said politely, Get on the side and stay there. I'll deal with you later. Having been lectured for no reason, Zhang Mengyu was a bit flabbergasted. How can you be lectured when you've done nothing? After admonishing Zhang Mengyu, the female manager immediately changed her face and looked at Lin Yi with a big smile. You are Mr. Lin Yi Lin, right? Introduce yourself first. I'm Wang Hui, the sales manager of the Jojo Pavilion. I just went to the bathroom and didn't go out to greet you personally. I hope you won't be offended. It's okay, no need to be so formal. Shall I show you the property first? Or should I give you a tour of the place first? First, without waiting for Lin Yi to finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Mengyu. Manager Wang. You don't need to waste your time on him. He's my original colleague. He was fired today and is an orphan. He can't afford a villa in the Kyushu Pavilion. Introducing him to a house is a complete waste of time. What are you babbling about? Wang Hui said with glaring eyes. Report to personnel. Don't do it here. Zhang Mingyu was even more baffled. He did nothing, just kindly said a few words of truth. How can he be dismissed? Wang. Manager Wang. I'm not bull ******** ting. I really know him. I know all about him. Understand? Wang Hui couldn't help but burst out. Mr. Lin bought all the villas in the Kyushu Pavilion in one breath. And you're saying he's your colleague? Are you worthy? Bought all the villas? Zhang Mingyu stared at Lin Yi like he was an alien creature. It's not even a month since he left his job. How did he get rich? Even if you won the first prize of the lottery, you're not that rich, are you? Lin Yi was also a bit stunned. It turns out that not one villa was given, but 9 whole ones. In other words, he himself would be the owner of the Kyushu Pavilion from now on. And this place became his own private territory. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't manage my staff well and brought you a bad home buying experience. This is my fault. It's okay. Lin Yi said generously. Now that the Kyushu Pavilion is my property, the entry procedures should all be done. Can you give me the key? It's all ready. Just a moment. Saying that, Wang Hui trotted away. And when she came back, she had 9 more file bags in her hands. Mr. Lin, here are all the titles and keys to the 9 villas. Please keep them. Holding 9 file folders. It's kinda heavy. Turns out having too many houses can be a pain in the ass. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Yi said politely. Respectfully yours, Mr. Lin. No need. You guys are pretty busy too. Go about your business. That being said, Wang Hui still walked out, with Zhang Mingyu trailing behind. Seeing Lin Yi putting all 9 documents into his Pagani sports car, Zhang Mingyu's entire body was bad. That's a super car. What kind of sins had he done that he had cursed a super rich man? Driving back to the Gulf Hotel, Lin Yi was going to stay here for the night, pack up the things he had moved over a bit more, and officially move into the Kyushu Pavilion tomorrow. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Wang Ying calling. Xiao Yi, do you know? I heard through the grapevine that the old hag and Li Jiangdong were expelled. Chapter 013, How dare you threaten me? Wang Ying's words doubly surprised Lin Yi. How did they get fired? Isn't that a little fast? Are you sure? I shouldn't be wrong. I have a friend in HR and she's the one who told me. This kind of news usually doesn't come from an empty cave. The 2 of them might really have been expelled. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, this is too fishy. Wang Ying said. You've just been expelled. And Li Jiangdong and the old hag, who usually crowd you, have both been expelled as well. This could have something to do with you, right? How can that be? Lin Yi cried and laughed. I don't have that many connections yet. Otherwise I wouldn't have been fired. Fair enough. After a brief chat, Lin Yi hung up the phone and sent Ji Qingyan a Weibo message. Lin Yi, you fired you Lily and Li Jiangdong? Ji Qingyan, you know all about it? I looked into it and they had some problems, so I just opened it as a way to take it out on you. Receiving an affirmative reply, Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan's movements were quite fast. Lin Yi, so, is there a suitable candidate for the position of head of the sales department? Ji Qingyan, not for now. If you come back, I can leave it for you. Lin Yi, not interested. I think Wang Ying from the sales department is quite good. You can look into it. Ji Qingyan, no problem. Ji Qingyan, my car is still not fixed. Come pick me up tomorrow. Lin Yi, ding dang driver. At your service. It's okay to pick you up, but it's not okay to not pay. Running a bath in comfort. Lin Yi slept until dawn. Driving to Yunshui Villa, the security guard at the door saw that it was Lin Yi's Pagani and opened the door without saying a word, not asking for a word of nonsense. A man who can conquer Mr. Ji, who dares to stop him? So early? Ji Qingyan, who was washing up in the bathroom, unexpectedly said, once upon a time, when I went to work, I got up at 6 in the morning, and I've gotten into the habit of doing it. Just give me a moment. It's almost ready. It's okay, there's no rush. Ji Qingyan's movements were nimble, and in almost 30 minutes, she had completed a series of processes such as washing and applying makeup, and so on. Lin Yi, help me see. That outfit looks good? Ji Qingyan stood on the second floor and took a set of one-step dresses in her left hand and a set of floral dresses in her right hand. Or a dress. It feels pretty good. Okay, that's what I'll wear today. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down from upstairs. This style of long dress, only a tall woman like Ji Qingyan could manage, although it was a very ladylike dress. On her body, it had a kind of imperial flavor. That would be interesting. Putting on his high heels, the 2 of them got into the car piece by piece, and Lin Yi took out his cell phone. Mr. Ji, Please place an order. Don't worry. You won't get less. Ji Qingyan blankly glanced at Lin Yi, and in her heart she slandered. What a lack of understanding. Soon after, Lin Yi's phone received Ji Qingyan's order and grabbed it at the first opportunity. System task, get 5 5-star reviews. Reward 200. 000 proficiency values, 3/5. Seeing the number in brackets, Linny guessed that this should be his current quest completion level, because between yesterday and now, he or she has completed 3 orders. 2 of the strokes were from Ji Qingyan, and the remaining one was from Wang Ying. All of them were their own people, and all of them gave 5-star reviews, and the 4th single business, or Ji Qingyan's, the next 5-star praise, but also a steady hand. Victory is beckoning to their own ah. Stepping on the gas, Linny drove the car and took Ji Qingyan to the company's underground garage. Mr. Ji, don't forget to give a 5-star review. Depends on my mood. Unlocking the security, Ji Qingyan got out of the car just in time to see a white speedster parked not far away. Mr. Ji, Linny, the person who had spoken was Wang Ying, who had come over in the hitchhiking car of another female colleague, and hadn't expected to run into the president and Linny. As you all know, I'm a ding-dong driver who happened to run into Mr. Ji taking a taxi, Linny explained. The 2 men were in disbelief. Obviously, the president is soaked, but also said to explain that he is ding-dong driver. Who believe ah? It was only then that Wang Ying realized that Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong had been fired because of Linny. People and the president of the open road in the dark. They actually squeeze people. Not to fire is strange. Just then, the elevator door of the underground garage opened, and Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong walked out from it, holding a cardboard box in their hands, obviously here to pack up. Seeing Lin Yi and the president here, the 2 of them had expressions that were as awkward as they could be before leaving in disgrace. It's almost time to go to work, so go up a piece. Facing Wang Ying and the others, Ji Qingyan resumed her high and cold image, unlike when she was with Lin Yi when she was approachable. Got it, president. Wang Ying and another colleague greeted Lin Yi, then went upstairs with Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi sat in his car, ready to go around the mall. I've got the house. I need to get some supplies. I've been wearing these clothes for 2 days now, and they smell if I wear them again. Lin Yi was about to drive off when a micro message came up on his phone. From Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan, want a 5-star review? Lin Yi, of course I want to. Ji Qingyan, I still owe you 8 squats for a 5-star review, or else I'll give a bad review. Lin Yi, I don't want 5-star reviews. 8 squats. Not one less. Squatting or whatever. Lin Yi doesn't care. But you actually threatened me? Not this one. Ji Qingyan, horny bastard. It didn't take long for the app to send a 5-star review. It must be Ji Qingyan's. Lin Yi laughed. Quite the knife mouth and tofu heart. Looking at the system quest, it was already at April 5th, so Lin Yi decided to go clothes shopping later. I'll try to get another order and get the job done before I go to the mall, so I won't waste much time anyway. When you open the app, it automatically broadcasts information about recent orders, and Lin Yi casually grabs an order. The starting point is the nearby Tianyi home, which is not too far, just a few minutes away. Sky Homes, Building 4, Unit 1, Room 1302. The house is almost 60 square feet, a standard 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom home. Dad, what's the point of bringing me to your coworker's party? I'm just not going. The one who spoke was a young woman, almost 25 or 26 years old, with a nice melon face and long hair draped over her shoulders. Very durable. The girl's name is Xia Xinyu, an outdoor anchor who is still somewhat famous on the platform. No, you must come with us. Xia Xinyu's father, Xia Hongyuan said. I know what you all are thinking, just trying to introduce me to someone. We're not doing this for your own good. You're not young anymore. You don't even have a boyfriend. I'm worried sick about you. When I was small, didn't you always say that you would let me stay by your side for the rest of my life? Xia Xinyu said. Now why are you in a hurry to marry me off? I'm just saying, who knew you were so obedient? Xia Xinyu. Chapter 014, My car is a 2-seater. Anyway, I have spoken to my colleagues. You go over with me? That young man is not bad. Working in the institutions, usually a little bit of oil and water, the 2 of you in a piece. It is also appropriate. Xia Hanyuan said. I already have a boyfriend, so I don't need you guys to introduce me. Xia Xinyu said. Got a boyfriend? Xia Hanyuan said unexpectedly. Where's the boyfriend? Where else can it come from? Xia Xinyu said. It's hard not to dig in the ground. The older couple was excited to learn that their daughter had a boyfriend. So what are you waiting for? Call the family and we'll give you a look. Ha? Call home to see? Xia Xinyu was at a loss for words. I just said it casually. Why did you guys take it seriously? Yeah, you've got a boyfriend. So naturally we have to see what it is. We can't just give you away. Let's just forget about meeting. He's pretty busy with work too, so we'll talk about it someday. Xia Xinyu got up. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Stop, Xia Hanyuan said. I think you are fooling me. No, I really have a boyfriend. So don't you guys think about introducing me to someone. I've raised you for more than 20 years. What kind of person are you? Am I still not clear? Xia Hanyuan said. If you don't bring your boyfriend today, you'll be a good boy and go to the party with me. Your choice. Okay, I'll make a call and ask. Back in the house, Xia Xinyu was anxiously wandering around like a headless fly. After all these years, I don't have many friends of the opposite sex, so where can I find someone to pretend to be? In a fierce moment, Xia Xinyu's eyes lit up and she said to herself, find a takeout boy to impersonate? But soon, Xia Xinyu dismissed her thoughts. A delivery boy is a definite no-no. Dressed inappropriately, mom and dad won't believe it, and it's too easy to poke holes in. Ding-dang driver seems good. Xia Xinyu thought to herself. At the very least, there's a car. At the very least, the hardware is there. All that's left is to find a younger driver. It's perfect, because she usually took a taxi often. On Xia Xinyu's cell phone, there were two taxi software. One is a ding-dong taxi and the other is a quick-drop taxi. Use whichever one has the best deal. But this was a different case, and given that ding-dong was a bit bigger, it ended up going with ding-dong. Pick a random destination and start ordering. Almost 5 seconds later, the order was picked up and the person was hurriedly dialed. Ring, ring, ring. He had just received the order, and Linny hadn't even driven the car out when his cell phone rang. Hello, are you the owner of Ding Dong? Hearing the other party's words, Linny already knew who it was. It was the passenger who had placed the order. It's me. What can I do for you? Linny said. I wanted to ask, how old are you? What kind of question is that? Does it matter to the other person how old they are? Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Linny told the other party his age truthfully. 24. Oi. Xia Xinyu was a bit excited to actually come across one that was similar in age to herself. Soon, Xia Xinyu calmed down and asked in a small voice. I'd like to ask you a favor. Would you? No. I'm just a ding-dong driver. No extras. Linny had seen too much of this kind of news. There are some perverted customers who are always making things difficult for Master Ding Dong or the outside boy. Either you are asked to stop by to buy cigarettes, or to throw out the trash, or even the odd operation of being asked to buy an aunt's napkin. This kind of thing didn't interest Linny. Don't get me wrong. My name is Xia Xinyu. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, deal with my parents, and give you a 5-star review afterwards. What do you think? Linny paused. This was fine. For the sake of a 5-star review. Deal. It is happily decided. What is your name? Linny. Okay, my house is in Tianyi Homes, Building 4, Unit 1, 1302. You can just come over directly. Good. Since Tianyi Homes was nearby, almost 10 minutes later, Linny arrived in front of Xia Xinyu's house. Dang it. Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Xinyu came over to open the door, and he prayed in his heart that this Master Ding Dong would not be too ugly, or he would arouse suspicion. Squeak! The door was pulled open, and when she saw Linny, Xia Xinu was staggered in place on the spot. What kind of face is this? Did he save the blue planet in a previous life? Yo, it's Xiaoyu's boyfriend who's here, isn't it? Seeing Linny standing in the doorway, Xia Xinu's mother said with a smile on her brow. This young man is a good-looking guy, and he's certainly more than good enough for his own daughter. Before Xia Xinyu could speak, Linny was pulled closer in. Your name is Linny, right? How long have you been with my daughter? Mother Xia asked. Been together for more than half a year. Xia Xinyu snatched the answer. I didn't ask you. What's the point of interjecting? After admonishing Xia Xinyu, Xia mother asked again. What's your usual job? Young man? Driver. Linny replied. Driver? The old couple blushed. This didn't seem like a decent job. Is it flying an airplane? That would be called a captain. Linny cried and laughed. The old couple's imagination was quite rich. Not flying airplanes? I'm not that good yet. Upon hearing such an answer, the expressions of the old couple were no longer as enthusiastic as they had been a moment ago. Is it driving for some leader? If they were driving for some big leader, the two of them could grudgingly accept it. After all, the face value is very pulling points. but that's the bottom line for them. You've got it all wrong. I drive a ding-dong. Ding-dong driver. Ding-dang chauffeur? Xia Hongyuan, how a change. Even a little ugly. How much money can you make driving a ding-tao? If we get together later, how can we support our own daughter? Drinking the northwest wind? That's right. It's the ding-dong driver. Mom and Dad. It's actually quite lucrative to open a ding-dong nowadays. And all my cosmetics and jewelry and whatnot were all bought for me by Lin Yi. Xia Xinyu explained. And he's got a little bit of money in his hand. And we're planning to start a business later on. And it's not like we're going to be dingbats for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions eased, but it could be seen that they still weren't very happy. Let's talk about this later. Because Lin Yi was here, there were a lot of things that Xia Hongyuan couldn't conveniently say, so he was prepared to talk about it at night when no one was around. Right, Mom and Dad? Aren't you going to a co-worker's party? Leave now or you'll be late later. Looking at the time, Xia Hongyuan said, that's fine, just let him drive us there. And you stay with us. The two of them hadn't thought things through a bit regarding Lin Yi. It's not a decent job, but it's really good looking, so I'm doing a double take now and deciding which one to go with at the end. Going together seems unlikely. Lin Yi said. How is that impossible? My car is a two-seater. It doesn't fit 4 people. Chapter 015, is my car not 2 seats? What did you say? Your car is a 2-seater? This time, not to mention Xia Hongyuan's old couple, even Xia Xinyu was a bit unable to accept it. Don't all cars have 4 seats? Where do you get 2 seats? Are all ding-dongs now online for motorcycle business? Before this, for the sake of Lin Yi's face value, even if he was driving a ding-dong, Xia Hongyuan decided to give him a chance. But now, it's actually on a motorcycle. This left Xia Hongyuan with no way to accept it. One's daughter, not with someone like that. In that case, let's take a cab and go without your car. Okay. Lin Yi does not matter. Anyway, Xia Xinyu has already ordered. Later give a 5-star positive feedback. It will be a great success. Xia Xinyu wanted to die, really lifting a stone to hit her own feet. When I come back at night, I'm sure I'll get scolded. After leaving the house, Lin Yi walked to the front and the 3 Xia family members walked to the back, ready to go out and get a taxi. You dead girl. Are your eyes growing on the back of your head? Actually find a motorcycle rider as a boyfriend. Xia Hongyuan lectured. If we hadn't called him to the house ahead of time, we'd still be in the dark. And if people knew that I'd found a motorcycle riding son-in-law, they'd be laughed out of the house. Alright, you guys just stop talking. Xia Xinyu was already crying without tears. I thought that with the arrival of a big, handsome man, this would be hidden from the public. I didn't realize that what goes around comes around. And although the man is handsome, he's really a motorcycle rider. Parents are against it. And rightly so. Your father is right. You quickly make it clear to him. In short, I won't recognize such a son-in-law. Xia mother said angrily. Even if it's a domestic bike, I won't say anything. What future can I have with a motorcycle rider? Ding dong. As the words fell, the 3 Xia family members heard a honking sound. He looked up and was frozen in place. This should be a sports car. Xia Hongyuan stammered. This Pagani Wind God. A super sports car worth over $20 million. There aren't many of them in the entire Yin country. Xia Xinyu was very surprised. Tanny Home is just an ordinary neighborhood. Or the first time I saw such a good car parked here. Seeing Pagani's gullwing doors open, Xia Xinyu had a feeling of being mesmerized. How nice it would be if, for once in your life, you could ride in one of these nice cars. Daughter, what's the situation? Isn't the one called Lin Yi riding a motorcycle? Why did he walk towards that supercar? Xia Hongyuan was surprised. Xia Xinyu was also very surprised that Lin Yi had not only walked over and get in the car. Lin Yi, hearing someone call out to him. Lin Yi, who was closing the door, glanced at Xia Xinyu. What's wrong? Something wrong? The 3 Xia family members hurriedly ran over. This car is yours? Yeah, I couldn't get on it if it wasn't mine, I guess. Don't you ride a motorcycle? How come you're still driving a sports car? Xia Xinyu asked in disbelief. Who said I ride a motorcycle? Can you register a ding-dong on a motorcycle? You're the one who said that your car is a 2-seater. Is my car not a 2-seater? Xia Xinyu felt like a retard. It's basic common sense that sports cars have 2 seats. Why didn't you think of that yourself? But who'd have thought you'd be doing ding-dongs in a supercar? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Yi waved his hand. Remember what we said on the phone? Give it 5 stars. Alas and alack. Auntie, come all the way here. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's find a place to have a meal and talk about family matters, Xia Hongyuan said with a smile. Aren't you guys doing something? It's okay, it's just a normal co-worker party. Don't go. That won't do. I have other things to do. Sorry. It's fine. Fine. If there's something you're busy with, if you let it get too busy, let Xiao Yu help you. Saying that, Xia Hongyuan also pushed Xia Xinyu. Don't always stay at home. Help Xiao Yi's favor. Xia Xinyu half-pushed and half-heartedly got into the car. After all, it was the car that he had called for and had the right to sit in. Seeing the luxurious interior of the Pagani, Xia Xinyu felt that her eyes were not enough, and the seat underneath was a little hot ass. Where are you going? Driving to the destination on the order? Lin Yi asked. I'm not going anywhere. Where do you want to go? I just want to experience it, and I'll get off when I do. I'm going to go to the mall and get some stuff, but you'll have to change the destination or the order won't get filled. Okay, what mall do you want to go to? Taiki Plaza, I think. Good. Soon. On Lin Yi's cell phone, he received a message to modify his destination, and then drove towards Taiki Plaza. You're driving such an expensive car. Surely you don't lack money. Why do you still drive a ding-dong? In the car, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to ask. Experiencing life? What's the point of life if you just mingle and eat? Lin Yi said in a very high-end manner. You are awesome. Xia Xinyu said heartily. A lot of rich second-generation people who are not as good as you are paper drunk every day. While you can actually think of so much, it's too hard. People have their own aspirations. This can't be forced. So true. Brother E, I have a small request. Can you grant me? Xia Xinyu asked carefully. The two were the same age and didn't really know who was older and who was younger. But Xia Xinyu had already taken the initiative to call her brother. What request? I'm a dominatrix. Can I go live in your car for a while? If you can go live in such a nice car, you can surely heat up your booth. Doesn't matter. Lin Yi said. Just give me a 5-star review afterward. Okay, no problem. Xia Xinyu said cheerfully. As long as the order is completed, I'll give you a favorable review the first time. It's a deal. Xia Xinyu took out her cell phone, then opened the live broadcast. 10 minutes passed, and there were already dozens of people in the live broadcast room. Little Yu, where are you? Is it the passenger side of the tycoon? Ha ha, stop it upstairs. Xiao Yu is just a 10,000-year-old single dog. How could any tycoon look at her? Maybe it's the passenger side of the 5 diamonds. 2. Seeing the people in the live broadcast room, all of them were mocking themselves. Xia Xinyu was doubly speechless. Do you think I'm that bad? Let me tell you, the car I'm riding in this time is not a Wuling Hongguang. It's a real luxury car, the kind you've never seen in your life. Ha ha, don't blow it, have the guts to flash the license plate. You're wrong. She's female, she has no balls. No, it's you who's wrong. She's a ladies' man, and I saw her once on that dark and windy night. Che, don't you guys just want to see the license plate? There's no harm in showing it to you. Xia Xinyu slowly turned the phone and aimed it at the steering wheel. Then the whole broadcast went silent. Chapter 016, Anger, Request for Votes. Holy, it's actually a Pagani. Look at the interior of the car. It seems to be a Pagani wind god. This car seems to be more than $20 million. The average rich second generation cannot afford to drive. And look, the driver is so handsome. Definitely a rich second generation. Seeing the messages on the live broadcast, Xia Xinyu said with the corners of her mouth rising. Now it's time for you to believe and know what a luxury car is. Xia Xinyu was pleased in her heart. Let you always look down on me. This time the old lady this time must make a turnaround. Dirt 666. I suspect. This is the anchor in order to increase popularity. Their own rental car, and also incidentally found a handsome driver. Just for the sake of eyeballs. Did not spend a lot of money. Right. The lemon essence in the live broadcast room said. Mental illness. This is a Pagani wind god. More than $20 million apiece. The entire Yin state does not have a few cars. Who would want to rent it out? Do you think it's a Mercedes-Benz or BMW junk car? How is it not possible? Maybe in private. There are unclean deals. Seeing Lemon Essence's message, Xia Xinyu was almost exasperated. In this age of the internet, there are damn near every kind of retard out there. I'm not one of those models with a curvy front and back. How could I possibly attract such a rich kid? Why don't you think outside the box when you speak? This guy must be a loser who hates the rich and handsome. But even so, Xia Xinyu didn't kick them up, staying here and contributing some popularity to herself. It's not too late to kick him out when he can't stand it anymore. The little anchor is just too humble. Brother E, there is a parking space in front of us. Let's quickly park there. Xia Xinyu pointed to the empty space in front and said, see, take it easy. As one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Shanghai, there is an endless stream of people who come to Taiki Plaza to shop every day. There were a lot of people who, like Xia Xinyu, had their eyes on the only empty seat in that car, but when they saw Lin Yi's car drive by, they all dared not move. If you're not careful and touch this kind of car, you can't even afford to sell yourself. Honey, there's an empty seat in front of you. Get over there. If you're any slower, it's going to be taken. A woman in a low-cut skirt on a Primera said, go what go? The middle-aged man next to him scolded, that's a supercar. Who dares to grab it from him? Supercar? The woman in the passenger seat was stunned. What's wrong with a supercar? We're a sports car too. Why should we give way to him? Shut up. That's a Pagani Wind God. Selling for more than $20 million. This car of mine is only more than $1 million. In front of others, it's not even garbage. You want me to grab a parking space with him? That car is actually over $20 million. The woman in the passenger car instantly extinguished the fire. Before coming to Shanghai, they all said that there are many rich people in Shanghai. This time I counted to see it. The woman in the passenger seat rolled her eyes at the thought she would have to make an effort to find a richer one. Those who drive a Primera like this one are poorer than they deserve. After parking the car, Xia Xinyu froze a bit. The scene of the parking just now was still fresh in her mind. When they saw Lin Yi's car driving over all the other people's cars, they didn't dare to move. Is this the ability to pay money? Wait, don't go yet, Lin Yi said. What's wrong? Favorable review. Oh, I remember. I'll get it now, Xia Xinyu said with her hands full. Because Lin Yi had only said 2 words of favorable comments, the people in the broadcast room didn't understand what was going on and didn't imagine him as a ding-dong opener. Soon after, Lin Yi heard a system beep. Mission completed. 200,000 points of proficiency gained. Career completion, 35%. Reward, 1 Shanghai International Circuit. Master driving skills. Shanghai International Circuit? Lin Yi had that little bit of an impression of the place the system was talking about. It seemed to be the most luxurious racing track with the most luxurious hardware facilities in Shanghai, and even the entire Yan country. There's even talk of it being the best racetrack besides Center Island Raceway. Lin Yi doesn't know if the rumors are true or not, but in the entire Yan country, it's definitely at NO1 level existence. I didn't expect that today. It actually became an industry under my own banner. It's kind of amazing to think about. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's cell phone. At this time, rang an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Yi said. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhou Haitao, the person in charge of the Shanghai International Circuit. You've just wholly acquired the shares of our circuit. I have some formalities here that I would like to hand over to you. No time for now. I'll go over in the afternoon. Is it a convenient time on your end? Lin Yi said politely. Conveniently and conveniently. I'm in any time except Sunday's public holiday. Okay, I'll see you this afternoon. Lin Yi did some math in his mind. He came here just to buy some household items. It wouldn't take long. I guess he'd be done by the afternoon. And with the system rewarding master driving skills, it would be a bit of a waste not to check it out. Brother Yat? What are you thinking? Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, Xia Xinyu asked tentatively. It's okay, go now. Brother Yi, what do you want to buy? After getting out of the car, Xia Xinyu asked. Buy a little bit of everything you need to live, to wear, and a little bit of everything you see that fits. Oh, Xia Xinyu was a bit nervous. This was her first time in such a high-end mall. The stuff was explosively expensive. Not a place for them little people to come. When he arrived inside the mall, Lin Yi looked around and saw a specialty store for fruit machines not far away, saying, go there first, I want to change my cell phone. Lin Yi's cell phone, just over 1,000 domestic phones, has been a bit stuck, and now a new phone, but also convenient for their own orders. Good. 2 people apiece to sell fruit machine store. Neat hall, bright lights, in addition to the counter, the display of a variety of new equipment, making the entire store filled with a high-end feeling. Sir, do you have a favorite product? I can introduce it to you, the female sales clerk said politely. Lin Yi pointed to the 11th generation cell phone on the counter and said, help me load this up. It needs 512 RAM. Xia Xinyu and the female clerk both froze for a moment. More than 10,000 yuan of cell phone said buy. No longer look at it? Okay, just a moment. Aga. Wait. Xia Xinyu stopped the shopgirl and pulled Lin Yi aside. Brother Yat, It's not cost effective for you to buy it here. What's not cost effective? The cell phones in the store are all original price without discount. If you buy them online, they can be cheaper by more than 1,000 at the very least. There's no need. I'm here all the time. I'm too lazy to go online and buy it early and enjoy it. With that, Lin walked back. Help me load it up. Okay, just a moment. Because of Lin Xia Sinyu's live room, its popularity had reached over 5 million, which was 5 times more than usual. It's nice to be rich. That saleswoman froze. I guess she wanted to give her life away. As long as a man has money, he is related to anyone. You poor bastards. You're rich because you buy a 10,000 plus cell phone? Lemon Essence said. A few days ago, I had a friend of a buddy who bought the same phone, and it wasn't as high profile as his. LOL. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You didn't buy it. What are you pretending? Chapter 017, Divine Magnificence goes on a journey. Not an inch of grass is gone, requesting tickets. At this time, the female store clerk came over. Hello sir, this is your phone. Would you like to choose a case from us? All of them are original and genuine. Quality is guaranteed. Lin looked around the counter. I don't really like carrying that thing. It feels uncomfortable. After all, it's a 10,000 plus cell phone. It's not cheap, and if it doesn't come with a case, it'll affect the aesthetics if it's bumped or touched. The female sales clerk suggested. Lin thought for a moment. That's true. Seeing Lin Yi's willingness to purchase a cell phone case, the female clerk smiled with an open brow. Sir, these phone cases in the counter, all of which are new, can give you a 20% discount, and if you buy 2 at once, you can also get a 30% discount. Seeing that Lin Yi was going to buy a cell phone case, the live broadcast room was talking again, all of which was spoken by Lemon Essence. Oh, I just saw a 1,000 plus cell phone case. If he bought it without blinking an eye, I'll admit he's rich. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're only rich if you buy the 5,000 plus one. You guys are too low. King Lemon said. The real rich people. Are the phone cases more expensive than the phone? A few days ago, a friend of a buddy of mine bought a more than 20,000 yuan phone case. That's called rich people. Seeing these lemon essences in the live broadcast, Xia Xinyu was doubly speechless. These people are really hopeless. Sir, is there a style you like? I'll show it to you. I didn't say I wanted to buy a phone case either. Lin Yi said. Not buying? Didn't you just say? What I mean is to buy a few more cell phones. And if they get bumped or touched, just get new ones. Lin Yi said. Take 5 of each color and pack them in one piece. 5 of each color? Hearing this, the shopgirl barely stood still. Sir, the 11th generation phone. We have a total of 4 colorways in the store. The same comes in 5. Are you looking for 20? Lin Yi nodded. And then a top-of-the-line laptop, packed in one piece. Okay, well, you'll have to wait. Seeing Lin Yi buying nearly 300,000 in one breath, Xia Sinyu's entire body was bad. That's a bit too hoity-toity. The live stream exploded again and the messages were already overwhelming. All you lemonade people, you should have seen it by now. The really rich people don't buy cell phone cases. They just replace them with new ones when they get old. That's a real trade-in. Awesome, awesome. God's hero is on the march. Not an inch of grass will grow. Just spent over $200,000. What kind of godly man is this? Have you guys seen any rich people? I once saw a person who bought more than $500,000 in one breath. This bit of his is totally gross. Nothing. Seeing these lemon essence messages, Xia Xinu was unusually speechless. This kind of loser who couldn't even afford one was actually mocking Lin Yi. It was really drunk. Lin Yi didn't care that much, and after swiping his card, he was waiting for the store clerk to stock up. At this moment, the people who were hanging out in the store were all looking at Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally. Especially those women with a little bit of good looks have more or less, in their hearts, some other thoughts. Soon, all the things Lin Yi wanted were packed. 20 cell phones, plus a laptop. Not a small amount of stuff. Lin Yi put them back in the car and went back to Taiki Plaza once again. Brother Yat, what else are we buying this time? Xia Xinyu felt like her little heart. It couldn't take it anymore. Is there such a big gap between the way rich kids and ordinary people spend their money? Get a watch. Diamond rings for women. Watches for men. Once upon a time, Lin Yi had always dreamed that he could have a good mechanical watch, but due to his shyness, this wish had never been realized. But now, with tens of millions of dollars in cash in your pocket, you'd be sorry if you didn't buy a nice watch. Do you know anything about watches? Once again entering the mall, Lin Yi casually asked. What grade do you want? Being an anchor, in order to be able to connect with water friends, so you have to know a little bit of everything. And Xia Xinyu knows a little bit of skin. Higher end. Seeing that Lin Yi had bought 20 cell phones in one go, Xia Xinyu felt that if she recommended an ordinary brand, she probably wouldn't be able to get into his eyes. In the world of watches, the highest-end brands are Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Lin Yi nodded. Go to these two places first. Xia Xinyu secretly blew up her tongue. She was just talking casually, but she was really going to go. This is the luxury of watches. There's the Vacheron Constantin up ahead. Go over there first. Okay, coming right up. Seeing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu enter, the shop girl looked up, ready to welcome the customers. What for? The female store manager said. Sisterly, a guest is here. I'll go over to receive him. A tall female sales clerk said. There is no need for hospitality. It's a pure waste of time. What's with the time wasting? The woman named Sisterly said lovingly. You do not see that woman holding a cell phone live it, presumably to us for fun. This kind of person I have seen more, do not have to take care of. Not really. Being an anchor nowadays, it seems to be quite lucrative. But we're the Vacheron Constantin. Except for the super rich, the average person can't afford to spend money here. Go work on something else. Don't take it too seriously. Got it, Sister Ray, the tall girl said. Entering the store, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu wandered around. Seeing the price on it, Xia Xinyu felt as if she was living in a slum. A piece of unremarkable-looking watch, all for several $100,000. Who can afford to carry this kind of stuff except those evil capitalists? Although Lin Yi likes watches, he doesn't know much about them, so he picks and just looks at them. Can you take this watch out and look at it? Lin Yi said, pointing to a watch with a leather strap. I'm sorry, the watches in our store are only displayed in the window, so if you fancy them, you can take them out and show them to you after you pay. The female store manager, Sisterly, said. What kind of logic is that? How can I buy it if I can't even look at it? Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in from outside and shopped up on the other side. The female store manager came over. Can I help you not? Ma'am. Sir, I'm checking my watch and trying to pick out a birthday present for my husband. You can pick as many as you like. These watches, they're all new this year. I think that black dial one is nice. Can you take it out and look at it? Of course. You wait a moment. The female store manager opened the window below, took out the watch the woman was looking at, and handed it over. Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu, who were standing on the side, exchanged glances. What is this? If you can't see it on your own, but you can see it when you meet someone else, is that looking down on people? Chapter 018, Where did the sense of superiority come from? Xia Xinyu felt a little embarrassed. I've heard that these luxury shopkeepers have a kind of arrogance about them, and don't give a damn about ordinary bosses' last names. Now look, the rumors are true, but you can look down on yourself, but not yet. Subconsciously, Xia Xinyu looked at the live broadcast, found out those lemon extracts are souring again. Mocked, I guess. They don't show it to you because they see that you can't afford it. That middle-aged couple, they look like rich people. People will naturally take the initiative to introduce them. Come on, that's a Vacheron Constantin, not your average brand. Don't be ashamed. Lin Yi looked at the female store manager. What do you mean? We're all customers. We should be treated equally, right? I'm sorry, we offer our services by customer class. I hope you understand. The female store manager said. Customer rating? I have my own rating principles and will give different grades and then offer different services. To put it bluntly, I guess it's just a matter of looking at people and dog-eyeing them. Seeing Lin Yi get angry, Xia Xinyu hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Yat, calm down. These luxury store people are just like that. It's not worth getting angry. Sir, please watch your words and attitude or we'll have to call security. The female store manager rolled her eyes and said, it's just two claptrap anchors, and it's extrajudicial to let you visit the store. If it was an upstairs luxury store, you wouldn't even be given the chance to enter. A Vacheron Constantin, actually acting so pretentious. Where's the superiority complex? Lin Yi burst out. But it's probably a brand you'll never be able to afford in your life. The female store manager scoffed. Brother Yat, let's go. Xia Xinyu knew that rich people like Lin Yi had bad tempers. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xia Xinyu took Lin Yi's arm and dragged him out of the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Anyway, there are other brands of expensive watches, and you don't have to buy them here. Seeing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu leave, the middle-aged couple shopping for watches on the side smiled and shook their heads. Young people nowadays are too hot-tempered, and without spending power, they are actually so wild. These youngsters, they are just too impetuous, relying on themselves to have a bit of a fan base on the internet. They are crazy, like Vacheron Constantin, this kind of high-end brand store, which is a place they can come. You two are right. Times have changed and claptrap is all the rage, the female store manager said with a smile. Not really, the middle-aged man said with a smile, but these two are quite interesting. They actually ran off to Patek Philippe. Even if they are young, they can't be ignorant. Patek Philippe boutique. When she saw Lenny come in and Xia Xin come in, the shopgirl was polite and didn't show any signs of boredom. Looking for a men's or women's watch? Ma'am, I can help introduce the two of you, the uniformed female sales clerk said. Lenny looked at Xia Xin. Any good suggestions? This is a bit high-end. I don't really know much about it. I'll just look at the look. Xia Xin said sheepishly. Ask the people in your live feed. When Lenny is not doing anything, he also likes to watch live broadcasts to kill time. Knowing that in the reasoning of the masters and the people, the estimate will have people who understand this aspect. Xia Xin looked at the live broadcast and realized that someone had indeed given reasonable advice. The 001 in the timepiece series is nice, and fits the air of a godly man. 001 appears to be over $2 million. The price is right. It's really nice. A watch of over $2 million is also called a watch? Bringing a watch of over $2 million and you can be called a godly man? Then in this world, a godly man is also too worthless. You've played your cards right, and you're looking down on a watch that costs more than $2 million? Come on, you come to recommend. Let us also see. What kind of watch is considered a good watch? The King of Lemons comment caused a mob of people on the air, but the King of Lemons had been in the battlefield for so many years, so naturally he wouldn't be intimidated by such a battle. When they entered the store just now, there was a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary model in the window for $17.5 million. So if you really think you're a godly man, you should buy this watch. Are you brain dead? Even the bigwigs in Shanghai didn't say they'd buy this watch. And you're asking Lin Dishan how to buy this piece? Your brain has been kicked by a donkey. Oh, if you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. Why do you guys need to spray people? At this time, Lin Yi came over to Xia Sinyu's side, looked at the screen and said, did the water friends in the live broadcast give their opinions? Don't you listen to him? This person is a lemon spirit. Seeing that you have money in your heart is not comfortable. Xia Sinyu said, there was a water friend earlier, who recommended you to buy the 001, saying that it's a pretty good watch. Linny looked at the live broadcast, actually recommending that I buy the 175th anniversary model? Hearing this, the Patek Philippe shopgirls secretly shook their heads. These keyboard warriors are really daring. The 175th anniversary model, limited to 6 pieces worldwide, sells for $17.5 million. Its actual significance is by no means limited to its own fine workmanship and value. More than that, it represents the value of the craftsmanship of Patek Philippe, a centuries-old brand. The person who recommended this watch, at first glance, knows nothing but price talk and is so low. Brother E, don't listen to them, that piece of 001 is still very good, Xia Sinyu said. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for, and this 175th anniversary watch, sold at such a high price, must have its reasons. That's true, but the watch costs $17.5 million. The price does seem a bit steep. Seeing that Lin Yi had conceded, the lemon elves in the live broadcast room swarmed and came out to mock one after another. Now you're a wimp. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a god. It's easy to hit your face. You bought hundreds of thousands of Apple phones and computers and think you can show your superiority? You're too simple. In the future, go out and keep a low profile. Don't think that just because you drive a Pagani wind god, you think the whole world is yours. In this world, there are still things you can't afford. Brother Yat, don't be angry. I'll kick these people out of the live room right now. There's nothing to be angry about. Lenny smiled and said, it's a bit expensive, but I can still afford it. Saying that, Lenny walked to the front of the window and confidently scrutinized it. It looked pretty good. It should fit with himself. Can you help me put that 175th anniversary watch together? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Both stared with their eyes and mouths open in a bit of disbelief. What did you say, sir? You want to buy that 175th anniversary model? Lin Yi nodded. Couldn't you? Chapter 019, Heartbreak. Dang. Sure. Then help me load it up. Lin Yi calculated that with his current assets, buying a $17.5 million watch was indeed a bit extravagant, but people were openly mocking themselves, so if they didn't show it, they would really be looked down upon by them. Anyway, now the Gulf Hotel and the Shanghai International Circuit are their own. There will be a steady stream of income in the future. Spend this money to buy a watch. It does not matter. Hearing that Linny was going to buy the 175th anniversary model, the people in the broadcast room instantly exploded. See, Lin the Great is going to buy that 175th anniversary model. Now is there anything else you guys want to say? Casually spending $17.5 million. You've never seen so much money in your lives. The lemon goblins stopped talking in the face of the crowd mobbing them. In fact, they want to use the keyboard in their hands to mock the wave. But people casually buy a $17.5 million watch. There's no room for mocking yourself at all. Sir, there is something that needs to be clarified with you. The female store manager came over and said in the gentlest tone of her life, "What's on display in the window is just a model. If you really want to buy it, we'll have to transfer it from our headquarters in Switzerland, which will take 3 days at the very least." "Okay, but I may not have time to come over. Do you offer home delivery?" "Sir, you are joking. You bought this watch. Even if the official delivery service is not provided, we will deliver it to your doorstep out of our own pockets. Don't worry about that." "Good then. Swipe your card now." Linny handed over his bank card. Password 000000. Trembling, he took the bank card from Lingy's hand, then swiped away $17.5 million. Not to mention XINU. Even the female sales clerks who were used to seeing the dirt, all found this breathtaking. Spending so much money on a watch casually. Normally rich people, they can't do this. "Xiao Sun, go take down the table in the window," the female store manager said. "Got it, Sister Lu. I'll go now." Xia Xinyu was a bit curious. "How come it's still taken down? Is it not for sale?" "Ma'am, it's like this. This 175th anniversary model, there are only 6 of them in the world, and only one has been allocated to the Yanguo region. And if Mr. Lin buys this watch, then Patek Philippe stores across the country will no longer be eligible to sell it, so we'll have to pull it down." "So it is." Seeing the shopgirl remove the model from the window, the people around came over to see what was going on. This 175th anniversary model has been in the window for over a year, and no one expected it to be taken down on this ordinary day, because it means that someone bought the watch. The staff at several nearby stores were curious to come out and see which tycoon, in fact, had bought the $10+ million watch. "Little son, you sold this 175th anniversary model?" Vacheron Constantin's female store manager, Zhongli, asked in surprise. "Just sold it. A gentleman bought the watch. There are too many tycoons in Shanghai to actually buy this watch? Let me see what it looks like." Zhongli is a little jealous. "Vacheron Constantin, this brand is not bad. Why the tycoon preferred to Patek Philippe? It's in the store." Zhangli inclined her head towards Patek Philippe's store and froze. Isn't that the young man and woman who, just now, came to their store? At precisely this time, Linny took the ticket and walked out of the boutique, bumping into Zhongli. "What a coincidence to arrive here. First, sir, the 175th anniversary watch was bought by you? Do you have a problem with that?" No. How dare I have a problem with that?" Zhongli wanted to die. If they had just not dog-eared themselves, they would have spent money in their store, right? I'm in a ing state of mind. "Sir, we've got a lot of new models in the store too. Why don't you check us out again?" "Forget it. Your Vacheron Constantin is too high class. A like me can only afford a Patek Philippe." The clerks at Patek Philippe were snickering. These rich kids can really get in their faces. "Sir, I'm just a small store manager. Why do you have to be so familiar with me?" Zhongli laughed awkwardly. "It's mainly because your brand is too expensive. I just can't afford to consume it." Linny pointed at the middle-aged couple not far away. "You go to them well. Look at the rich people. I pocket these few coins, which is afraid to compare with others?" Seeing Zhongli and the middle-aged couple being disliked, the live broadcast was filled with jeering voices. "Serves you right. Actually looking down on great divine Master Lin. Looking for death. Noble Vacheron Constantin. You can't mess with that. Cripes, is even Patek Philippe considered a hangman's brand?" Linny looked towards all directions, found the location of the elevator, and rushed towards XINU. "Come on, go upstairs." Good. Seeing Linny disliking Zhongli, Xia Xinyu was inexplicably soothed. Having money can be really good. If it was himself, after being stimulated by Zhongli, he would definitely choose to leave silently. But Linny was different, backhandedly buying almost $17.5 million worth of watches to punch Zhengli in the face. And she didn't dare say a word. It's nice to have money power. Under the envy of countless people, the two arrived at the 6th floor in one piece. This is a place that sells luxury goods. If you can't think of it, there's nothing you can't buy here. Do you know anything about men's clothing? Linny asked. From the clothes he wore before, they were all Anta, Senma and the like. For other brands of men's clothing, Linny did not know much, and wanted to consult Xia Xinyu's opinion. I've heard that Diaz and Armani have good menswear to check out. Xia Xinyu also just heard. Usually in blowing water is okay. As for these two brands specifically, how? She does not understand. If it wasn't for Linny, she wouldn't have had the guts to wander down to this floor. Let's go. Diaz seems to be right in front of us. Let's go check it out first. Aha. A dozen meters ahead, the two had just entered Diaz's store when they were stopped by the female clerk. Sir, please stay. What's wrong? The shopgirl didn't say anything, but pointed to a small sign next to her, and the two of them looked at it to see that it read, "No network anchors allowed." Seeing such a slogan, Xia Xinu immediately felt embarrassed and her face turned red. What kind of rule is that? Your mall is too weird, Linny said. It's not a mall rule because the webcasters don't have a very good reputation, and not only do they point fingers, but they end up not buying anything, and we have no choice. The shopgirl's face was so thick with superiority that she was close to outright calling Linny a clamoring pauper. Chapter 020, Diamond Membership. Brother Yat, why don't you go in? I'll just wait outside. What's the point of waiting outside? Linny said. The customer is God. What kind of person lets God wait outside? But, let's go. They can't buy it at their house. Go look elsewhere. There's still Armani, isn't there? Xia Xinyu thanked Linny from the bottom of her heart, saving her face in a way. Even though you are a woman, you still want to save face. Without going far, the two of them arrived at the Armani boutique, which had some pretty good men's clothing, and were ready to buy a few pieces. Excuse me, ma'am, sir, but the store has a rule against webcasters. Before they could enter the store, the two were stopped again. What's wrong with network anchors? As for this, Linny was a bit puzzled. They haven't broken any laws, so why can't they enter? We're a luxury store here. For one thing, and filming is prohibited. In fact, if webcasters came into our store to shoot videos, it would affect our normal business. Linny shook his head. How could selling a luxury item still sell a sense of superiority? Then I'll put my cell phone away. That should do it. Xia Xinyu didn't want Linny to lose face and took the initiative to say, it's your freedom to accept or not. If you really want to come and spend money, we naturally welcome it, but if it's just to look around, I think it's better not to waste each other's time. Let's go. Go to another store. Linny said. I don't believe it. All the stores are like this. If he dumped Xia Xinyu, there would be no one to stop him. But she had been following her and had given quite a bit of pertinent advice, so naturally she couldn't leave her behind. Linny didn't feel like he was a gentleman, but there had to be a minimum of poise. It's the same when you go to other stores. Unless it's a national brand, all of the big international brands like ours don't allow webcasters to enter. You'll get shut out even if you go there, so it's better to take a look elsewhere, the LV shopgirl said. Seeing the people from the other stores, all looking on, Xia Xinu was embarrassed. Are webcasters that unpopular? I didn't do anything to hurt you. Since I can't buy anything here, I'll just go somewhere else, Linny said indifferently, not taking the situation at hand to heart. Aha, Xia Xinyu answered, and the two of them walked towards the elevator, and coincidentally at that moment, the elevator door opened. A young man, dressed in formal attire, walked out from inside and jogged all the way to Linny's side. Egu, Mr. Lin, I've found you. Looking for me? Linny was a bit puzzled. We don't seem to know each other, do we? Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shucheng, the manager of Taimu Plaza. You wanted to see me about something? It's like this. Just now when you were in the Patek Philippe's boutique, you bought that $17.5 million watch, and you automatically got a diamond member of our Taiki Plaza, and I'm delivering the card to you. Spent $17.5 million. Li Shucheng's words made the shopkeepers of the major specialty stores, one after another, close their mouths in surprise. The whole thing is bad. Himself just now, unexpectedly rejected such a super tycoon? Who gave himself the courage? Saying that, Li Shucheng handed over a white gold-colored card that looked like it should be real gold dust. There's still such a rule. Linny smiled. I'll take it then. Yes, In our mall. You can get a diamond membership if you spend more than 10 million in total. Okay, I'll take the stuff for now. Bye. Mr. Lin isn't going to stroll around anymore? Seeing Lin Yi leave empty-handed, Li Shucheng asked. They won't let me in either. So what's the point of shopping? Not letting you in? Li Shucheng froze for a moment. How could that be? We are a high-end mall here. We won't block customers. My friend is an anchor. So these people stopped us outside. Lin Yi said. Probably afraid we can't afford what's here. No. Don't get me wrong, sir. Several of the female sales clerks of LV. All of them came out and stood in front of Lin Yi apologizing repeatedly. We didn't mean to offend you. I hope you don't us in generally. A couple of the female sales clerks almost pissed themselves under the shock. If people can afford a $17.5 million watch, can they not afford to spend on a few pieces of clothing? And diamond members of Taiki Plaza have a lot of privileges. If there is a complaint from them, there is not even any room for discussion and they will be dismissed outright. It's kind of kicked the hornet's nest this time. At the same time, Diaz and Armani's clerk stepped forward and apologized to Lin Yi. Sir, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to. I hope you can give me a chance. See the women in the major boutiques, all of them stepping forward to apologize. Xia Xinyu's live broadcast room immediately turned into a large carnival scene. I'm most unaccustomed to their disgusting mouths. Selling a luxury product and feeling superior. Where is the sense of superiority? Hurry up and file a complaint against them and fire all these people. How dare you look down on great divine Master Lin? You don't even look at your own virtues. Why don't you let network anchors in? They're digging up your family's ancestors' graves. Li Shucheng didn't realize that in the live broadcast room, there would be such a big commotion. But you could tell by the look on his face that he was already going to be pissed off. What's wrong with all of you? How many times have I told you not to look at people with colored glasses? None of you want to do it, do you? Just now, Li Shuchen quietly checked Lin Yi's spending records. Found out that not only did I buy a $17.5 million watch, but I also bought 20 cell phones and a computer of the latest model. Buying things like this without looking at the price of dirt. If not out of this kind of thing, the least you can do is spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is great. It's all spoiled for these guys. The women sales clerks all dropped their heads, their condescending demeanor swept away. Some are still apologizing in order to keep their jobs. Apologizing isn't necessary. Go back to your business. All of you. Lin Yi waved his hand in a cloudy manner and brought Xia Xinyu downstairs piece by piece. Li Shucheng lectured the others a few more times before he went downstairs with Lin Yi in a flurry. To the 5th floor. Basically the second line of light luxury brands. Domestic and foreign brands half and half. The style is also good. Buying 5 sets of clothes in one go, Li Shucheng arranged for someone to help Lin Yi take them out. Mr. Lin, there's a Primera not far away. Is that your car? The car was sold for over $2 million, and it's very likely that it belongs to Lin Yi. At his price, a regular car no longer fits his demeanor. Lin Yi shook his head. My car is on the other side. Li Shucheng turned around and suddenly drew a breath of cold air. Pagani wind god. This car seems to cost more than $20 million. Chapter 021, 3 cups of wine for 10,000 fathoms of red dust. 1 tea for 1,000 autumns of greatness. Lin Yi nodded. It's just a means of transportation. Don't make a fuss. Generations. Lin Yi's words made Li Shucheng feel, deeply, the malice from the rich. I can't believe I'm saying that the $20+ million Windjammer is a replacement car. Are you kidding me? Patting Li Shucheng on the shoulder. I'll leave first. Well, I hope that today's events will not cause Mr. Lin any trouble, and on behalf of all the staff at Taiki Plaza, I look forward to your return visit. Under the gaze of countless people, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu got into the car. Where are you going? I'll take you back. Just send me home. Xia Xinyu said contentedly. She was already satisfied to have gotten a ride in a supercar today, and to have followed Lin Yi around Taiki Plaza. Good. This time, Lin Yi didn't let Xia Xinu place an order. After all, he had given himself a lot of advice, so he couldn't be charging her money. It's just one order. No big deal. Driving the car to Tianyi home, Lin Yi casually took a cell phone over and handed it over to Xia Xinyu. Sent to you. Thanks for the help. Send me? Seeing the cell phone Lin Yi handed over, Xia Xinyu was taken aback. That's over 10,000 for a top-of-the-line fruit phone. Or what? That's not good. I'm quite content to be allowed to be an ultra runner. Take it. It's not much money. Thank you, brother Yat. After getting off the bus, Xia Xinu held her cell phone and watched Lin Yi leave. Today's events were just too dreamy for her. A random ding-dong, disguised as his boyfriend, surprisingly meets a rich kid experiencing life. It's true that life is full of surprises. After sending Xia Xinyu home, Linny didn't take any more orders and drove to the Shanghai International Circuit according to the instructions of the navigation. Seeing the racing track, which covered an area of 5.3 square kilometers, Linny felt very dreamy. This will be your own place from now on. When he reached the office building in front of the door, Linny walked straight in. The construction was similar to any other company, with a large bar at the entrance, where two young women were sitting, chattering away as if they were gossiping. You know, it's rumored that Qinghan is coming to our racetrack, one of the long-haired women said. Who is Qinghan? The long-haired woman asked curiously, obviously not knowing the man. You're also too outdated. Don't you read micro-research? Even the famous Big Brother Qinghan doesn't know about it. Out you are. I don't really know this guy, the long-haired woman said with a bit of drollery. It's said that this Duke Qin is an exceptionally rich second generation, and his identity is extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knows what their family does, the short-haired woman said in a heartfelt manner. Opinions vary, but in any case it's very rich. Such a person should not be someone we can mess with. That's for sure. If we are lucky enough to take a picture with each other later on, we'll make a lot of money today. As for this look, well, seems like someone is coming. Seeing that someone had come in, the two of them stopped talking in a hurry and got up. Sir, we're closed for business today. I'm here to see your manager. His name is Zhou Haitao, right? What do you want with our manager? Lin Yi thought about it. If he said that he had acquired their racetrack, I guess these two people would look at themselves as if they were retarded. After all, he really didn't look much like a rich man in this outfit. Just say my name is Lin Yi, and you guys can just notify me. Oh, well, you wait a moment. Trouble. Just as the short-haired woman was about to leave, she noticed that the door was pushed open and 4 people walked in from outside. All of them were young, almost in their 20s, and several notches above Lin Yi in terms of dress. Seeing the man leading the group, Lin Yi felt a bit familiar. It seems to be the same Qin Han they were talking about earlier. Although not as high profile as Principal Wang, you can often see his picture on micro-research. Seeing Lin Yi, Qing Han's face wasn't very nice, and he was even a bit serious. Didn't we all inform you before that we're clearing out today? Why are there still outsiders coming in? Hearing Qing Han questioning her, the short-haired woman was taken aback. Young Qin, I'm really sorry. This gentleman is looking for our manager Zhou. Hurry up and let Fatty Zhou come down to take care of it. We're practicing today and we don't want anyone interrupting the sneak peeks here. I'm sorry, young Qin. I'll make the arrangements. The short-haired woman walked out from the front desk, pulling Lin Yi hurriedly to the side. Come on, follow me to the second floor. Don't upset young Qin. Lin Yi laughed. As for that, he doesn't seem to be your leader. Although he's not our leader, he's the famous Qin Han. Not many people in Shanghai to mess with. If it wasn't for you, I don't think young Qin could get angry. The short-haired woman sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for this man, she might have been able to ask for a group photo. It's all in the good. It's all fizzled out. The two reached the second floor in one piece and the short-haired woman knocked on the door. A muffled voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yi pushed the door and entered. Inside there was a mahogany desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a blonde figure, almost in his 40s, looking at the statement in his hand. Manager Zhou, there's a guest. Seeing the person who came in, Zhou Haitao hurriedly stood up. Oi, Mr. Lin, why did you come by yourself? Call me in advance so I can go pick you up. Lin, Mr. Lin? The short-haired woman froze and looked at Lin Yi incredulously. Which company's boss was this? How can you be so young? There's no need to get all worked up about it. Just come yourself. Zhou Haitao welcomed Lin Yi to the sofa and commanded. Xiao Zhao, quickly go and pour our Mr. Lin a glass of water. Why are you still standing there? Our Mr. Lin, our Shanghai International Circuit, has been wholly acquired by Mr. Lin. Quickly call Mr. Lin. Acquired. The short-haired woman named Zhou froze in her tracks. The person you've been spouting off about is your old boss? What kind of money is he worth? He's so rich. No, I'll go now. Taking advantage of the short-haired woman pouring water, Zhou Haitao handed Lin Yi all the pre-organized documents. Mr. Lin, this is the company's water flow and business for the past 6 months. Please take a look. I'm not going to read all this specialized stuff. Everything will be done the way it was before. If there is something that can't be solved, just report back to me at. Got it, Mr. Lin. If you have any instructions on your side, You can also give them at any time. And those of us who are subordinates will fully cooperate. Lin Yi got up and said, I didn't come here to give you guys a hard time. From now on this will be my property. Take me down there and take a look. 3 cups of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, and a cup of tea for 1,000 years of greatness. Having this top-notch racetrack, one's first step, of sorts, has been taken. Chapter 022, Mr. Lin is the boss here. Fine. Please follow me. Mr. Lin, led by Zhou Haitao, the two of them went to the observation deck of the racetrack. The winding runway was as grand as it could be, making Lin Yi's hands itch a little. Mr. Lin, if you can buy this place, you must be a fan of racing. Do you want to drive 2 laps? Zhou Haitao suggested. It's okay. While getting this racetrack, along with master driving skills, now that you have the opportunity, it's natural to experience it. My car is parked at Gate C. Ask someone to drive it over for me. Seeing the car keys in Lin Yi's hand, Zhou Haitao broke out in a cold sweat. Other people's rich second generation are Lamborghini, Porsche and so on the car. His boss is really luxurious. Even got a Pagani. The cheapest car of this brand costs almost $10 million. It's simply trenchant. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Receiving the keys to the Pagani, Zhou Haitao called a staff member. Go and bring Mr. Lin's car over. Be careful when you're driving. Don't give it a touch. Don't worry, manager. Lamborghini, Ferrari or whatever. I drive a lot. I'm sure I won't make a mistake. That kind of multi-million-dollar car is nothing. Mr. Lin, this is a Pagani Wind God. Nearly 30 million. It's not the same as other sports cars. It's actually a Pagani. Learning that Lin Yi's car was a Pagani Wind God, the staff felt the car keys in their hands sink quite a bit. Got it, manager. I'll be sure to be careful. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Zhou Haitao looked at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, let's go down and take a look. If there's anything we're not satisfied with, we can rectify it in the near future. Let's go. Idle. The two men walked down the steps and into the arena. It was precisely here that a roaring wave of sound came from far and near. Just 2 Porsches, a Donmar, and a Lamborghini, drove around the other side of the curve, and stopped in front of Lin Yi and Zhou Haitao. All 4 are luxury cars, but the 2 Porsches pale in comparison to the Donmar and Lamborghini, especially that Lamborghini. The highest domestic selling price is up to more than $9 million. Definitely can enter the top luxury car. Seeing a few cars, Zhou Haitao immediately stood up straight and looked especially respectful. The doors of the cars opened one after another, and Shin Han and his friend got down from the car. Their faces not very nice. Fatty Zhou, what's wrong with you? Treating my words as if they fell on deaf ears? What are you talking about? Young Qin, as early as 3 days ago, I informed you that I had this place wrapped up, and you actually brought someone in. What were you thinking? Shin Han said. Don't you know the words idle? Qin Shao, you may have misunderstood. Standing beside me is Mr. Lin Yi Lin. As early as in the morning, the full-funded enough our Shanghai International Circuit. Now here is his property. Zhou Haitao secretly shook his head. Although your name Qin Han is loud and clear, but really, you're the idle ones. You said he owns this place? Qin Han and his friends, all of them froze. I didn't realize that this casually dressed guy had wholly acquired the Shanghai International Circuit. To acquire this racetrack, you'd have to have a few $1 billion at the very least. He's so young, he must have spent all his family's money on it, but casually using billions of dollars. His identity, I'm afraid, is not simple. Manager Zhou, I'm going to run a few laps here in a while, so clear out the people. And if it involves the issue of liquidated damages, just accompany the payment as usual. This, Zhou Haitao was a bit embarrassed, standing in front of himself, but the famous Qin Han Qin Gongzi. How dare you say such a thing when you're so small and insignificant? Qin Han smiled and pulled out a pack of unwrapped cigarettes from his pocket, handing one over to Lin Yi. Dude, I'm sorry about earlier. Have one. Stretching his hand, Lin Yi took the cigarette, and Qin Han took the initiative to light it for him. Want to run a lap? Lin Yi shook his head. Let's just forget about it. It's okay, I'll let you have 10 seconds. It's all entertainment anyway. Fight or die. Consider it making friends. I mean, you're no match for me, so just forget it. You're kidding, Qin Han said, holding a cigarette and pointing to his Lamborghini. When I bought this car, it cost over $9 million, and another $3 million after the modifications. So you think I'm no match for you? Performance is just one aspect of it. The most important thing is the person driving it. If you say that, I'm not convinced. Xinghan said. I've been in the circle here since I was 18 years old, and I've won a lot of big and small awards. And with professional racers, there's definitely still a gap. But in this circle of amateurs, I haven't really convinced anyone. 2 laps then. I've got an itch in my hand to try and see what this place feels like anyway. Where is your car? Xinghan looked around. If you think my car is too nice and taking advantage of you, I can change it to something else. No, it's just a Lamborghini. Xinghan and his friends full of black lines. This pussy pretend. But also Lamborghini just? Buzz off. The roar came at this time. Looking at the sound, Xinghan saw a silver-colored behemoth that drove in through the entrance. My god, what's that? A Pagani Windjammer. This car I only see over Jinchen. Zhenghai even have a. Xinghan looked at Lin Yi unexpectedly. This car is yours? Well, it's not expensive, but it should be better than your car. Xinghan, that's more than a good point. Even if I added the mods, it wouldn't be worth half as much as you. What a load, Lin Yi said as the Pagani stopped in front of the crowd. Isn't it a bit of a bully for me to drive this car? That's not so bad, Xinghan said. It's true that your car is not cheap, but looking at the appearance, it should not have been modified, while my Lamborghini, but spent more than $3 million on modifications. On the performance of the by no means lose you, and even a little bit of the lead. Is that I took advantage of the cheap? Try it then. Xinghan waved his hand toward his friend. Move the car and give up the field. I'll run 2 laps with this dude. No problem. The remaining 3 cars were put in the public area, and both Lin Yi's Wind God and Qin Yi's were parked on the track. The owner of the Porsche said, who do you think has a better chance of winning between the 2 of them? They still need to say it. His Wind God even more expensive, but also the original car. Old Qin's, but spent more than $3 million of modification fees. Even a screw can be called the top in the performance than the Wind God is stronger. In addition to his own driving skills, this game is certainly a crushing bureau. No suspense, Tanma's owner said. Chapter 023, take a sports car, drive a drop, whoever sees it will be blindfolded. Buzz off, the roar came again, and Zhou Haitao stood in the center and said loudly, 3, 2, 1, begin. At the word of command, the 2 supercars leapt out like beasts of burden. Just a few dozen meters out, Lin Yi was a length ahead of Xinghan. How is this possible? The owner of the Porsche was horrified. The strongest part of this car of Qin Xiao is the start, and now it's actually losing? Such a situation took a few of Xinghan's friends and made them look dumbfounded. No one expected this. Right off the bat. Don't panic yet. Old Qin's cornering skills are second to none. The back is all continuous curves. That's where he'll show his true skills, the owner of the Tanma said. A few minutes later, halfway through the race, a few of Xinghan's friends, their hearts were hanging in the air. Behind them were continuous curves. The time has come to put technology to the test. What's going on here? Qin Xiao has already slowed down in advance and prepared to enter the corner. Why doesn't that Wind God react at all? Does he want to rush through at this speed? The Porsche owner said. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if a professional racer comes, he wouldn't dare to use this speed to enter the corner. A little carelessness, the car will be destroyed. That kid is absolutely crazy. A few seconds later, a few of Xinghan's friends were, once again, dumbstruck. Totally unbelievable. What I saw in front of me, 2 turns in a row? If I'm not mistaken, he's entering the corner at 130 miles per hour. This guy is absolutely nuts. His car, all the performance, are not as good as the old Qin's, but still can enter the corner at such a speed. Picturesque. After a few consecutive turns, Lin Yi's car stopped in front of the crowd. At the very least, it was more than 10 seconds ahead of Xinghan. When Xinghan got out of the car, the way he looked at Lin Yi had changed to admiration. Lose with conviction, Xinghan said. But I'd like to know how it's possible for you to start out faster than me, because you didn't start out the right way. You're naturally inferior to me. Not as good as you? Before starting, press the clutch in place, put it in first gear, then push the RPM to 4,000 and control the speed of lifting the clutch, and the throttle to match. Then accelerate with the floorboards to squeeze the engine power cleanly before shifting gears. This is the best way to start. Xinghan and the others listened in awe. In all my years of playing with cars, this is the first time I've heard of such a start. This is too unconventional. What about the super high-speed entry? How did you do that? Lin Yi shrugged and said easily, practice makes perfect. It's a matter of technique. If it wasn't the first time I've driven on this track, it might have been faster. Awesome, Xinghan said with a thumbs up. I've met an expert today. Saying that, Chinghan took out his cell phone. Buddy, add a Weibo? Contact often in the future. Alright. Linny took out his cell phone and added Chinghan's Weixin. I'll find a place for the evening. We'll hang out and have a good drink. Just to make friends. Before Linny could answer, his cell phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan calling. Pick me up at the office. I'm going to call a cab. Let me know when you get there. No problem. Ji Qingyan also knew that Linny was experiencing life, and didn't say that he'd let him deliver for nothing, and was prepared to call him over and place an order. I'm afraid I can't today. Come to live. Hanging up the phone, Linny said, let's make an appointment for another day. Come alive? Someone's calling for a ride. I've got to get over there and get to work. Ha? Hailing a car? Work? Well, I'm a ding-dong opener, and when someone wants to place an order, I can't say no. Chinghan and the others were filled with black lines. Don't tell me you're going to drive a Pagani to drive a ding-dong. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's as if you're teasing me. You can't even earn back the gas money if you pull a trip to Dingdang. Chinghan said breathlessly. There's still a small profit to be made. Otherwise how else would I be able to feed my family? Chinghan bought this racetrack in one fell swoop. And you say you support your family by running ding-dongs. I'll believe the hell out of you. I'll leave you guys to keep playing. Linny waved his hand before getting into his car and driving towards the Chaoyang group. Zhou Haitao didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. I had thought that a rich young master like Chinghan would already be very good at playing, but I didn't realize that my own boss was more of a player than I thought. Take a sports car, drive a ding-dong, and blind anyone who sees it. Almost 30 minutes later, Linny drove to the underground parking lot of the Sunrise Group and sent a Weixin message to Ji Qingyan. Then just wait in the car for her to come out. Linny looked around and found his former broken charade, still parked alone. Took the time to have to drive it to the Kyushu court. It was the first car in my life, and even though it's now retired, it had to be handled properly. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk down from the elevator, carrying her own bag. You're fast enough. I thought it would take a while to get here. I'm going to place my order. Watch the phone so someone else doesn't take it. Don't worry. Keep an eye on it. Grabbing the order successfully, Linny drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. By the way, I have a reunion tonight, and you'll have to pick me up then. What's the point of being so polite? I'm just a manual laborer, and when there's business on the doorstep, there's no reason not to do it. The hell with believing you're a manual laborer. Ji Qingyan blanked Linny. At the very least, I haven't driven a Pagani yet. Linny smiled. Aren't you going to the reunion? Why are you still going home? How troublesome. I've been wearing these clothes all day. I need to go back and change and clean up on the way. It just so happens that there are still 8 squats left to do. Linny said. Che, you stinky men. Your heads are always thinking about these things. Originally I wanted to forget about it. You're the one who said you'd honor your promise. I just reminded you. And you can blame me for that? Of course I did. I can't even think of that kind of action. They're all piggish. Linny was speechless. Ji Qingyan was really simple. A District S squad is not innocent? Soon, Linny drove the car to the Cloudwater Villa. The two entered the house one after another. Ji Qingyan put down her handbag and then said, there are drinks and coffee in the fridge. Help yourself to whatever you want. Then I won't be polite to you. Ji Qingyan went upstairs, and Linny went to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of iced coffee, but was surprised to find a dozen pairs of stockings sitting in the fridge. Instantly, the iced coffee in my hand just didn't taste right. Chapter 024, Honoring Promises. Why did you even put the coffee back? Standing upstairs, Ji Qingyan said. Seeing your stockings and coffee together instantly made me not want to drink it. I don't think you've ever been to another woman's house. Have you? Ji Qingyan spat. How do you know? Women's stockings are kept in the refrigerator so that they are more durable. Ji Qingyan said. Besides, those stockings are unopened. All new. So what are you afraid of? And the mental suggestion is too strong. Never mind. I'll have a glass of plain water. Seeing that Linny really didn't drink the coffee in the fridge, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. It's kinda cute to look at. Okay, make yourself whatever you want to drink. I'm going to take a shower later. It might take a while. My laptop is on the dining room table. Feel free to play with it. Okay. Soon there was the sound of rushing water from upstairs. Linny was idly bored and got up to take a turn outside the villa. The air was fresh and the scenery was pleasant. When he came here yesterday, Linny was still envious of Ji Qingyan's villa. But now, it doesn't feel that way. The entire Kyushu pavilion was his own, and there was nothing to envy anymore. Linny had nothing to do, so he took Ji Qingyan's laptop and looked for a movie to kill time. For almost 20 minutes, the sound of running water ended, and then the sound of a door opening was heard. "There's a new email for you on the computer," Linny said. Ji Qingyan's voice came from upstairs. "It should be a business document. Don't worry about it, just keep playing with yours. It doesn't seem to be a business email from your company. Not company mail? Looks like a shipping notification from someplace. It's the one you bought. What shipped?" For the next 10 seconds or so, there was a silence. "No, don't bother." Ji Qingyan felt like she was going crazy. "If you ship, you ship. What are you doing reminding me with an email? And not sooner, not later, but at this time. Are you trying to screw me over?" In fact, Ji Qingyan was reminded of this every time she bought something, only she didn't take it seriously. "Mr. Ji, on your computer, there's another email." Before Linny could finish his sentence, he heard stomping footsteps coming from the second floor. Ji Qingyan, wrapped in a towel, trotted over to Linny and snatched the laptop, looking at it quietly before realizing it was actually a spam email. "Just ceiling spam. What are you yelling at me for? You can't blame me for this," Linny said innocently. "I was about to tell you it was spam when you ran down." Linny looked Ji Qingyan up and down. "You couldn't have bought something unseemly for fear of me seeing it." "What nonsense. I'm not who you think I am." Ji Qingyan's cheeks flushed red as she returned upstairs, clutching her laptop. By the time she was on her way down, she was already finishing up. A beige wrap dress, slim and decent, good body are highlighted. The hair was up in a bun and there was a brooch of diamonds in front of her body, which was worth a lot of money at a glance. "How about this outfit? Give some advice. Why do I get the feeling you're less like going to a reunion and more like going to a beauty pageant?" "That's the effect we want. A good number of female students are going, so we can't let people outshine us." Lin Yi thought about it, and Ji Qingyan had a point. People are so realistic and good at judging people by their looks nowadays. It's understandable that she dresses up like this. I feel pretty good about it. So if you're ready, let's get going now. If I remember correctly, you still seem to owe me 8 squats, I think. "Don't worry, I didn't forget," Ji Qingyan said as her face turned a little red. "It's just 8 squats. I'll pay it back now so you don't have to talk about it later." "If you say so, then I'm not going to be polite." Linny leaned back on the couch like a grandpa. "Please begin your performance." Ji Qingyan pulled over the stool and was just about to start when she suddenly stopped the movement of her hand. "You go close the curtains, and then see if there's anyone out there." Linny was speechless. "You're just doing an squat. It's not that bad, right? Did you forget about last time? When my dad ran into me? My mom called me several times afterward, and I lost my face," Ji Qingyan said. "If someone with a heart of gold sees it again, I won't have to be a human being." "Alright, if you say so, I'll work hard and close the curtains." "You're just getting a cheap shot. You're the one enjoying it, alright. Don't say that either. As the president of a company, keeping your word is the most basic character you can have. Che, just know how to make excuses." Linny put the curtains on both sides of the floor-to-ceiling windows, all of which were pulled up, and the brightly lit villa dimmed down in an instant. Ji Qingyan held onto the chair, her face a little red, then twisted her plump waist and did 8 squats. Compared to the first time, Ji Qingyan's movements had improved tremendously, and she was more attractive than those female anchors. "I've honored my promise. We're clear. Okay, go." It's a 5-star restaurant that specializes in seafood. The flavor and the consumption, absolutely top-notch. Before leaving the house, Linny pointed down at the curtains. "Aren't you going to pull them back?" "No, it'll be dark by the time I get back, so I'll save getting it." Linny nodded and took the lead, but just as he stepped out of the house, he fixed his feet. "Why don't you go?" Ji Qingyan asked from behind. "Meeting an acquaintance." "You still have friends you know here?" "He and I just met yesterday, but you probably know him better." Ji Qingyan looked up and suddenly realized that her dad and mom were standing in the yard. Chapter 025, The Mysterious Landlord. "Are you two done?" Seeing Lin Yi, Ji and Tai was smiling from ear to ear. "Look at that. Was I right? Isn't this young man a sight for sore eyes?" "It's true. He's taller than Qingyan by half a head. Standing together is quite a match." Ji Qingyan's mother, Song Minghui, said with a smile. Ji Qingyan froze. When did you guys get here?" "Come 10 minutes, Ji Antai said. "Seeing that the curtains were drawn in the house, the two of us were afraid of delaying you, so we didn't dare to go in outside." Ji Chengyan could not wait to find a crack in the ground. She was really afraid of what would come. "Dad, Mom, let me explain. I was just changing. That's why I closed the curtains. It's not what you think. There's no need to explain. We've been there before. And you're also a big girl. Things like this are normal. We all understand. Song Minghui said. From her kind eyes, Linny could tell, as if to say again, that his daughter had finally grown up. Mom, what are you thinking? It's really not what you think. I'm just changing my clothes. Okay. Mom's not going to say anything, so I'll just assume you guys are changing. Ji Qingyan was helpless. Today, this matter, she could not wash herself even if she jumped into the Mu water. Alright, what's with that expression? I know you have a thin skin, so I won't talk about it. Song Minghui said, they're all so grown up, just be safe. We'll stay out of it. At this time, Ji and Tai interjected. Wifey, it seems like the two of them are going out. So let's not stay here. If there's anything, it's just as well to talk about it later. Song Minghui nodded and looked at Linny kindly. Xiao Lin you and our family Qingyan are together. We won't treat you as an outsider. The day after tomorrow when her grandfather celebrates his birthday. You must come. Okay, well. In front of his elders, Lin Yi couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. As for going or not going, we'll talk about it after the fact. Okay, then we'll leave you guys alone and go out and play. With a word of advice, Ji and Tai and Song Minghui got into the Audi outside piece by piece and took off. Ji Qingyan was speechless and wanted to die. Did you two come all the way out here just to humiliate me? Mr. Ji, are you still leaving? Go, of course. Ji Qingyan didn't want to stay here for a minute. Place your order, please. Ji Qingyan? Thinking about placing an order at this hour. Can't you be a scumbag and comfort me? Angry as she was, in the end, Ji Qingyan still placed the order. Some things were a matter of principle. Linny didn't want to be exempted from the bill, and he couldn't force himself on people. The order was successfully grabbed, and Linny sent Ji Qingyan to the place. Wait for my call tonight. Okay, on call. Linny was about to turn around and leave when a push message came from the software. A 5-star review from Ji Qingyan. Not bad, and quite disciplined. At that exact moment, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, driving safely for 100 kilometers. Rewarded with 200,000 proficiency. Career completion, 55%. Rewarded with 21% of Ding Dong's equity. Seeing the rewards in his head, Linny realized that he hadn't been wrong. Sure enough, it's a 21% stake. It's only been running for too long. You've become Ding Dong's boss? 21% shouldn't be the most, but it's not a small amount either. Stimulation. Fanzhou City, Ding Dang Company Headquarters, President's Office. Ring. President Cheng Shuang's phone rang. Okay, I get it. I respect your choices, and I hope we have another chance to be colleagues in the future. I need the other person's contact information. Just send it to me via private email. After a brief conversation, Cheng Shuang hung up the phone and called his secretary in. Mr. Chang, you're looking for me? Notify the executives above the general manager to meet in the conference room. Got it, Mr. Chang. I'll go and inform now. 10 minutes later, all the executives of Ding Dang Company, all of them came to the conference room. Cheng Shuang looked at everyone and said, I've just received a call. The two shareholders of our company sold their hands, a combined 21% of the equity, all of it, to a person named Lin Yi. Now I need to send someone to get in touch. It's best to invite him to the company as a guest. I can't believe they acquired 21% of the shares in one go. Upon hearing this news, a group of executives, all of them were a bit disbelieving. Given Ding Dong's current size, acquiring a 21% stake would require a minimum of $10 billion or more. What is this mysterious tycoon named Linny all about? How could you acquire so many shares without saying a word and become Ding Dong's second largest director? That's right, this news is true, Cheng Shuang said, but I don't have much information at hand, because everything the other side deals with is done over the phone. No way. Such a big deal done over the phone? Isn't that a little too hasty? It's highly likely that some hidden consortium made a move, but that's all my guess. Cheng Shuang said, now I know that the name of the other party is Linny, a native of Zhonghai. Contact information, 152 ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ă̈ Mr. Chang, leave this task to me. My family is from Zhonghai. I'm more familiar with the environment there. The person who spoke, a woman in her 30s with a big wavy hairstyle, wearing a white lady's formal dress, had the demeanor of a big woman in the workplace. The woman's name is Tian Yen, the vice president of Ding Dang, Deep Chung Shuang's importance. Alright, I'll leave this task to you. Find out as much as you can about his side of the family, and if you can invite him to Fanzhou City, that would be the best. I try. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead, on his cell phone, he checked about Ding Dang's trip, headquartered in the city of Fanzhou. It has a market capitalization of almost $50 billion or so. If you sell your shares, you can at least cash out $10 billion. Lin Yi thought about it, and with his current situation, it didn't seem like there was a need to cash out. You're not short of money yourself, so just treat them like chickens that lay eggs. Wouldn't it be nice to get a few $100 million a year in dividends? Seeing the attribute panel and realizing that the occupation completion had reached 55%, Lin Yi was doubly pleased. Just need to complete another 45% to start a new career. However, the system has clearly stated that there will be a generous reward when the career completion reaches 100%, so it's better to wait until 100% to start a new career. After making his plans, Lin Yi prepared to drive back to the Kyushu Pavilion. It was already his home, so he had to go over there anyhow. Ready to take orders now. From Greenlink along the river to the Kyushu Pavilion Villa area. Chapter 026. Do you think I'm that bad at money? Lin Yi, who was about to pause to take the order, realized that the person who placed the order, after hearing the alert on his phone, was in the same place he was going to. Without even thinking about it, Lin Yi chose to take the order. System tasks and occupational proficiency are dispatched by taking orders. One can't be too lazy. Anyway, it's on the way, not to take it for nothing. After receiving the order, Lin Yi looked at the map. Green Union was not far from here, almost 200 meters away. Just turn the corner. At this moment, in front of the door of Greenlink, there stood a tall woman with a cup of coffee in her hand, taking selfies non-stop. This angle doesn't work. Delete it. This one doesn't have the Greenlink plaque recruited into it, and it doesn't work. That's a good one. Just you. After the selfie was finished, the woman deleted and deleted, finally leaving a few of the most satisfactory, and sent it to the circle of friends. After all the coffee I've had, my favorite is still Greenlink. Why is every other coffee as bad as Foot Wash? After posting it to her friends, she soon had a few dog-licking likes, much to the woman's satisfaction. What the hell? Didn't they say the distance was 200 meters? It's been several minutes and it's still not there. The woman couldn't help but complain when the car she'd ordered hadn't come yet. Just then there was quite a stir in the street. Look guys, it's a Pagani Windjammer. The shape of this car is too exaggerated. Much more flamboyant than a Lamborghini. Compared to a Lamborghini, this car is his ancestor. Many people took out their cell phones to take pictures when they saw the Pagani drive by. You don't see this kind of car very often. You have to photograph it. With all the people watching, Lin Yi's Pagani stopped in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Su, tail number 0389? Because the user's name was not displayed on the order, Lin Yi could only call it that. Yes, it's me. Seeing the Pagani stop in front of him, Su Yang had been baffled, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that the peach blossom is coming because you've been well groomed? Get in the car. Get on. Get on? Su Yang was a bit incredulous. Did he really let himself guess? Skyfall peach blossom luck. Got the rich kid's favor? Oh, good. Opening the car door, amidst the envy of the crowd, Su Yang got into Lin Yi's car. Hello. Getting into Lin Yi's car, Su Yang appeared very formal. It's the first time I've been in a supercar in over 20 years of living. Everything I saw was new to me, but I didn't take any pictures to save face. There's a handsome man around. Gotta be reserved. Hello, Lin Yi responded. My name is Su Yang. Nice to meet you. Well, it's nice to meet you too. Responding briefly, Lin Yi continued driving. I'd like to ask, why did you choose to do this for me? And, where are you taking me? When speaking, Su Yang was very careful, sitting beside himself, but a rich second generation driving a Pagani. You can't upset a guy like that the first time you make contact with him. Now that he had taken the initiative to throw out the olive branch, perhaps it was possible that his own life, for all intents and purposes, would change. I picked you? Lin Yi looked at Su Yang. Wasn't it you who called Ding Dang? It should have been you who picked me, right? And why are you asking me where I'm going when you've already written down the address and said you're going to the Kyushu Pavilion? Su Yang's head was in a daze. What did you say? You're Ding Dang driver? Yeah, why? Which drive a sports car out to do ding dong ah? Su Yang said. News service. So it is. Su Yang disliked. White happy a game. Get half a day. Is a open ding dong. Lin Yi was speechless. This face changed. It was really fast. Learning about Lin Yi's identity, Su Yang took out his cell phone and took hundreds of pictures before and after. Shoot until there's nowhere else to shoot. Then stop. Your company is quite interesting. Actually came out with the luxury car business. Is it to create a topic? Su Yang said with a big grin. Who said this car belongs to the company? Lin Yi said. This car is mine. Don't even pretend. You think you can pick me up just by saying that? Dream on? Lin Yi was speechless. Do I look like I'm faking to you? Big brother, do you think I don't have a brain? Su Yang said. I have lived for so many years. I have never heard of any rich second generation will come out to run ding dong. You are just a stinking part-time job, convenient to give the enterprise to do publicity. So don't you blow? Can't fool me. What do you mean? Smelly working man? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a part-timer? Although I am also a part-time worker, my career is much more high-end than yours. Su Yang said. So people like you should go and fool those ignorant girls. You're not my type and you're not qualified to pick me up yet. Squeak. Lin Yi slammed his foot on the brake and almost threw Su Yang out. Are you sick? What are you doing stepping on the emergency brake? Su Yang cursed. If you're really good, just buy your own car and drive it. Why call ding dang? Lin Yi said. Seeing your plastic face makes me sick to my stomach. Don't affect my appetite for dinner. Get off. You stinking open ding dong. How dare you scold me? Who do you think you are? I'm a consumer. I'm God. Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. Doesn't matter. Lin Yi felt like he owed his hand. He thought he was going to take the order casually because he was on his way, but he didn't expect to meet such a green tea. Didn't you tell me to get lost? I won't. Su Yang arrogantly said. I'm not only going to give you a bad review today, I'm also going to call and complain about you. Report all you want, but if you don't get down there, I'm going to have to kick you down. Seeing Lin Yi's cold face, Su Yang was also a bit flustered. If there was a conflict and you soiled your clothes, you wouldn't be able to apply for a job at the 9 Continents Pavilion later. Well, just you wait. I won't let you go. I'll just wait. Su Yang got out of the car, and Lin Yi took the car perfume and sprayed it for a while. It only barely covered up the flavor. The car hadn't driven far before I got a system alert on my cell phone that it was a bad review. It must have been made by Su Yang, but Lin Yi didn't care. He had the system on his body, so he was still afraid of this? When he was almost at the Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Is it Lin Yi? A middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. It's me. What's the matter with you? How dare you scold the passengers? People's complaint calls have gone to the headquarters, even dragged me into being scolded. If there is a next time, you will have to deduct money from your margin. Listening to the other party's tone of voice, Lin Yi had already guessed who it was. It was probably Ding Dang's regional agent, or else he couldn't have spoken to himself in that tone. Deduct whatever you want. You think I'm that bad? You-hoo boy. You've grown capable. Believe it or not, I'll suspend you from operating. Lin Yi smiled. If it was before, such a threat would have been somewhat useful to him. But now, one is a major shareholder of Ding Dang, and one is still afraid of this. If you dare to stop, you must think of the consequences. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Chapter 027, he's the brain-damaged driver. Replying, Lin Yi hung up the phone and drove his car to the Kyushu Pavilion, where the security guards guarding the entrance were the first to welcome him in. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hard work. When Lin Yi drove up to Villa 1, he found a middle-aged fat man, panting and jogging over. Hello, Mr. Lin. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Shou Xian, the property manager of the Kyushu Pavilion. Hello. Lin Yi extended his hand. Hello there. Zhou Xian was flattered and shook Lin Yi's hand. I didn't expect this tycoon who bought 9 villas in one breath to be this easygoing. Mr. Lin, among our property services, we will provide the services of a private butler. The candidates we are making arrangements to send to you as soon as possible. Zhou Xian said. I'll start off today by showing you how to familiarize yourself with the place. There's no rush on the environment first. I'll look at it slowly later. Lin Yi said. Let's go to the house first. Fine. Mr. Lin, follow me. Pushing the door in. The modern, minimalist design style was extremely in line with Lin Yi's aesthetic, and by and large, he was very satisfied. Mr. Lin, in the 9 villas, all the stone comes from the surface mines of Mount Abyss, and the Right Bank Palace, the said palace and the Notre Dame de la Ligne, are made of this material. The family's home, made of mahogany, a rare species of wood, none of which can leave customs without a personal connection. And the chandeliers overhead are made of natural crystal, and the gold threads on the stair railings are painted with pure gold dust. And, Zhou Xian said in great detail, summarized in one, expensive. All the objects in the villa are of the highest specification in the world, even a small screw. Only then did Lin Yi truly realize what it meant to be trenchless. With Zhou Xian at the helm, Lin Yi realized that the developer was really very sweet. Not only prepared living supplies, even the kitchen tea, rice, oil, salt, vinegar and tea, all prepared in great detail. This is not something that your average upscale neighborhood can offer. In fact, it didn't start out that way. Rather, they had learned that Lin Yi had bought the house here, and the property had been specially procured. Ring, ring, ring. Zhou Xian's cell phone. At this time, rang. Fine, fine. I know. I'll have to ask Mr. Lin's opinion first. Looking for me? Lin Yi asked as Zhou Xian hung up. Mr. Lin, it's like this. On our property side, we have expedited the screening of a few private housekeepers for you, and now that they have passed the interviews, as for who to leave behind, it's up to you to decide. What about now? What do I need to do? After today's final round of interviews, the 6 people we screened out are in the property office. If you have time now, let's go over and take a look, Zhou Xian said with a smile. If Mr. Lin is short on time, we can do it some other time. That's okay, it just so happens that I'm free right now, so I'll go over there in a little while and check it out. Good. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Lin. This way please. The property of Jojo Pavilion is a small 2-story building, set up across the road and right next to the sales office so as not to affect the view of the entire villa area. At that moment, in the conference room on the 2nd floor of the property, 5 young women with very different styles sat. The overall age is between 25 and 30. There are cute girls with double ponytails, cold imperial sisters, quiet and virtuous young women, youthful and slim female college students, etc. In short, any style of woman could be seen here, with the aim of maximizing Lin Yi's preferences. On the inside of the 2nd floor, in the office of the deputy general manager, a man and a woman were sitting in front of him. The man was in his 40s, with a lean figure, and was none other than Pei Hao, the deputy general manager of the Kyushu Pavilion property. Next to him, there was another young woman, none other than Su Yang, whom Lin Yi had met earlier. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to come over earlier? You're actually late for such a big event. If Zhou Xian was here, you'd be directly sentenced out of the game, Pei Hao said. Don't mention it ho. I met a brain-dead ding-dong driver on the road. We both got into a fight halfway through and kicked me out of the car halfway through. Otherwise I'd have been there already. Once upon a time, Su Yang worked in a KTV, while Pei Hao was a regular customer there. Because of the generous, over and over again on the acquaintance, and even added the micro message. And this job, it is Su Yang asked Pei Hao to help give contact. Alright, let's leave it at that. But let me remind you that if you are successful in applying for a job as a personal butler, you will never be allowed to make such a transgression again. Don't worry ho, as long as you can help me get this job, I definitely won't let you suffer. The final decision on this matter doesn't lie with me. I can only put in a good word for you and give some advice. In the end it's up to Mr. Lin. Pei Hao was horny and glanced around Su Yang's body, but I don't think the others should be as well equipped as you are. And there's still a good chance that you'll stay. I feel the same way. Which of those sultry ES out there can compare to me? Su Yang puffed out his chest, very confident. As long as you can take the job yourself, you have a close call. This gives himself a chance to get to the top. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't stop smiling. The good life is embarking towards you. It's addictive to think about it. Ring, ring, ring. Pei Hao's cell phone. At this time, rang. Okay. After a brief response, Pei Hao hung up the phone, then got up and patted Su Yang's butt. Let's go. Zhou Xian has already brought Mr. Lin over. Let's go to the conference room first. Well, don't worry ho. I'm sure I won't fail you. Don't just talk about it. Show it in action. People know. The two left the office piece by piece and went to the conference room next door. Seeing the other 5 women, Su Yang's expression was contemptuous, not putting these people in his eyes at all. How can you compete with me? Don't even look at your own virtues. Within a few minutes, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Lin Yi and Zhou Xian walked in one after the other. I can't believe it's you. Seeing Lin Yi, Su Yang's fire leapt up. The thought of what had just happened made me angry. A stinking open ding-dong. To think he came here. What are his qualifications? Pei Hao panicked. Is this idiot crazy? How dare he talk to Mr. Lin like this? Su Yang, what are you doing? As a qualified personal butler, it is the minimum guideline to be joyful and angry. It's unseemly for Su Yang to be yelling and screaming here. Ho, he's that brain-dead ding-dong driver I met on the road. Chapter 028, Ji Qingyan's suitor. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she here? Linny also kind of didn't expect to meet Su Yang here. Seeing her stance, it looks like she's here to apply for a job as a personal housekeeper. Does it matter to you where I am? How dare a ding-dong dangling man come here? Do you know what this place is? Su Yang wrapped his arms around his chest and looked condescendingly at Lin Yi. The thought of just now, being scolded by him for getting out of the car, made his anger rush to the sky. Snap! Pei Hao couldn't hold back and slapped Su Yang's face. Are you sick? How dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? Su Yang was slapped blind. You? What are you hitting me for? Mr. Lin is the master of the Pavilion of the 9 States. What do you think I'm beating you for? He's actually the owner of the 9 States Pavilion. Su Yang was dumbstruck, his eyes almost not falling out. He's just a ding-dong driver. How can he be the owner of the Kyushu Pavilion? Su Yang said, when I came here, I came in his car, and I still have the order on my cell phone. Could it be that you can't buy a villa in the Kyushu Pavilion if you're driving a ding-dong? Linny asked rhetorically. Suddenly, Su Yang had a feeling of sudden realization. Perhaps from the beginning, one had misunderstood. That Pagani Windjammer, most likely, is really his car, and he drives a ding-dong, so maybe it's really for the experience. Lin, Mr. Lin, I know I'm wrong. I hope you won't take it personally with me. Please give me another chance. Zhou Xian, clear this person out. The conference room smells like green tea. It's a bit choking. The other women couldn't help but snicker. Mr. Lin was so funny. It's okay to get paid less if you can work for such a high roller. Ms. Su, you are not welcome here. Please leave quickly or I will have to call security. Su Yang turned back and looked at Pei Hao. This was his last straw. What are you looking at me for? Get out. Pei Hao cursed. If Mr. Lin knew that he knew her, he might be implicated. Without being told, Pei Hao directly pulled Su Yang away, saving himself from being involved. The conference room was quiet, and the few women who had come to apply for the job were all fidgeting. Be sure to make a good impression on Mr. Lin so that you can have a better chance. Mr. Lin, these remaining 5 are the private butlers we helped you screen, Zhou Xian said. Linny glanced around at the 5. The looks were all passable, but in terms of temperament, they seemed to be a little short. None of them are very satisfactory. Linny shook his head. Let them all go back. Pay each of them $5,000. Don't let them make a trip for nothing. I'll reimburse you afterward. Zhou Xian secretly shook his head. The 5 people who stayed behind were all carefully selected by himself. Mr. Lin was actually not satisfied with any of them. The taste of the rich is really tricky. Not being chosen by Lin Yi, the 5 women were all very disappointed, and although they were able to get $5,000 in compensation, it was still a shame that they didn't get to stay. Returning home alone, Lin Yi strolled around a bit more and then took a comfortable bath, enjoying himself immensely. Buzz off. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Ji Qingyan sent a tweet. Come pick me up. It's almost done. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Linny went out with his car keys and drove the car to the hotel parking lot. When is it coming out? Linny asked by sending a tweet. Immediately. Wait for me for a few minutes. There is a resting place in the lobby. You can go sit for a while. Ji Qingyan said thoughtfully. Good. Idle and bored. Linny went to the lobby, ordered a cup of coffee, turned on his cell phone live streaming, and started killing time. Not more than a few minutes later, they saw the elevator doors open and a dozen people came down from inside. Yen, it's been a long time since we've partied together. Let's find a place later and we'll play a second game. The woman who spoke, half a head shorter than Ji Qingyan, had a slightly red face and had obviously drunk a lot. It's getting late. I have to get back. What's there to be afraid of? With our escort Ding Yi here, after the fun is over, we can definitely send you back safely. Don't worry. The man named Ding Yi, dressed in a casual formal suit with a Cartier watch on his hand, smiled. Yen, we haven't seen each other for years. It's not easy to get together once, so we have to have fun. Maybe we won't have the chance in the future. I've got work to take care of back there, and I've already called a cab. Hailing a car? Is it Ding Dong? Aha! Ji Qingyan said with a nod. Yen, ding dongs aren't safe these days, said the shorter woman. It's been on the news a few times. When they meet good-looking girls, the drivers plot against them. I watched the news too. Another girl said, Xing Yin, with your body and face, even a driver with no idea would be seduced into committing a crime by you. I think it's better to let Dingy give you a ride. When they were in school, the two were the golden couple, and now both do their best to set them up. It's okay, Ding Dang driver is my friend. Don't worry, Ji Qingyan explained. Yen, you're really awesome, actually even knowing friends at this level. Ji Qingyan's classmates, completely unable to understand her behavior, graduated from a prestigious school, with a well-off family and a smooth path to entrepreneurship. Would you actually know a friend who drives a ding-dong? That kind of low-level person. And Ji Qingyan are not in the same world at all. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded without saying anything else, but looked towards the surroundings. Then on the couch in the lobby, he saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi, seeing Ji Qingyan walking towards him, Lin Yi got up. Let's go. Yen, is he your friend? Seeing Lin Yi, several of Ji Qingyan's female classmates froze. This is so handsome. It's C-suite. No wonder Yen made such a friend. So it's because his face is high enough. That's true. And I wouldn't mind making that friend if it were me. A couple of the boys couldn't look away when they saw that the girls were whispering. At least you're all graduates of prestigious schools. You're too flamboyant. The man who spoke was called Wu Yanghua, and during his college days, he was Ding Yi's roommate and had a very good relationship. We are appreciating it. What's the use of being handsome? Wu Yanghua said in disbelief. Even more handsome is not a ding-dong. What's wrong with driving a ding-dong? Lin Yi asked rhetorically. Nothing much. Wu Yanghua smiled playfully. It's just that I think you're quite lucky to know a friend like Qingyan. What's wrong with being friends with her? I'm not a dog licker and don't feel honored. Qingyan, this friend of yours, his ability is not good, but his temper is not small. Wu Yanghua laughed. Driving a ding-dong, and driving a sense of superiority. Chapter 029, Driving a drop is just entertainment. Ji Qingyan's face changed slightly. He does have the capital. Qingyan, don't kid yourself. What kind of capital can an open ding-dong have? Wu Yanghua said. With Yi's level, it should be enough to crush him. What are you talking about? Ding Yi said. At least it is also Qingyan's friend. We have to speak politely. 360 lines. The line of work. The profession is not divided into noble and lowly. Cannot look down on people. Ha ha, that's right. Although professions are not divided into noble and lowly, but wages are divided into noble and lowly. Wu Yanghua said. You are Foley's doctor. After returning to China, took 60 million venture capital. The other day also full payment to mention a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz. It is estimated that he drove ding-dang. All his life cannot afford to buy this kind of car. The crowd of women nodded. The words were not very nice, but very much on point. Ding Yi just came back. The venture capital took the initiative to find the door. Moving his lips, he got 60 million. He may be handsome, but he probably won't make that much money in his lifetime. So his words are, indeed, a bit arrogant. Ji Qingyan was speechless and even felt a bit humiliated. If I had known they would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this reunion. It's getting late. Let's go back, Ji Qingyan said. The two walked out piece by piece, and Ding Yi and the others followed. Ding dong. The group had just walked out when they saw a white Mercedes with its lights on. That's a nice-looking car. A few women couldn't help but exclaim. My husband loves this car, but he's so shy that he ended up buying the Bajaj. It is said that owning a Mercedes-Benz is the ultimate dream of every man. Ding Yi, it seems that you are also a man with feelings. I also bought it blindly. Ding Yi said. The main thing is that this car isn't too expensive. It's only over $2 million. It's within my budget. Ha ha, brother E, you're being pretentious when you say that. A car that costs more than $2 million and you still say it's not expensive? Aren't you pissing people off? Wu Yanghua said. Honestly, when I'm in the hustle for a few years, I'll buy a sports car and drive it. That's the ultimate man's dream. I remember when I went to college, I think you said that your favorite car was the Pagani Wind God. When you buy it, you have to let us experience what it's like. Wu Yanghua said. Wind God even if it. Ding Yi regretfully said. Now the price of the Wind God. The domestic up to more than 28 million. Even if I work hard for a lifetime, may not be able to drive it. Hold out for a Lamborghini. The Wind God that car. I do not dare to think. Asterisk. Ding Yi look. There seems to be a Wind God parked over there. Hearing the other boy's words, Ding Yi and the others all looked over. There was a gasp of amazement. My God. It's really the Wind God. Ding-yi and the others all walked over, wanting to take a closer look at the supercar, which was priced at a whopping $28 million. Ding-yi, is this your ultimate dream? A girl asked. That's right, Ding-yi said enviously. This car is a 6.0L double supercharged V12 engine. The maximum power is more than 700 horsepower. 100 acceleration is 3.2 seconds. The whole yin country has not a few. I did not expect to meet in the Middle Sea. There are just too many rich people in Shanghai, Wu Yonghua said. Although we are now all successful in our careers, but in the eyes of the top tycoons, we are probably not even a fart. That's not it. Ding-yi laughed. It's better to make money honestly. If you can't afford the wind god, how can you buy a Lamborghini to play with? Cough cough cough. Standing behind a few people, Linny coughed a few times. After watching this for half a day, you should be done, right? Can you let go? What? You want to see it too? Wu Yonghua teased. Look, but don't touch in case of abrasion, it is easy to even tilt the face. Linny pressed the car key in his pocket. The Pagani's xenon headlights come on and the gullwing doors open slowly like wings. This action took Ding-yi and the others' breath away. Holy, what's going on here? The owner is here? Ding-yi's brow was slightly furrowed. It might be that the owner of the car is not happy to see us standing here. Let's just stand back. There is this possibility. This car is almost $30 million. If it is touched and broken, not only the owner of the car is heartbroken. We cannot afford to pay. It's not. Ding-yi and the others stepped back. In case they upset the owner and got another lecture. That wouldn't be worth it. Kid, the owner of the other car is here. What are you still doing there? Quickly get out of the way. Don't disgrace yourself there. Ji Qingyan was dying of embarrassment. How could she have such a group of snobby classmates? Go. Aha. Linny and Ji Qingyan got into the car together, making Ding-yi and the others look dumbfounded. Kid, what are you doing? If the owner of the car sees this, you won't even know how to die. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Yonghua's words came to an abrupt end, because they saw the car keys in Lin Yi's hand. He was staggered in place like a thunderbolt. This car is yours? Couldn't it be? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a ding-dong runner? How can this car be yours? Who says you can't run ding-dongs in a Pagani? Lin Yi laughed and said, don't let poverty limit your imagination. The moment these words came out, Ding-yi and the others were all petrified in place. A look of embarrassment was written all over his face, and he couldn't wait to find a place to drill in. Take a Pagani and drive a ding-dong. You rich kids. You really know how to play. See the Pagani's headlights in the distance. Sure enough, those who can pick up Qingyan really aren't ordinary people. Hey, that's what I'm saying. With Qingyan's status, how can she sit in an ordinary ding-dong? So it turns out that her boyfriend is a top-tier rich second generation. And driving a ding-dong is just entertainment. Linny, I'm sorry. I didn't know that they would be such snobs. Ji Qingyan apologized. Never mind. Linny said indifferently. Isn't it home? Ji Qingyan thought for a moment. I just drank a glass of red wine. I'm a bit dizzy. Go out and take a turn. Just to clear my head. That's fine. Go out and get some air and get rid of the booze. Ji Qingyan fiddled with her phone. I've already finished my order. Hurry up and grab it. Well, originally, Linny didn't intend to collect the money, but people had taken the initiative to place an order, so he wasn't polite. On the phone, it quickly showed Ji Qingyan's order, which had been snatched up by Linny with a steady hand. System task. Get 10 5-star reviews. Reward 100,000 proficiency value, 6/10. Seeing the system prompts, Linny realized that he had gotten 6 5-star reviews since opening Ding Dong, and now taking the 7th order. No surprises, the mission will be completed tomorrow. A proficiency value of 100,000 means 10% career completion. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 030, Do They Dare Stop My Car? Humming a little song, Linny took Ji Qingyan and went to the beach. At night, the beach was less crowded and the white waves stood out against the distant lights. Linny glanced towards his right-hand side and unexpectedly saw his Kyushu pavilion. If others want to see the sea, they have to drive all the way here. But if they want to see it themselves, all they have to do is open the window. The life of a rich man is so boring and dull. Turn your head. Just after parking the car, Ji Qingyan said, You're changing into your bathing suit. I didn't even bring my bathing suit. What am I going to change into? Ji Qingyan said, I want to walk on the beach and I'm going to take my stockings off. It's just taking off a sock and making it look like you have to change your clothes. I'm wearing a dress. Of course you have to turn your head. You're not a vacuum inside. So what's to be afraid of? Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi's waist. What do you think I am? You women are strange creatures, letting people see you in your underwear and screaming molestation. And when you get to the beach, wearing a bikini and letting people just look at you. Weird. Can that be the same? Ji Qingyan said. That's what everyone on the beach wears. And besides, I've never worn a bikini. Why don't I take it off now too? So we're even and you can change. Rascal. Ji Qingyan said. If you don't turn around, I'll go down and change. No. You'd better be in the car. Lin Yi inclined his head, saving Ji Qingyan from saying he was being a hooligan. Come on, let's go for a walk on the beach. No problem. When she arrived at the beach, Ji Qingyan took off her own high heels. The sea breeze blew her long hair, and for a while, people could not tell which was more beautiful, her or the sea. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan said, What is it? My dad called just now during dinner and said he had to bring you over for Grandpa's birthday. So what do you think? I know you don't want to go, and I helped you refuse, but they didn't agree and had to let me take you there. So, Ji Qingyan said embarrassed. When the time comes, do I have to pretend to be your boyfriend? Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan nodded in embarrassment. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. I haven't even said I'm at a disadvantage, but you're being wicked. Okay, seeing as how you're so sold on performing the S-squat, I'll go with you then and help you deal with them. Count on your conscience. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan felt much more comfortable. The sea breeze is a bit cool at night, so go back first. No problem. Ji Qingyan took her phone. I'll place an order first. No need. This trip is free for you. All the orders I've taken in the last few days have come from you, and wool gathering can't pick one to start with. Che, you're the sheep. The two of them returned to the car and drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. Ha, why are all the lights on in the Kyushu pavilion? Ji Qingyan said curiously. Isn't that normal? Lin Yi said. Otherwise it's dark. How creepy. That's something you don't know. Ji Qingyan said. The Kyushu pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai. There are a total of 9 different styles of villas inside. The cheapest are above 800 million. Built more than half a year, because of the high price, has not been sold. So at night, the lights of the Kyushu pavilion, almost all are turned off. I'm still the first time to see the night view of the Kyushu pavilion. Then I'll drive closer and show you over there. That's fine. It's just killing time anyway. Lin Yi brought Ji Qingyan, piece by piece, to the front door of the Pavilion of the 9 States. When this piece of land was being tendered, our company also participated, but the budget was not enough, and it was brushed off in the first round. And I didn't expect that. In the end, it would be made into such a mansion. At least you're a female president. Not so envious. I don't envy the house here, but the scenery inside is said to be beautiful, and the plants planted are all rare species. Ji Qingyan gathered her hair. I heard that the swimming pool inside uses water that is airlifted over, and I don't know if it's true or not. What's the point? I'll take you for a swim and find out. Stop, stop, stop. Ji Qingyan hurriedly stopped Lin Yi. This is private territory. You think it's an ordinary neighborhood? Nah, how can you just go in? Lin Yi smiled. I'm driving a Pagani wind god. Do they dare stop my car? Don't say you're driving a Pagani wind god. Even if you're driving an airplane, as long as you're not an owner of the Kyushu pavilion, they'll dare to stop you. I don't believe it. I think you're just overconfident. Ji Qingyan blanked Lin Yi and said, just take a look outside. Don't have those unrealistic ideas. Don't say that either. In case I do get in. If you do get in, I'll go for a swim and let you feast your eyes. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. He went in at all. Not to mention swimming laps. Naked/swimming himself is not afraid. Then I really must try. With that, Lin Yi started the car and drove towards the main entrance. Are you crazy? You really want to go in? Ji Qingyan exclaimed. At least you're a rich kid. Isn't it a shame to be kicked out? It's okay. I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm not afraid of losing face. But I'm afraid of losing face. Ji Qingyan said. Hurry up and go. I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? You said you'd let me feast my eyes on it. Wouldn't I be a willow if I didn't take it seriously? Pervert. Ji Qingyan spat. But you have to live within your means. Right. There's no way they'll let you in. How do you know unless you try? Ji Qingyan was speechless. She couldn't persuade him. Lin Yi, isn't he a little too conceited? You'll lose out that way. Lin Yi drove his car and arrived at the front gate of the Kyushu pavilion. Ji Qingyan was in an apprehensive mood. She wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but it certainly wasn't good. Just then, Ji Qingyan saw that from the duty room at the entrance. A dozen people ran out with a huff and a puff, all wearing security uniforms and serious expressions. Ji Qingyan's little heart thumped. The management of the Pavilion of the 9 States was also too strict, just to stop Lin Yi. But to send such a big battle? What if Lin Yi fought with someone else? At that exact moment, Ji Qingyan saw that a dozen security guards, standing in 2 rows, saluted towards the car. The most surprising thing was that the gate opened automatically. No one came to block it. Chapter 031, I've bought the whole 9 States Pavilion. Ji Qingyan froze. This was a completely different sight from what she had expected. Why is the gate open? And these people, why are they saluting toward you? Probably because I drive a Pagani. Ji Qingyan? Isn't the Kyushu Pavilion known as the most secure villa? Just because Lin Yi drove a Pagani, they let him in? Isn't that a little too hasty? Driving the car to the villa area, Lin Yi found a place to park the car and prepared to take Ji Qingyan down for a spin. Although it was already dark, the villa area was brightly lit, which did not affect the viewing at all, but had another quiet flavor. Come on, go down and turn around. Ji Qingyan calmed down for a while before accepting this fact. After getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan's gaze was attracted by the scenery in the villa. Standing in the villa area is like being in a rainforest. Lin Yi, look, there's actually fruit on the tree. Seeing the fruit on the tree, Ji Qingyan said excitedly. This was the first time she, within the villa area, had seen a fruit tree. Don't make a fuss. I'll pick you a few if you want. Ji Qingyan shook her head. Eat even if you want. Just look at it. The two of them walked a little further and saw an artificial river almost 5 meters wide. Wooden bridges are built over it, and colorful koi carp are swarming in groups of great natural beauty. Lin Yi was still quite knowledgeable about fish, and this kind of koi, at a glance, he knew it was imported from the Sakura country. The slightly larger ones sell for over $100, 000 each at the very least. The fish in this pond certainly won't come down without a few $1 million. Crossing the artificial river, there is a swimming pool of about 300 square meters in front, which is the largest outdoor swimming pool in Shanghai. Cough cough cough. Mr. G, you just seem to say, if I can bring you in, I have to let me feast my eyes on a good swimming pool. Is it time to fulfill the promise? Amount. Ji Qingyan was dying of embarrassment, feeling that the world was filled with deep malice towards her. It was like this last time I went to the Bay Hotel, and now it's like this again. What the hell? Even though I'm a woman, I want to save face. There's no bathing suit here either, so how am I supposed to swim? Let's talk about it some other time. Ji Qingyan said with a smile that had the suspicion of being cute. Seeing the clear pool water, Ji Qingyan really had the urge to try it out. It's been a while since I've swum and my skills are a little rusty. It's just that conditions don't quite allow it. That's fine. I'll take a book on this and talk about it later. Don't worry. Ji Qingyan, do what I say, and I actually have to take a book to write it down. You stinking men. Each and every one of you is a pervert. Cut. Ji Qingyan said. This place is too big. I guess we won't be able to finish shopping for a while. Let's go back first. Leaving already? Not going to take a look inside the villa? Lin Yi said. It was all the way to his doorstep, so Lin Yi kind of didn't want to leave. From the Kyushu Pavilion to Cloudwater Villa, it's an hour round trip. It's better to enjoy yourself for a while when you have this time. A visit to the villa? Ji Qingyan said unexpectedly. Quickly put away such impractical thoughts. We've already struck lucky if we can come to the courtyard to take a look. If you dare to go inside the villa, that's trespassing. Beware of getting arrested. There's no one inside the villa. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi said. It's too wimpy for someone in their 20s. Ji Qingyan was speechless. This has nothing to do with being a goon. It's against the law, alright. Didn't you say that the Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai? Don't you want to go in and take a look? Of course I want to. Ji Qingyan snickered. But it's a matter of principle. I don't do bad things, but when you get caught, I can get you a lawyer. What a wimp. With that, Lin Yi walked towards villa number 1. Ji Qingyan looked dumbfounded. Is he out of his mind? You're really going in there? Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Ji Qingyan stepped on her high heels and jogged over to keep up with Lin Yi, pulling him back by the arm. Die you. Go. Lin Yi didn't move and put his hand on the fingerprint door lock. Drop. Welcome home. For a moment, it was as if the world had gone quiet. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi incredulously. What's going on? What else could it be? Just welcome home. This is your house? Just bought it yesterday. Ji Qingyan came to a realization. No wonder the security guards ran out to salute when they saw Lin Yi's car when they came in. After all that, it's not because he drives a nice car. It's because he's the owner of the place. With a pinch on the soft flesh of Lin Yi's waist, Ji Qingyan huffed. You actually snubbed me. Mainly because you didn't ask me either. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's go. Go inside. I think you're just setting me up. With that, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan walked inside piece by piece. In the past few years since she joined the workforce, Ji Qingyan has also been to many villas, and has always thought that her Yunchue villa was not bad. Even if there were some villas that were more advanced than the Cloudwater villa, the degree of advancedness was very limited. But compared to the Kyushu Pavilion, one's own Cloudwater villa, there was no comparison. It is worthy of the name of the first luxury home. Lin Yi, you should have spent quite a bit of money to buy this villa. Ji Qingyan asked curiously. I don't know exactly. Almost a couple billion. The house was given by the system. So Lin Yi couldn't say that he hadn't spent any money. So he just gave a random number. You're snubbing me again. Which fooled you? Is not the villa of the Pavilion of Kyushu, is not worth billions? I'm in real estate. You can't fool me. Ji Qingyan said. The most expensive villa number 1 here is sold to the public for almost $1.2 billion. How can it cost billions of dollars? With this much money, it's enough to buy the entire Kyushu Pavilion. That's right, I bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded. Her smart head, a bit inadequate. What did you say? You bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion? Houses are built. Aren't they just for sale? I bought them all, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise. Did you get your money from the wind? Easier than a gale. Ji Qingyan wasn't retorting because she couldn't find a reason to do so. No wonder he's out driving a ding-dong to experience life. I guess he's idle. I won't see you off for the night. Stay here and pick which room you want to sleep in. Alright then, I won't be polite with you. Just in time to send me to work tomorrow. Ji Qingyan said. But do you have any pajamas here? I'm the only one living here. Where are the ladies' pajamas? And I'm not going to peek at you. I'll just take off my clothes and sleep. Chapter 032, Go call Wang Tianlong here. How can anyone sleep naked? Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. You rich people have so much going on. Ji Qingyan was speechless. You're richer than me alright. When they reached the fitting room on the second floor, Lin Yi found Ji Qingyan a set of her own pajamas. You wear this one. It's all new. Pajamas this kind of thing. Ji Qingyan is not too mindful of the male and female models. Anyway, can wear on the line. Taking her pajamas, Ji Qingyan went to the bathroom, ready to take a shower and sleep. Lin Yi wasn't bothering Ji Qingyan and returned to the master bedroom to sleep blindfolded. After taking a shower, Ji Qingyan lay in her bedroom, tossing and turning. Who the hell is Lin Yi? How can he be so rich? How come I've never heard of it before? The next morning, Lin Yi got up early. After the two of them washed up, Lin Yi sent Ji Qingyan to the office, and soon received a 5-star review from her. Seeing the quest alert in his head, the progress was already at August 10th. Just 2 more orders today and the job is done. There was no telling what kind of explosive rewards the system would give this time, either. After dropping off Ji Qingyan, Lin Yi drove to the Gulf Hotel. I've been working all morning and I haven't eaten yet, so let's eat something first. I just drove my car to the parking lot and happened to see Wang Tianlong. Mr. Lin, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Come over here and eat some of the stuff. I'll have the back kitchen prepare it now. No, just came for breakfast. No need to make a big deal out of it. Go about your business. I'll just go over there myself. The hotel is already their own. The middle and senior leaders already know they exist. The ordinary staff below may not know who they are. It's just the right opportunity to go and see how they work. Okay, I got it. As Wang Tianlong continued to busy himself, Lin Yi went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor of the hotel was the restaurant, helmed by a 3-star chef. And with the size of the Gulf Hotel, it was big enough to deserve such specifications. In the morning, not too many people come here for breakfast, and only a small half of the tables are filled. Lin Yi found an empty seat and took a look at the menu while ordering a few signature dishes, ready to taste the flavors. Look guys, that guy is so handsome. Seeing Lin Yi, a few girls at the neighboring table discussed. Handsome enough indeed. So tempted to ask for a tweet. Then go ahead. If you take the initiative. Between you, there could be a story. Lin Yi's arrival instantly became the center of attention for the women in the restaurant, and their eyes would glance his way from time to time. What are you looking at? A man said at his girlfriend. Hey, I just took a look at it, and the guy was pretty good looking. Che, maybe it's a white boy maybe. The ducks in the clubhouse. They're all so handsome. What are you talking about? What kind of mentality is it to call someone a gigolo when you see a good-looking one? I'm just saying, I think you're just jealous. After ordering, Lin Yi handed the menu over to the waiter's hand. Lin Yi? Just as Lin Yi was waiting for his food, he heard someone call his name. Seeing the person who spoke, Lin Yi instantly felt that the world was too small. Yesterday, Ji Qingyan had just fired Yu Lily, and she didn't expect that today she would encounter her in her own hotel. That's quite a coincidence. I didn't realize you were applying for a job here. Quite a coincidence indeed. Yu Lily wrapped her arms around her chest and looked down on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to quietly, but actually embraced General Manager Ji's thighs. I fired you on the front foot, and then on the back foot. You went to sue for her to fire me. It's really something. Do you think that right now, it's appropriate to say this to me? At least I'm a guest of the Bay Hotel. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat God like this? Just with you. You're also worthy of claiming to be the god of the Gulf Hotel? Yu Lily said contemptuously. Why can't I? You'd better take a piss and look at yourself. You're just a little white boy with a rich woman. Do you really think you're a superior person? Seeing Yu Lily and Lin Yi arguing, the waitress on the side jogged over and whispered in his ear. Manager Yu, this guest seems to be quite extraordinary. You'd better say less. What's so unusual about it? I know his situation. Yu Lily despised. He used to be my henchman. On the basis of being born with a good look, he hugged the thighs of the group's president. But in reality he's just a little white boy. If he didn't have a rich woman to support him, he wouldn't be able to afford to come to the Bay Hotel for dinner in this life. Hearing Yu Lily's words, the other people in the restaurant had a look of contempt on their faces. It's a good thing I didn't ask for a Microsoft message just now. It turns out he's a gigolo who's evening a rich woman. It's disgusting to think about it. Really no people. Look quite temperament. Did not expect to be such a person. I also look away. Now we have to learn a lesson. Don't jump on handsome guys when you see them, so we don't have to do what we did this time. Learning of Lin Yi's identity, the couple sitting at the other table had different expressions. Look what I said. Just a little white boy. Now you should believe me. The man said smugly and contemptuously. You're right about this. I hate those men who have rich women on their side. They don't rely on their own hands to work hard. They know how to speculate. It's disgusting to think about it. That's right. Except for his face value is a bit higher than mine. Other aspects and I can't compare at all. My life even if I go to ask for food. Will not evening rich women. Hearing the others pointing, Lin Yi smiled. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Go get Wang Tianlong. Yo ho. Not bad. You actually know our manager's name. But let me tell you, even if you get manager Wang here, it won't help. There's still some relationship between us. And he's not going to do anything to me just because of a low-end customer like you. Then you can call him in and let me know his attitude as well. Fine. For the sake of once being a colleague, I'll let you die a little bit more understandably, so that you'll know the cruelty of this society. Saying that, Yu Lily looked at the waiter next to her. Go get manager Wang. No need to call. I'm already here. Wang Tianlong snorted coldly and walked over from not far away. Yu Lily greeted her. Brother Long, I suspect that this person has indiscretions, and I suggest that the hotel security removes him so as not to affect the dining environment of the other guests. Wang Tianlong was furious, pointing at Yu Lily's nose and cursing. You're ing blind aren't you? This one sitting in front of you is the owner of the Gulf Hotel, and you're saying he's misbehaving? Does he not want to work here anymore? Hurry up and pack up and get out. Chapter 033, I'm really a shareholder of DDT. Yu Lily froze, feeling like she was hallucinating in her ears. Manager Wang, what did you say? He's the owner of the Gulf Hotel? That's right, just the day before yesterday. Mr. Lin wholly acquired the Gulf Hotel. You actually dare to talk to Mr. Lin like this? I don't think you should work here anymore. Pack up and leave. The heads of those present buzzed when they learned of Lin Yi's identity. My God, that big handsome guy is actually the owner of the Bay Hotel? It's also too young and promising. We've all misunderstood people. How can such a handsome and gold-rich little brother be a gigolo? It's true that every handsome person has an unusual identity. We're all measuring the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. The couple sitting at the other table had an awkward expression on their faces. Now you're hitting your face. He's a talented person. But you're saying he's a gigolo. You have a problem with your mentality. It seems like I have to reconsider the relationship between the two of us. Yu Lily looked at Lin Yi incredulously. Lin Yi, are you really the owner of the Gulf Hotel? As she spoke, Yu Lily's voice trembled, clearly frightened. Didn't Wang Tianlong tell you all about my identity? Do you think he would lie? If you really have such a background, why did you go to work for the Sunrise Group before? I'm experiencing life, can't I? Alright, cut the crap. Wang Tianlong picked up. Quickly pack up and get out. Don't disgrace yourself here. Lin Yi, listen to me. I know that I did something wrong in this matter, and I used to target you a lot when I was in the Chaoyang group. I've already realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether Wang Tianlong dares to keep you. Wang Tianlong shivered. He was able to affirm that if he dared to give you Lily's chance, he himself would also roll away. Hurry up and cut the crap. Don't get in the way of Mr. Lin's dinner. In the end, Wang Tianlong got security guards and kicked you Lily out. Save him the trouble of getting himself involved in this nonsense. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing your dinner. That's okay, tell them to hurry up with the food. I'm starving. Fine. I'll order the back kitchen and have them serve the food quickly. After finishing his meal, Linny stretched and prepared to go open Ding Dang. There are 2 orders left, and when they're done, you'll get your reward from the system. Hippie, ring. Before Linny could start taking orders, his cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Tian Yen, the Senior Vice President of Ding Dang Travel. And then what? What is it that you want from me? It's like this. You acquired 21% of our shares yesterday. As the second largest shareholder of the group, I, as the representative of the company, would like to have a chat with you. I don't know if you have the time now. Receiving a call from Ding Dong's company didn't surprise Lin Yi. The system helped to acquire 21% of their equity, and it was only logical that they should contact their own. But now is not the time to meet with them. There are 2 more missions to go, so let's get them done first. There's something going on right now. Let's wait for a while. Okay, I'll call you back later. Tian Yen was polite and didn't talk nonsense. As an elite in the workplace, she knew that people like Lin Yi had precious time. Wasting even a second of someone's time is likely to turn them off, which is why they hang up promptly. After hanging up, Tian Yan's phone rang again. It's from the president, Chang Shuang calling. How did it go? Did Lin Dong agree to meet with you? Not really, he said he had something to do. So I hung up and was going to call him back later. Chang Shuang on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. So do you have other plans? I'm going to take a look at Jelix. He's our Ding Dang company, the biggest agent in the coastal area. See what's wrong, and deal with it. By the way, now that I'm idle anyway, you arrange this. Everything is Lin Dong's priority. Don't delay the business. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Coming out of the Gulf Hotel, Tian Yen took her cell phone and prepared to call a car. As an executive of Ding Dang, Tian Yen has developed the habit of ordering a car at any time, which can help herself better understand the specific operation. Not far from the parking lot, Lin Yi, who had just opened the Ding Dong software, found the right order. Ready to take orders now. From the Bay Hotel to Jellies Limited. Lin Yi didn't say anything and directly grabbed the order. How can you let others take away the business at your doorstep? The order was successfully grabbed, and Lin Yi drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. Seeing the silver Pagani drive towards her side, Tian Yen sighed in her heart. Although the economic situation of the city of Panzhou is also very developed, a car of the level of the Pagani Wind God is not something that can be seen easily. Zhonghai is really something else. And the driver, who was driving, was kind of handsome. RUMS. Tian with tail number 6888. Yes, it's me. Tian Yen froze for a moment. You are? Didn't you just call a cab? Yeah, but my name is Ding Dong. I'm the one driving the Ding Dong. Get in. Tian Yen reacted for a while. You? What did you say? You're driving a Ding Dong? Doesn't it look like it? Not like that. Tian Yen was a bit messed up. Her own company? When did it become so powerful? The drivers of the company are now driving Paganis? But I do drive a Ding Dong. So hurry up and get in. Good. No matter what. Tian Yen was an elite in the workplace and quickly adapted to Lin Yi's status. Despite having achieved wealth freedom a long time ago, this is the first time I've been in a car of this caliber myself. It's so much more advanced than your own BMW. So much more advanced. Are you driving a Ding Dong in a Pagani to experience life? You could say that. Lin Yi said with a smile. This passenger is fairly normal and will have little problem trying to fulfill this order. Nowadays, the rich second generation can be really good at playing. Even I'll use this way to tease girls. I guess a lot of girls on your car will say hot. Linny realized that Tianyan's temperament was a bit like Ji Qingyan's. Both had the aura of a big woman in the workplace. But in comparison, Ji Qingyan was a bit more innocent than her. Listening to you, it makes it seem like I'm a scumbag. Linny said, can't you run ding-dongs if you drive a supercar? Yes you can, but I can remind you to be careful of what you say and do. If you make something that discredits Ding-Dang Company, be careful that you will be suspended from transportation. Tianyan said with a smile. You say you're stopping transportation? Of course. Tianyan looked at Linny with a smile. I'm the senior vice president of Ding-Dang Corporation. Do you think I have the right to take you out of service? Che, one mouth in the opening. The content is all made up. Linny said. You call yourself a senior vice president of Ding Dong, and I call myself a shareholder of Ding Dong. Tianyan laughed her ass off. With that, he took out the work permit in his bag and waved it in front of Linny. Here's our work ID. I'm really Ding Dong's VPO. I'm not lying to you either. I'm really a shareholder of Ding Dang. Linny said. Acquired 21% of your shares yesterday, and you just called me to set up a meeting. Chapter 034, Suspended from Transportation. Tianyan froze. It feels like the brain is a little short of oxygen. Only a few executives of the company know about the acquisition of the shares, and they have not yet had time to explain it to the public. It's unlikely that any outsiders will know about this. Unsurprisingly. Also, he just said that he called him. It is highly likely then that the person sitting in front of you is the new shareholder of the company. You're Mr. Linny Lin. That's right, it's me. Tianyan's chest rose and fell, not having thought that such a coincidence would be encountered by herself. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry. I've taken much offense just now. I hope you won't take it personally. That's okay, just give it a 5-star review later. Definitely. Tianyan said respectfully, but I still want to ask. Are you serious about coming to open Ding Dang? Of course it's serious, but you are so rich, how do you still? To experience life? I was working in sales for a real estate company before. Tianyan let out a deep breath. It seems that the world of the rich is really not something that a little commoner like himself can figure out. Mr. Lin, after taking this order, can you give me a chance for us to sit down and have a chat? Depends, I do have a bit of a busy day. Yes, it's not too late to talk when you're done. Good. Soon, Linny drove his car to the entrance of the Jerex Corporation. To the place. Thank you, Dong Lin, for sending me here. Tianyan was a bit apprehensive. It's amazing that I took a trip by myself and rode in the second largest shareholder's car. What's going on? Why can't you pay? Can't be. Linny said suspiciously. If you can't pay, this order won't get fulfilled and it won't count towards the system tasks. Buzz off. Just then, a push message came from his cell phone. Hello esteemed Ding Dong driver. Due to your violation of the platform's relevant regulations, it has now been decided that you will be suspended from transportation. Out of service? Seeing the push message on their cell phones, both Lin Yi and Tianyan were a bit puzzled. Why is it still out of service? Linny glanced down and realized that it wasn't Ding Dong's company that had sent him the announcement. It's a company called Jellies. Linny looked up and realized that the company in front of him was none other than Jerex. What a coincidence. What's the relationship between this Jerex Corporation and you Ding Dang? Linny asked. This company, which is our operator on the coast, is in charge of all activities on this side. Tianyan had the feeling of being exasperated. What was this Jerex up to? I candy at a critical time. Linny stroked his chin and seemed to understand what was going on. Yesterday in the car, he scolded the woman named Su Yang, and then she complained about him to the platform. It also led to the phone call afterward that warned him. But the other party has made themselves disliked, and I guess because of this, they have blocked their operating status today. Lin Dong, don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this matter. This Jellies really doesn't want to be nice. Even dares to block Lin Dong's car. It's really drifting. Take it easy. Well, at least I'm the victim. Look at how angry you are. The main thing is that these people are too lawless. There really isn't any king's law at all. Tianyan said. I'll let the company now. Check the phone number of their person in charge, and cancel their agency qualification at the first time. It's better to convince people with reason in this kind of thing. Linny said. I have the call logs here, so call them first and see what's going on. Then I'll trouble Donglin. Linny took his cell phone and found yesterday's call log. I'm Linny, you're the one who blocked my camping qualifications, right? The other party obviously froze for a moment, but soon realized who Linny was. That's right, it's me. Aren't you great? Not only did you scold the passengers, but you also dare to dislike me. I'll block you today. Let's see what you do. It was the passenger that, well, cursed me first. What's wrong with scolding you? The other party asked back. You don't know your own identity. The customer is God. Scolding you also have to suffer. Still think of yourself as a character? Get out of here. Don't open a ding-dong in the future. You'd better watch what you say. Your vice president of ding-dong is on my side. Don't brag about it. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to bring our vice president here? I'm Tian Yen. I'm just downstairs at the Xerox company. You have 3 seconds to come down. Or don't blame me for being rude. Tian Yen? The other man paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. Awesome. Actually dare to find someone to pretend to be Mr. Tian. I'm damn convinced. Linny hung up the phone speechless. How did you ding-dang choose your agents? Found a bunch of retards? Lin Dong, calm down. I'll go deal with this matter. Come on, if the two of us don't go up there, I don't think this is going to be resolved. Don't worry, Lin Dong. I will definitely give you a perfect answer. With that, the two of them got out of the car piece by piece, and walked in towards the Xerox Corporation. Inside the conference room, a few executives from Xerox were meeting. What's the situation? What's with all the bickering? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named LV Wenda, the general manager of Xerox. Slightly built, with eyes, he sat in the main seat of the conference room. Yesterday there was a ding-dong driver who scolded a passenger, and the other party called the head office to complain. So I blocked the kid's operating status today. The man who spoke was named Luo Yuanfa, the head of the operations department of Xerox. On top of that, other executives from the company are here. The other side called and theorized? Luo Yuanfa smiled and said, and that kid even said that he got Ding Dong's vice president here, thinking that he could bluff me. And after being scolded by me, he took the initiative to hang up the phone. Alright, a little Yakuza. Don't bother with him. Lu Wenda said, if there's anything like this in the future, there's no need for nonsense. Just block it. It's not worth wasting time on them. Got it, Mr. Lu. Lu Wenda squared his shoulders and said, let's continue the meeting. I've just inquired a little bit of news. There is an unknown tycoon, who has acquired 21% of Ding Dong's shares. As the saying goes, the new official will probably make relevant rectifications. Everyone should be prepared. Got it, Mr. Luo. Especially your operations department must be in high spirits. We are Ding Dong's largest operator on the coast. In this period of time, absolutely cannot make mistakes. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I'll definitely take the drivers below and manage them clearly, Luo Yuanfa said with a smile. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open and Linny and Tian Yan walked in. Who are you people to trespass on our conference room? Linny smiled. Didn't you guys block my operating qualifications? I came to talk to you. Chapter 035, Seamlessness. Lu Wenda looked at Luo Yuanfa. Lo, this is a matter for your operations department. So go take care of it. Luo Yuanfa turned around and looked at Linny. Kid, you've got some balls. You even found our company. But let me tell you, even if you find this, it's useless. I'll just block you. You'll have to put up with it even if you don't. Hurry up and get lost. Or I'll call security. Linny shrugged and sat his butt down on the couch next to him. Tian Yan, it's better for you to handle it. Tian Yan coldly looked at Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa and the others. I am now, in my capacity as vice president of Ding Dong, exempting you from the operation of jellies. Your vice president Ding Dong? Tian Yan snorted coldly and threw her work permit onto the table. Seeing Tian Yan's work permit, Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa, among others, stared with their eyes and mouths open. One was terrified. What the hell is going on here? It's just blocking someone's operating license. How come even the vice president is alarmed? Mr. Tian, listen to my explanation. Luo Yuanfa said. This person is suspected of abusing the passengers, giving our company's reputation a bad influence. Otherwise we would not have done this. Even if you insult the passengers, what can you do? Tian Yan said in a cold voice. Let me tell you, this one standing in front of you just acquired 21% of Ding Dong's shares yesterday and is the second largest shareholder of the company. Do we need to say more about the rest? These words came out like a thunderbolt and landed on the heads of several people. The fact that someone had acquired a stake in the company was known to them. Never in a million years would I have expected it to be the man in front of me. Tian, Mr. Tian, you're not joking with us. Lu Wenda said warily. He's just a Ding Dong driver. How can he be a shareholder of the group? Then I will say that Lin Dong is taking Pagani to drive Ding Dong. What else do you guys want to say? Tianyan questioned. Lin Dong's heart is high and far-reaching. He doesn't care to mix with those playboys. He drove out to experience life, but he was even blocked by you people, without asking. From today onwards, your operator qualification is cancelled. Pack up and leave. Luo Yuanfa, look what you've done. Lu Wenda cursed. Go apologize to Lin Dong, or I'll get you killed. Luo Yuanfa's head buzzed as he rolled and crawled to Lin Yi's front. Mr. Lin, please don't get on my bad side. Just let me go like a fart. Weren't you quite powerful just now? Why are you wimpy now? Lin Yi said. And talk about the customer being God. What? Those who run ding-dongs deserve to die. With your virtues, the number of people who have been bullied by you over the years should not be few. Luo Yuanfa stopped talking because there was no room for defense. As a shareholder of Ding Dang, it's better to deal with this matter seriously. Lin Yi said indifferently, just like Tianyan said. All pack up and leave. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. Seeing the incoming caller, Lin Yi didn't hang up and said, Tianyan, you handle the rest. I'll go down first. Got it. Dong Lin. Coming out of the conference room, Lin Yi picked the phone up. Wang Ma, you're looking for me. The person who was called Wang Ma was named Wang Suaping and was the director of the orphanage. Lin Yi was brought up under her care. That's what the kids in the orphanage called her. In other words, without Wang Suaping, Lin Yi might have died young. Xiao Yi, are you busy with work now? Wang Suaping said smilingly. It's all good. You and my Uncle Joe are fine. I guess. We're all fine too. You don't have to think about me outside. Wang Suaping said. I want to ask you something. There's a girl called Lu Sisi. You should know her. Willow Sissy? What happened to her? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. Wang Ma shouldn't know about himself and Lu Sisi. Why was she even asking about her? The other day, this girl called me and said you guys broke up and wanted me to talk to you. Now Lin Yi understood what was going on. Something about herself, Willow C was aware of. She should have known that there was no hope of finding herself back together, so she called Wang Ma and tried to get her to talk. You've watched me grow up. You know my character. The grass that turns back. I won't eat it. You're still so stubborn. Kid. Obviously. Wang Suaping also expected such an outcome. I know I can't talk you out of it, and there's nothing I can do to get involved in your young people's affairs, but you're old enough to think about your life's work. Lin Yi smiled. Wang Ma, I'm guessing you called me today for more than just this. Wang Suaping understood Lin Yi, and how could Lin Yi not understand her? If it was purely because of what happened to Liusi, there was no way he would have made this call to himself. There may be something else. It's actually nothing. Wang Suaping said smilingly. I have a good friend. Her daughter's age is about the same as yours, and she's also single, so I'd like to set you guys up. Make some time for you to meet? No way. You're seamless. The main thing is that my friend has his eye on you, and has been talking to me for a long time, and I've put off giving you a call until now. Wang Suaping said smilingly. I also had no choice but to call you. It's just a meeting. What's the big deal? Lin Yi said. One word from Wang Ma. Even if there's a pit of fire ahead, there will be no ambiguity. You brat. What are you talking about? Wang Suaping lectured. I'll take the other party's contact information and send it to your cell phone later. Take the time for you guys to meet. Okay. I know you're busy with work right now. When you have some free time, come back and visit. Mom misses you. Lin Yi's nose soured. I know. I'll go back to see you in a few days. You don't have to make a special trip. Just come back when it's okay. Don't delay your work. I know. Okay then. That's it for now. I'll leave you to your work. Lin Yi hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. This Lu Sisi is really a thief. Soon after, Lin Yi received a micro-message from Wang Suaping on his cell phone. It's specific information about the person you're dating. Named Song Yunhui. She worked in a bank, and there was a photo on the back, where her real face could no longer be discerned under the 10 levels of beauty. Wang Ma has said this in person. We still have to give face. Make time to meet. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang again. A call from Ji Qingyan. Busy? How's business? Ji Qingyan asked with a smile. Business is dismal. Not a single order has been completed so far. It's the experience that matters. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Lin Yi nodded. Calling me at this hour. There should be something going on. It's not a big deal. Tomorrow my grandpa has a birthday. We'll go shopping together in the evening. I want to buy some clothes. And by the way, I'll buy a few for you too. Chapter 036, your Porsche is in the way. Okay, I'll pick you up tonight. just when I want to buy some clothes. Although I have bought several sets before, there are still not enough of them to go around. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Linny leaned back in his chair. Although he was a fake boyfriend, it wasn't good to go over there empty-handed. He had to bring some gifts anyways. What would the old man like? Antique paintings? That's a good one. At the same time, Tianyan curled up and walked out from Jelix. Dong Lin, I've taken care of everything. I have all my privileges back, right? Well, and I've also notified the company that I've opened up your access to the maximum. What's the point of supreme authority? It's just some auxiliary functions. But one of them, which is very practical, allows the user to search for your license plate number, specify the order, and then it's up to you to decide whether to take it or not. That's quite a useful feature. It's an honor to receive a compliment from Dong Lin, Tianyan said politely. If Dong Lin has any other questions in other areas, he can also consult me, and I'll do my best to deal with them for you. Then I really do have something here. Linny said, do you know anything about antique paintings and calligraphy? Antiques and paintings. Is Lindong a gift? Well, one of the elders is going to have a birthday, and I'm going to get something in that area and send it as a congratulatory gift. Tianyan's eyes rolled and said, Lindong, wait a moment, I'll make a call and ask. With that, Tianyan unbuckled her seatbelt and went outside the car to make a call, only to return a few minutes later. Lindong, is Zhang Lao's painting okay? Linny wasn't a literati, but he knew of Elder Shang's great name. A casual pair of paintings by such a master would cost more than $10 million. It's more than okay, it's too okay. You can get old Chang's paintings? Our Mr. Chang, previously at Sosby's auction house, captured a pair of old Mr. Zhang's peach. If Dong Lin has his eye on it, I'll have them send someone over. Alright, how much is it? I'll call you the money, Linny said. Lindong, you're joking. How dare I ask for your money? As long as you like it. No, one size fits all, Linny said. But if I give you money, I guess I won't want it. Tell your Mr. Chang, I'll take 1% of the equity in exchange for this painting of his. No matter who loses or who makes money, this account will be cleared. In exchange for 1% of the equity, Tianyan has been blinded. With Ding Dang's current market value, 1% of the equity, at the very least, must be worth 500 million Yenhua currency. Even if this peach is expensive, it can't be worth $500 million. This handsome and compelling Lindong is also too generous. Well, notify your Mr. Chang, I'm going to use this painting tomorrow. Fanzhou City to Shanghai isn't too far. Before noon tomorrow, it should be able to be delivered. No problem. We'll arrange for someone to deliver it. Tell someone to send it to the Gulf Hotel and just give it to one of Wang Tianlong's men. Linny stretched and said, if you're fine, go back too. There's nothing to talk about between us. You guys just operate in the same mode as before. I won't interfere too much. Seeing Linny being so nice, Tianyan was a bit in disbelief. I can't believe that there are no new officials, which is very rare in the workplace. Lindong, our president would like to invite you to Fanzhou City as a guest. Fanzhou City. Linny muttered. I'll make a trip recently, but it's not certain when I'll go. So go back and wait for news from me. I'm just an ordinary person, so there's no need to always surround me. The orphanage where he had lived from before was in Fanzhou City, so Linny really had to go back. It's been over 6 months since I graduated and I haven't been back, so something is indeed wrong. Then I'll go back first. I won't delay Lindong's precious time, Tianyan said with a smile. Good. Watching Linny drive away, Tianyan felt more and more that this Lindong was not ordinary. Unlike other rich kids, there was an air of distinction about him. Suddenly, Tianyan felt her face burning and was startled. How could I possibly have a feeling? It can't be. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Tianyan was getting nervous, the cell phone in her bag rang. The unexpected realization was that it was Linny calling. At that moment, Tianyan's heart thumped. After all the business was done, Lindong also called himself. Could it be that it was something else? Thinking about this, Tianyan became even more nervous. Lindong, you're looking for me? Settle the fare you just paid, and remember to give it a 5-star review. Tianyan was a bit messy. Okay, I'll check out now. Soon, Linny received a 5-star review from Tianyan on his cell phone. Looking at the system's quest layout again, I realized that the quest progress was already 9 out of 10. Take another order, get a 5-star review, and mission accomplished. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already noon, so Linny was too lazy to go back to the Gulf Hotel. and casually ate on the side of the road, preparing to take orders. In fact, the rest of this single, Linny take it or not can be. Anyway, the night to find Ji Qingyan, continue wool gathering on the line, but they were quite familiar with each other. So Linny felt that it was better to stop at the right moment. Just think of Ji Qingyan as an insurance card, from Tanda Plaza to the Bay Hotel. What a coincidence to be going to your own place. Linny didn't think about it that much and grabbed it in seconds. Follow the location shown on the map and drive towards Tanda Plaza. Tanda Plaza is bustling with a steady stream of people, coming in and out of the place every day. At that moment, a young man and woman walked out of the mall. Brother Fei, didn't you buy a Porsche? Why didn't I see it? The woman said as she took the man's arm. There are too many people here, so I didn't stop here. The man named Fei said, if I let these poor guys see a luxury car like a Porsche, they'll definitely gather around and take pictures, and I'll be heartbroken in case they touch my car. That's true. A multi-million-dollar luxury car like this one will definitely cause a crowd when it's parked in a public place. Let's go. I hope we don't cause a mob when we leave later. Fei said, before you didn't come to me. I had just parked my car when a bunch of hangers-on came over to take pictures, and not a few teenage girls, trying to ask me for a wee bit of information, and if I hadn't yelled at me, I think I would have been pestered. Because you drive a Porsche. It's not unusual for those hangdog girls to want to get on your good side. While talking, the two had walked to the parking lot and found themselves in front of their car, standing in front of a number of people taking pictures. It's really annoying. I've parked my car so far away and there are still so many people taking pictures. What a bunch of poor people who haven't seen the world. Let's go. Don't bother with them. Let's get in the car and gluttonize these poor hangers-on. Well, listen to you. The two walked towards Paramila. What are you shooting at? Stay away from my car. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. What's all the yelling about? It's just a Porsche. What's there to yell about? Someone retorted. Oh, I'm not a Porsche. It's a Panamera. All down more than $1.6 million. I guess you people don't eat and drink all your life can't afford to buy it. Get away from my car. Brother Fei shouted and scolded. Hey, that dude in front. Your Porsche is blocking the road. Can you move over? Linny said. Chapter 037, so anxious to do a few hairs? Grass. Scream what scream? This is a Panamera. Block you a moment how? This is a Pagani. When he saw Linny's car, Fei immediately tightened his mouth and apologized for being scared. Excuse me, I'll get out of the way. Fei, this guy in the sports car is so arrogant. The woman said. Can you not be arrogant? That's a Pagani Windjammer, selling for over $20 million. Jew, it's actually so expensive. The woman did a double take. A car that expensive would be more than enough to buy 10 Panameras. Ha ha, finally someone has come to clean up this pretender. Driving a crappy Panamera is going to be awesome. Compared to someone else's Pagani, it's a pile of garbage. Just look down on this kind of small-minded guy. A little stinking money to drag to the sky. 2A. Really disgusting. Amidst the scorn of the others, Fei and his girlfriend drove off to the side, making way for the road. Seeing Lin Yi's car drive over, many people took out their cell phones to take pictures. You guys don't just look at the car, look at the driver. He's so handsome and rich, and God is so biased. I'd love to die in a sports car like that. After the road gave way, Linny drove a few dozen meters further to the designated spot. At that moment, a woman with a slim figure was making a call on her cell phone. So soon? Don't worry babe, I just finished shopping and I'll be right there. Don't worry, I didn't drive the family car, I called a drop. I'll be right there. Wait for me at the hotel. I bought a lot of new lingerie. If you guys behave, people will wear it for you. Hanging up the phone, the woman looked around and waited for several minutes. How come the car did not arrive? At that moment, Linny drove his Pagani and arrived in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Yang, tail number 3838? How do you know? I'm the drop driver you called. Get in. Yang Tian's heart is a bit messy. Is the dropship company so powerful? I can't believe they're launching a luxury car business? And the driver, he's quite handsome. It's just a little low status. Otherwise it would be okay to talk to him. Sitting in the co-pilot, Yang Tianxin smiled. Your DDT company is quite good. Actually able to think of this kind of original marketing tactic. Linny smiled and shook his head, guessing that this woman was just like Su Yang before her. Both thought the car was a DDT company car. Why can't this car be mine? Yours? Yang Tianxin smiled disdainfully. Little brother, don't joke. Who's the rich second generation that comes back to drive a drop? Do you think I'm one of those little girls who haven't seen the world? Ha! Lenny smiled and didn't say anything else. I'd better focus on driving myself. I just need to get another 5-star review and I'll get my assignment. Since I think about it, this all-professional experience system is pretty good. So far, he or she has completed 10 orders, because Su Yang's order, which was given a bad review, didn't count towards the mission. As for the remaining 9 orders of 5-star reviews, 6 of them, Ji Qingyan contributed. Then Wang Ying contributed 1, Tianyan contributed 1, and the rest was Xiaosinyu. In other words, 8 of these 5-star reviews were taken care of by acquaintances, and he himself received a 5-star review of Xiaosinyu's order based on his strength alone, and it's still because she asked herself to disguise her boyfriend. As for the rest of the order, the guests encountered were not pleasant to deal with. It seems that this society is still very hostile. It's really hard for dropshippers who live at the bottom of the ladder. Not everyone, after all, can work without looking at other people's faces, as he or she can. What are you doing? Why are you giving me a break? Are you trying to overcharge me? Don't you know I'm in a hurry? No detour. I took the shortcut. The address on the map is far around. The Peninsula Hotel was its own territory, and Lin Yi knew the shortcut, so he didn't follow the navigation. I didn't expect to be misunderstood. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Tianxin said, I think you're just giving me the runaround. Lin Yi was speechless. What a good intention. Okay, I'll go the same route as before. That'll do. It's okay my ass. Just now circled around a bit. Do you know how much time I wasted? Yang Tianxin said, do you think I'm that easy to fool? Believe it or not. Lin Yi said breathlessly, and said in his mind, what's the hurry? Unintentionally, Lin Yi saw that on Yang Tianxin's pocket, there seemed to be the logo of a certain brand of sex/sexy lingerie printed on it, and before that, Lu Cece had worn such a brand of lingerie. It doesn't seem to be cheap. Lin Yi thought about it. After buying underwear and now going to a hotel, he wouldn't really go and do anything, would he? Thinking about this, Lin Yi had a vicious chill. This dried out body is boring to think about. Compared to Ji Qingyan's kind of fleshy body, it was far, far worse. Okay, no need to drive forward. Just park at the side door. This is for fear of being seen. Lin Yi thought to himself. The gullwing doors opened and Yang Tianxin got out. Lin Yi sat in the car and thought about it, feeling that this single 5-star praise, it seems to be played out again. These guys are too hard to serve. Soon after, an alert came through on his cell phone, indicating that he had received a 5-star review. Seeing this 5-star review, Lin Yi was very surprised. How can you get a 5-star review after all this drama? This woman surnamed Yang, though not good looking, had so many redeeming qualities. But soon, Lin Yi realized something was wrong. He had received a 5-star review, so the system task should have been completed. But why was there no response at all? A quick look at the system task reveals that it's still 9/10, unchanged from before the order was taken. System, are you having problems? Lin Yi said, I've already completed 10 5-star reviews. How come I haven't completed the task yet? The previous passenger, who gave the host 1 star, not 5. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm getting 5-star reviews on my phone. The host's order-taking software, manually tampered with. Everything is subject to the system. Tampered with? Lin Yi's eyes rolled as if he understood what was going on. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed Tianyan's number. Receiving Lin Yi's call again, Tianyan said, Dong Lin, you're looking for me? I haven't left at the station yet. I can go back anytime. There's no need to come back. I just wanted to ask, did you guys change the evaluation system? Lin Yi asked, is it true that any evaluation from a passenger is 5 stars with me? You know about this, Lin Dong? There's no need for that. You guys should just change your permissions back to the same as before. Lin Yi said, I want to experience life as a normal person, not privilege. Chapter 038, Bikini suits you better. Got it. I'll inform the technical department and adjust your permissions over. Tianyan said, okay, tell the people below to do it. After explaining his business, Lin Yi hung up the phone and got ready for work. In 2 hours, Lin Yi had taken 4 orders and received 3 4-stars, and 1 3-star. And this 4 men, all of them coincidentally, thought the car belonged to Ding Dong's company and did not think it was theirs. The rich kid's persona didn't hold up, and he was treated as a chauffeur and didn't get any bonus points. Lin Yi sighed and muttered to himself, it seems that driving a Ding Dong isn't a great job, and it's pretty hard to get a 5-star review. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already past 4 in the evening. Ji Qingyan seemed to be getting off work soon, so he had to go over and pick her up. Looks like we'll just have to keep wool gathering over her. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang, and it was discovered that it was Wang Ying calling. Sister Ing, looking for me? Xiao Yi, be honest with sis. Are you and the president related? Lin Yi thought for a moment. Sort of a friend. Why? I heard from the personnel department that the president intends to promote me to the position of sales minister. Is it true that you put in a good word with the president? I just mentioned it in passing. Lin Yi said smilingly. With Sister Ying's strength, it's still more than enough for her to want to become the sales minister. Looks like sis didn't love you for nothing. When do you have time? Sis will treat you to dinner. I'm afraid I can't for the last few days. I've got quite a lot on my plate, so it's not too late for us to celebrate when you're officially on the job. Sales minister is a very important position in the Sunrise Group, whether Wang Ying can be, but also depends on the other senior leaders. But with Ji Qingyan here, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Alright then, this matter is settled. Wang Ying said with a smile. Well, it's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at the time and realized that it was about time. So he drove slowly towards the Chaoyang group. Pulling up next to his little broken charade, Lin Yi wiped the ash off of it. It's a bit broken, but it's the one that's been there for you during your toughest times. Be sure to treat it well. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk out of the elevator. Blue tuxedo skirt coupled with a ransom-style white shirt. Smart and competent. A document was suddenly sent up from below, and it came out a little late, so I guess I'm in a hurry to wait. It's okay, I just got here too. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, eat first. If not, then go shopping first. Ji Qingyan said. What about you? I'll do whatever you want. Women can't say casual. How easy it is to misunderstand. Cut. Ji Qingyan said. Then let's go shopping first, and eat a piece afterward. I've already placed an order. Go grab it. As the words fell, Ji Qingyan's order popped up in the app. Lin Yi was quick on his feet and grabbed the order. At this moment, Lin Yi felt that the 5-star praise had beckoned him again. Looking at the address of the order and realizing it was Taiki Plaza, Lin Yi drove off in his car. Soon, the two arrived at Taimu Plaza. Ji Qingyan carried her own bag and prepared to get off. Hey, you haven't given a 5-star review yet, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan smiled proudly. It's fine if you want a 5-star review, depending on your performance today. I can kind of see that you just asked me to carry the bags. Brilliant. Lin Yi is not in a hurry for a moment. With Ji Qingyan's character, a 5-star review will definitely not be able to escape. Ji Qingyan's shopping was not as purposeful as Lin Yi's. While we say we're going to buy clothes, we're going to shop elsewhere as well. I haven't even waited to buy clothes yet, but I've bought a lot of cosmetics. There seems to be a swimsuit seller up ahead, Lin Yi muttered. You're buying a bathing suit? There's a big pool at home, so how can I enjoy it? That being said, go over and take a look, Ji Qingyan said with a bit of envy. Even though the place he lived in was also a villa, it wasn't even close to Lin Yi's Jojo Pavilion. At the very least there is no outdoor pool. Are you going to pick out my swim trunks? Seeing Ji Qingyan come in as well, Lin Yi asked. I'm not going to buy it for you, Ji Qingyan said. There are also women's clothes for sale here, so it's not okay for me to take a look. Lin Yi rubbed his chin and said. That being said, you said earlier that you were going to blow my mind, and after buying the swimsuit, it looks like you'll be able to keep your promise. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red. You're just setting me up. If I had known that the Jijo Pavilion was yours, I wouldn't have said that. But you could have said something else. I didn't force you. Che, just know how to force words, Ji Qingyan said. Hurry up and go inside. Don't talk about this kind of topic in public. Seeing Ji Qingyan's petulant appearance, Lin Yi smiled. Fine. Find a place where no one is around to talk about it later. Sir, ma'am. How may I help you? Entering the store, the shopgirl said enthusiastically. We'll take a look for ourselves and call you when we need help, Lin Yi said. Okay. Lin Yi bought things very quickly, picking out a few pieces of the right size and getting ready to pay. After all, it's your own pool and no one is looking at it, so style is less important. If he wasn't afraid of being indecent, Lin Yi felt that it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he didn't wear it. Lin Yi quickly chose his swim trunks, but it was Ji Qingyan who was surprisingly slow, and kept picking and choosing, and after 10 minutes, she couldn't even find a suitable one. Let's go. Don't buy it, Ji Qingyan said. Why don't you buy it? There's no fit. Not really, there are so many styles out there. And you're still saying there's nothing that fits? The look is fine, but the yardage is incomplete. Well, come on then, let's go and look elsewhere. After paying, the two walked out of the store and went back to the swimsuit store next door to look around. They have more styles at home, it seems, than the one just now. Wait for me outside. I'll try to get out soon. Linny nodded and said, Mr. G, I think with your figure, a bikini would be more suitable for you. Then I won't buy a bikini. Ji Qingyan said arrogantly, then walked into the swimsuit store. Almost 2 minutes later, Ji Qingyan carried a white handbag and walked out from inside. I can see that I should be able to buy the swimsuit of my choice. Come on, let's go around to the 4th floor. 4th floor? Linny thought for a moment. I seem to remember that the 6th floor is where the big international brands are sold, right? No ordinary clothes? I'm going to buy a dress. There's a good number of people coming tomorrow, so I won't wear formal clothes, Ji Qingyan said. Setting their sights, the two men went to the 4th floor in one piece. Linny realized that not only did this place sell ladies' dresses, but also many niche brands. The brands aren't exactly loud, but the styles are all pretty nice. After walking for a few minutes, the two stood in front of a store. Linny, what do you think of that gradient-colored gown? Chapter 039, Who said not to buy? Must buy. It's okay, go ahead and try it. The two of them arrived at the store piece by piece. Ji Qingyan pointed at the evening dress on the model and said, This can dress. I want to try it on. Okay, just a moment. Looking at the way the two were dressed, they knew they were rich, and the shopkeeper was happy to serve such customers. If you were a normal person, you might be less reluctant. Soon, the gown was taken down and Ji Qingyan took it to the fitting room, while Linny waited outside in boredom. Linny, come here for a moment. In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan said, You're changing. It's not good for me to go in there. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Linny thought about it and said it was right. She's not afraid of a woman. What's she afraid of? Being a big man herself? In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan had her back to Linny, her hands covering her chest. Help me zip her up the back. I can't get it on myself. The gown Ji Qingyan chose was a backless model, and the zipper could only be tied up to just above the buttocks. The white back was glowing like jade. Aren't you showing a little too much? Ji Qingyan snorted and pointed to the chair next to her. There's a shawl too. It'll keep the back out. Linny looked and noticed that on the chair, there was indeed a light-colored shawl. Ji Qingyan had a free hand and brought over her underwear. How could she have forgotten about it when she was changing her clothes? Linny didn't care and helped Ji Qingyan fasten her zipper. Okay. Coming out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan was in front of the large mirror, lifting the hem of her skirt and turning slightly sideways. How's it looking? Very good. Ji Qingyan was amused. Which teacher did you teach this to? It's terrible. Just be able to get my point across. Don't worry about so many details. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded. Since you said it looks good, then I'll choose this one. No problem. The female shopkeepers were also stunned by Ji Qingyan. It certainly doesn't look as good if you wear it on yourself. Ma'am, I feel like this evening gown, which was made just for you, just fits so well. Thanks. I'm going to go change first. Please help me load it up later. Yeah, no problem. Hubby, this evening gown is so beautiful. I want a set too. Just in time to wear it the day after tomorrow when your company opens. The speaker was a young woman, wearing a black wrap dress, and next to her was a pot-bellied man in his 40s with a strut. Little things. The middle-aged man looked at the shopgirl. Get me a gown of the same style. I'm really sorry, but this gift set is a customized one from our store. So if you want it, you'll have to pre-order it, and it'll be made in almost a month. Have to wait a month? The middle-aged man was not happy. Can you go any faster? We need to wear it the day after tomorrow. I'm really sorry. This really can't be done. It'll take a month at the earliest to be able to do it with quality assurance. You guys don't have to play this kind of strategy with me. It's just money. I'll take an extra $10,000 and tell your designers to hurry up and make me a set. The shopgirl was about to cry. Sir, this evening gown, a designer from the country of Delhi, is handmade and cannot be delivered to you the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged man bristled. The words had been said to this point. The other party had not given in. It is estimated that it really cannot be done. As you heard, we really can't do it the day after tomorrow. So let's switch to another style. Nah, that's the one I've got my eye on. The young woman walked over and said, I think this gown sells for over $80,000. Yes, the shopgirl said. Looking at the two of them, I don't think they can afford it. So let them take it off and load it up for me. Who says I can't afford it? Ji Qingyan said with a cold face. It's over 80,000. You can indeed afford it? The woman wrapped her arms around her chest, her expression unimpressed. Of course, Ji Qingyan said, and I can afford it on my own. The woman was on fire. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm a big shot? You know what's going on with yourself. Facing Ji Qingyan's powerful aura, the woman was scared back half a step. Hubby, this woman is bullying people. You should help them out. The middle-aged man looked at Ji Qingyan with a teasing look. I know you're not a bad moneymaker, but I'll tell you what. As long as I say the word, this tuxedo, it's still mine. On what grounds? The middle-aged man felt in his own pocket, then took out a golden card. See, I'm a gold member of Taiki Plaza with mandatory purchase rights. Now you should understand. Seeing the golden card in the middle-aged man's hand, the female sales clerks were surprised. According to the membership system of Taiki Plaza, you have to spend $5 million here to become a gold member. Not only do you get a discount on your purchase, but you also get first right of refusal. So this gown, even if the lady in front of her could afford it, still had to be sold to the other party as a priority. Ji Qingyan didn't say anything. She was a regular customer of Taimu Plaza and knew about the membership system here. Even though he was the one who saw the evening gown first, he could not buy it even if he wanted to, as he was a gold member. Oh, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take off your clothes quickly? The young woman said smugly. Ji Qingyan grimaced and carried her skirt towards the fitting room. Wait, what are you doing? Lin Yi said. I'll change out of my clothes and you can help me with my zipper. Good. The two of them went to the fitting room, and after helping Ji Qingyan unzip her zipper, Lin Yi walked out. Seeing that Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan had both wimped out, the middle-aged man and the woman beside him were exceptionally high-strung. To be a person, you have to understand that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Although your conditions are not bad, but compared to us, it's not a level. When you go out in the future, your eyes can be put brightly, so as to save yourself from being humiliated. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything, standing aside and waiting for Ji Qingyan to come out. Within a few minutes, Ji Qingyan changed her clothes, handed the gown over to the clerk's hands, and prepared to leave. Go what? Lin Yi said. What are you still doing here if you're not buying clothes? Who said not to buy it? It has to be bought. Ji Qingyan pulled Lin Yi. They're gold members of Taimu Plaza. They have the right of first refusal. It's useless even if I fancy it first. It's just a gold membership. What's the big deal? Oh, it's true that gold membership is nothing spectacular, but it's just that you can buy this gown you're holding. From his pocket, Lin Yi fished out a platinum-colored card. You're gold members, you have the right of first refusal. So my diamond members, it's even more of a problem, right? Recommended book after the divorce. I opened the game Life. The content is very good. Released in the starting point. You can point a collection or something. Thanks for the support. Chapter 040. It's going to spurt blood. The store was quiet as could be at the sight of the glistening card. They all clearly knew that in order to become a diamond member of Taimu Plaza, the minimum spending had to be over $10 million. It is said that in the whole of Shanghai, not a few diamond members were issued, and I didn't expect that today. I would be encountered by myself. Load up the clothes, Lin Yi said. Such good-looking clothes naturally have to be worn by good-looking people. Certain people's face value is too low, and they exude an urban and rural atmosphere, so it would be a complete waste if they wore these clothes. Ji Qingyan was a bit embarrassed. How embarrassing when there were so many people. The female sales clerk looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, I'm really sorry. This gentleman holds a diamond membership, so this evening dress cannot be sold to you. Yes, we're not buying. The two were embarrassed to death. They thought that with a gold membership, they could run roughshod over the place, but they didn't expect to run into a tough guy. That's a slap in the face. Soon, the shopgirl loaded Ji Qingyan's evening gown. It ended up being 30% off because of the diamond membership. Very good value. Lin Yi, thanks to you for this today, Ji Qingyan said. Minor thing, I wasn't going to take it out, but the other guy was a bit of a poser. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi with a smile and whispered, for the sake of you standing up for yourself, I'll make good on my promise tonight and let you feast your eyes. Then I'm welcome. After buying the gown, the two of them went to a formal wear store. Ji Qingyan said, go check out the formal wear. I'm spending today. I'm a little embarrassed to be buying me clothes and gorging myself. Che, go look at the clothes first. Ji Qingyan said, don't forget, you still have a mission on you. You must act well in that play tomorrow. Don't worry, it's in your heart. A little later, The two of them went to a niche men's clothing store, and Ji Qingyan not only chose a formal dress for Lin Yi, but also a set of leather shoes, shirt and tie. When Lin Yi came out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up with amazement. How the hell did this guy grow? It's like a different person in formal wear. The female sales clerk on the side was so dazzled that her entire body was about to pounce on Lin Yi's. It's like a walking coat rack. It's all ready for a debut. It's heavenly to look so handsome. Lin Yi looked in the mirror, impressed that this was the first time he wore formal clothes, and felt pretty good. But just then, Lin Yi saw that Ji Qingyan had squatted down at his feet, helping to straighten his pants legs. Such an image gave Lin Yi a strange feeling. How does it feel? Straightening her pant legs? Ji Qingyan inquired. I think it's not bad. You said it looked good, so it can't be wrong. Let's have this one. Aha. Ji Qingyan handed over her bank card. Swipe it. Lin Yi changed his clothes, carried a large bag, and went piece by piece to the food area of Taimu Plaza, ate something, and prepared to go home. In the parking lot, a large group of people were gathering around Lin Yi's to take pictures. This car is also too handsome. It's estimated that there aren't many of them in the entire Yin country. It's still a local car from Zhonghai. It's only young Qin and young Wang who can have this strength. Oh, all stop filming. I know the owner of this Pagani. A man in shorts with tattoos on his arms said. This statement immediately attracted many young women's envious gazes. He can know someone who drives a Pagani, so I'm sure he can't be bad in his own right. Handsome. Can you add a WeChat? A girl with long hair said. No problem. Meanwhile, a few more bold girls came up for a microphone. The tattooed man came and added them all, already happy in his mind. It's so damn exciting, blowing off some awesome and getting so many girls to add tweets. Ahem. Dude, I don't think I know you. Looking at Lin Yi, the tattooed man said. Who are you? Who am I to know you? I thought you said you knew the owner. This Pagani is mine. The tattooed man was flabbergasted. You're actually the owner of the car? Lin Yi pressed the car key in his pocket, and the Pagani's xenon headlights came on and the gullwing doors opened, causing a gasp of surprise. It's really the owner. Snap. The long-haired girl slapped the tattooed man across the face. Asterisk ing liar. Snap. Another series of slaps rang out, and the girls who had added the tattooed man's WeChat. One of them rewarded him with a slap on the face. Alive and well. Serves you right. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan said silently. Lin Yi smiled. As a female, Ji Qingyan also abhorred scum. This time Ji Qingyan didn't place an order because she didn't know where to locate it. If positioned in your own home, the bathing suit you just bought would be useless. If you locate yourself in Lin Yi's Kyushu pavilion, you show that you want to go as much as you do. Ji Qingyan gripped her cell phone, so she just didn't place an order and took herself wherever she wanted. Lin Yi didn't think about it so much and pulled Ji Qingyan. Returning to the Pavilion of the Nine States. Inside the Pavilion of the Nine States, all of the decorated colored lights were lit up as if it was daytime. When they reached the pool, Lin Yi changed into his swim trunks and prepared to go down for a short swim. But Lin Yi's swimming skills were rather crummy. All learned during his college days, in physical education classes, and only stayed at the stage of being able to swim. Seeing Lin Yi beside her, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but give her a sideways glance. This guy's body is too good to be true. Abs, mermaid lines, how come they're all on his body? If you want to see it, you can see it in the open. Why sneak around? Lin Yi said. I don't think I'm the one who's going to have a feast today. But you. Who's looking at you? Ji Qingyan said as she inclined her head. I'll go down first. Make yourself at home. Saying that, Lin Yi plunged down, splashing Ji Qingyan all over the water. Lin Yi, I think you're doing this on purpose. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet in anger. How did I do it on purpose? Lin Yi puzzled. How can I wear it after splashing all over me? Didn't we all buy bathing suits? Just change into them. They'll be dry tomorrow and we can still wear them. Ji Qingyan didn't say anything, because such a small episode, by mistake, gave her a step. Although she had promised Lin Yi that she would keep her promise, it was still a bit embarrassing to ask her to change into her swimsuit now. Now it's good. The clothes are wet and you can't change them. Ji Qingyan carried her own clothes and returned to Villa 1. In the meantime, Lin Yi was by the pool, holding his cell phone and ordering the people from the property to bring in fruits and other snacks to eat later. When the time came to change into his swimsuit and walk out, Lin Yi couldn't take his eyes off of him anymore. This is going to be a nosebleed. Chapter 041, Reward. Wang Jiangpier. Ji Qingyan's swimsuit was neither a one-piece, but it could not be considered a bikini either. Moreover, Linny realized that Ji Qingyan's figure was better than expected, especially those straight thighs that couldn't be picked out. Definitely considered a perfect body. In addition to this, there is a shawl of tulle on the body, which looks even more graceful. With the swimsuits all changed on, I kind of kept my promise. That's what I like about people like you who are true to their word. With that, Linny climbed up from the pool. Ji Qingyan was going into the water, so there was no need to swim herself, just sit on top and admire. Taking off her outside shawl, Ji Qingyan touched the water in the pool. It's actually warm? There's an automatic heating function. Linny sat down on the bench and said, if you want a scrub, I'll go get the shower gel now. Only you could come up with the idea of rubbing in the pool. After testing the temperature, Ji Qingyan went down into the middle of the pool, much more gently than Linny. Ji Qingyan's level was better than Linny had imagined, just like a mermaid. Sitting on the bench, watching Ji Qingyan's graceful swimming posture, Linny sighed. That's ing life. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that the viewing might have been better if it was an outdoor beach. At that moment, Linny saw Ji Qingyan's cell phone. It just occurred to me that that order from earlier hadn't been fulfilled yet. I want to use your cell phone, Linny said. Ji Qingyan surfaced and gathered her hair. Use it. Password 950,824. Taking Ji Qingyan's phone. The screensaver was a selfie of her, gesturing with scissors and being kind of cute. Entering the ding-dong software, Linny took matters into his own hands and gave himself a 5-star review. It was also precisely at this time that the system's beep sounded. System mission completed. Rewarded with 100,000 proficiency values. Career completion, 75%. Reward Wang Jiangpier. Hearing the beep in his head, Linny almost didn't jump. I can't believe I gave myself a dock. Linny still had a bit of an impression of this Wang Jiangpier. There was an officially funded marina there, but after recovering the costs, the place was sold to a private owner. And now, surprisingly, in his own hands. The most important thing is that this Riverwatch Pier, which is not far away from the Kyushu Pavilion, is separated by a stretch of sandy beach and can be reached within a few minutes' drive. Taking his cell phone, Linny looked up the specifics of this pier, discovered that this Riverwatch Pier is quite a come-on. When the Wangjiang Pier was first constructed, the officials wanted to make it the largest cruise ship pier in Yenzhou as a way to stimulate the tourism industry in Shanghai. The Wangjiang Pier, too, lived up to its name, and at the time of its completion, it once became the largest cruise ship pier in the Yan state, covering an area of up to 180,000 square meters with 120 berths. It has gone from number 1 to number 2 because more than 5 years have passed since it was built. But even that can't extinguish its place in the hearts of tourists. The system is so generous. I can't believe I got such a great gift. I'll have to check it out tomorrow. What Linny cared more about, though, was the 75% career completion. At this rate of progress, it's not far from opening the next career. Linny thought about it, and judging by this current progress, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to try to unlock the next profession early within a week. But Linny had already figured out that he still had to work towards 100% career completion. That symbolizes the ultimate reward and should never be given up until it is absolutely necessary. Just as Linny was thinking about these things, Ji Qingyan swam to the edge of the pool and walked up along the handrail. Linny was very gentlemanly, handing a towel over to Ji Qingyan to wipe the water off her body. It's been a long time since I've swum, and after only a few laps, I'm out of breath. Our family's pool, it's free to you. Just come often in the future, Linny said with a smile. That's more like it. After drying themselves off, the two returned to Villa 1 piece by piece. Ji Qingyan didn't mention anything about going home either, and it was obvious that she was planning to stay here. How is your being? Back on the second floor, Ji Qingyan was a bit surprised to see the quilt in Linny's bedroom, because the quilt was old and patched in a few places. Using something like this was completely out of character for Linny. The quilt and pillows on the bed, both of which I brought from the orphanage back then. I got so used to using them that I didn't want to throw them away. You're an orphan? Linny shrugged indifferently. From what Wang Ma said, it seems that when I was first born, I was sent to an orphanage, and for so many years, I've been staying there. Sorry to bring up your sadness. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not sad at all, Linny said. Wang Ma treats me as if I were her own son. And in the orphanage, there are quite a few little friends. I don't lack love. My 3 views are all normal, not like the orphans played on TV. That's fine, as long as you're not mad. Ji Qingyan was draped in a bath towel and held her clothes in her hands. I'm going to bed. Good night. Don't sleep in tomorrow. you have to drive me to work. No problem. Linny gestured an okay sign. I can't wait to send you to work every day. A big fat sheep like you. After washing up, Linny went back to rest. Found a friend request on the Microsoft with a verification message underneath. Hello, I'm Song Wenwei. Song Wenwei? Linny muttered. Why does it sound a bit familiar? After a few seconds, Linny thought of who this person was. Isn't it the blind date that Wang Ma introduced to herself? Didn't think about it that much and went through friend verification. Hello. Song Wenwei initiated the message. Hello. Linny replied. I'm off tomorrow. In terms of your time? My family, too, would like to meet you. Convenient. Face still has to be given. Otherwise Wang Ma's side will not be able to explain. Then let's meet at the Tianyue Tea House at 9 in the morning? Tianyue Tea House? Is it the Tianyue Tea House on Wenqing Road? Yeah. Good. After agreeing on a time and place, Linny stroked his chin. The consumption of this Tianyue Tea House is not cheap. Casually drinking a pot of tea will be several hundred. They also really dare to set the place. Early the next morning, the two of them woke up in unison. And after washing up, Ji Qingyan got into Lin Yi's car. Because of the clear destination. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan placed her order. Didn't lift a finger like last night. After taking the order, Linny had just driven the car away when he heard Ji Qingyan say, by the way, I bought a set of pajamas and mailed them to you, so remember to collect them. Chapter 042, a little shameless. That's not very nice, Linny said. Yesterday you bought me formal clothes and today you bought me pajamas, making me embarrassed. Ji Qingyan hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Beautiful you. It's for me to buy for myself. Save going to your place. I don't have any pajamas to wear. I don't want to wear yours anymore. It's not comfortable at all. Well, I'm overthinking it. Ji Qingyan got out of the car, but didn't forget to exhort. I'll leave you to it for now. I'm off to work. 3 p.m. Make sure you pick me up on time. Can't be late for Grandpa's birthday today. Okay, see you there. Looking at Ji Qingyan's curvaceous back as she left, Linny looked at his watch and realized that it was already 8:30. At this time of year, I'm afraid there's no time for a blind date if you're going to claim the pier. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. Wang Ma. Yat. I heard you guys had a date to meet? Well, it's on its way there. That's fine. Wang Suaping deliberately lowered her voice and said, I've asked around for you. The girl's not bad looking and has a pretty good job. So get on it. I still have to drink your wedding wine. I know, Linny said with a smile. I'll secretly prepare $20,000 for you. If it really works out, these $20,000 will be for your wedding. Wang Suaping sighed. It's not much money. That's all Mom can get for you. What a thing to say. I'm working to make money. How could I want any more of your money? The orphanage was clear to Linny. It is only through the assistance of the community that we have been able to survive to this day. I'm already struggling to make ends meet. So if I get myself another $20,000, it's really going to add insult to injury. That's the rule. If you do get results, more or less I have to take some. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll be back to see you in a few days. Okay, come back to me with good news. No problem. Hanging up the phone, Linny let out a deep breath, touched the tears at the corners of his eyes, and drove towards the Tianyue Tea House. Ring, ring, ring. I had just hung up when my cell phone rang again. Am I a busy person now too? It seems like I need to prepare another cell phone and learn time management, or else I won't have enough time. Hello. Picked up the phone, Linny said. Hello Mr. Lin. Last night, you wholly acquired our Wangjiang pier. I'm the manager of the pier. By Songjiang. I'm going to be ready to go over there in a few minutes. You should be at the docks, right? Yes. I'm calling just for this. If it's not convenient for Mr. Lin's side, it's fine for us to go over and report to you. No, it's better if I go over there myself. Linny looked at his watch. But I have some other things to do. I'll see you in 2 hours. Fine. We'll wait for you here. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Linny drove a bit more and arrived at the Tianyue Tea House. Tianyue Tea House. A little famous in Shanghai. Generally a bit of status. People like to come here to drink tea and talk about business. Hello sir. How many please? Seeing Linny come in, the waiter, dressed in an inflamed robe, smiled. I'm here looking for someone. There's a Song Wenwei. I think she's booked a table here. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin E. Lin? It's me, MS. Song has already explained earlier. You can just go to the 3rd floor. Good. Hard work. Probably because it was daytime. The third floor of the tea house was as empty as a field, with only one table seated. There were 5 people sitting in front of the long table, which was quite a lot. Sitting in the center, Linny could vaguely tell that it should be Song Wenwei, but the rest of the others, they had no idea. Yo, it's Linny, right? Seeing Linny come up, the middle-aged woman sitting next to Song Wenwei said, "It's me. I'll start with an introduction. I'm Wenhui's mother Wan. This is my son and Wenhui's younger brother Song Wenwu, and the rest are Wenhui's great aunt In Shui, and her second aunt In Hua." Linny nodded his head one after another as a greeting. It seems like men don't have much of a place in the Song family. Linny, I've heard Suaping say something about you, and I heard that you work in a real estate company? Is it cheaper to find you to buy a house then? Song Wenwei's mother, on the contrary, was straightforward. It does get cheaper, but I don't work there anymore. Linny said. Jumped ship because of bad pay? Learning this news, Wan and the others were quite happy. After all, they had earned more. It's not jumping ship, it's being fired from the company. A few people's faces changed. This was not a good sign. What are you doing now? Can't be a hobo, can you? That's not as far as it goes. Usually running ding-dongs is barely enough to make ends meet. Linny said with a smile. None of the Song family's faces looked very good. Wan said to herself, what's going on with Suaping? She said she was working in a real estate company before, but now she's actually driving a ding-dang? Isn't this fooling people? Mom, calm down first, Song Wenwei whispered, although her job isn't very decent, but her looks are quite good, and the land of the orphanage, there's still news of relocation, so let's talk and see first. Alright, for the sake of the next generation, I'll give him another chance, Wan said. As far as the situation at hand was concerned, if Lin Yi's appearance wasn't too outstanding, he'd probably just give up and leave. Just open ding dong. Let's continue talking. Out of respect, Wan said with a smile. Aha, our Wenhui situation. You should also understand. Working in the bank. Very decent. There are quite a lot of boys chasing after her. Although your appearance is not bad, but this is not a meal. Auntie's right, Linny said smilingly. Let's put it this way. I'll pick it apart with you. I want you to buy a suite in Zhonghai, with full payment. Using a 3-bedroom with a minimum area of 100 square feet or more. Full payment? Linny felt like he had heard wrong. Were these people dreaming? With the current stage of Zhonghai's housing prices, near the outer ring of the house, the cheapest are almost 50,000 square feet. The use of 100 square feet. The floor area of almost 150 square feet. The full amount down to 7.5 million, counting the other formalities. Run 8 million to go. Want to buy in full. Young people nowadays, I'm afraid that it's difficult to do. If you don't pay the full amount, you'll have to pay the mortgage later. How much pressure will you be under? When we get old, you'll have to pay for our medication and medical care. And if we take all our salary to pay the mortgage, who will support us in the future? Wan changed her position and continued. And 100 square feet of usable area is already my minimum requirement. 1 room for the 2 of you. 1 room for the kids. And 1 room for his father and me. Is not a high standard anymore. Seeing that Linny didn't agree directly, Song Wenwei spoke up. My parents have raised me for so many years. It should be normal for me to take them over to live with me, right? If you really like me, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Chapter 043, you guys tell me how to pay for it. Linny almost laughed, but managed to force a smile. Other than that, are there any other requests? Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me slowly, Wan said with a smile. We are all ordinary families. After the house is finished, we won't make it too difficult for you with the rest. The dowry will be 888,000. For good luck. Isn't that a bit much? Linny said. Is this still much? Wan said with a start. Wenhui's co-worker, who got married a few days ago, gave 1,660,000 for the dowry money, and we only want 888,000. It's already not much. No. I mean, according to the rules on this side of Zhonghai, generally how much the bride price is given, how much the other party has to give back. I'm afraid you guys are under pressure. What kind of custom is this? Wan said. We don't have this rule there. The bride price money goes to the mother's family. The bride price money goes to the mother's family? Linny froze at this. What kind of retarded rule is this? Yes, it's the money for the mother's family. We have raised our daughter for more than 20 years and just sent her to your family. It should be okay to give us some money as compensation. If you say that, isn't it similar to selling your daughter? Linny said with a smile. According to you, if I spend the money and marry her, can I treat her like a nanny? Or perhaps a birthing machine? What a thing to say. Inwan slammed the table. We married you to enjoy the blessings. It's good enough to go out to work, and you want her to do housework? Alright, you guys go on. What else do you want? Linny said. All that's left is the car, and in that regard, we're not very demanding. Inwan said. Get a BMW, a Mercedes or an Audi would be fine, as long as it's over $500,000. Just decide what brand of car you want to buy. Wait, this I have to emphasize. Song Wonwoo said. If you buy one of these 3 cars, it has to be imported. The domestic ones are impossible to drive. They're crap as hell. Linny smiled and nodded, looking at Song Wenwei. What do you mean? I think, with my conditions, such a request is not too high. Song Wenwei said. I have a colleague who only graduated from a college, and now she is living in a villa and driving a car of more than $1 million. My conditions are better than hers, and making these conditions should not be considered high. That's right, our shall we's conditions are here. Just this little request, definitely not too high. Song Wenwei's great aunt said. I also have a request. When the wedding, the hotel must be 5-star yet. When relatives and friends come, the grade cannot be too low. Song Wenwei's second aunt said. Yes, this is important. I forgot to mention it earlier. According to your requirements, this full set down, at least $10 million. My situation, you all know. Think I can come up with this money? Do you guys think I'm printing money in Zhonghai? Lin Yi's fingers, tapping on the desktop, said calmly. Want a spaceship? I'll get you one. What are you talking about? Inwan said. I know, you just graduated. You may not be able to get so much money, but you can ask your family to pay for it. Nowadays, young people, how can you get married without relying on your family? My parents are dead. How can I get help from my family? Want me to go grave robbing? We are not talking about your real parents. I heard that the orphanage is going to be relocated. When the land is sold, the money will not be there. Inwan said smilingly. Lin Yi's face hardened down. What they had said before, all as if they were listening to a joke, and didn't take it to heart. I didn't realize that these few people, who had hit on the orphanage, no wonder they were in such a hurry to get a match with themselves. It's the orphanage that's moving. Lin Yi, I still have a small request. Song Wenwei said. What a request? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. I hope that when we have a child, the child can take my last name. Say that again? Wen Hui has no other intention. Anyway, you are also an orphan. Give birth to a child with our Song family name, although Wen Hui is a woman, but also have to pay attention to a succession. Don't you think so? What? Is your son sexually impotent or a siren? Can't fulfill the mission of passing on the family name? What are you talking about? Believe it or not. Linny picked up the teacup on the table and splashed the tea onto Song Wonwoo's face. Believe it? Do you really think I have a good temper? Song Wonwoo wailed as he was scalded, and Linny slowly got up. I came here today because I wanted to deal with you guys, and then you and I will be good. But you guys have hit my mom's orphanage, and you're all so grown up that you don't want to lose your face? Come up here and buy a house and a car at full price? Match? Slamming down his words, Linny turned around and left. It's not worth wasting so much time with a bunch of retards. At this point, the Song family couldn't care less about Linny. Their minds were on Song Wonwoo. Son, you're okay? Mom's taking you to the hospital now. No, it's just a cup of tea. Song Wonwoo said viciously. How dare you splash me with tea? I can't spare him. How are you going to chase him when he's gone? Song Wonwoo walked over to the windowsill, just in time to see the entrance to the tea house. The chase is definitely over. Song Wonwoo picked up a side flower pot. When he comes out, I'll smash him to death. Just then, Linny took the car keys and walked out of the tea house, and Song Wonwoo hugged the flower pot and slammed it down towards Linny. But when smashing, the angle was deliberately off. He wasn't afraid of smashing Linny to death, but if he did, he'd have to play it out himself. Linny had just taken a few steps out of the tea house when he saw flower pots falling from the sky. Snap! The flower pot was in pieces. So it was good that Linny reacted quickly and retreated a step backward, or else he would have been really easily smashed. What is this? Lin Yi's brows furrowed. Although the flower pot didn't hit him, the debris that flew out hit his car. Before Linny could figure out what was going on, he heard Song Wonwoo cursing from the 3rd floor. Grass! Count on you to dodge fast. Be careful when you go out in the future. so as to save things from falling down and smashing you to death. Linny smiled and said lightly, "Do you realize that this has serious consequences? What can I do if it's serious? I'll just hit you with a flower pot." Song Wonwoo cursed. "A stinking open ding dong. How dare you splash me with tea? Live out of it. But I drive a nice car. Don't think I don't know that your car is a broken charade. Is that a luxury car? You seem to be teasing me." Linny didn't say anything and pressed the car keys in his pocket. Pagani's gullwing doors open like the wings of an eagle, as if they are about to spread their wings and soar. The flower pot didn't hit me, but the debris that flew out hit my car. So you guys tell me how you're going to pay for it? Chapter 044, When Struck by Lightning. It's easy to get you involved. Pagani? Hearing Linny say that, Song Wonwoo and his family were all dumbfounded. There was a flurry of heads poking out, and to their surprise, they realized that there really was a Pagani parked underneath. This car is actually yours." "That's right," Linny said. "The original price of this car is 28 million. It has to be repainted. Counting the cost of labor and raw materials, it's almost 2 million. Check or cash? Microchip or Microsoft transfer?" Clueless, Song's family was confused. Isn't he a ding-dong driver and an orphan? How can he afford such an expensive car? "Alright, don't just stand there. Go down and take a look," Song Wenwei said in a panic. In her heart, she regretted it to death. If she had known that Linny was so rich, she wouldn't have made so many demands just now. "As long as you're with him, aren't all these things your own?" Yeah, get down there and check it out." Song Wonwoo had been dumbfounded, and ran out in a hurry with his family. There was a large crowd gathered outside the tea house. "The sports car is scratched. A melon this big. It has to be eaten." At this moment, the Song family knew that this was not an illusion. That sports car, it really is Lin Yi's. There was also a piece of a flower pot underneath, and the scratches on the door weren't very large, but they did scrape it. Lin Yi, is this car really you?" Song Wenwei asked warily. "If it's not mine, is it yours? Think about how to pay for it." "I didn't ask you for more," Linny said. "This young man is really good. This is a Pagani wind god. You have to use foreign imports of paint to repair, and you have to send a professional engineer over to fix it. 2 million down would be good. Supercars are just not the same. If it was a domestic car, it would be done for $100. There's no way around it. That's what makes a supercar so valuable." Hearing the murmurs of the others, the Song family members were collectively petrified. Even if we let them sell their kidneys en masse, it's impossible for them to come up with that much money. "Lin Yi, calm down, my brother. He was just being impulsive," Song Wenwei said. "We just thought about it, and we don't want so many things. I think you're not a bad person. Material things, I don't care. Even though you've been dismissed, I'm willing to fight with you. You're overthinking it." Linny sat back in the car. "Go back and get the money together. Within a week. If you can't get $2 million together, you'll be waiting for a summons from the court." With that, Linny drove off in his car. Looking at the taillights of Lin Yi's car, Song's family members wanted to cry and die. "I can't believe I missed such a dirtbag for nothing. What a sin." Leaving from the tea house, Linny glanced at the time and realized that it was just after 10, just in time for a trip to Wangjiang Pier. First, the system's rewards were claimed and said. As for the car, taking the time to send it to Zhou Haitao will solve the problem. At the racetrack, there should be a professional paint refinisher, so all in all it's not a big problem. Buzz off. Lin Yi's cell phone rang. A tweet from Wang Ma. "Son, write back to mom when you're done." Taking his cell phone, Linny called back. "Wang Ma, you're looking for me. How's the blind date going? Any luck?" "Didn't negotiate." Linny smiled and said. "But that friend of yours, her character isn't good. Quickly pull the WeChat and contact information. Otherwise when she gets struck by lightning, it's easy to involve you." There were many things that Linny could endure, and he couldn't let Wang Ma's face get in the way. But those few people, they actually hit the orphanage with their ideas. This was something Linny couldn't tolerate. "What's going on here? Calm down. Why are you still so angry?" "It's nothing much. I just don't think she's a good person. Just do what I say." "Okay, mom listens to you. When I meet a good girl later, I'll keep an eye out for you. You don't have to worry about my lifelong matters. I'm such an adult. I can handle it myself," Linny said with a smile. "Then get a grip. You're one of the first kids I sent out. Get out there and make a name for yourself." "Yes, sir." "Okay, I've got to go help with the cooking, so you go get busy too." "Well, I'll be back to see you in a few days. Tell me ahead of time when you come back." and Mom will make you a nice meal. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi was in a good mood. To have people who think about you wherever you go is a great blessing in life. Driving his car, Lin Yi arrived at the Wanjiang Pier. Rows and rows of yachts docked at the marina, with a number of tourists renting boats on the shore, and even bikini-clad young ladies. Blue waves, white waves and bikinis make up another part of the scenery at Wanjiang Pier. The parking lot at the marina is full of cars, and no shortage of luxury cars. 3 Lamborghinis alone were seen. Come to think of it, this is justifiable. The ordinary owner of the last name cannot have the strength to come here to rent a yacht to play. It's all a rich man's game. Because it was a weekend, the number of people who came over to play was twice as many as usual, and it took several minutes of waiting to find a parking space. After getting off the bus, Lin Yi didn't rush to find Bai Songjiang. This place was all his own property now, so he'd take a brief look at the facilities here first. Handsome, can you add me on Twitter? We're going to a barbecue party later. Wanna join us? Just as Lin Yi was wandering around, he noticed a girl in a bikini, standing in front of him. She was also wearing a white tulle tunic, making the bikini inside hidden. Doesn't add up. The looks were 60 points at best, and couldn't get into Lin Yi's eyes at all. What's the point of pretending? The old lady doesn't even care about adding you. The bikini woman despised, turned around and left. Lin Yi, you think it's a big deal if I don't tweet you? Lin Yi shook his head and continued to wander around the docks, and really noticed something. We'll have to mention these things to the marina management when I meet up with them later. Manager Meow. We just broke the boat seat when we were out on the water. The speaker was a tall girl with a jacket over her coat and a black bathing suit underneath, and she spoke in a delicate ding-dong sort of way that had a tingly feel to it. In front of her stood another slightly built man, dressed in formal attire, sort of like a dock manager. The man's name is Miao Changyu and he is the manager of the operation department of Wanjiang Pier. If I remember correctly, the yacht you guys rented should be yacht number 6. Miao Changyu said. Aha, you were the one who did the rental paperwork for us back then. Oops, this is not very good. Miao Changyu was worried. The seats of the boat number 6 can be all leather, and also newly bought back. Now broken. I can't go back to deliver all. Manager Meow, you help to think of a way. People are not intentional. Tall woman grabbed Miao Changyu arm pouting. Fine. I won't let you accompany me. This is over. Miao Changyu patted the girl and said with a smile. But be careful next time. Chapter 045, Lin Yi's Ambition. Thank you brother Meow. Let's add a Weibo, and contact each other often in the future. Okay. After adding the microphone friend, Miao Changyu and patted the girl. In the future in the Wangjiang dock this piece, there are difficulties to find me, brother to help you smooth out. Got it. Meow. Break something on the dock and you're just going to let her go? Lin Yi said. The 2 men who were planning to leave turned ugly when they saw Lin Yi. Does it matter to you? The tall woman wrapped her sarong around her body and scorned. I wasn't talking to you. Miao Changyu is in charge. And he's still in charge of this. Dude, I'm the operations manager of the Lookout River Marina. Pay up or don't pay up. This has nothing to do with you, right? You still know your status? Lin Yi said. If she doesn't pay for it, you'll pay for it yourself. Grass. That's damn interesting. Miao Changyu scolded. This is our internal matter. What does it have to do with you? Are you too broad in your idleness? Just then, another woman walked over. The very same person who, just now, had piped up to Lin Yi for a microtext message. Jia, what's wrong? I met a psychopath. I've made a deal with Meow, but he jumped out and asked me to pay for it. Do you think he's sick? The bikini girl from before had an expression of instant disgust, because just now, they were playing together on the sea, and in this matter, they also have responsibility. Are you sick? What's the matter? Think you can mind your own business just because you're handsome? Lin Yi shrugged and looked at Miao Changyu. I'm too lazy to argue with them, but if you can't handle this, think of the consequences yourself. Asterisk. I won't let them pay. Who do you think you are? We'll see then. Lin Yi didn't say any more nonsense and walked towards the office building at Wanjiang Pier. When Lin Yi arrived at the office building, it was so neatly cleaned that even the tiles under his feet could be used as mirrors. Sir, may I ask what business you have to do? I'm Lin Yi, looking for your manager. Bai Songjiang. Lin Yi? The female receptionist obviously froze for a moment. Are you Mr. Lin who just acquired our Wanjiang Pier? Yes. Lin Yi smiled. Hello, Mr. Lin. The female receptionist bowed deeply at Lin Yi, feeling a little giddy. I thought the new boss will be a brain full of greasy middle-aged man. and even afraid if people have ideas about themselves, but also deliberately wear pants. If I had known he was so handsome, I would have worn black silk and a short skirt. Come on, take me over to Bai Song-jang. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Manager Bai is already waiting for you in the conference room, led by the female stage manager. The two of them went to the conference room located on the third floor in one piece. The two of them arrived at the conference room, and when they saw Lin Yi come in, Bai Song-jang immediately greeted him. Hello Mr. Lin, we've been waiting for a long time. The system had already sent Bai Song-jang a picture of Lin Yi when he acquired Wangjang Pier, so he recognized him at once. There was a delay because of something. It's okay. Bai Song-jang said, we just rushed here too. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Fine. This way please, Mr. Lin. Bai Song-jang welcomed Lin Yi to the main seat. Lin Yi's gaze, sweeping over the executives one by one, said indifferently, I don't think the people are here yet. Lin Yi didn't know exactly how many managers there were. At the very least, he didn't see the one he had just argued with. Mr. Lin, just a moment, just one more for the operations manager. There are too many people today and he's a bit busy with his work, so he's a bit late. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, one hand on his head. There's no rush. We'll have a meeting when we have all the people. I'll call for another rush. After saying that, Bai Song-jang looked at the female secretary beside him. Xiao Lu, go and rush again, so that manager Miao comes over quickly. Got it. Seeing that Lin Yi's face wasn't looking very good, everyone in the conference room, one by one, was silenced. This is typical of a new official. Within a few minutes, there were footsteps outside and the faint sound of talking. Manager Miao, why are you just coming? Our Mr. Lin has arrived. You're the only one left, the female secretary said. Don't mention it. I met a brainiac on the way and was delayed quite a bit. Otherwise I would have been here a long time ago. Let's just get over there. Good. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Miao Changyu and the female secretary entered one after the other. Manager Miao, you're so grand. Miao Changyu looked up and instantly felt his legs go weak. You're Mr. Lin. What? You recognize me now? Miao Changyu's face was ashen, like he had no bones, and if he wasn't holding onto the wall, he couldn't even stand up. Mr. Lin, I'll review my behavior just now. I'm willing to be fined. Please give me another chance. The opportunity has been given to you, but you don't cherish it. It's no one's fault. Leave your work permit and go. Mr. Lin, please, if I don't have a job, I don't want to hear any other explanation. Lin Yi whispered. Manager Bai, tell security to blow him out. Got it. Mr. Lin. The executives who were there didn't understand what was going on, but Mr. Lin just took office and fired Miao Changyu without leaving any room for error, which is not a good sign. As Miao Changyu was cleared out, the conference room quieted down, and the executives waited nervously for Lin Yi's next instructions. Just now I inspected around the pier, and found that some of the equipment is outdated. I am going to renovate the pier. I hope that in the near future, you can make a proposal. The faster the better. Mr. Lin, among all the terminals in Yen State, our Wangjiang terminal, already ranked second. All the equipment is still good. In fact, there is no need to upgrade and remodel. Bai Song-jang is very real, meaning that we have enough equipment. There is no need to spend more money. I understand what you're saying, but you also said just now that our Wangjiang Pier is ranked second in the entire Yin country. Saying this, Lin Yi's tone paused. Are you all just willing to be subservient? When this statement came out, the executives present, all group sentiment. Bai Song-jang asked, Mr. Lin, could it be that you want to make the Wangjiang Pier the largest pier in Yin country? Lin Yi shook his head. Not really. And what do you mean? The executives present were all a bit puzzled as to what exactly Mr. Lin meant. Can't figure out his routine at all. I'm going to make Wangjiang Marina the largest yacht marina in the world, and it has to be a one-of-a-kind class, so that no one else even has a chance to catch up. Chapter 046, the first step in the grand blueprint. Lin Yi's words were like a thunderbolt, causing the executives of Wangjiang Pier to feel deeply shocked. After learning of the takeover, he all but assumed the new owner would be a middle-aged dirtbag. But now, it showed them a different kind of dirtbag. No one expected the new owner to be so ambitious, but he didn't realize that this was only part of Lin Yi's ambitious blueprint, and that's just the beginning. I will now say two things, Lin Yi said. First, Come up with an upgrade and renovation plan as soon as possible. If you have confidence, you will design it yourselves. If not, contact a professional design company, without considering the budget. And you must make the Wangjiang Marina a world-class yacht marina. Got it, Mr. Lin, the executive said excitedly. Secondly, the grassroots employees in the docks, a 20% salary increase, and all executives a 10% salary increase. Don't you think it's unfair? Without the efforts of the grassroots brothers and sisters, every one of you, no one can settle down. Got it, Mr. Lin. I've said all that needs to be said, so take care of the rest, and if there are any problems, you'll report back to me. Got it, Mr. Lin. After explaining his business, Linny walked out of the conference room. Now under his own banner, he has 3 properties, the Bay Hotel, the Shanghai International Circuit, and this river viewing pier. As for the Kyushu Pavilion, that's where one lives, so it doesn't count. Compared to the Bay Hotel and the racetrack, the Lookout Marina is definitely at the facade level. That is why the latest upgrading project will also focus on the Riverview Pier. Although this is a big project that extremely burns money, but these 3 industries under the banner all have money coming in, want to complete the upgrade, for the time being, is not a problem. On top of that, one holds 20% of Tintin's shares, which is a large sum of money, enough to support the situation at hand. Anyway, that's how it's going to work for now. After smoothing out the thoughts in his mind, Linny walked to the parking lot and prepared to leave. Instead, he found a number of people taking pictures in front of his car. Seeing those taking pictures, Linny frowned slightly. The 2 women who had confronted him earlier were found to be among them. Are you done shooting? The 2 women who were taking selfies instantly looked ugly when they saw that the person speaking was Linny. I can't believe it's you again. How come you're always a shadowy soul? Annoying or not? I'm shady? Linny said breathlessly. This is a public place. It's none of your business where I am, right? So what does it matter to you if we take selfies here? The girl named Jia Jia said. Is this your car? Just taking selfies here? How do you know it's not our car? The woman named Jia Jia said. You have a problem with us taking pictures of our own cars? Aren't you too lenient? Hearing this, the girl who had managed to ask Linny for a microphone earlier was a bit nervous and whispered. Jia Jia, isn't that a bit much to play with? This isn't our car either. What's there to be afraid of? The owner isn't there anyway and they don't know whose car it is. Fair enough. Linny almost laughed out loud. You said this is your car? The girl named Jia Jia pinched her waist in contempt. That's right. Open your eyes and take a good look. This car is called the Pagani Wind God, a multi-million-dollar sports car. I'm sure a poor guy like you has never touched the steering wheel of a car like this in his life. Is this man mentally unbalanced? He actually dislikes people when they take pictures of their cars? Has he been hurt by women? Does he want to dislike pretty women when he sees them? It's a psychological disorder. I have a feeling that he might be a rich hater, who is soothed by the sight of rich people, aka an online keyboard warrior. What a shame. So handsome and actually a cynic. The girl named Jia Jia pinched her waist and looked at Linny with contempt. He, what else do you want to say? I advise you to leave quickly. Don't disgrace yourself here. I feel as if this car isn't yours. Linny said. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. The woman named Jia Jia, arms wrapped around her chest. If it's not my car, is it yours? This car is really mine. Taking out the car key in his pocket, Linny pressed it and the door opened, startling both green tea ladies. In an instant, everyone shut up. I'm really sorry for delaying you guys from pretending here. Ha ha, exciting. Large face punching scene. This is embarrassing. These plastic surgery women are also too capable of blowing awesome. I'm embarrassed to see my cancer. The 2 green tea ladies were so embarrassed that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. I wanted to hit him once to get back some face, but I didn't expect that I would be the one to lose face in the end. The 2 men lifted up the sarongs they were wearing, blocking their faces as they awkwardly made their way away from the crowd. No shame in staying any longer. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Linny got into his car and prepared to continue taking orders. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Wang Tianlong calling to say something. What is it? Mr. Lin, it's like this. Just now someone delivered a painting and said they wanted me to pass it on to you. Okay, I know. I'll go over there now. System task. Get 25-star reviews. Reward 200,000 proficiency value, 11/20. Seeing the task released by the system, Linny did some math. With another 200,000 proficiency values gained, The occupation completion level would reach 85%, another step closer to opening a new occupation. However, Linny wasn't in a hurry to take the order. There was still a distance to go before the task was completed, and it wasn't that bad. After all, it's still hard to get a 5-star review. First, we'll go to the Bay Hotel, pick up the congratulatory gifts, and then we'll have lunch on the way. Driving back to the Gulf Hotel, Wang Tianlong was inspecting the hotel's fireworks, hands-on and very conscientious. Mr. Lin, I'll go fetch the painting for you now. Lin Yi nodded. Just send it to the second floor. I'll stop by for something to eat. Okay. When they reached the second floor of the hotel, Lin Yi ordered something and prepared to get his lunch sorted out. Not long after, Wang Tianlong held a 1-meter-long brocade box and jogged all the way over. Mr. Lin, the painting is here. Open it and I'll take a look. Okay. Wang Tianlong called another person over and unfolded the painting in the brocade box. Linny couldn't see what was so good about this peach, but after all, it was Zhang Lao's authentic work, so he shouldn't lose face if he took it as a gift. Okay, put it away. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang, and it was Ji Qingyan calling. Where are you? Eating? Why? Don't you remember that the gown I bought had a blue tulle shawl? Remember? Why? I think I forgot it at your house. Ji Qingyan said. Come over and pick me up. And after we pick up the shawl at your house, let's go and get going. Chapter 047, Only You Can See. No one else? Okay, just as well I have to go back and change. Meet me in the parking lot in 30 minutes. Good. After talking about business, Linny hung up the phone, put the painting back in his car, and prepared to go pick up Ji Qingyan. In less than half an hour, Linny arrived at the parking lot of the Chaoyan Group. Coincidentally, at this time, Ji Qingyan also walked out of the elevator, and after that, the two of them drove back to the Kyushu Pavilion. Quickly go and change your clothes. We'll be leaving in a while, Ji Qingyan said. When he reached the fitting room, Linny took out his formal attire. I was just about to put it on when I heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. This all requires a bath? Does this woman have a cleanliness fetish? Mentally spitting out a sentence, Linny didn't care that much more and changed into his formal clothes and shirt, preparing to go out in a while. When Ji Qingyan came out of the shower, it was already 20 minutes later. The plump figure wrapped in a white bath towel, and a faint vapor steaming out from the shoulders, is a special thing on earth. You're quite the dresser. It's the first time I've seen someone who can pull off formal wear like that. You're also the first person I've seen that can wear a bath towel to that effect. Rascal, just know how to take advantage of me. Ji Qingyan walked over. Wait a moment, I'll help you organize. Saying that, Ji Qingyan walked over to Lin Yi, squatted down, and helped Linny straighten his pants before getting up. Nice. Ji Qingyan got up and continued rubbing her hair. Wait for me a little longer. It'll be done soon. Good. Lin Yi nodded. Right. Where is your grandfather's birthday banquet being held? At the East Lake Villa in the Outer Ring. You should know. No. Drove by once before. Although it was also a villa. Because of its location, the price of the East Lake Villa was not expensive. And it was even not as expensive as Ji Qingyan's Yunshui Villa. The only good thing about it is the view and the fact that it has its own separate compound. It is more suitable for people who are older to retire. Ji Qingyan went back to her room to change, and Lin Yi waited boredly for her to come downstairs. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi Lin? A very gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Mr. Lin. I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe Taiki Plaza store. The 175th anniversary model you ordered from us 3 days ago has arrived at the store. I'm ready to deliver it. Is it convenient for you to receive it now? I'm going out in a few minutes, so you guys can just drop it off at the Kyushu Pavilion property. Mr. Lin, because the merchandise is too valuable, we must hand it over to you. So, then you guys tell someone to send it to the East Lake Villa. Got it, Mr. Lin. Hanging up the phone, Linny continued to fiddle with his cell phone, killing time. 10 minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down the stairway wearing the gradient-colored blue evening gown. Above the jade neck, there was a diamond necklace, which set off the whole person's temperament. Altogether, seemingly sensing Lin Yi's slightly aggressive gaze, Ji Qingyan lifted up the muslin shawl on her body, blocking out the view in front of her. Stop looking and help me with my zipper. Linny smiled and walked over, helping Ji Qingyan zip up the back of her gown. That's right, just hide it, Linny said with satisfaction. You mean that only you can look at it and no one else can? Is that what you mean? Ji Qingyan said as she pinched her small savage waist. Clever, that's what it is. Beautiful you. Come on, don't stink. A little later, the two of them drove and set off towards the East Lake Villa piece by piece. Because it is situated east of the Outer Ring Road, the price of East Lake Villas is no longer considered to be an inch of gold. It's not a luxury to be able to buy a suite here. At this time, in the East Lake Villas compound, a lot of guests came one after another. There were the G family's connections that had been accumulated over the years, as well as many of the younger generation in the family. All of them rushed over at this time to congratulate the old master of the G family on his birthday. In the middle of the compound, the most conspicuous person is the entrance to the villa, wearing a red formal dress of the old man, although on crutches, but looked quite tough. The old man's name was Ji Yongqing, and he was none other than the protagonist of today's banquet. Grandpa, I wish you every year, and the younger you live. The woman who spoke, wearing a white dress, had a cup in her hand and was pouring tea for Ji Yongqing. The woman who poured tea for Ji Yongqing, Linny had seen her before. It was none other than Yang Tianxin who had given him a bad review yesterday. On top of that, by her side, there was a middle-aged couple and a young man. The middle-aged couple's names were Yang Feng and Ji Anrong, the parents of Yang Tianxin. The remaining young man, almost 30 or so years old, was dressed in black formal attire and was a looker. The man's name was Fu Zhengping, and he was Yang Tianxin's boyfriend. It's just a birthday. You all actually ran back, especially Zhang Ping, or came back from the capital. It's too hard, Ji Yongqing said smilingly. Grandpa, Zhang Ping's business on the capital side have all been stabilized, and I heard him say that he wants to work hard to take the market on the Zhenghai side as well. Yang Tianxin proudly said. Yo, that would be great, Ji Yongqing said. The capital and Zhenghai are the most affluent cities in Yanghua. If we can take all of these two markets, it would be a great deal. Thanks for the compliment, Grandpa. Yang Feng and Ji Anrong stood to the side and were quite satisfied with their future son-in-law. Not to mention in Zhenghai, looking at the entire Yan state, Fu Zhengping is considered a young talent. Old Ji this grandson son-in-law of yours is remarkable. An old man with half-white hair came over and said, come over these people, only his car is the most valuable, and also a talent. The future is certainly not wrong. If one day, I encountered trouble, you have to help Grandpa Lu. You're too polite. With the friendship between you and my grandpa, if you really encounter a problem, just say so and we'll definitely help, Yang Tianxin said. Then I thank you in advance. Look at the other old G. He really has a good granddaughter. It really brings him face. Another old man said. In my life, I have not been so blessed. Facing the compliments from the crowd, Yang Tianxin was smiling, a feeling of satisfaction like no other. Seeing the attention of others, all falling on their own daughters and son-in-laws, Yang Feng and Ji Anrong also felt honored and looked at Ji Antai with a smile and asked, Entai, why is Qingyan still not here? What time is it? Ji Anrong said. I just called. It's on its way. It'll be here soon, Ji Antai said. I heard that Qingyan has a boyfriend? You'll be coming over this time too, right? Well, they drove here in one piece. Ji Antai smiled and laughed, and said that he was also very satisfied with his son-in-law. Does that girl Qingyan have a date? Why didn't she tell me? What does the family do? Ji Yongqing asked. They just met not long ago. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but they should be in good condition and have a good look. Standing together with Qingyan, they are a perfect match, Ji Antai said very proudly. As long as it's a good match, Ji Yongqing said smilingly. Now that they're both in possession, I won't follow my thoughts. Ji Anrong and the others didn't think so. Even if her boyfriend's conditions were better, he might not be able to catch up with Zheng Ping. At this time, Yang Tianxin pulled down Fu Zhengping's sleeve and whispered, in a moment my cousin and her boyfriend came. You have to perform well. Don't give me shame. Since childhood, I can't compare to her in anything. Whether I can overshadow her today, it depends on you. Tianxin, why didn't you say so earlier? I have a friend who newly bought a $6+ million bimmer. If I had known, I would have driven his car here, Fu Zhengping said with a smile. That's okay. You've got a nice big bull here. Anyway, it's over $4 million. Buzz off. Just then, the crowd heard a roar and their eyes were drawn to it. Hers was a surprise to find a silver supercar parked in front of the door. My God, this car seems to be a Pagani Wind God, selling for more than $20 million in China. Which big shot is coming? How could he drive such a luxurious car? Chapter 048, the goods have been delivered. Please sign for them. In Zhonghai, G family can only be regarded as a medium-sized family. Can be here. See like Pagani Wind got such a top luxury car, called the guests present, are very surprised. Because a car like this is usually only driven by the top dude in Shanghai. I didn't realize that the G family had such connections. It was amazing. The gullwing doors opened, and Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan got out of the car one after another. Seeing Ji Qingyan, the guests present, were all surprised. If it isn't Miss G, this is too beautiful. Like a fairy in the sky. So this car, it's G family's Missy's boyfriend's. It's too luxurious. With Miss G's looks and talent, it's only natural for her to have a boyfriend like that. Seeing the attention of the others, they all fell on Ji Qingyan. The faces of the young family couple, which were not very nice, and had been smiling just a moment ago, quickly turned into ice cube faces. Yang Tianxin's expression was even more complicated as she kept glancing at Lin Yi's body. Both his face and the car he drove felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, Yang Tian thought to himself that he had taken a taxi yesterday, and the driver who drove the car was this person. Oh, thinking of this, Yang Tianxin's expression turned playful. I actually found a boyfriend who opened Ding Dang. Ji Qingyan, Ji Qingyan, you are really enough. Getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan walked in with Lin Yi. Grandpa, we're late, Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. That's okay, I'm content for you guys to drop your work and come over. Ji Yongqing's gaze landed on Lin Yi. Granddaughter, this is the first boyfriend you've brought home. Quickly introduce him to Grandpa. This, Ji Qingyan was a bit at a loss for words. She had never inquired about Lin Yi, and he only said that he was a Ding Taoist. But on this occasion, it was obviously inappropriate to say that Lin Yi was a Ding Taoist. Qingyan, is it that you don't know how to open your mouth? Yang Tianxin said with a smile. If you don't know how to introduce yourself, I can do it for you. Seeing Yang Tianxin, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Wasn't this man the passenger he pulled yesterday? And gave himself a bad review. Ji Qingyan froze for a moment. You know Lin Yi? It can't be said that we know each other. We've just had one side of the story. Yang Tianxin said with her hands wrapped around her chest. Grandpa, I'm telling you, this guy is just a ding-dong driver. Not some rich guy. What? He runs a ding-dong? Not only Ji Yongqing, but everyone present was surprised. With Ji Qingyan's looks and education, how could she possibly find a boyfriend who drove a ding-dong? That's right, Yang Tianxin said with a smile. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence that I didn't drive yesterday, and when I went out shopping, I happened to hail his car, and guess what? He got in the car and said the car was his, and tried to seduce me. There's actually such a thing. Ji Yongqing's face was ugly. It didn't matter what Lin Yi did for a living, but the fact that he dared to lie to his own granddaughter was something that couldn't be tolerated. What are you babbling about? Ji Qingyan said. This car was originally Lin Yi's. What's wrong with him driving ding-dong to experience life? Qingyan, at least you've been in society for so many years. Aren't you a bit too simple? Yang Tianxin said sarcastically. You don't want to think about it. Which one of those dukes in Shanghai is not a daily club tender model? Who would come out to open a ding-dong? How refreshing. If you think that Lin Yi is really the driver of the ding-dong, then how do you explain this car? Yang Tianxin spread his hands. If you really want an explanation, let your cousin's husband tell you. Him? Your cousin's husband is the general agent of Ding Dang Company, in the capital area, and will explain this matter clearly to you. Lin Yi was a little surprised. Did not expect this man, surprisingly Ding Dong's agent. If you look at it that way, you should be considered one of your own men. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Zhangping stepped forward. Since last month, Ding Dang's headquarters has implemented the luxury car business, from a few million to a few tens of millions of luxury cars, just to expand the high-end market. It is estimated that this gentleman surnamed Lin should be the driver of the luxury car business. Fu Zhangping pushed his glasses and continued. It just never occurred to me that he would take advantage of his position to lure female passengers. I'll notify headquarters and investigate this matter closely. So that's what happened. Upon learning of Lin Yi's identity, those present, all of them revealed contemptuous glances. Crooks are so rampant nowadays, aren't they, that they can even do such things? I really didn't expect that even the Ji family's eldest miss had fallen for it. It's thanks to Ms. Yang and her boyfriend that this happened, otherwise we'd all be cheated too. Ji and Tai's face was a bit hard to bear. Daughter, what the hell is going on here? Dad, listen to my explanation. Lin Yi is definitely not a liar. Yang Tianxin smiled. Qingyan, don't explain. If there is no real evidence, How can I tell lies to deceive people at this time? If you really don't believe me, just take a look at her cell phone. In the app, there should still be registration information. What's wrong with me driving a ding-dong? Is it against the law? Linny said. Naturally, it's not a crime. Yang Tianxin said. I've already explained. Linny isn't a liar. Believe it or not. Alright Changyan, stop talking. Ji Yongqing said. Hurry up and make him leave. I don't want to see him again. Ji Yongqing is a very enlightened man and not too particular about door-to-door relationships, but he can't stand the idea of his granddaughter being cheated. Squeak. Just then, a brake came on. The crowd saw a black double-curved sedan, parked in front of the villa. From the car down a man and a woman, both dressed in formal attire, but looked not so upscale, but a bit like a work uniform. Who is this, dressed so shabbily for a birthday banquet? A man and a woman. But they didn't care about the other people's pointing and politeness. May I ask if Mr. Linny Lin is here? I'm here. Linny recognized the woman who had spoken. It seemed to be the store manager of Patek Philippe, although he couldn't remember her appearance a bit, but he still had a bit of an impression. Seeing Lin Yi in the crowd, the female store manager carried the small box in her hand and accelerated her steps to walk over. Mr. Lin, introduce myself again. I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe. This is the 175th anniversary model watch you purchased. Please sign for it. Chapter 049, no need to help me tell a lie. Good. Linny took a pen and signed his name on the sales list. After signing, the female store manager opened the combination box in her hand, which contained a very delicate gift box. When the gift box was opened, a glittering wristwatch was displayed in front of everyone. And it's really a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary model. The sight of the diamond set on the dial left those present dumbfounded and too surprised to speak. As far as I know, the selling price of this watch is as high as $17.5 million. How could it appear here? Fu Zhengping said in horror. Sir, it's like this. 3 days ago, Mr. Lin paid $17.5 million for this 175th anniversary model, and because the watch has been in storage at the headquarters, it was only delivered to Mr. Lin today. I can't believe I spent $17.5 million on a watch. Yang Tianxin's eyes almost didn't fall to the ground. Had I really misunderstood him? Is he really a rich kid out to experience life? Meanwhile, the others present reacted. There may be a real misunderstanding here. It's natural for people's store managers to make deliveries in person, so there's no way they can go wrong. There is no doubt that he did buy this watch. Spending $17.5 million on a watch can be even more rustic than spending over $20 million on a car. So the Pagani wind god at the door shouldn't belong to Ding Dang's company, but Lin Yi's. Alright, there's nothing more for you guys here. Go back first, Linny said with a wave of his hand. Good. We won't bother here. The two men backed out and drove away. Ji Qingyan exhaled deeply. Being able to buy 9 villas in the Kyushu pavilion in one go, she was already not surprised by Lin Yi's landlord behavior. Taking the watch in the box, Linny put it on his hand and felt that the weight was not bad. Not too heavy and quite comfortable. Old Ji your granddaughter is not bad found such a dragon son-in-law. In the future your Ji family, in the Middle Sea will be on a higher level. I told you, with Miss Ji's ability, how could she find a mediocre person to be her boyfriend? I didn't expect it to be someone with deep pockets. The rise of the Ji family is just around the corner. Hearing the compliments from others, Ji Qingyan was a little embarrassed. There was a little twinge of joy in my heart. Then thank you all for your kind words. Ji Yongqing echoed, then looked at young Tianxin and said, Tianxin you guys seem to be mistaken. Linny can even afford a watch that costs more than $10 million. He shouldn't be too bad about this car. Quickly give a debt of gratitude. Grandpa, what is there to apologize for? Yang Tianxin said, it's just a misunderstanding. Tianxin is right. Ji Anrong stepped forward and said, this man called Linny, he is indeed rich and powerful. But he doesn't put you in his heart at all. And I don't think Xinyan has much of a place in his heart, so maybe he'll be dumped in a few days. What do you mean by that? Ji Qingyan said nonchalantly, if you can't eat grapes, do you say grapes are sour? Even though the two were fake boyfriend and girlfriend, Ji Qingyan wouldn't allow others to talk about Linny like that. Qingyan, it's hard to see if you can't even see this point of reasoning. Ji Anrong said, I had thought that this watch was a congratulatory gift for Grandpa, but I didn't expect to wear it myself. Coming over for a birthday banquet and not even preparing a gift is obviously not putting you in your heart. My mom is right. Yang Tianxin said. Look at our family Zhangping. A month in advance. He started preparing congratulatory gifts for Grandpa. Unlike you guys, who don't take Grandpa seriously at all. Zhengping I think it's about time. Take out the congratulatory gift you prepared. Take it out. Yang Feng said smilingly. Got it, father-in-law. Fu Zhengping returned to the car and took out the gifts he had prepared and displayed them in front of everyone. This is a copper coin from the previous dynasty. I can't believe I've collected a set. Elder Lu's eyesight is really good. Recognizing this at a glance, Fu Zhengping said, I know that Grandpa likes these things, so I spent more than a month to collect them, and the Emperor's heaven is not responsible for the people who have the heart. Finally let me collect all of them, or else this congratulatory gift, there will be a crippled. Then you really have a heart. The old man surnamed Lu said, as far as I know, this set of copper coins from the previous dynasty, there are very few of them in circulation in the world. The entire Yin country combined, probably not more than 50 sets. According to my estimation, the value of this set of copper coins, at the very least, is above 2 million. If a few years later, it will definitely appreciate. Qing Yin, see, this is the congratulatory gift prepared from the heart. Yang Tianxin said, even if you find a rich boyfriend, so what? It's useless if he doesn't take it to heart and doesn't spare a dime for you. Isn't that so? You have to find a man who is good to you. Otherwise what's the point of going out every day to spend your days drinking? Ji Anrong said. Mother-in-law, Tianxin. He just bought a wind god and a $10+ million watch. It's not that big of a deal. With my fortune, I can afford these things even with hard work. Fu Zhangping said. Who says Linny didn't prepare a gift? After Ji Qingyan finished speaking, from her own bag, she took out a small box, and after opening it, inside was a jade trigger. Grandpa, this is the gift Linny prepared for you. It took a lot of thought too. Seeing the antique jade trigger, Linny smiled. Ji Qingyan, this girl is quite good. In order not to lose face, he actually took her gift and said he had prepared it himself. That's really thoughtful. Qingyan, your boyfriend drives a $20+ million luxury car and carries a $10+ million watch, but he actually gave away such a bargain? Yang Tianxin said. Who says this is cheap? It's also something Linny went to a lot of trouble to get. Oh, whether it's a bargain or not, let's just ask old Mr. Lu, he's a connoisseur in this area. The old man who spoke earlier approached. The color of this trigger finger is not bad. It's really a good thing, but in terms of collection value, it can't be compared with that set of copper coins of the previous dynasty. The market price is around 500,000. The appreciation space is not as big as that set of coins. It's only more than $500,000. Yang Tianxin said in a conspiratorial manner. Qing Yan cousin really sad for you, so you in his eyes, just worth 500,000 yuan. Hey, what do you mean it's only worth $500,000? Ji Qingyan said. Giving a congratulatory gift is all about the thought. Linny spent a long time to get this jade trigger. That speaks volumes about his thoughts. Even if it's with heart, it's only worth $500,000, and it doesn't even rank within Grandpa's collection. Yang Tianxin said. It's not about the money. Okay. Linny patted Ji Qingyan's shoulder. This was supposed to be the gift you prepared, so there's no need to help me round up my lies. Chapter 050, you're a fake. Linny. Ji Qingyan looked anxious. How could he still tell the truth? Oh, Qingyan, why do you have to do this? Your boyfriend, it seems like he doesn't appreciate your love. Yang Tianxin said. Linny is just too busy. What's wrong with me preparing a gift for him? Yang Tianxin shrugged. Of course, what I'm trying to say is that he doesn't have you in his heart anymore. Be careful of being played with your feelings. I see so many people on the internet that end up getting knocked up by rich second-generation people and can only raise them on their own. I'm afraid that you've gone astray, so I'm just reminding you. Linny wrapped his arm around Ji Qingyan's waist and said with a smile. What's the point of arguing so much? It's completely unnecessary. And I've prepared a gift as well. I didn't come empty-handed. You prepared a congratulatory gift? Ji Qingyan was surprised. Linny's life trajectory over the past few days was clear to himself. He picked himself up and dropped him off at work during the day and night, and there were 2 other nights when he was staying at his house. And he didn't see him preparing a congratulatory gift, coming over to celebrate old Mr. G's birthday. It would be rude if you didn't even bring a gift. But, there's nothing to but. Linny said. Wait here for me. I left the gift in the car. I'll bring it over now. With that, Linny returned to the car, took out the peach, and delivered it to Ji Yongqing. Old Mr. G, this is a congratulatory gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. receiving Lin Yi's congratulatory gift. Ji Yongqing curiously opened it and looked at it. As the scroll opened, Ji Yongqing's dim old eyes glared. It's actually Zhang Lao's peach. What? I can't believe it's the peach. The old man surnamed Lu hurried over, fixed his eyes and was shocked. It's really Zhang Lao's peach. As far as I know, the selling price of this painting is, at the very least, over 200 million. And for Mr. Lin to send such a heavenly congratulatory gift is too generous. Knowing the price of peach, Ji Qingyan stared at her beautiful eyes. Linny had actually given away something so expensive. You and him are just a fake couple. Old Mr. Lu, are you sure you've read it correctly? Is this painting really worth $200 million? I don't see anything special about it. It feels very ordinary. This is old Mr. Zhang's authentic handwriting, and the meanings embedded in it are naturally not something that ordinary people can see. The old man surnamed Lu said, and when I say $200 million, it's already a very conservative estimate. If you get it to the auction house, it's likely to sell for a high price of $300 million. The collection value is immeasurable. Upon hearing such a statement, those who came to congratulate him on his birthday were secretly amazed. Miss G, where on earth did you find a boyfriend from? A casual congratulatory gift of $200 million. That's too big of a deal. Yang Tianxin's face, a burst of red and white. For this birthday banquet, he had started to prepare himself more than a month in advance. It was to overshadow Ji Qingyan at this time. But now, it's all ruined by this damn man. Old Mr. Lu, I know that you are the titan of the antique world, but this time, I'm afraid you're going to look away. Fu Zhengping said smilingly. Looked away? The old man surnamed Lu said. Where did I look away? There are some things that you may not know. In fact, this painting, 2 years ago, was auctioned by our Ding Dong's president, Mr. Chang Shuang, at a price of 1.8 billion. When I went to his house as a guest, Mr. Chen himself said that this is his most precious treasure. Once someone offered 2.3 billion, he didn't even sell it. But now, this painting has appeared here. I think other words, there's no need for me to say more. Fu Zhengping had made his words so clear. If he couldn't understand them anymore, he would be out of his mind. It's obvious that it's a forgery. Ha ha. Yang Tianxin laughed out loud. Qingyan, as the Ji family's eldest granddaughter, we all thought that your boyfriend could send out some amazing gift, but I didn't expect that he would take a fake to fool people. It's really laughable. Qingyan, it's not that big auntie is talking about you. The boyfriend you made, isn't he a little too bad? For such an important occasion, he actually cheated your grandfather with a fake painting. The Ji family's face has been disgraced by you. Qiantai's brows tightened. It was indeed disgraceful for such a thing to happen at my father's birthday banquet. After a long silence, Ji Qingyan spoke. No matter what, I believe that Lin Yi wouldn't cheat people with a fake painting. He's not that kind of person. Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan, this little skinny was quite righteous, always on his side. It's really good. Qingyan, your brother-in-law has made it so clear. Don't you still believe it? Yang Tianxin said. I think you're under his spell. Fu Zhengping stood out and said with a smile. Qingyan, this painting, I once saw it with my own eyes at Mr. Cheng's house. I can assure you with my chest that this one is definitely a fake because the real one has been kept at Mr. Cheng's house. Fu Zhengping was the head of Ding Dong's company in the capital area, and now, had to integrate the business on the Shanghai side. I'm sure he has some say in the matter on the side of Ding Dong's head office, so it's unlikely that his words are false. And on such a grand occasion, it's even more impossible to tell a lie. Hey, the old man surnamed Lu shook his head. This matter is that I looked away. After so many years of mixing in the antique world, I actually didn't even see a pair of fake paintings. It's too shameful. Old Mr. Lu, people make mistakes, horses lose their hooves, and it's normal for anyone to look away at times. Mr. Pei is right. Someone agreed. Who would have thought that he would be so bold as to cheat people with a fake painting on such an occasion? If it wasn't for Mr. Fu recognizing his ruse, it's estimated that all of us, would have to fall for it. Hey, having chased Miss G to her hand, she can't even spare a congratulatory gift. What kind of person is this? Okay, guys, let's cut the crap for a minute. Fu Zhengping said. Old Mr. Lu, according to the rules of the antique world, if a fake is found, how should it be handled? When we come across fakes and counterfeits, we usually destroy them on the spot. Then I'll do a good deed today and destroy this forgery. It's just the thing to make him learn a lesson. Are you sure you want to do this? Linny said with a smirk. Sure, don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Fu Zhangping walked up, took Ji Yongqing's hand peach. Hiss, torn up on the spot. Oh, what a blast. Linny squinted his eyes, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, this is going to be fun. Chapter 051, is fighting the landlord popular in Africa? 2, I can't believe I gave it away. Ji Qingyan's face was ugly. No matter what, this was a gift that Linny had prepared for his grandfather. Whatever the problem is, it's up to Grandpa to decide how this is going to be handled. It wasn't even his turn to make a move. Qingyan, this is a rule in the antique world. When encountering such fakes that are passed off as real, they are destroyed on the spot. Fu Zhangping said. Hey, Ji Yongqing sighed darkly. Although the painting is fake, it looks good, and it's usually okay to take it out and look at it. Now that the painting is destroyed, it's too late to say anything. Don't get mad. Let me handle this thing. Ji Qingyan was stunned for a moment, inclining her head to look at Lin Yi, suddenly having a feeling of being protected. Processing? Fu Zhangping shrugged. It's just a fake painting. Tear it up. I'm doing it by the book. The old man with the surname Liu walked out and said, Mr. Lin, you don't have the upper hand in this matter. Let's just leave it at that, lest you lose face. It's none of your business. With a cold sentence, the frightened old man surnamed Liu no longer dared to say anything. You're the head of the Ding Dang Corporation. In the capital area? Linny said indifferently. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's nothing. Linny said. Just wanted to tell you that your operating qualifications have been cancelled. Lin Yi's words called out to everyone. Fu Zhangping, in particular, laughed as if he had heard a great joke. Lin Yi, are you making me laugh? Fu Zhangping said. Just because you have a little bit of money, you're talking nonsense here? In my hand, I hold 20% of Ding Dong's shares. Do you think I'm qualified to say that? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. You, what are you saying? You hold 20% of Ding Dang's shares in your hands? Fu Zhangping lost his voice. Exactly. Ha ha. Fu Zhangping laughed again. I think you're making me laugh, right? There has to be a limit to the nonsense. Lin Yi, what are you talking about? Ji Qingyan pulled Lin Yi to the side. Don't fool around. This isn't the time for jokes. You can't scare Fu Zhangping. With a smile, Lin Yi ambled over to Ji Qingyan's ear and whispered, if I do get 20%, I'll just get my fill again tonight? With a swish, Ji Qingyan's face reddened and said in a faintly inaudible voice, dying you. What a thing to say. Lin Yi laughed and looked at Fu Zhangping and the others again and said, I know you guys don't believe me, but you can call Cheng Shuang and tell him I'm Lin Yi. He'll give you an answer. Fu Zhangping had already been a little bit unable to call, suspiciously took out his cell phone and dialed Cheng Shuang's number. A few seconds later, the call was answered. Mr. Chang, I'm Ding Dang's operator in the capital. Fu Zhangping, I know, something's up. I'm in the middle of a meeting. Mr. Chang, don't be in a hurry. I want to ask, do you know someone named Lin Yi? What did you say? Lin Yi? That's right. He's right here with me. Cheng Shuang's voice rose quite a bit. I order you. You must receive Lin Dong properly. He's the second largest shareholder of our company. If you don't serve him well, I'll immediately revoke your operating qualifications. He's really a shareholder of Ding Dong? Fu Zhangping was dumbfounded. Even his legs went soft. Of course, in the hands of Lin Dong, holds 21% of the shares of our company. If you are not entertained well, without my opening, Lin Dong has the right to withdraw your agent's qualification. But he said that he holds 20% of the shares in his hand. Could he have met someone with the same name? That's because I gave Zhang Lao's famous painting peach to Lin Dong, who didn't want to take advantage of me, and passed on 1% of the shares to me. So now there's 20% of the shares in hand. Snap! Fu Zhangping's cell phone fell to the ground, his head buzzing, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi incredulously. This man in front of her, just how much magical power did he have? He's so young and an orphan. How could he have bought out Ding Dong's shares? You know, it takes more than money. It takes means and good offices. The average person doesn't have that. Now, in my capacity as Ding Dong's second largest shareholder, I announce that your operating qualifications have been revoked. Lin Yi stuck his hands in his pockets and said condescendingly, of course, there may be a breach of contract involved, and I'll notify Ding Dong's legal department afterward to handle the matter. Lin Yi, don't go too far. Yang Tianxin couldn't help himself and yelled, there's no need to rush the whole thing. At least you're Qingyan's boyfriend. Don't you have any regard for kinship at all? Ji Onrong said. if it's Qing Yan who asks. No matter what the request is, I'll agree to it, but you guys can't, Lin Yi said. Now, after we finish about Fu Zhangping, let's talk about the rest. You've removed Zhangping's operating qualifications. What else do you have to say? Yang Tianqin roared. The company under his own parents is already in a very worrisome business situation. Fu Zhangping was his biggest financial source. If he fell, his situation would be very difficult. If he could, Yang Tianqin hated for Lin Yi to die violently on the spot. Just now, in front of so many people, he tore up the peach that I gave to old Mr. Gee, shouldn't you guys compensate for that? Hiss. It was only after these words that the crowd remembered Fu Zhangping's tearing of the painting. Just now, Ding Dang's president had made it clear that he was giving his peach to Lin Yi. This also suggests that the peach he gave to Ji Yongqing is authentic. Judging from the current market situation, he has to come up with a compensation of $200 million at the very least. No, don't. Fu Zhangping's face was white and he had already been scared to death. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Dong, please give me a chance. If I knew that the painting was real, I would never have torn it. What's the point of talking about this now? Can you say you're sorry after you kill someone and not get sentenced? Fu Zhangping tightly grasped Yang Tianqin's hand. Tianqin, you guys must help me out, or else I'll really be finished. Get lost. Yang Tianqin shook off Fu Zhangping and said in a cold voice, from now on, we don't have any relationship. You walk your sunny road, I walk my one-wood bridge. Want me to help you pay off your debt? Think again. Fu Zhangping tightly hugged Yang Tianqin's leg. Tianqin, don't leave me. I was so good to you before. You can't abandon me at this time. Bah, you stay away from me. Don't dirty my dress. You can't be so desperate. You said you'd be with me forever. Cough cough cough. Lin Yi coughed lightly and said, there's gold under a man's knees. Get up if you're a man. It's not worth it for a woman like that. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Yang Tianqin said angrily. If it wasn't for him, Fu Zhangping wouldn't have ended up in this situation today, and he would still be able to live the life of a rich lady. But now, it's all over. Oh, don't be in a hurry to get angry. The fun has just begun. Saying that, Lin Yi tightened Ji Qingyan's waist and whispered, inform your family to take all the guests present to one side. I have something else to say to your family. Ji Qingyan was a bit unsure, but still nodded. I know. Soon, the guests in the compound were brought to one side. Only the Ji family's own people were left in the venue. Grandson-in-law, what exactly are you going to say? Actually making it so mysterious? Ji Yongqing asked. It's about your granddaughter. Yang Tianqin. Yang Tianqin looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Don't play God there. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Yi said. Yesterday you took my car and went to the Bay Hotel. Yang Tianqin's face changed slightly. I made an appointment with my friends to play cards there. Isn't it okay? It's not against the law, is it? Then you're really good. You even asked two black guys to go play cards. Lin Yi said smilingly. Is poker popular in Lagashua too? Chapter 052, I'm the drop driver. Came to pick you up. Yang Tianqin's entire body was in a daze. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Lin Yi would know about this. Your bull ting me. Yang Tianqin's body trembled, and she couldn't even speak properly. Am I bull ting? If I'm really bull ting, why are you so nervous? Lin Yi said with a smile. The words have been said to this point. Yang Tianqin and those two blacks, whether they played poker or did other unspeakable things, I think that in your hearts, you already have a judgment, so I won't say more. Everyone's gazes fell on Yang Tianqin's body. Ji Yongqing, in particular, was shaking with anger. Asshole, how did our Ji family produce such a shameless thing like you? Grandpa, you heard me. Things aren't what you think. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yang Tianqin knelt in front of Ji Yongqing and cried. Nonsense? Do you think Lin Yi is idle? Ji Yongqing coldly grunted. If he really has framed you, show me the evidence. And if he's really talking nonsense, I'll kick him out. Old Mr. G, I have a few videos on my phone. I'll send them to Qingyan's phone later and the truth will naturally come out. Lin Yi said indifferently. The rest is your family business, and I am not at liberty to participate in it, so I will leave you. Ji Qingyan was very curious. The hotel's user information. It was all very confidential. How did Lin Yi get it out? Isn't that just too godly? Grandpa, I admit, I did go to the hotel with two black friends, but we really weren't doing anything, just talking business. Just now you were talking about playing cards with your girlfriends, and now you're talking business with black people. Do you really think I'm senile? Ji Yongqing coldly grunted. And Tai, help me back. Got it. Dad. Grandpa. You have to believe me. Snap. Before young Tianxin could finish her sentence, Fu Zhangping got up and slapped her in the face. Yang Tianxin, Lousy treats you so well and buys you whatever you want. You actually dare to cuckold me. I'll kill you. Fu Zhangping, you dare to hit me. Yang Tianxin cursed. The two of them wrestled. And Linny didn't have the heart to pay attention to these family matters as he turned around and walked out. Ji Qingyan walked behind. She couldn't leave yet after what happened to the Ji family. But Linny was leaving, and he had to go see him off. Linny, thank you. Standing next to the car, Ji Qingyan said softly. Thank me for what? You just now asked me to take the guests aside, in order to take care of the Ji family's face. Otherwise the Ji family would have lost face. What's there to be thankful for? Linny said uncaringly. It's you who should have less contact with them in the future, so as not to be infected. Don't worry, I won't be like that. Ji Qingyan said. I also want to thank you for the gift you prepared for my grandfather. You were forced to come, but it broke your bank and cost you so much money. That's all the more reason not to take it to heart. Just place a few more orders in the future and take care of my business. Linny got into the car, and Ji Qingyan waved her hand and watched him leave. As she watched Lin Yi's car's taillights disappear from sight, Ji Qingyan was a bit puzzled. In a man's heart of hearts, he should be allowing himself to do a few more squats or feast his eyes again or something. And he said to place more orders for himself? Blah blah blah. Ji Qingyan, what are you thinking? Shy or not? Leaving from the East Lake Villa, Linny opened the app and prepared to take orders. The quest is now, November 20th, and after getting a few 5-star reviews, the proficiency value is there. There are quite a few acquaintances around and frequent taxi drivers, so with a little extra time and getting 9 5-star reviews, the job is done. But the task the system had given him was to experience life. And Linny didn't really want to pull wool over his acquaintances' eyes. Just think of them as insurance cards, and if you don't get the job done at the end of the day, just order from them again. You have a new order. Please pay attention to take the order. Seeing the tasks handed out on the platform, Linny grabbed another order, and Buddha took the order. Very cozy. After glancing at the address of the location and realizing it was a nearby floral community, Linny drove over. At this time, from inside the floral neighborhood, came out a girl carrying a duffel bag and a suitcase in her hand. With her ponytail and round face, she looked very cute. The girl's name is Tao Yuan, a student at the Central China Sea University of Finance and Economics, and she's ready to hail a cab back to school. Hope, Tao Yuan, who was walking towards the door, subconsciously turned around when she heard someone calling her name, saw a boy in black casual clothes, jogging towards his side. Marui, what are you doing here? Seeing the person running over, Taon said unexpectedly, but not very happily. I heard Jing say that you were going back to school today, so I've been waiting outside your house, ready to pick you up. Marui finished speaking and prepared to get Tao Yuan's suitcase. No, I've already called a cab, so I won't take yours. Both are students at the University of Finance and Economics and are still in the same program. Tao Yuan also knew that Marui had been pursuing her, but dude, rich kids like him had never been her cup of tea, allowing Marui to chase after him for more than half a year. But Tao Yuan didn't give him any chance at all. Yuan, my dad bought me a new Audi. Just brought it back yesterday. Haven't sat in an outsider yet. You're the first. Marui said as if showing off. Then I'm not interested either. So go ahead. The car I called will be here soon. Yuan, you're the department flower of the University of Finance. Riding in a ding-dong doesn't fit your status at all. It's better to ride in mine. It's much better than those trashy domestic cars. It's fine if I can drive it. I don't care what kind of car it is. Tao Yuan said. That's not the same. Marui said, I'm imported. Not domestic. And still Audi. The seats are leather. Sitting on it is very comfortable. Certainly not a domestic car can be compared. So it is better to go with me. Hearing the conversation between the two, the passers-by on the side were also talking. This girl is really interesting. Letting a luxury car like the Audi not sit. She has to play ding-dong. She really doesn't know what's good for her when she's in a blessed place. Hey, if an Audi had picked me up, I'd have been up there already. Who is MS? Tao. Tail number 4389? Just as the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone at the door. Looking up, he realized it was a silver supercar, and the person who spoke was the driver of the supercar. Hearing Lin Yi's call her name, Tao Yuan froze for a moment. Be nice. How does this man know his name? Crossing over the crowd of onlookers, Tao Yuan walked up to Lin Yi and whispered, "Hello sir, my cell phone's last number is 4389. Then get in the car." Get in the car? Tao Yuan froze. Lin Yi nodded. "Didn't you call Ding Dang? I'm the Ding Dang driver. Coming over to pick you up." Chapter 053, This is ING Life. Hope. Is this the car you called? Marui had been blinded. Didn't she just call a ding dong? What's with the Pagani? What is this? Tao Yuan was also head over heels, but said anyway, "Well, I'm the one who called it, so I guess it's better than your Audi." Indeed. It is indeed better than my Audi. The people watching laughed. This kid was blowing just now, saying his Audi is better than the ding dong that people call it. Now it's a slap in the face. Marui was embarrassed, but was unable to refute it. One of their cars is enough to buy dozens of a six. There's not even a little bit of room for rebuttal. Tao Yuan took her own traveling gifts and got into Lin Yi's car, ignoring Marui. Looking at Lin Yi up close, Tao Yuan's eyes were filled with little stars. This boy is so handsome. Little brother, you are driving a sports car. Why do you still drive a ding-dong? Tao Yuan asked in a very ladylike manner, diametrically opposite to the attitude she had when facing Marui. Feed yourself and experience life. Little brother, you're awesome. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Yi is not as much as Tao Yuan's crooked mind. As long as you can give me a 5-star praise. Thank you 8 generations of ancestors. The University of Finance wasn't too far from the floral neighborhood, and it took less than 20 minutes of driving to get there. Tao Yuan clutched her cell phone, tangled all the way up, and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Little brother, can I add you on Twitter? Add a tweet? Why?" Tao Yuan's face reddened slightly and said in a faintly inaudible voice, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Love at first sight? Lin Yi bristled. The fare was only over $30. It's not like that. And you're playing the emotion card? No, I didn't mean that. Embarrassed, Tao Yuan got out of the car and paid the $32 fare. Soon after, Lin Yi received the money Tao Yuan had paid for the car, as well as her 5-star review. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was almost 6 o'clock, and since he wasn't really hungry, Lin Yi was ready to take a few more orders. Whenever you're hungry, call it a day. In the next hour or so, Lin Yi received 3 orders. All male passengers but only got 1 5-star review, but Lin Yi was already very content. The quest progress was at 13/20ths, and he was just days away from completing the quest. After 7 p.m., I was feeling a bit hungry, but I didn't go to the Gulf Hotel, so I just grabbed a quick bite on the side of the road and headed home. Buzz off. Just after driving the car back to the Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It was a tweet from Song Wenwei. Song Wenwei, Lin Yi, I'm going to work tomorrow. Can you pick me up? When he saw the Microsoft message, Lin Yi froze a bit. You actually tweeted yourself after an unpleasant incident during the day? Lin Yi, have you gotten the money together? I'll pick it up tomorrow. Song Wenwei, what money? Followed by an emoticon. Lin Yi, your brother scratched my car. $2 million to fix it. Song Wenwei, Lin Yi, I like people with a sense of humor like you. Wenwu is your brother-in-law now. Why is the family still making jokes like this? Lin Yi, whose family with you? Aren't you awake? Song Wenwei, I know. You're still upset about what happened during the day, but that was all said for the sake of testing you. And now that you've passed our family's test, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. Song Wenwei, I'm going to work tomorrow, so come pick me up at home and drop me off at work. Lin Yi, wake up. It's still dark. Song Wenwei, okay, stop joking. If you didn't like me, you shouldn't have come on a blind date. So from the moment you came to the tea house, our relationship was already set. Lin Yi, don't dream about it. $2 million in damages. 1 sub less and you'll be waiting for a court summons. After replying, Lin Yi directly blacked out Song Wenwei. Lin Yi shook his head. These low-end green teas, they really didn't have any bottom line at all. After arriving home and taking a comfortable shower, Lin Yi watched a live broadcast and then went to play a few more handfuls of pesticides to kill time before closing his clothes and lying down. Early the next morning, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he realized that it was already past 7. 2 more Microsoft messages on my cell phone. Xia Xinyu, brother E, are you there? Xia Xinyu, I'm going out today. Can I call your car? Seeing Xia Xinyu's message, Lin Yi remembered. Wasn't this the anchor woman who accompanied him shopping that day? It is natural to do this kind of business that is delivered to your door, and 5-star reviews beckon to you again. Lin Yi, what time? Xia Xinyu quickly replied. It could be said that it was a second reply. Xia Xinyu, go out at 9. Just be in our neighborhood half an hour earlier. If it's inconvenient, it's okay for me to come to you. Lin Yi, no need. 8:30. Don't see you there. Xia Xinyu, aha. Thank you, brother E. Lin Yi is a bit confused. You have to pay for playing ding dang. Why thank me? Looking at the time, he realized that it was just after 7. So Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. Slowly getting up and washing up, then going to the Gulf Hotel to have a breakfast before driving towards Tianyi home where Xia Xinyu was. A few dozen meters away from Tianyi homestead, Lin Yi saw Xia Xinyu waiting at the door. Noticed that the little girl was dressed quite a bit more maturely than the other day. Wearing a cool beige dress with a chain collar around her neck was the finishing touch. There was also a white pocket in his hand, and I don't know what it contained. Seeing Lin Yi's car drive over, Xia Xin got into the passenger seat, drawing a lot of envious stares. Brother Yat, don't worry, I'll place the order now. Knowing that Lin Yi was here to experience life, after getting into the car, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to place her order, not daring to delay. Soon, Xia Xinyu's order was displayed on the phone. Seeing the destination, Lin Yi froze for a moment. You're going to the Zhonghai International Circuit? Aha. Xia Xinyu nodded her head and said, the official organization held an event, inviting 3 anchors, to go inside for an outdoor live broadcast, and I managed to get a chance to go in. Lin Yi smiled. All live to his own territory. However, this Joe Haito is quite a bit of brains. The Red Sea of live broadcasting has not yet receded. Looking for them to live broadcasting publicity, it is also a very good choice. Gotta go. Sit tight. Aha. Xia Xinyu picked up the white bag in her hand. Brother E, it's too hot. I'm afraid you're thirsty, so I brought you some fruits. Try some. You're quite thoughtful. Lin Yi said. Put it aside for now. I'm driving. I can't eat it. It's okay. I'll feed you. Saying that, Xia Xinyu used a small fork, spearing a piece of watermelon and handing it to Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi wasn't polite and ate it in one bite. Sweet. It's good that Yat likes it. Driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman feeding watermelon. That's ing life. Chapter 054, let me see how big his face is. Drove to the Zhonghai International Circuit. After parking the car, the two got out piece by piece. My god, there are too many luxury cars here. Seeing the parking lot, the rows and rows of supercars, Xia Xinyu felt that her eyes were a bit inadequate. Looking at the several supercars parked next to him, Lin Yi hadn't noticed at first. Upon closer inspection, I realized it looked a bit familiar. One of them, that Lamborghini, seems to be Chin Han's. Did you come here to play again? Come on, it's just a couple of supercars. Don't make a fuss. Aha. Xia Xinyu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Brother Yat, none of these cars seem to be worth as much as yours, but I've never seen so many except at car shows. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Who am I to leave unless you call out the leader here? Even if you call the leader out, I'm just giving you advance notice to save you from wasting time here. Before he could get inside the gate, he heard the sound of an argument. Listening to this voice, why does it sound a bit familiar? Xia Xinyu muttered. Just go inside and see. The two men sought out the sound and went inside. A dozen men were found standing there. The quarrelers were a man and a woman, and the rest of the others, much like assistants of some sort. Why are the two of them still arguing? Xia Xinyu said unexpectedly. Lin Yi looked up. The girl in the lead was dressed in a new fashion, wearing black denim shorts that showed off her snow-white thighs. The color is also very good, almost an 85. So did the other boy who was arguing, dressed as a hipster in an army green jacket, dyed yellow hair and diamond studs. Seeing the two people quarreling, Lin Yi looked vaguely familiar, but that's as far as it goes. You know those two? Xia Xinyu nodded. That woman's name is Rin Zixuan, one of our top outdoor anchors at Racing Dog. That boy's name is Sun Rue. He's also a big-name outdoor anchor of Psy Dog. He usually takes care of me, and it's all because of Rue's help in applying for me that I can come here live today. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder it looked familiar. So they were all Racing Dog anchors. Maybe I've seen them live in general and just wasn't impressed. Rico, what's wrong? Hearing someone speak, Sun Rue turned around. Xinu is here. Sun Rue greeted. What happened? What's with all the bickering? What else could be going on? Miss Rin gave the word that today's live broadcast quota, from 3 to 1, is going to drive both of us away. Don't spit blood. This is not what I said, but what the owner of the racetrack said. If you guys don't mind wasting your time, just wait here. I don't care anyway. If I don't let you guys in a little while, Don't say I didn't remind you. Ren Zixuan said. Why would a good one come out with such a rule? Xia Xinyu said. This activity is the leadership of the car park organized. Even if the temporary change of heart should also be notified in advance, how can there be no news at all? It's not that Miss Ren has climbed onto Young Qin's high branch. In the whole of Zhonghai, who would dare not give Young Qin face? So it made such a mess. Sun Rui said. I'm not going to leave anyway, and even if I do, I'll have to get a statement from the garage owner. Sister Xian, the car park is so big, isn't it quite good for the three of us to broadcast live? Xia Xinyu said carefully. What do you mean the three of us live streaming is fine? Ren Zixuan wrapped her arms around her chest. With my popularity in the racing dog outdoor board, why should I live with you guys? How can you all be worthy to stand in the same place with me? You don't even look at what you're capable of. Just then, a girl in jeans with several badges in her hands arrived in front of Ren Zixuan. Sister Xian, it's all been taken care of. We can go in with our badges. Young Qin is waiting inside. Jia, you're just in time. These two are waiting to go in. Tell them about this place. The girl named Xiao Jia gave Sun Rui and Xia Xinyu a disdainful look. Don't even think about going in there, either of you. The girl named Jia took out a piece of paper from her pocket, and there was a stamp on the take. Look at this. It's an exclusive license to broadcast. It's no longer relevant to the two of you. Stay where you are. By what right? Before we agreed that it was for 3 people. Now we're actually playing this. This is too preachy. Xia Xinyu complained. If you want to blame it on your inability. Ren Zixuan said smugly. If you two were as popular as I am, you'd be the ones left behind. Except, alas, there are no ifs in life. Ren Zixuan, don't think you're great just because you've hugged Young Qin's thigh. Sun Rui coldly snorted. He also knows that this live broadcast, I'm afraid to fizzle out. Just a little angry. Once upon a time, one's popularity in Ren Zixuan could still put up a fight on the outdoor boards. If she got the chance to do this, she might be about to become the real first sister in the live broadcasting world, and she wouldn't have a chance if she wanted to compete with her. If you can, go hug it too, Ren Zixuan said. I'm also not afraid to tell you that I can come here to broadcast live because of the face of Qin Xiao. A sentence took care of the executives of the car park, allowing me to broadcast live here exclusively by myself. While you can't, you, Brother Rui, calm down. Xia Xinyu persuaded. It's all come to this, we'd better go. People have Qin Xiao behind them. We can't compete with others. Asterisk. Sun Rui cursed. Let's go. I'm responsible for this. I'll find a place later and treat you and your friends to dinner. No. Rui, you're just kinda taking care of me. It's better if I treat you. How can I let you invite me? It's better if I do it. You two are done. Something trouble to go out and say. I not only want to broadcast live here today, I also want to interview Qin Xiao alone. Don't get in the way here, Ren Zixuan said. Xia Xinyu dared to be angry. After all, she was only a small anchor, and had no say. Rui, let's just go. Let's go. Don't bother with her. No need to go. Linny said indifferently. We're all here, so we'll be live here today. Ren Zixuan looked at Lin Yi. Who are you? You've got a big mouth, don't you? Don't you know who Young Qin is? In Zhonghai, anyone who dares not give Young Qin face has grass over 2 meters high on his grave. Then call him here and show me how much face he has. Sun Rui sucked in a breath of cold air. Xinu. This friend of yours, isn't he a bit too bold? That's the famous Young Qin. Chapter 055, Mr. Lin, you are here. Xia Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain this matter. Although both of them are second-generation rich, there are grades of rich second generation. Qin Xiao was the top dude in Zhonghai, and there were very few people who could be compared to him in Zhonghai. Even if Brother Yi drove a $20 million car, he shouldn't be a match for Young Qin. Brother Yi, calm down. Xia Xinyu pulled Lin Yi's hand. It's such a small matter. There's no need to get angry with them. Let's just go. This matter has little to do with you. I just want to see how big Qin Xiao's face is. Meh. Ren Zixuan snorted coldly. It's true that every bird has a big forest. Is it that Qin Xiao can't move his sword? Or are you little rich kids drifting away? You think you have a few dimes in your pocket, so you don't put Qin Xiao in your eyes? Then go ask him if he drifted or if I did. Lin Yi turned back. You two come with me. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui exchanged a glance. Xinu. This friend of yours, is he sure that he has the ability to bring the two of us in? I'm not really sure. But Brother Yet really isn't an ordinary person. So what now? Go in? Sun Rui didn't know what to do. Behind Rin Zixuan's back, there was Qin Shao backing her up, and she simply couldn't afford to provoke herself. If he really went in, he would definitely upset young Qin, and he would not be able to mix well in the live broadcast circle in the future. Go! Xia Xinyu let out a deep breath. If Brother Yi has said so, even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames in front of us, I'll go with him. Sure it's okay? I don't know, but when Brother Yet opens his mouth, I'll trust him. Okay, I'll believe him for once. Seeing the two, following Lin Yi in peace, Ran Zixuan gloated. Don't say I didn't warn you too. It would be a shame to get knocked out later. Sister Xian, don't talk nonsense with these losers. Let's go in as well. And when they get kicked out, film the whole thing and show it to the water friends in the live broadcast. With this kind of picture, it's definitely going to be a fire. You're right. Come on, let's go in too. Once inside the racetrack, the two groups split up. My god, the racetrack is too cool. After coming in, Xia Xinyu couldn't help but be appalled. This is one of the best racing circuits in the world. At the very least it can be ranked in the top 3. If there is a chance, if I can come here to watch a race once, I will die without regret. Sun Rui felt. Then I think that the popularity of today's live broadcast can definitely explode. The only regret is that no one is competing here. Otherwise the effect would be better. It's good enough to let us in. Just be content. Sun Rui said. Hurry up and get the live equipment. Hurry up. Xia Xinyu was still a bit nervous. Brother Yi, are you sure it's okay? Just put your hearts in your stomachs and follow your original plan. No one is going to kick you out with me here. Thank you, Brother Yat. Lin Yi was in the stands, finding a place to sit down and preparing to give Zhou Haitao a call. Goods like Rin Zixuan. Let Zhou Haitao also deal with the line. However, the very moment he picked up his cell phone, he noticed that in the distance, someone was coming his way. Almost 24, and many of them were acquaintances. In addition to Rin Zixuan, Qin Han and Zhou Haitao were also among them, exchanging words and not knowing what they were chatting about. Seeing Qin Han and Zhou Haitao coming over, Lin Yi smiled and put away his cell phone. People are coming, so save the phone calls. Xin you look. Young Qin and Rin Yuxuan. They're coming over. Sun Rui said nervously. Xia Xinyu, who was fiddling with the live broadcasting equipment, glanced towards a short distance away. Indeed, it was noticed that a large group of people were coming towards them. Yiko Yiko Yiko. Xia Xinyu hurriedly ran towards the stands. Young Qin and Rin Zixuan. They're here. What should we do now? Just come. What's the point of panicking? Just keep going about your business. But Qin Shao seems to have a better relationship with the leaders here. Will they? It's no good if Qinghan comes. Don't worry about anything. Just do your own thing. Lin Yi said. No. The words were said, but Xia Xinyu was still nervous and very apprehensive, and no longer had the heart to organize the live broadcast equipment. At the same time, Rin Zixuan and Qin Han, among others, were walking towards Lin Yi's side. Young Qin, Manager Zhou. It was agreed that today is my exclusive live broadcast, but those two people, they actually barged in. You guys go and take care of it. Qinghan raised his head and looked at Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui who were not far away. These two, they should be the other two anchors. Qinghan said. Yeah, that's them. Didn't you tell them that today's event turned out to be exclusive? I've already said that, but Xia Xinyu brought in an individual who directly brought them in and was quite cross, not listening to persuasion at all. Ren Zixuan said. And to say, wondering how much face you have, and what qualifies you to let only me come here live alone. Qinghan laughed. This is interesting. In the whole of Zhonghai, there aren't many people who dare not give me Qinghan face. Young Qin, calm down. It's better for me to handle this, Zhou Haitao said with a smile, and it saves you from going to crap. You are the administrator here. Your words are naturally greater than mine, but someone across the street didn't give me face. This can't be let go so easily. I have to go and see who's got the guts to be so big. I think so too. These little rich kids nowadays, they really should be shown who's the grandson and who's the master. With a few dimes in their pockets, they don't know how to fool around well. Qin Han stretched out his big hand and wrapped it around Rin Zixuan's waist as he walked towards Sun Rui and Xia Xinyu. You too. Who let you in? Qin Han whispered. Didn't I tell you all that today is an exclusive live broadcast? Seeing the cold-faced Qin Han, Sun Rui was scared straight. A rich kid like Qinghan is not something you can mess with. Xia Xinyu was also a bit scared. She had heard of Qinghan's great name for a long time, but this was the first time she had met him directly. I didn't expect this person's aura to be so strong. It's too scary. What's all the yelling for? I'm the one who brought them in. Hearing someone speak from the stands, Qinghan and the others looked up. He happened to see Lin Yi. Young Qin. That's him. Ren Zixuan pointed at Lin Yi and said, he was so wild just now. He didn't even put you in his eyes. Isn't that so? Thinking that you're good looking, you start acting like a pussy all over the place. And you don't weigh your own weight. Ren Zixuan's assistant said. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui were both frightened, yet ran into the top rich kid in Zhenghai. What a way to end this. Mr. Lin, you're here. Chapter 056, even young Qin dared to teach a lesson? At first, Zhou Haitao thought he was mistaken. I didn't realize that the person in the stands was really Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Hearing Zhou Haitao address Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu, Sun Rui, and Ren Zixuan were all taken by surprise. Thought I was hallucinating. Old Lin, why are you free to come over? When he saw Lin Yi, Qinghan was first stunned. Then he also smiled and walked over with Zhou Haitao to greet Lin Yi. Took a friend over for a spin and ran into you guys. Ren Zixuan stared. Young Qin, could it be that you guys know each other? Of course I know. Dang, the boss of the Zhenghai racing circuit. How could I not recognize him? Hiss. Silly. When they learned of Lin Yi's identity, the three of them, Xia Xinyu, were all dumbstruck. Brother yet turned out to be the owner of the Zhenghai racing circuit. How much would it cost to buy a racetrack that big? Old Qin, that Ren Zixuan? Is that your friend? Lin Yi asked indifferently. Not really a friend, just pulling out to have fun. In Qinghan's eyes, people like Ren Zixuan were similar to disposable toys. Nothing special. That's good to know. I don't want to see her anymore. Tell her to get out. Little things. Qinghan turned around and rushed at Ren Zixuan. Let's go. This is no longer your business. Ren Zixuan and her team, all froze in place. Things had shifted so quickly that they hadn't reacted yet. Qin Xiao, didn't you all agree to let me broadcast here? I've spoken to the people in the live broadcast room. I want to broadcast exclusively here today. If I can't broadcast today, my live broadcasting career will be over. That's ing on you too. Qin Han said. I understand old Lin's character. If you don't pretend to be a bully in front of him, he won't take care of a little person like you. If you pretend to be a bully yourself, you have to finish it with tears in your eyes. Hurry up and get out of here. I'll call the security guards later. No, no, Ren Zixuan said with fear and trembling. Qin Han is a temperamental person, and no one can mess with him if they mess with him. Seeing Ren Zixuan and the others leave, Lin Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Haitao. It's how you do your job. You said you'd call 3 people, so follow the rules. And look what you've done. Mr. Lin I. Zhou Haitao had a bitter look on his face, and he could be said to be mute and unable to speak. I wouldn't have done it if Xiao Qin hadn't stepped in. Alright, you cut the crap. I'm the one to blame for this. Qinghan said. Who knew that Anchorwoman was a friend? How come I can't have anchor friends? I don't mean that. She looks okay, but her body isn't too good, so she shouldn't be your cup of tea. Qinghan said with a squeeze. Do you need me to introduce you to a few? Thieves are exciting. Xia Xinyu wanted to cry without tears, although not so much as to spit on me like this. I'm afraid of catching a disease and coming back. This kind of thing, it's better for you to do it. Lin Yi said. It's you. Keep the rules in the future. The racetrack has a good reputation, and it's all ruined for you. Seeing Lin Yi teach Qin Han a lesson, Sun Rui was secretly shocked. What is this friend of Xinu's? Really? How dare you even lecture the famous Mr. Qin? That's ing awesome. Okay, you're the boss here. You call the shots. Qinghan said. It's just as well you're here today. Let's run a couple laps. It's just as well I've got an itchy hand. No matter how many times you run, you're still under my thumb. So why make a fool of yourself? Asterisk. You only won me once. Don't act like a pussy. Qinghan said. After my last run, I fixed my starting problems and I've improved my corner entry skills a lot. So it's not that easy for you to beat me. Come on then, it's just as well I've got a bit of an itchy hand. With that, Lin Yi threw the car keys to Zhou Haitao. Tell someone to bring my car in. At the same time, Qinghan threw the key over. And mine. I'll put someone on it. Seeing Lin Yi and Qinghan start to warm up, Sun Rui pulled Xia Xinyu and said, Don't stare. Turn on the live stream first. If we miss this, we'll both lose a lot of money. Soon, Lin Yi Pagani and Qinghan's Lamborghini were driven in. The two men get into the car one after the other, and a big battle is about to break out. Old Lin, Let's bet on something. Otherwise it's no fun to play like this. Xing Han said. What's the bet? $100,000 a second. Xing Han said. 5 laps in total. If you get thrown off for a few seconds, you'll give the other party a few $100,000. What do you think? No problem. Seeing the two people's cloudy bet, Sun Rui's entire body was bad. Once upon a time, I had only heard how extravagant the lives of these rich second-generation people were. But today I've really seen it. It's the same old rules. Zhou Haitao as the starter. At the end of the readout, both sports cars let out a beastly roar and went straight for it. Under Lin Yi's tutelage, Xing Han's skills had really improved. But in front of Lin Yi, the veteran driver, he was still a step behind. And just after running out a few dozen meters, he was pulled a body length away. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui's blood boiled as they watched. It's so exciting. In the end, after 5 laps in a row, Xing Han was left behind by a full 21 seconds. Compared to Lin Yi, it wasn't on the same level at all. How about it? How does it feel? After getting out of the car, Lin Yi said with a smile, "You're a ing pervert. I've been practicing hard for days and I can't even run past you." Lin Yi's level was already at the professional level, and it was very top-notch. Xing Han could only be considered the top level of amateurs, and was no match for Lin Yi. Xing Han took the check out of his pocket and signed his name with a brush. Willing to bet? Here's 1 million. Receiving the check, Lin Yi handed it over to Zhou Haitao's hand. This car of mine, there's a scratch. Take this money and find someone to help me fix the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Someone dared to scratch your car? Have you found someone? Xing Han said. It's a small thing. Don't make a fuss. For the money to repair the car. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let someone Wu pay for it because they simply couldn't afford it. But they have to be brought up to speed. Zhou Haitao took his cell phone and photographed the damaged area. Mr. Lin, I'll contact the manufacturer afterwards and ask them to send engineers from abroad so that it can be perfectly repaired without leaving any traces. Okay, it's up to you. With that, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu greeted each other. You guys live here? If you need any help, look for Zhou Haitao. He'll give you his full cooperation. I'll be going first. Thank you, Brother Yat. You're welcome. Xing Han looked at Lin Yi. Your kid isn't going to run ding-dong again, is he? Clever. You guessed it all. Chapter 057, must have a top-shelf egg fried rice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're a ing pervert. You don't play with a good female anchor. You actually run off to open a ding-dong. You don't understand. I call it having fun. Want to join me? I'm not going. Who can stand it when those women scream hot as soon as they get in my car? It's probably because you give off the impression that people are stupid and have more money. So you're better at cheating. Lin Yi joked. Asterisk 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 off and get your ding-dong on. One of these days I'm going to beat up your car and give you a bad review. If you give me a bad ing review, I'll hammer you to death. The two of them laughed and riffed for a while longer before Lin Yi drove off. Leaving the car park, Lin Yi looked at the progress of the mission, counting Xia Xinyu's favorable comments to himself. He is now at 14/20. The earliest today, the latest tomorrow. Want to complete the task? Is not a problem. After casually eating out for lunch and running until after 6 p.m., Lin Yi was ready to call it a night. It's all about experiencing life. Just stop when you can. There's no need to work your ass off. Because it was a Buddhist order taking, the day came down to a total of 8 orders. 3 female passengers all gave themselves 5 stars, and the rest were basically 4. Lin Yi is also a bit puzzled. Brother's service is so on point. How come the positive feedback rate is so low? However, seeing that the quest progress had reached 17/20, Lin Yi was still very relieved. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow and try to finish the job without any difficulty. Lin Yi looked up, glanced towards Thursday, and realized that he was near Xianqing Road, and suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to the little crappy store for fried rice in a long time. The little Thai store Lin Yi was talking about was a wild stall set up outside, run by a middle-aged couple. The mainstay is the assortment of fried rice and rice bowls, and they are not expensive and very affordable, since it was only 1 street away from the Chaoyang group. Once upon a time at lunchtime, Lin Yi would go here to eat. Come to think of it, it's been a few days since I've been there, so I'll go ahead and quench my thirst. Finding a parking space on the side of the road, Lin Yi walked towards the small alleyway in front of him. There was a small makeshift shed not far away, but it was noticed that the old couple seemed to be closing up shop. Auntie Lu, why did you close the stall so early today? Seeing Lin Yi come over, the middle-aged woman smiled with her eyebrows. Yo, Xiao Yi is here. It's been a long time since I've had your family's fried rice, so I came over today to satisfy my craving. Is it scrambled eggs, or something else for a change? You all seem to have closed up, so I'll stop eating and come back someday. It's that kid, Xiao Jing, who said she had no clothes to wear, so the two of us thought, let's close the stall early, go pick her up, and go buy some clothes. Aunt Lu said, making a fried rice. It won't waste much time. You say what you want to eat, I'll let your Uncle Kong make it for you, Aunt Lu said with a smile. Why don't we do this? I'll go help you guys pick up Xiao Jing. You guys make me egg fried rice, and I'll take it with me then. How bad is that? It's bothered you several times before. There were times when Linny would arrive from work to buy fried rice, and just in time when they were busy, Linny would help them pick up the kids. What's the point of being polite? We're all on our own. With that, Linny turned around to leave. Yat, don't be in a hurry to leave. We haven't said what we're going to eat yet. Make me a taller version of the egg fried rice. Add a golden gong ham sausage, 2 poached eggs, and a way-long chili bar. Yo, it's a paycheck. You have to be extravagant without a paycheck, Linny said with a laugh. Auntie Lu's daughter is called Kong Jing, and she goes to Zhonghai No. 1 middle school. In this range of high schools, Zhonghai No. 1 middle school is already considered a prestigious school. Every year, countless students get into Zhongqing and Yin University, can come here to school, as long as it is not the tail of the car. The least can go to a 211. When he arrived at Zhonghai No. 1 middle school, he found that the entrance to the school was already overcrowded, and there were cars everywhere. So Linny watched for a while before waiting for a parking space. Looking at the watch, it was already past 7 in the evening, but the seniors had not yet finished school. The rows of lights were still on. All of them were having evening study sessions. After waiting 10 minutes, the bell rang. Before long, one after another, students came down with their backpacks. Linny waited for a while, but he didn't see Kong Jing come down. Hello class, are all the seniors out of school? Linny grabbed over a little boy and asked. It's all released, the little boy replied. There's still the duty student who hasn't left yet. The senior girl next to her couldn't help but chime in, her eyes unable to move away from Linny's body. So that's what happened. Thank you guys. You're welcome. But Linny waited a few more minutes and realized that Kong Jing hadn't come down yet. Feeling a little out of place, he walked towards the senior class. Mr. Gu, what do you say about this? Look at my son letting her scratch him. He was the one who pulled my hair first, and wrote on my school uniform. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with him. Isn't that Shizuku's voice? Linny heard Kong Jing's voice and quickened his pace towards the senior class. Just as he entered the class, Linny froze for a moment. The woman in uniform on the podium. Wasn't it the Gu Jingshu she had met earlier? Gu Jingshu was wearing blue jeans, black sneakers, and a women's shirt on top. Simple and decent, generous. But before that, he had come to pick up Kong Jing himself, and it seemed like her homeroom teacher wasn't Gu Jingshu. It's only been a few days and I can't believe it's changed. Seeing Linny come in from outside, Gu Jingshu was also stunned. Wasn't this the super rich kid from the other day? From his own encounter? Why is he still here? Little brother Yat. Before Gu Jingshu could speak, Kong Jing jogged over towards Linny and stood by his side. Your parents are closing up. I came over to pick you up today. Linny glanced at the middle-aged couple standing not far away and realized that on both of their faces, anger was written all over them. At their heels stood a little fat man with a few bloody marks scratched on his face. I think it must be Kong Jing's handiwork. What happened? Got into a fight with a classmate? He's the bully. When Linny came, Kong Jing was like having a backbone and wasn't afraid anymore. Turning around and saying, Brother Yat, look at my clothes. They're all scratched with grease pencil marks. Okay, I know what's going on. Linny stroked Kong Jing's head, shielded her behind himself, and said, in this case, it is your son who is at fault first, but Xiao Jing scratched your son. This is her wrong. The two are even. You don't hold on to it. Gu Jingshu was a bit surprised, not expecting a rich second generation like Linny to be so nice. Anyone else would have stormed off long ago. Getting even? The boy's mother said, open your eyes. What if my son is disfigured? He is going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. If you delay my son's future, can you afford to take the responsibility? Recommended book after the divorce, I opened the game Life. The content is very good. Released in the starting point. You can point a collection or something. Thanks for the support. Chapter 058, Someone Made Me Kneel. What do you think I should do? Yes, I'm going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. My future has been ruined by you guys. Can you afford to pay for it? Linny walked over and said, "Classmate, with your face value, it's impossible for you to enter the entertainment industry in the future." Gu Jingshu forced a smile. This was said too directly. Nowadays, these parents, one by one, do have a bit of a hard time seeing reality. With Lin Yi's face value, he hasn't even said he'll enter the entertainment industry, let alone others. "What do you mean? Calling my son ugly, isn't it?" the boy's mother yelled. "You too, don't you look at what kind of virtue you have? To actually have such unrealistic ideas. What kind of food? Drinking like this? I tell you, don't say those useless things. If today, you don't give a statement, this matter is not finished. By what right is it not over?" Kong Jing said. "Obviously he bullied me first. What's wrong with bullying you? It's your honor to be in the same class as my son for poorer than you, and you have to put up with the bullying." Snap! Linny didn't say anything and went up and slapped the woman's face solidly. "You, how dare you hit me?" The woman covered her face and stared, not expecting, at all, that Linny would make a move. Gu Jingshu shook her head. How many rich kids like Linny had good tempers? Hitting you is light, and if you keep your mouths shut, you guys might end up in the hospital. Look, Mr. Gu, your students' parents, they openly roughed up the school. Do you have to take care of this? If you don't give us a statement, I'm going to find your principal, the boy's father said. Goon, I beat up your wife and I don't even dare to fart, and you want to sue the principal? That's all you've got. Grass. You ing less than than. The boy's father looked at Gu Jingshu again. MS. Gu, I hope you can handle this, Gu Jingshu said with a serious expression. The matter is clear. It is you who are at fault. Even if you find the principal, it's useless. Fine. You guys aren't handling it, are you? The boy's father was furious. I'm telling you, I'm the personnel manager of Zhonghan Capital. If you guys don't deal with this, I'll notify my colleagues in the legal department to deal with it. Manhwa Capital? Lin Yi muttered. Listening to that name, it seemed a bit familiar. It appears to be Qin Han's company. As a wealthy second generation of the middle C classification, much of Qin Han's information is public. Anyone who frequents the internet is, to a greater or lesser extent, aware of some of this information. Your work will not have an impact on my judgment, Gu Jingshu said, and I hope you won't make any more trouble. Good. Remember what you said today. If you wait for me to deal with this personally, not only the two of them, but even your school won't have a good time. Gu Jingshu's expression was hesitant. In this society, many things were unreasonable. If they really make a big deal out of it, I'm afraid it will have a bad effect. It didn't matter if he could find another job, but if it affected Xiao Jing, that would be bad. Teacher Gu, there's no need to bother with them, Linny said. Let them toss and turn. If they can flutter a splash, it's my loss. With that, Linny touched Kong Jing's head. Let's go. Your parents are waiting for you. Let's go home. Aha. Kong Jing didn't think as much as Gu Jingshu did. With Lin Yi here, she wasn't afraid of anything. Lin Yi left with Kong Jing and the remaining family of three looked at Gu Jingshu. Teacher Gu, my words are clear enough. I need Kong Jing and his parents to publicly apologize at the school tomorrow, and secondly, to compensate us for the $200,000 in medical bills, or else suffer the consequences. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Lin Yi's words not only gave Kong Jing courage, but it was the same for Gu Jingshu as well. Lin Yi is the owner of the Gulf Hotel and drives a $20 million sports car. How could he be afraid of white-collar workers like you? Then we'll just see. Putting down the words, the family also walked out, just in time to see Lin Yi and Kong Jing in front of them, walking and fooling around. Dad, look, they're right in front, the boy said. And that man, he just beat up my mom. We can't let him go. Li Duong, if you're a man, go teach him a lesson now. Don't worry, I'll be there now. A family of three rushed up. Kid, stop right there. I had just walked out of the school when I heard someone talking behind my back and realized it was the family from earlier. What? Looking for me for something? Linny said. I'm telling you, you just hit my wife. And it's not over. If it's not over, it's not over. I'll just wait for you. Okay, if you're really good, tell me your name and I'll have you begging to come see me the next day. Linny held his cell phone and didn't answer directly, but asked in return. You're from Manhwa Capital, aren't you? What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and apologize to my wife now. Hearing the quarrel between the two sides, a number of people came up from all around. I've heard of this Zhonghan Capital. It seems to be Qin Han's company. That's the top rich kid from Zhonghai? That's right, It's the arrogant one who was a thief on the internet. This man, who has messed with the people of Zhenghan capital, will definitely not have a good time. Li Duong pinched his waist with both hands. Kid, did you hear that? What strength of our Zhenghan capital? You should be clear about it. Now I'm giving you a chance. Don't not cherish it. Hold on. I'll make a call. With that, Lin Yi dialed Qinghan's number. Your company's HR manager told me to get down on my knees and apologize to his wife. How do you think this is going to work? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. How could we have such a shabby in our company? Do you think I would joke with you? Okay, I'll find out who this douchebag is and I'll be sure to give you a statement as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll check it out now. Lin Yi hung up the phone and said with a smile, just wait, someone will deal with you in a minute. Li Duong heard Lin Yi's words clearly, obviously calling someone from his own company. You? Who did you call? Qin Han. Li Duong froze for a second or so, then laughed out loud. Crap, you're kidding me again. Li Duong was already laughing with joy. If you said, call other executives, I might still believe it, but when you said call young Qin, are you teasing me? Don't even look at your own virtues? What qualifications do you have to know our young Qin? Do you think our young Qin's contact information is that worthless? Young man, you have to be more serious even when you're bragging about being awesome. Chapter 059, Go to Africa. Believe it or not, the rest is out of my hands. Ha ha. Li Duong even laughed out of his eyes. I think you are still not clear about who our Qin Xiao is. Even those people who are worth billions of dollars can't even get our Qin Xiao's contact information. What are you? This kind of power all dare to blow. I see you dreaming yet to think about it. Li Diwang's words were echoed by many. Qin Han is not only the top rich second generation in Zhonghai, but also an internet celebrity. Is someone like that not accessible to an ordinary person with a boss's last name? This kid is really funny. Actually saying that he knows Qin Han? It's too funny. Ha ha, if he knows Qin Han, then I still know Trump. I think he might have read too many web novels and wanted to learn from other people's male protagonists to punch their faces. But this is manifest reality. Not just talk about it, okay? It's likely to have gone off the rails. Ding dong. Lin Yi pressed the car key in his pocket and the gullwing doors of the Pagani opened, bringing the jeers around him to an abrupt halt. Crap, it's a Pagani wind god. Why didn't I realize it just now? I saw it a long time ago and took several pictures of it. This car seems to be over $20 million. Rich people in Zhonghai. So damn many. Let's go. Get in the car. Lin Yi said. Brother Xiaoyi, where's your Charlie? I've been looking for it for half a day. That car is not going to be driven anymore. It's being replaced by a Pagani. Hiss. Is that Pagani yours? Li Duong was dumbfounded. This kid even drove a Pagani? Are you kidding me? Can't it be mine? Lin Yi brought Kong Jing with him and walked towards the Pagani under the gaze of the onlookers. Li Duong felt like a shabby, threatening an owner of a Pagani? Ring, ring, ring. Li Diwang's phone. At this time, rang. An unfamiliar number. You're Li Duong, aren't you? Zhenghan capital had always been taken care of by professional managers, and Qin Han was not involved much, and he did not know much about the company's management. Gotta identify the other guy first. It's me. Which one are you? I'm Qin Han. Qin. Good day, young Qin. Li Duong was almost scared less. Xiao Qin actually took the initiative to call himself. It's unbelievable. Don't call me Qin Xiao. Dare to mess with Lin Yi. You want to die, don't you? Qin Han cursed in a broken voice. Hurry up and pack up and get out. See, capital doesn't have any shabbies like you. Being scolded by Qin Han, Li Wanda was like an out-of-body experience. That's how you understand the whole thing. The guy in the Pagani is Lin Yi. He wasn't just blowing awesome. It's true to call Qin Xiao again. Young Qin, listen to my explanation. Please give me another chance. I'll go apologize to him now. Li Duong cried. I just took out a loan to buy a house and a car. And if you fire me, my life is over. Okay, it just so happens that the Legashua branch is short of people. So go to Legashua if you don't want to get fired. Without much ado, Qin Han hung up the phone directly. Snap. Li Diwang's cell phone dropped to the floor and he sat down paralyzed. What the hell happened? What are you doing sitting on the floor? Li Diwang's wife said. We've messed with the wrong people. The guy in the Pagani really knows young Qin, who drove me off without saying a word. Li Diwang's wife is also stupid. Her intestines are repentant. What are you waiting for? Go apologize before they leave. Yeah, go apologize. As if he had grabbed the last straw. Li Duong rolled and ran towards Lin Yi. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao, don't go! Lin Yi, who was about to drive off, heard Li Duong calling his name and opened the car door. Looking for me for something? Puff! Li Duong and his wife both went down on their knees and kept slapping themselves. Xiao Lin, we know we're wrong. Please give me one more time. Don't let Xiao Qin fire me. You guys met me today. If I didn't come, maybe Xiao Jing and her family would have let you two bully them to death. Lin Yi said, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. You have caused your own trouble. Deal with it. Lin Yi closed the car door again and took Kong Jing on a long walk. Soon, Lin Yi drove and sent Kong Jing back. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Quickly thank you brother Xiaoyi. Aunt Lu said, I've thanked brother Xiaoyi for everything. Kong Jing smiled and said, Mom, brother Xiaoyi has changed his car. It's especially beautiful. Then you study hard in the future and work for a big company later too. Then buy a nice car. Aha. Come Xiaoyi. Kong Jing's father, carrying a bag, handed it to Lin Yi. Back just in time. Just fried it. Eat it later while it's hot. Okay. Ugh 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 ugh. Xiaoyi, this order is on us. You quickly don't pay for it. That's not going to work. One size does not fit all. You can't pay for it. You've helped us fetch Xiao Jing back. How can you still want your money? That won't work either. Lin Yi took out $100 and shoved it into Aunt Lu's hand, turning back and running to his car. Looking at the time, it's already after 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi didn't hang around and drove home. Not having driven far, the car stopped underneath the Sunrise Group, and Lin Yi, who was waiting for the traffic light, realized that the light in the top floor office was still on. What's the situation? Ji Qingyan isn't off duty yet? When the light was green, Lin Yi drove straight ahead, but then at the next intersection, picked his way back. I was bored and ready to go to Ji Qingyan's place. Parking his car, Lin Yi got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. The lights in the other offices were out. Only the lights in the corridor and Ji Qingyan's office were on. No wonder I didn't call a cab today. So I'm working late at the office. On the desk, there were several papers, a pink cup of water next to it, and a small cookie in his hand. It's working overtime, but it's pretty cozy. At this moment, Ji Qingyan's attention was all on the documents, and she didn't see Lin Yi standing in the doorway. This little skinny, isn't she a little too desperate? The whole company is gone, and she's here all by herself. Not afraid of danger? Lin Yi quietly took a few steps backward, stood in front of the switch in the hallway, and pressed go. The lights in the corridor all went out in a flash, but after a second, Lin Yi flipped the switch again. That's it, back and forth twice. Who? Ji Qingyan's voice rang out, but there was a hint of a tremor. Lin Yi didn't make a sound and forced a smile. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of high heels was soon heard as Ji Qingyan walked out of the office. Who's here? Don't play dumb. And this time, the tension in the words was a little stronger. Chapter 060, come on. I'm scared. Lin Yi hid in the corner, still not speaking. Immediately afterward, the sound of a door slamming could be heard, along with the sound of a locking door. Lin Yi walked out of the corner and walked over to the switch again, reciprocating a few more times and making some footsteps on purpose. Buzz off. Soon, Lin Yi's cell phone rang with a voice message from Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, where are you? I'm at the office. Can you come pick me up? Lin Yi frowned. Was this little skinny scared silly? How could she have the heart to send a tweet at this hour? Did the call feature get eaten by you? Before Lin Yi could reply, Ji Qingyan's call came. Lin Yi didn't answer it, saving himself from being exposed. Didn't have time. Was out working. Lin Yi replied with a microtext message. Don't work okay? It seems like bad people are coming to the company. I'm scared. Ji Qingyan's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, and it was already more than simply nervousness. Thinking about Ji Qingyan's appearance, Lin Yi didn't want to tease her anymore, as long as he realized the seriousness of the problem. Carrying his own egg fried rice, Lin Yi walked towards Ji Qingyan's office. Dang it. What are you? Ji Qingyan said from her office. I'm telling you, my boyfriend will be here soon. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Get out of my company quickly. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at the amusement. Usually looking quite a big woman, I didn't realize there was a little woman side. Since your boyfriend is coming, I'll go first. Hearing the sound of talking outside the door, Ji Qingyan felt familiar and immediately reacted that it was Lin Yi's voice. Hurriedly, he went to open the door and realized that the person outside was none other than Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan jumped into Lin Yi's arms. Whoa, you finally came. Just now the company seems to come to the bad guys. Scared me to death. But soon, Ji Qingyan realized something was wrong. Letting go of Lin Yi, she looked at him suspiciously. I just tweeted you. Why are you here? Because I've been out there. Ji Qingyan's expression changed from sadness to anger. The person standing outside is actually you. What are you scaring me for? Lin Yi held up his cell phone. Look for yourself. It's after 9 o'clock at night and there's not a soul in the company. What will you do if the person who comes up here isn't me, but someone else? After being lectured by Lin Yi, Ji Qingyan realized that Lin Yi's starting point was for his own good. There's no such thing as a coincidence. And there's also but other co-workers too maybe. Who is qualified to work on the top floor except the president of the company? Then you can call me and tell me. But you can't scare me. I was just about to die. Ji Qingyan wiped the undried tears from the corners of her eyes. He was still a bit angry, but after realizing that Lin Yi was doing it for his own good, he wasn't angry anymore. A workaholic like you won't listen to others if you don't move a bit, Lin Yi said. That's why it's got to get up your asses. I just want to finish all these papers, all of them in one place, and I don't want to push it to tomorrow, Ji Qingyan said reasonably. By the way, what are you carrying in your hand? Scrambled eggs. Seeing that Lin Yi had bought a midnight snack, Ji Qingyan's heart was beautiful. It's kinda romantic, knowing that you didn't eat at night when you worked overtime. You know to bring yourself a midnight snack. On the sofa in the office, Lin Yi opened the fragrant egg fried rice and his appetite was whetted. Take a big bite and bring it to your mouth. Exceptionally satisfying. Aha! Ji Qingyan froze in her desk money. So you didn't buy it for yourself? Don't you know you haven't eaten? You actually ate it yourself? Cough cough cough. Ji Qingyan coughed lightly. Is your throat uncomfortable? Drink more hot water. It's after 9. I've been busy until now. I know, but I haven't eaten yet, Ji Qingyan said. I thought you had Skittles, so I got one. Don't try to take my fried rice. Little cookies don't get enough. Ji Qingyan walked over. Give me a bite. At least you're the president, and you can eat egg fried rice? I'm not a fairy, so how come I can't eat scrambled eggs? Ji Qingyan said. The next street to the group. There's a small hutong. There's a couple in there that sells delicious egg fried rice. I've bought it several times. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, not realizing that Ji Qingyan had even gone there to buy egg fried rice. This is the egg fried rice from Auntie Lu's house. Really? Ji Qingyan's expression lit up. Quickly give me a taste. Seeing Ji Qingyan's adorable appearance, Lin Yi handed over his chopsticks, but Ji Qingyan didn't move. Why don't you eat? Feed me. Love it or leave it. No, you just scared me, so you have to feed me. You're such an adult and you're still pouting. I can't help you. Lin Yi was helpless, so he took his chopsticks, took a small bite, and fed it to Ji Qingyan's mouth. It's still their egg fried rice that's good, Ji Qingyan said vaguely. Clip me a piece of ham. I want another bite of egg. It's still so much work to let someone feed you. Lin Yi spat, but still chucked a piece of ham and egg and fed it to Ji Qingyan's mouth. Okay, I'm full. You eat. Just 2 bites and then no more? You're hungry after a long day of running around out there. I'm going to go have a small cookie. Eat? I don't eat as much as you think. Then don't eat either. Ji Qingyan shook her head. It's too late to eat too much. Otherwise my recent yoga practice will be in vain. Then you shouldn't get it either. So hurry up and pack up and go home. There's just one document left to read. Suit yourself. I'll eat and leave anyway. You're on your own. Che, why are you so macho? Sputtering, Ji Qingyan returned to her desk, ready to finish reading the last document while Lin Yi ate. But until Lin Yi finished his meal, he hadn't finished reading the last document, because she always couldn't help but look at Lin Yi. Coming to see myself this late in the day. The people who, earlier, had lined up to give themselves flowers must be at the club at this time. I'm done eating and I'm leaving. I'll go too. There was one remaining document that Ji Qingyan wasn't going to get. Just come a little early tomorrow. Shutting down her computer, Ji Qingyan briefly cleaned up and prepared to go to the fitting room, change out of her work clothes, and then go home. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Qin Han calling. I'll let me take care of that shabby, and you take the heat off. Young Qin is so giving face. What do I have to be angry about? Ha ha, it's still you who's quick. Qin Han laughed. What are you doing now? I found a few first-tier internet celebrities with top-notch body and face. Come over and have some fun? Just in time to make amends to you. Lin Yi looked up, glanced at Ji Qingyan, and smiled. I've got better ones around me. So forget about your so-called first-tier internet stars. Chapter 061. Scratch that. We are all on our own. Don't blow awesome, okay? Qin Han said. Let me tell you, These few people I've found are all about as good as stars in terms of face value. You can't find such good resources. Pull yourself together. Even if you look good, you're still an internet celebrity. You can't compare to the ones around me. Don't make empty promises. Send a picture if you can. Wait. Linny hung up the phone and rushed to Ji Qingyan in the fitting room. Mr. G, do you have a selfie there? Selfie? Yeah. Send me your best selfie. Ji Qingyan, who was in the middle of changing her clothes, paused for a moment. What did Linny want with his picture? It's not going to be a screensaver, is it? Wait a minute. I'll find it for you. Ji Qingyan took her cell phone, found a photo she was more satisfied with, and sent it to Linny. Is it okay for you to look at this picture? When he saw the photo Ji Qingyan sent, he realized it was a selfie in the sun. But the smile, it was brighter than the sun. It's so okay. Linny sent over Ji Qingyan's picture. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're cheating. You're looking for pictures on the internet. Xinghan replied. I've been running the nightclub club for so many years. How could you possibly fool me with this little trick of yours? Believe it or not, if it wasn't for the online P photos, I'd be live streaming upside down and eating shang. Just then, Ji Qingyan walked out of the fitting room and asked curiously, what do you want my selfie for? Ji Qingyan's heart had a small hint of anticipation. How embarrassing would it be to actually have a picture of yourself as a screensaver? Someone asked me to go out and said they got a lot of first-tier internet celebrities, and I'm going to use your picture to subdue those bullies. Ooh-hoo. Although it wasn't taking her own picture as a screensaver, Ji Qingyan's heart was still beautiful. At the very least, it's a testament to your face value. What did the other side say? The guy said that I was fooling people with internet pictures and said that if it was real, he'd live stream it upside down and eat shang. Ji Qingyan had a wicked chill. They were too wicked. What about? Should I send you another one? No need. Linny said. Come over here. Let's take a selfie of the two of us and send him to eat shang upside down. So do I need to touch up my makeup? Do you think I'm okay in this dress? What's not to like? As far as the face value and body piece is concerned, it's still more than enough to kill those female netizens. Linny waved his hand. Come over here. Ooh-hoo. Ji Qingyan was a bit nervous as she reached Linny's side. Are you made of cement? Be natural. Linny said. Besides, don't be so far away from me. It's okay to be closer. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan blanked Linny and said. Mainly because I've never taken a selfie with a guy, so how would I know what pose to use? Just stay close to me. Ji Qingyan obediently leaned against Linny's side, feeling that she was fine with this action. It looks pretty intimate too, and when you look across the street, you should be able to believe it. The movements were set up, but Ji Qingyan realized that Linny was slow to make his next move. Rascal, what are you looking at? Ji Qingyan blankly glanced at Linny before changing her position and sticking not so close. You just know how to talk nonsense, and you don't have a mouth on you. Ji Qingyan pinched Linny. The two posed for a group photo. Not bad, Linny said with satisfaction. This piece of temperament is taken to death by you. Those so-called female netizens, in front of you. I guess none of them can fight. Ji Qingyan's face turned a little red and pretended to be cloudy as she said, Che, you men, you're just vain. What's there to compare this to? A man lives by his face. A tree lives by its bark. With that, Linny sent a picture of the two of them together, to Xinghan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's actually true. Of course, our tastes are different. If in the future, the people you find don't reach this level, don't call me, Linny said. Oh yeah, and don't forget to let me know when you're live streaming upside down eating shang. I'll go reward you with a rocket. Set me up. Seeing that Ji Qingyan was all set, Linny didn't reply. The two of them went downstairs together. It was getting late and they had to get her back. When they reached the garage, Ji Qingyan fiddled with her phone, ready to place her order. It's not necessary to place an order. It's just a ride. The progress of the quest is now at 17/20ths. So no surprise, the quest will definitely be completed tomorrow. There was simply no need to woolgather Ji Qingyan anymore. Make it seem like you can't afford to live. You've said it's a life experience. Of course you have to pay. Ji Qingyan snickered. What if one day you can't afford a house and blame me for not paying for the car? You big fat sheep have taken the initiative to come to the door. I have to pull this wool without pulling it. When he finished taking Ji Qingyan's order, he would be one step closer to completing his mission. After that, you can go back to Fanzhou City. What kind of adjectives are you using? You're the big fat sheep. Linny laughed out loud and brought Ji Qingyan back to the Cloudwater Villa. Go in and sit down for a while and have a drink. Ji Qingyan said. Going in isn't a problem. But your parents, they won't suddenly show up, right? Lin Yi asked. I'm letting them psych me out. Don't worry. When I came back, I asked them. They are practicing at home. They won't come over. Ji Qingyan said. So you came prepared. And in your heart you want me to go in, too. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan looked blushing. It was just happened to talk about that. I didn't ask deliberately. Alright. If you say it's just right, it's just right. Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt. Let's go. It just so happens that I still want to consult you on something. What's the problem? Ji Qingyan was curious. Go inside. Aha. Once inside, Lin Yi comfortably planted himself on the couch, tired after a long day of driving. It's still a bit. Lin Yi said. I'm still the kind of person who takes orders in a Buddhist way. So if I were a full-time driver, I guess I'd have to be more tired. That's for sure. It's not easy for any of them to make a living. Ji Qingyan walked over to the refrigerator. What would you like? Coffee or a drink? Air. Lin Yi hesitated for a second. Plain water will do. I even took out the stockings. Ji Qingyan said. You are really a person. All new stockings? Put them in the refrigerator for fear of what? Your psychological implication is too strong. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted plain water. Che, do I even know what's in your mind? Ji Qingyan said. Ji Qingyan brought a cup of plain water and handed it to Lin Yi. A whole lot of quackery. I can't talk you out of it. Go ahead. Ask me what you want to ask me. It's not a big deal. Lin Yi said. I want to set up a charitable foundation for orphans, left behind children, poor students and other groups in the society. Do you have someone who knows about this on your side? Are there any special requirements in terms of policies and procedures? Chapter 062, Beauty in a Charlie Car. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ji Qingyan wasn't surprised at all. He's an orphan and now that he's rich, he wants to give back to the community, a behavior that can be explained. And this was the most rare thing about Lin Yi, and what Ji Qingyan felt, shone through him. Public welfare organizations like this are still encouraged by the authorities, and they will give some support in terms of policy, Ji Qingyan said. But with an organization like this, there's a very strict set of formalities that the authorities will have to follow in the later stages of running the business. And if you don't have a good CFO and COO holding the reins, it's very easy for things to go wrong. What's the problem? Because of the public welfare organization, most of the money, all from the public welfare fundraising, in order to avoid the founder of the private swallow, these revenues and support, have to have a very detailed public announcement, that even if you give the mountainous areas of the children, bought a packet of instant noodles, have to be clearly written out. It is more difficult. Ji Qingyan gathered her head. People are not machines. There will always be places that can't be taken care of, but wherever there is a slip-up, they may be condemned by society. If I didn't take community donations and used all my own money, would I still be in this trouble? That way it won't be, because it's kind of your personal behavior. It has nothing to do with anyone, and no one is in a position to condemn you. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi. But you have to think clearly. This is a huge project. Not even the state has the means to handle it completely. It's impossible for you to think of solving these old and difficult problems with your own strength. Ji Qingyan paused and then continued. Even if you are rich and powerful and casually throw out a few $100 million, this amount of money, for charity, is simply a hair's breadth, and may not be at all effective. I'm not against you doing charity. Instead, I'm still supportive. But make sure you think about it. I understand where you're coming from, Lin Yi said. Then make as much as you can. And do your best. You're awesome. I'm not as good as you, Ji Qingyan said heartily. That's very vain of you to say. Which is modest. I'm not that aware. Don't forget, I was in the sales department before, Lin Yi said with a smile. I remember. I just came to the company 3 months. You Lily Meeting said, Star City Homes AB 2 buildings, do not permit the sale, and finally realized that you take these 2 buildings, as a low-cost housing, rented to those who came to Zhonghai Migrant Workers Brothers, more than $200 a month, with the white gifts or almost. You people, you're too gossipy. Lin Yi smiled. I don't know much about this area, so you suffer more and help me inquire. That's fine. If you really want to do it, I'll personally offer $10 million for the 2 of us to work together. Yes. After saying his business, Lin Yi stood up from the sofa. I'll leave you to get some early rest. You are so rich. Running Ding Dong is just entertainment. There is no need to make yourself so tired. Nothing to go out more. Why bother? Don't worry. I'm all set. I'll work another day tomorrow and leave the day after. Leaving the day after tomorrow? You're leaving Shanghai later? Ji Qingyan asked nervously. Going back to Fanzhou City for a visit. The last time I went back was half a year ago. I miss them all. Ji Qingyan's eyes rolled. I don't seem to have anything to do the day after tomorrow. That's too obvious a hint. It's kind of explicit. Just say it if you want to go. Ji Qingyan looked embarrassed. Who said I wanted to go? It's not easy to be idle. I still have to go shopping. Whatever. Linny waved his hand and prepared to go home and sleep. Hello. Ji Qingyan called out to Linny from behind. Be a good boy and go home later. Don't fool around with your fox friends. I can't look up to those wrecks. And how nice it would be to have that time for me to pick up a few more orders. That's more like it. Ji Qingyan opened the door to see Linny off. Drive carefully on the road. Got it. Driving back to the Kyushu pavilion, Linny took a comfortable bath before returning to his room to sleep. When he got up in the morning, Linny drove to the Gulf Hotel, asked for some sea cucumber and bird's nest congee, crab buns, had a simple breakfast and then played a few games before going out to open Ding Dang. Compared to previous days, Lin Yi's luck was bursting, and after only 3 orders, he had received 2 5-star reviews. Mission accomplished. 200,000 proficiency values rewarded. Career completion, 85%. Rewarded with 500 million Yenghua coins. Crap! Seeing the rewards given by the system, Linny let out a gasp of surprise. The rewards are getting stronger. Exciting! Soon after, the reward from the system was received on the bank card without any delay at all. However, what Linny cared about the most was the 85% career completion. As long as it was just another 5%, then he could change jobs early. Then again, in 2 days, it'll be a week. And there's not much point in getting 90% ahead of schedule. But the important thing is that one has to make a dash for the 100% ultimate reward. Changing jobs is not the goal, accomplishing 100% career completion is the point. At the current rate of progress, with another week, it shouldn't be too much of a problem trying to get the career completion to 100%. Take one step, dash and be done with it. Just like Ji Qingyan said, this is to experience life. Make yourself so tired. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Haitao calling. Mr. Lin, I've already contacted Pagani's engineer yesterday, and he'll be in Shanghai today so he can do the paint touch-up work. Well then, I'll take the car to the Gulf Hotel and we'll drop the keys off at the front desk, so you can send someone to pick it up then. Okay Mr. Lin. After driving the car back to the hotel, Linny casually ate lunch and left the car behind before taking a taxi to the Chaoyang group. The Pagani was sent off for a paint job, and my own little crappy charade came in handy again. The little wrecked Charlie has still been sitting in the parking lot with a thick layer of dust on it, so I'll have to go brush it later. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan. Where is it? Where's the company parking lot? Something? I'm at McKellar's, doing a lot of shopping. Come pick me up. Later. The car is dirty. I'll go brush it. Pick me up first. I'll go brush later. There's too much stuff. I don't care. Linny said. You don't mind getting dirty even if you're a woman. I'm afraid of nothing. McKellar is not too far from the Sunrise Group. A 10-minute drive away. Ji Qingyan stood on the side of the road, wearing black wide-legged pants and high-heeled shoes. Her green silk coiled behind her head, and she was full of imperiousness. Get in the car. You drive a Charlie? What's the matter? You don't want to ride in a domestic car? Cut the crap there. Opening the car door, Ji Qingyan put her things on the back seat. Go back to the company first. Okay, later. I'll go brush up on my car and take you back later. Well, listen to you. Linny drove his car and prepared to find a car wash. Once the Pagani was repaired, the charade was sent to Zhou Haitao so he could clean it up and put it in the garage for collection. After driving for a few minutes, Linny saw a relatively large car dealership and drove straight over. At this time, the employees of the car dealership all gathered in front of a silver Tanma V8. Dude, your car isn't cheap, the fat boss said. I can't even paint a car this good a year in this car wash. The owner of the car is not too old, just more than 20 years old, wearing short sleeves, hand-clamped a Sue cigarette, in matching arm tattoos. Very cool. Indeed not too cheap. Before and after the cost me more than 2 million. In addition to the later modification plating, spent another 500,000 or so. Not to hide, buy the car a month or so, has spent more than 3 million. Awesome buddy, you really want to spend money, the boss said. With this car, once you drive on the road, the turnover rate has to be great. That goes without saying? The young car owner said triumphantly. I'm not afraid to tell you. I bought this car. Is to catch girls with? Every day to the bar Dora parked. Do not need me to open up. The girls themselves pounced up. So exaggerated? That's for sure. The owner of the car said with a cigarette in his hand. Nowadays, women, especially good-looking beauties, are snobbish. You drive a supercar, get in the car and say it's hot. But if you drive a crappy charade, you don't even look at you. That's the reality. Just then, Linny pulled up to the entrance of the car wash. Boss washes cars. What a thing to say. Just now I was saying that the little crappy charade couldn't chase women. And here comes one. After greeting them, Linny and Ji Qingyan unbuckled their seatbelts and got out of the car. The moment he saw Ji Qingyan, the world seemed to go quiet. Why would a woman like that get out of a Charlie? And in such a beat-up charade? Chapter 063. It's true that it's a bit of a big exaggeration. Getting out of the car. The two stepped aside and waited for the owner to wash the car. Dude, is this Charlie yours? Hearing the question from the owner of the car on the other side, Linny was stunned for a moment. What kind of question was that? It's not my car, and I can't drive it. I used to drive a charade. How come I can't meet a beauty like this? Lin-Yi pondered. Your question is a bit magical. Big brother, you take Charlie Ramy girl. It's your operation that's more magical, right? Ji Qingyan smiled and didn't say anything. When a woman is outside, she has to give her man enough face. This problem, it's true, is a bit complicated, but in synthesized terms, it can be boiled down to one point. Linny said seriously. Which bit? Look at the face. Opposite owner. Nima, be realistic. Can't you be a little more magical and fool me? After painting the car, Linny got in and Ji Qingyan elegantly sat in the passenger side, then sailed away. Grass. The owner of the car across the street kicked the tire. What the do I need you for? The owner of the car wash silently pulled out a cigarette. Xiao Lu, you go and take out of the storehouse my used charade and brush it. Brother, it's useless to brush your car if you don't pass this face value. You don't want to do it, do you? By the way, did you say that you're going back to Fanzhou City tomorrow? When they arrived at the group's parking lot, Ji Qingyan said, why, I booked your flight for you, 10:12 a.m. No problem. Thanks, Mr. Key. What are you being polite for? Didn't you help me out before? Just consider it even. Ji Qingyan gathered her hair. I'll go up first, bye. After sending Ji Qingyan back, Linny returned home. Now that career completion has reached 85%, Ding Dong still has to run, but it'll have to wait for the one that came back from Panjim. The charade does look a bit beat up and not quite ready to run Ding Dongs. Otherwise you get a bunch of bad reviews and you might as well not run. Lying by the side of the pool, Linny picked up his cell phone and opened the competitive handheld game. Ready to kill some time. If Ji Qingyan was here and went down to swim a few more laps, the picture would probably be even more beautiful. Choosing someone to enter the game, Linny took an assassin and prepared to play top laner. Looking at the other lineups picked by my teammates, I realized that it's not bad, and as long as I'm not too much of a rookie, I'll have no problem trying to win. 10 minutes later, seeing that his own Highland Tower had been pushed, Linny had the urge to curse. Assassin, 7. You might as well go home and make furniture and stop playing this game. 7. What's wrong with me? I'll fight a few more soldiers and I'll be able to buy equipment. Assassin, 10 minutes into the game and you've let people kill you 9 times. And you still have the nerve to say that? Did the zombies eat your brain? You don't fight anymore. Hang up quickly. Descent, say the machine don't say it. Civilize you and me. Meet shield, don't get excited. God, look at her name. It's very likely that she's a girl. Assassin, what a sister. Probably a stingy man. 7, you're the stingy one. I just played not long ago. My LOL is much better than this. Assassin, stop bragging about being awesome and hang out at the spring or you won't stand a chance. 7, I'm not blowing it. I'm in the diamond segment of Neos. Assassin, a district diamond counts a hang. I have not come out to blow powerful it. Do not ink. Quickly hang up to go. Number 7, if I hang up, you guys are 4v5 and you'll end up losing. Assassin, if you're on, we're 4v6. No. 7. Number 7, I don't believe you can win without me. The enemy has been killed. The enemy has been killed. Assassin, double kill. The enemy has been killed. Assassin, 3 straight tiebreakers. The enemy has been killed. Assassin, 4 consecutive transcendentals. The enemy has been killed. Assassin, 5 straight Jedi. The cheers of his teammates had bristled at the sight of Lin Yi's 5-kill achievement. Meat shield, asterisk 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 great god is great. Remote, the gods are asking for a friend. Auxiliary, let's keep going. Shanghai. A woman in a white shirt in a 100-square-foot house in an upscale neighborhood was staring at her cell phone with glazed eyes. The woman's figure was plump. Her jade legs were long and slender, and her long messy hair was scattered, covering most of her face, which was extremely charming. The woman's name is Su Gu, is the director of the school teaching office of the Central China Sea Normal University. In addition to school affairs, usually the biggest hobby is to play games, but this hobby of Sugar's is known to few. He actually flipped it? It's not a high-end game, though, and it's pretty impressive to flip the game in 5 kills while being so far behind economically. Assassin, add a friend, play together. Other than the previous 7, everyone else's maneuvers are pretty good, and taking them along for the ride to the scoreboard shouldn't be rushing backward. Invincibility is so lonely, and in a few days, the 3rd king will be out. 7, I friend you. Together yeah. Assassin, together? No, not with you. The last sentence was left on the public screen, and he exited the game interface. After logging out, I received several friend requests and private messages. Pleated skirt, you take me to score on handheld games. I'll take you to score on in-game. Let's swap. Seeing this private message, Lenny guessed that it should be that number 7 from earlier. Invisible chicken wing, you're too heavy to carry. Pleated skirt, I'm only 99 pounds. Invisible chicken wings, weighs no more than 100. Either flat-chested or short. Ugly women don't carry. Lenny didn't bother with Shug anymore, and with the other 3, went to the 4th row together. On the couch, Sugar threw her cell phone aside in anger. What's with the tugging? I don't care to play with you. I can play solo by myself. Half an hour later, seeing his 3 straight losing records, Sugar took the phone and said to herself, should I ask him again? Quietly, Shug went to another app and checked Lin Yi's battle record. Found out that not only did they win 3 in a row, but the bureaus were all MVPs. The whole thing was bad. Pleated skirt, the great spirit begs to be brought. Invisible chicken wing, told you, can't take you. Pleated skirt, do you bring it or not? Sugar throws his killer punch. Invisible chicken wing, don't blow awesome. Pleated skirt. Chapter 064, The Wind Chaser Who Loves to Pretend. Inside Villa 1 of the Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi exited the game and muttered to himself, these gougers, they really do anything to get on the scoreboard. Early the next morning, Lin Yi got up, simply packed up, and drove to the airport. According to the time, it would be noon for the afternoon flight, and by 1 o'clock, it was expected to be at the orphanage. Getting his ticket, Lin Yi looked at it and realized that the meter Ji Qin had booked for himself was actually first class. That's quite enough. Pick up your ticket, get in line, board your plane. When Lin Yi found his position, he realized that there was a Wi-Fi sign next to him, indicating that he could do it without turning off his phone, just by turning on the flight mode. That way you can connect to Wi-Fi and play games. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn on flight mode, his cell phone rang, and it was Ji Qin calling. Getting on the plane? Well, all found seats. Lin Yi said, you're pretty particular. Buying me first class. Seems to be satisfied with my arrangement? There's a little bit of a blemish. What a flaw. Not by the window. Lin Yi said, I prefer to sit by the window. The window seat is reserved for the other pretty ladies to save you from being bored on the plane. I'm borrowing your advice. By the way, wanted to ask you something. What is it? The orphanage you were in before. What was its name? Blue Sky Orphanage. Lin Yi replied casually. What do you want? It's okay, I have a meeting later, so I'll hang up now. Hearing the busy tone on his cell phone, Lin Yi was a bit baffled. What's all this talk about? Ji Qin hung up the phone, and Lin Yi was idly bored, ready to play games to kill time. Yang, look, the little brother over there is so handsome, a girl in shorts said. The girl who spoke is named Feng Xining, and her best friend, Li Yuyang, and her brother, Feng Haoyu, are traveling to the city of Fanzhou. Where is it? Li Yuyang asked. It's our row, the one sitting on the edge. My god, this face value is too okay, Li Yuyang said. I've traveled first class so many times and all I've met are greasy middle-aged men, and it's the first time I've seen such a handsome little brother. Can the two of you be normal? Seeing a handsome man has mesmerized you like this. Is there any talent left? Feng Haoyu said in a salty manner. But he does look handsome. Li Yuyang said. Brother, are you jealous? That's why you said that? Feng Xining said. If that's the case, we can say it secretly to give you some face. What do I have to be jealous of? Feng Haoyu crossed his legs, and without deliberately lowering his voice, said, "Not to mention our family's industry, just the company I founded. The valuation has broken through $100 million. My capital is much stronger than his. How can I be jealous of him?" Feng Haoyu said. "And look at him, he's sitting in a first-class cabin. Or someone else helped him buy the ticket. What capital does he have to compare with me except his face value?" Hearing Feng Haoyu's words, Linny inclined his head to look at him, but without saying anything, he continued fiddling with his phone. This kind of wind-chasing teenager who loved to pretend was all over the streets, and Linny was too lazy to bother with them. "Brother, can you speak a little quieter? People are looking at you," Feng Xining complained. "That's how I talk. Besides, I'm telling the truth. Why should I lower my voice?" Feng Haoyu said without thinking. "Is telling the truth not allowed these days?" "You, didn't stop you from telling the truth. It's mainly because it's not polite," Li Yuyang said. "Brother, I think you're just jealous. Money this thing, are earned later." The boss of the Red Lotus, more than 40 years old before starting a business, and now also become a big boss. But the face value of this thing, is born, cannot be changed at all. So you're abjectly jealous. What do you two little girl pieces know? Feng Haoyu's face was a bit untenable. "I'm telling you guys, this society is realistic. Good looking does have an advantage. But the most important thing is still money." Feng Haoyu rolled down his sleeves, revealing his Rolex watch on his hand. "And you little girls, you're just immature in your outlook. And one day, when you grow up, you'll realize that there are 1,000 good-looking skins, and one rich kid in a million. Ugh, dude. If you want to pretend to be a pussy, just pretend on your own. Don't bring me along," Linny said. "I'm sorry, my sister and her friend don't know any better. I'm educating them. I accidentally used you as an example. Don't mind," Feng Haoyu said with a smile. "And I'm not pretending. I'm just stating the fact that money does matter more than looks." Linny laughed. "These wind-chasing teenagers who love to pretend. How could they look so cute? Are you sure?" "Of course, don't you believe me?" Feng Haoyu crossed his legs and said, "Why don't we compare? And at the same time ask the first-class stewardess for a tweet and see who she chooses to give it to?" Linny shrugged and said with narrowed eyes, "Try it then. I don't care. Just pass the time." Seeing the two men in the front row making a bet, the passengers in the first-class cabin, in fact, watched the action with interest. "That pretty handsome kid is going to lose face today," a man in his 30s said. "Why?" The female companion beside her said. "The stewardesses in the first-class cabin, all of them are people who have seen the world. Their eyes are all venomous. They can tell the class of the passengers in here at a glance. And people like them are all very mature, so naturally they won't choose those outwardly strong butterscotch kids, so he's definitely going to lose. It's not absolute, is it? Maybe there's just a possibility of a reversal." The man shook his head. "Reversal is unlikely, even if these stewardesses don't dislike the poor and love the rich. But if a person, who can't even afford a first-class ticket, who would choose to follow him in a piece of suffering? You're right, after all. Someone else bought his first-class ticket for him." The man's comment called for others to chime in. "In this society, handsome can't be food, but money can. Who wouldn't love a rich kid?" "Brother, you are also too bullying," Feng Xining said. "Yes?" Feng Haoyu shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. "He's the one who disobeyed me. Can you blame me for that?" After saying that, Feng Haoyu looked back, just in time to see a pretty-faced stewardess, who was organizing things, said, "Stewardess, please come here." Hearing someone call for herself, the stewardess put down the work in her hands and walked over in a dignified manner. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" Feng Haoyu said as he moved his wrist, revealing his Rolex watch and pointing at Linny. "Here's the thing. Me and this buddy, we're both going to want a little bit of your weenie, but you can only choose one." The stewardess's face was hot. She had just transferred to fly first class and didn't expect to be asked for a micro-message by two quality men at the same time. "Is your own peach luck coming?" "Sir, I'm sorry, but our airline has a rule that you can't just add a passenger's microphone. It doesn't matter. We are the ones who took the initiative to manage your request. You just need to pick one," Feng Haoyu said. "According to your airline's rules, a passenger's request cannot be easily rejected, right?" Seeing the Rolex on Feng Haoyu's hand, the stewardess was a bit dizzy. One has money, the other has a face. It's so hard to choose, but soon the stewardess made up her mind. Good looks don't make a meal, and they can even be scum. If I really had to pick one to develop, I'd have to pick the left-hand side. This rich gentleman, if he was lucky and really got an electric spark with him, then for the rest of his life, he wouldn't have to worry. And you don't have to do waitressing jobs like flight attendants. But just then, the stewardess accidentally realized that in Lin Yi's cuffs, there was a sparkling watch. It looks a little familiar, like I've seen it in some commercial. After a few seconds of thought, the stewardess snapped to attention. Isn't this Patek Philippe, the 175th anniversary model? It looks like it's selling for a whopping $17.5 million. Chapter 065, in terms of picking up girls, I would call you the strongest. The stewardess's heart thumped. Intuition told her that what Linny was carrying on his hand couldn't possibly be a fake watch. She also has diamond jewelry and can tell that the diamonds on the watch should not be fake. And anyone who can afford to fly first class is not too low in status, so naturally they won't go out with a fake watch. If you look at it that way, then it's a good choice. Sir, do you really want to pick one? In the way of the rules, the stewardess searched again. Sure, okay. The stewardess quietly took out her cell phone and was ready to add WeChat. At the same time, Feng Haoyu pulled up his QR code and prepared to let the flight attendant add his own micro-message. In his position, he'd have to let her take the initiative. Sir, what's your microphone number? I'll add you now, the flight attendant said with a smile. Aha, the people in the first-class cabin, one by one, were dumbfounded. What the hell? Leave a nice rich kid alone and go at someone who can't even afford a first-class ticket? What's wrong with your brain? Okay, wait a minute. Linny took out his own cell phone and let the stewardess scan a code, then added each other's Weishuan. Seeing the stewardess, who was flirting with Linny across the room, Feng Xining laughed. Brother, that theory of yours doesn't seem to work anymore. Feng Haoyu's face was a bit untenable. What is this called? Stewardess, are you sure you want him? Yes, before love and bread, I would choose the former. This, Feng Haoyu felt like he was going to vomit blood. You're new here, aren't you? Yes, I was just transferred to first class today yet, so this is what's going on. Feng Haoyu's mood improved a lot. This is no longer your business. You can leave. Newcomers like them have yet to see the cruelty of society. Anyone else who was a little older, or a little more experienced, would have chosen theirs for sure. After the stewardess left, Linny shook his cell phone. Admit defeat? Admit defeat. My ass. Feng Haoyu said. What does she know about a yellow hair girl? Let's win 2 out of 3 games. This time change a little experience. Why make a fool of yourself? I'm giving you a lesson in the fact that face value is worthless in the face of money. Linny couldn't help but give him full marks for this pussyfooting around. Brother, turn around and look. Up comes a good-looking young lady. Feng Xining said. The people in the first-class cabin turned around in unison, and were surprised to find a tall woman walking from behind. The woman wore one-shoulder 9/4 sleeves, a knee-length brown skirt underneath, and a large pair of sunglasses on her showy nose, but it was hard to deny her moving beauty. Seeing the woman coming up after him, Linny was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Ji Qingyan? Why is she still here? No wonder it was just said that the window seat was reserved for pretty young ladies. Turns out it was talking about herself. It really can stink. Holy, what kind of divine face is this? Feng Haoyu felt his heart thumping and had a feeling that spring had arrived. Dude, let's get her tweets today. Don't you dare? Other than that, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. If I lose to you again this time, I'll admit that you're good. Feng Haoyu said with confidence. No problem. At this time, Ji Qingyan also walked over, and when she saw Linny sitting on the side, she didn't have any expression on her face, pretending that she wasn't an acquaintance. Beauty. Just as Ji Qingyan was about to sit over, Feng Haoyu said, and this man next to you, would like to add your microphone. Add a hairy tweet. Linny got up, wrapped an arm around Ji Qingyan's waist and embraced her in his arms. You don't stand a chance with such a superb woman. Give it up. Ji Qingyan was taken aback. It's not just cheating you a little bit. As far as this is concerned, so many people. Asterisk. What are you doing? Hugging people without saying anything. Isn't this a hooligansit? Feng Haoyu said. Because I have the power to make her fall in love with me in 1 second. Don't brag about being awesome. Wait for someone to call security. Ha ha. The first-class passengers were amused. This kid is just seeing color and can't hold on when he sees such a beautiful woman. He's going to get slapped later. To actually even do this kind of thing, this is too fast and confident. Who does he think he is? Feng Xining and her best friend Li Yuyang both secretly shook their heads. This was embarrassing. On the contrary, Feng Haoyu was very pleased with this kid's behavior. Purely looking for death. What are you doing? There are so many people. Ji Qingyan's face was slightly red and she squirmed. Holy. Hearing Ji Qingyan's pout, The first-class passengers were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? I can't believe you're not mad? What the hell? Not for anything, just to see how attractive I am. Saying that, Lin Yi's arm wrapped tighter around him. There are so many people here. It's embarrassing. Okay, loosen up. Ji Qingyan whispered before breaking free from Lin Yi's arms and taking the seat next to him. An eerie atmosphere filled the first-class cabin. It's really a second. And it makes people fall. In terms of picking up girls, I would call you the strongest. How about it? Still competing? So damn much for comparing. You're great. Feng Hao Yu said. Just serve. Lin Yi said with a smile. I just think you're awesome, but not convinced. Why? Where you don't like it you can say so, and I'll convince you. Although I'm not as handsome as you, but I'm richer than you. So why should all the beautiful women throw themselves at me? Feng Hao Yu said. Cough cough cough. Lin Yi said. When you say you're not as handsome as me, I think you're very right, and you're very clear about your position. But when you say you're richer than me, that's something I'll have to talk to you about. What's the matter? You still want to compete with me for money? Feng Hao Yu was a bit disdainful. This is his strong point. How can you still let you compare? It's fine to compare. It's idle anyway. Ji Qingyan was speechless. What was wrong with these people now? Do you think that just because you have money, you can walk across the street? Feng Hao Yu shook his Rolex and said condescendingly. See, this is a Rolex. I spent more than $1 million on it. And every time I travel first class. All on my own dime. And you need someone else to buy a ticket to travel first class. So how can you compare to me? Everyone else in the first class cabin, too, was laughing and watching the fun. Feng Hao Yu was telling the truth and did not intentionally belittle him. A guy who flies first class and needs someone else to buy a ticket has to compete with a rich kid for money? It's not like you're running into a gun. First of all, what about the first class tickets? I can afford to buy them myself, even if I have to pack them. Lin Yi said with a smile, but with your face value. I don't think you've ever experienced the treatment of someone offering to buy first class. Have you? Hey, can't even stop it. Ji Qingyan quietly pinched Lin Yi. It's just buying a plane ticket. How come it's tasteless in his mouth? Feng Hao Yu looked odd. And still couldn't stop it? You think you're a ing saint. I know that saying that certainly won't convince you, so I have to show you something else. With that, Lin Yi slowly dropped his cuffs, revealing a watch commemorating 175 years of Patek Philippe. Chapter 066, indeed quite soft. There should be no lumps. Seeing Lin Yi's wristwatch, everyone in the cabin stared. This watch looks kind of familiar. I remember. This is Patek Philippe's 175th anniversary commemorative model. It is said that in the entire eastern continent, there is only one piece, priced at a whopping $17.5 million. My God, it's so expensive. Everyone was baffled to learn the price of that watch. What are you doing flying first class when you're carrying a $17.5 million watch? Doesn't it smell good to buy a private jet? Even if you are experiencing the hardships of the people, there is nothing like this. Your watch. It's actually so expensive. Feng Hao Yu was too stunned to speak. The price of the watch was more than he could comprehend. It's just over $10 million. It's not that expensive. Don't make a fuss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A watch that is over $10 million and you say it's not very expensive. As if you're teasing me. It looks like you should be convinced. Lin Yi smiled. Then I won't say anything else. Social society. Little brother is convinced. Feng Hao Yu wanted to die. Not only was he crushed in terms of face value, he was also no match for others in terms of financial strength. It's so damn hard to give it a chance. Soon, the plane took off and the attention of the crowd, too, returned to itself. What are you doing in Fanzhou City? It can't be that you really want to go with me. Ji Qingyan's time was precious, and Lin Yi didn't think that she had the heart to roam. Not at all. I went to the branch over there to take a look, and happened to catch you back in Fanzhou City as well. It's as simple as that. So that's what happened. Ji Qingyan's demeanor was haughty. But I don't have anything to do today, so I can accompany you to the orphanage to take a look around. No problem. Seeing that the two had been whispering, Feng Hao Yu's heart itched. If he hadn't met him, there would have been a story about himself and this superb woman. I guess. Damn. Really went out without reading the yellow calendar. Why choose to go in the city of Fanzhou? After getting off the plane, the two walked out of the airport together, ready to take a taxi to the orphanage. Brother, I want to manage to ask him for a micro message. Feng Xining said, if you don't want it now, I guess you won't meet him. To have a Harry Weixin, not only is he handsome, but he also has money. At first glance, he is a scum. Fong Hao Yu said. If you dare to ask him for a micro message, see what I'll do to you. Ooh-hoo. Lin Yi turned around and looked at Fong Hao Yu. Is it my fault for being rich and handsome? What makes you say I'm a scum? You don't even know each other and you go up and put your arms around someone's waist and say you're not a scumbag? Who's a good man who would do that? Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. This had gone all the way and actually didn't understand the relationship between the two. This rich kid. He's kind of cute. Lin Yi once again wrapped his arms around Ji Qingyan's waist. We call this love at first sight. We're running towards marriage. So you might have misunderstood. Asterisk. Think I'm stupid. Fong Hao Yu said. Let's go. The thought of Ji Qingyan, such a superb woman, being picked up by Lin Yi. Fong Hao Yu felt that half of the meaning of his life had been lost. It's so damn prideful. People are leaving. Their hands should be loosened. This journey, net take advantage of me. The script requires it. Lin Yi smirked. But then again, it's really quite soft, so there shouldn't be any lumps. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi. Wait here. I'm going to the bathroom. Didn't you go there on the plane, and now you're going? There can't be something wrong with that. You're the one with the problem. Ji Qingyan said in embarrassment. The underwear is all crooked. I have to go and fix it. Oh, so that's what happened. Go on. I'll be lighter next time. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked out of the airport bathroom, then called a car and drove piece by piece towards the orphanage. Half an hour later, Lin Yi paid to get out of the car. Across the road was a small 3-story building with a white plaque on the front door. The words Blue Sky Orphanage are written on it. In addition to this, there is a small playground, not very large, a little bigger than a basketball court, where the children of the orphanage play. Although the price of housing in Fanzhou City is not as much as the capital city in Shanghai, but to have such a large piece of land, it must be tens of millions of dollars at the very least, Ji Qingyan said with some emotion. That's why sometimes I think Wang Ma is a pretty stupid person, selling the land and living the life of a rich woman, but sticking around here dead, with clothes that are all from the ground, none of them more than $100. Great love has no voice, although I have more money than her, but the state of mind, so much worse. Alright, let's both stop lamenting here and go in first. Ji Qingyan looked at her watch. Wait a little longer. Something wrong with you? Ji Qingyan nodded, then reached for her cell phone. Hey master, when are you arriving? I'm across the street from the Blue Sky Orphanage, wearing white 9/4 sleeves, and a brown dress, so you can see me when you arrive. Without saying a few words, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone. You want to wait for someone? Well, wait for someone. They'll be here soon. Alright. Although he was anxious to go in, Ji Qingyan had given her word, so he would just wait a little longer. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi saw a white box truck, parked in front of him, and a dark-skinned, middle-aged driver, poking his head out of it. Miss, is your name Ji Qingyan? It's me, Ji Qingyan said. Master, please drive the car across the street and park in front of the orphanage. Okay. As the master driver drove and picked his way through the car, Lin Yi looked at Ji Qingyan. You even bought something? It's not easy for you to come back. It's not good to be empty-handed, so I prepared some for you. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. No wonder he asked himself about the orphanage before getting on the plane. So it was for this. Thanks. What's the point of talking about this? Ji Qingyan said. Let's go over there too. Arriving at the door of the orphanage, Lin Yi pulled out the key in his pocket, backhanded the lock, and opened the door wide enough for the van to be able to enter. At this time, Ji Qingyan saw that the children of the orphanage, all playground play. 24 boys of varying ages ran back and forth after a soccer ball. The rest of the girls, on the other side of the room, were skipping, their faces smiling like flowers. Little brother Yat, Lin Yi had just stepped in with his front foot when he heard the children of the orphanage, in a swarm, running towards him. I haven't seen you in over half a year. Why have you gained so much weight? Lin Yi hugged a little girl and smiled. Wang Ma said I'll lose weight when I grow up, and it's okay to be fat now. Ji Qingyan snorted, impressed by the little girl's naivety. All you know how to do is eat all day long. For a whole bunch of reasons, Lin Yi said as he pinched the little girl's cheeks. Brother Xiaoyi, who is this sister? She's so pretty. Then you can call her pretty sister. Aha. Hey buddy, looking for a little help. There's a little too much cargo, the truck driver said at the gate. The box door of the van opened and it was full of goodies, and the children from the orphanage all ran to the van. But at the heels of the van, they all stopped in their tracks, none of them daring to make a move. These are what pretty sister bought for you. Go help carry things. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red, not realizing that Lin Yi's mouth was quite sweet. Thank you, pretty sister. Hooting and hollering, the children of the orphanage all went to help carry things. Looking at their smiling faces, Lin Yi was unusually content. Xiao Yi, why didn't you say when you came back? I didn't even prepare a meal for you. A middle-aged couple, trotting out of a small three-story building. Wang Suweiping's figure is blonde, with short hair and an extraordinarily kind smile on her face. And the man beside her, her husband, named Zhao Chuanfu, has been sticking to the orphanage. Wanted to surprise you guys? I came back quietly. Wang Suweiping and Zhao Chuanfu's gazes all landed on Ji Qingyan's body. That's a bit of a surprise for you. I just got done prodding you about finding a girlfriend quickly. And this brings it back to me. No, she was the one who initiated the conversation with. Isn't that so? We just met not long ago and he brought me here, saying that he wants me to meet you guys and that it's not even possible to not see you. Ji Qingyan said with a smile on her face. Chapter 067, Children Need Nutrition. Lin Yi, when did I say I was bringing you? You're the one who volunteered to come, okay? You little skinny, how dare you ruin my reputation? It's good to meet. It's good to meet. Wang Suweiping smiled from ear to ear. We'll be a family from now on. Don't we have to see each other sooner or later? Isn't that so? That's what he told me. Ji Qingyan said without turning red in the face. Lin Yi, I can't believe you're playing me. You guys are really too. Just come. What else do you buy? It's too costly. Wang Suweiping said gratefully. None of it is worth anything, and I didn't know what the orphanage lacked, so I just bought some random stuff. The more Wang Suweiping looked at Ji Qingyan, the more she liked her. He didn't mind Lin Yi's origin and was so caring. You don't see many girls this good. What's that? Lao Zhao, go help get the load off the car. I'll take them inside first. Okay, go on in. I'll be up there in a minute. A few minutes later, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan were brought to the third floor, but just as I came up, I heard a cry. Mom, why is there still crying? Is this a child from the orphanage? Lin Yi asked. I don't know which one of these bastards, after giving birth, threw the child at the door of the orphanage, and ran away without even seeing his face, so I had no choice but to carry him back. Just born and abandoned? Isn't that right? I guess now. Not even a year old. Hearing the two speak, Ji Qingyan's heart moved. She usually loves kids and just couldn't take this very well. As soon as I heard something like that, my heart sank. Auntie Wang, why don't we go over there and take a look? As soon as I hear the child cry, I feel uncomfortable. Let's go then. Go over and take a look first. Wang Suweiping said helplessly. Crying like this every day. I'm afraid of breaking my voice. Walked to the inner side of the third floor. There is a middle-aged woman inside, looking a few years younger than Wang Suweiping. The woman's name is Lu Wan, an orphanage caretaker, although not volunteer, but the monthly salary, only 1,000 yuan, and the heavy work, completely disproportionate. Yo, Xiao Yi is back. Lu Wan, who was originally anxious, saw Lin Yi and instantly smiled with her eyebrows. You've really come out of the woodwork. You've actually brought your girlfriend back. It just so happens that I haven't been busy lately, so I came back to visit. Take care of yourself out there working. Don't get tired. Got it, Auntie Lu. Old Wang, come and take over for me for a while. I've let this little thing toss and turn. I'm exhausted. The milk has been warmed up several times, but I just won't drink it. Lu Wan said. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Wang Suweiping hugged up the child on the cot. Pink and jade, especially good looking, especially the pair of big eyes, just like the stars in the sky. Okay, check it out. Maybe it'll work for you. Ideals are plump. Reality is bony. By the time Wang Suweiping's hands, the child was still crying, without the slightest intention to drink milk. In the end, it made Wang Suweiping's arm sore, and it still didn't have any effect. Auntie Wang, should I try? Ji Qingyan asked tentatively. No way. Are you good at this? Lin Yi said skeptically. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? Ji Qingyan said. I've watched others take care of children, so it's a good time to let Auntie Wang rest as well. Seeing Ji Qingyan take the initiative to help, Wang Suweiping didn't treat her as an outsider, so she handed the child over to her. Surprisingly, when Ji Qingyan held the child in her arms, she magically stopped crying. Even Ji Qingyan had never thought that she would have so much magic power. See, you won't cry when you're in my arms, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Not crying isn't the point. The point is to get her to drink her milk. The baby isn't even crying anymore. Is this going to be hard for me? Ji Qingyan's self-confidence was bursting at the seams, and with the child liking herself so much, feeding a baby was naturally not a problem. Taking the bottle in Wang Suweiping's hand, Ji Qingyan prepared to breastfeed. When dared to bring the bottle to his mouth, the child cried again, even louder. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ji Qingyan put the bottle aside and prepared to calm the child down first. Miraculously, when the bottle was taken away, the baby magically stopped crying again. It made Ji Qingyan suffer a lot of blows. Then let's hold her for a while. I guess I'll be able to eat when I'm hungry later, Wang Suweiping said. Ji Qingyan's motherly love overflowed. Well, Aunt Wang, you guys go rest first. I'll cuddle for a while. That's fine. I'll go get you guys some water. Rushed back here and didn't even have a drink. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Wang Suweiping left. Ji Qingyan patted the child in her arms. Quite a bit of a human mother. Milk, milk. Almost a year old, the child can already speak simple words. Hearing the child's words, Ji Qingyan immediately went to get the bottle. This little girl finally knows how to eat. Otherwise she doesn't know what to do. But just when it was Ji Qingyan who took the bottle and was about to feed her, she suddenly saw the child in her arms, with her tender little hands, grabbing her. Eat, grandma. Ji Qingyan is baffled. No, my sister doesn't have that one. Ji Qingyan wanted to stop it, but she was afraid of hurting the child, and she was at a loss for words in a hurry, completely disorganized. Linny didn't panic and watched the good show. Turn around. No looking. Alright, I know you're thin-skinned, so I'll go out first. Linny said, the child is still small and needs nutrition. Ji Qingyan was ashamed and anxious, being a yellow blossom girl and being grabbed by a child for milk. This was already a shameful thing to do, not to mention being seen by Linny. One doesn't have to be a human being in the future. Auntie Wang, Auntie Lu. Ji Qingyan had no choice but to find reinforcements to come over. This little guy looks harmless, but his strength is not small. It hurts like hell. Hearing Ji Qingyan shout, Wang Suweiping and Lu Wan walked in. Seeing Ji Qingyan's clothes, scratched and wrinkled, he instantly understood what was going on. All of them have been there before, and all of them guessed what just happened. Ji Qingyan was made to blush so much that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's too humiliating. Okay, you guys go out first. I'll deal with him. Just come back. Don't waste your energy on this matter, Lu Wan said. The three men retreated hopelessly. When I arrived at Wang Suweiping's office, I closed the door and it was a lot quieter. Xiao Ji, don't take it to heart. Wang Suweiping comforted. You've never been a mom. There are things you don't understand. It's a child's instinct. Chapter 068, Donate 100 million. Air. Ji Qingyan was filled with embarrassment. Hara, so that's how it is. Right. Why don't you say? Mother's love is great. Wang Suweiping said with a smile. You see, like this kind of thing, the child never looks for the father. Mom, you have a point, Linny said. Ji Qingyan's face burned like it was on fire, but if she had to choose again, it would be better to go back to holding that child and calming her. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Suweiping's cell phone. At this time, rang. Come down quickly. Ning Yu is back with her boyfriend. Zhao Chuanfu said. Seriously? That's great to catch a day. After an explanation, Wang Suweiping hung up the phone, and Linny asked, who's coming again? Ning Yu is back. Let's go down and take a look. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Suweiping walked in front, while Linny and Ji Qingyan followed behind. Who is Naruki? Is it also a child of the orphanage people? Aha. Lin Yi nodded. Her name is Gui Ningyue. She's a year younger than me. We both went out of the orphanage together, but she went to university in Fanzhou City. I was in Shanghai. So that's what happened. Gui Ningyue's stature was not as tall as Ji Qingyan's, but it wasn't short either. A white knee-length dress, lace-up black high-heeled shoes, coupled with mature and charming long wavy hair, the whole person appears extremely eye-catching. The person standing next to him, on the other hand, made Linny frown slightly. It looked like he had to be in his 30s, with a big belly and the image of a thug, and he looked a lot older than Gui Ningyue. Sister Ningyu, what delicious food did you bring us, La? The children of the orphanage said. It's all in the car. Come and move it. Gui Ningyue waved her hand and greeted the children gathered around. All of you slow down. I'm a BMW. More than $1 million. Don't touch it. I'll have to brush the car if it gets dirty. The man beside Gui Ningyue yelled. Gui Ningyue grumbled and pushed the man beside her. They are all children. Why are they talking about this? The man said with a leathery smile. Blame me. Blame me. As the children took down all the toys from the car, Guining Yue walked over with the man on her arm. Brother, you're back too. Seeing Lin Yi, Guining Yue's smile brightened as she let go of the man's hand, lifting the hem of her skirt and trotting towards Lin Yi. Just wasn't busy, so I came back to visit. Guining Yue's gaze landed on Ji Qingyan's body and asked with a smile. Brother, this is your sister-in-law, right? Introduce me? Qi Ouyun. Ji Qingyan stretched out her hand and said in a dignified manner. Hello, Lin Yi often mentions you to me, so we finally meet today. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. It was really good at talking, and with that, the relationship between the two instantly drew closer. He, sister-in-law is good. Guan Yu said. Sister-in-law, you're so good looking, it's really cheap for my brother. I wouldn't have said yes to him otherwise if he hadn't been stalking me. Lin Yi, act me again. Hello Miss Ji, I'm Ning Yu's boyfriend Wang Tao. Please take care of me as we meet for the first time. Looking at Ji Qingyan, Wang Tao's eyes dropped. If she had 100 points, then Guining Yue would only have 80 points at best. A superb one like this is hard to find in the sky and hard to find on the ground. Snap! Lin Yi knocked Wang Tao's hand away. None of them are outsiders. Just shake hands. There's no need to be so formal. Wang Tao's face is ugly. I let you ruin all my good things. Oh, that's true. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so polite. Wang Tao hid his emotions well, having heard Guining Yue mention this person before. He seems to be a small white-collar worker who found such a superb girlfriend on the basis of his better looks. But if you make an effort and give her a little monetary temptation, wouldn't that be a handful? Mr. Lin, I've heard Ningyu mention you before. I see that you're a talented man. I wonder where you're employed. Wang Tao asked with a smile. Open ding-dongs? What's up? Open ding-dong? Wang Suaping and Guining Yue and the others were surprised. Doesn't Lin Yi work for a real estate company? Why is he still running ding-dong? So it's the one who opens ding-dang. Wang Tao held his stomach and said with a smile. That must be very hard. Right. Usually as tired as a grandson. And can't earn a few dollars. Oh, but we're all pretty much the same. I opened a steel yard, and at the end of the year, I only make a few million. It's all hard money. How do you talk? Guan Yue was a bit upset. Although they are not biological, the two have lived together since childhood and have a relationship better than that of siblings. Hearing Wang Tao say that about Lin Yi, he was naturally unhappy. Right. Look at my mouth. Wang Tao said laughingly. Lin old brother, listen to my old brother's advice. Zhenghai is all about where the rich stay. People like you who are incapable, don't mix there. Why don't you just go back to Fanzhou City? Go to my factory to work. For the sake of Ning Yu's face, I'll give you an extra $1,000. And make sure that it's more nourishing than your life in Zhenghai. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Tao with a smile. Is pretending good for your health? Why does everyone love to pretend? You make more than me though, but we bought a truckload of stuff when we came here. So at the very least, it's 20 times as much as yours. Lin Yi said smilingly. What did you say? Bought a truckload of stuff? It's right there in the corner. See for yourself. Seeing the piles of toys and snacks, Wang Tao's face changed slightly. So, you bought all that stuff? That's right. Lin Yi shrugged. Although none of them are expensive, they should be more expensive than what you bought. Wang Tao cursed in his heart. He thought that all those things were bought by the orphanage itself, but he didn't think that they were actually bought by them. Elder brother Lin, why are you doing this? Wang Tao said smilingly. You open ding dong. Would not have earned a few dollars, bought so many things, the minimum of more than $10,000. I guess you have to save several months in order to save this money. And why do you have to beat your face to death? It does have to be saved up for a while. At the very least it's better than someone who doesn't fill up on fat. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Qingyan who was standing next to him and said, Oh, my car is a BMW, and there's not much room in the trunk, so I didn't buy much, but I came with money, ready to take out $100,000 and donate it to the orphanage. Donate $100,000. Wang Suaping was taken aback. It was the first time that the orphanage had received so many donations in such a long time since its establishment. $100,000 is a bit much, and it wasn't easy for you guys to buy all this stuff over here, so we appreciate it. And Wang, you don't need to save me. I opened the steel factory. Several millions of profit a year, and this year, there is a possibility to break through 10 million. This small amount of money, for me, it is just a drizzle, Wang Tao said. Unlike elder brother Lin, who earns so little from driving a ding-dong that he has to save up for months to buy something, Mom, people have donated, so just keep it. Linny said smilingly, a mosquito leg is no longer small. It's also meat. Elder brother Lin, if you say that, old brother I won't be willing to listen. What do you mean by mosquito legs? This is $100,000. It's not a small amount anymore. Wang Tao said. You in Shanghai, work hard for a year. I'm afraid you can't save so much money. Ha, even if you can save so much, you don't want to donate it. And don't be so as to say, we came here with the intention of donating money. I think it's better to forget about it. With the size of the orphanage now, donating a few $100s won't help at all. It's better to keep it for your own spending. It's quite tiring to drive a ding-dong, so keep the money and buy some nutritious food to replenish your body. Wang Tao held a cigarette in his mouth and pinched his waist. His eyes kept glancing at Ji Qingyan. This kid is really cynical. He doesn't even like to listen when you say a few words to him. Compare money with me? Are you a match for me? Your woman. I'll grab her. You're right. It really doesn't make sense to donate a few $100s. Linny said. That's why. People still need to see reality and know their own weight. No. I mean, I won't donate a few $100s, so I'll donate 100 million. Chapter 069, your $1 billion donation. When will it arrive? Pust. Wang Tao almost vomited blood. What do you mean? You're donating $100 million? Not only Wang Tao, but those who heard this, all thought that they had misheard. Even if you say it's $1 million, someone might believe you. But isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say donate $100 million? Yeah, what's wrong? Is the amount too big to donate? Ha ha. Wang Tao laughed out loud, even to the point of tears. Don't tease me. Do you know how much $100 million is? Do you know how much $100 million is? I came out to start my own business for so many years, but I haven't saved so much money. You're a ding-dongs driver. Can you have so much money? Dream on. Alright, Xiao Yi. It's not easy for you guys to come back. Let's not talk about this first. The back kitchen has made all the dishes. Let's go eat first. Wang Suaping knew that Linny was good at saving face, so he was probably angry. That's why he said that. Auntie Wang, don't rush to eat first. We haven't finished with the donation yet. I still want to see how he donated $100 million. Listening to you, it seems like you think that I can't get that much money? Linny said with a faint smile. Ha ha, how dare I doubt you? Wang Tao laughed contemptuously. If you, an open ding-dong, can donate so much, then I'll make $1 billion. At least I'm a boss. I earn more than you open ding-dongs, so how can I donate a little more? Wang Tao's face, not red or white. He would have believed it if $10,000 had been donated, but $100 million in cash, piled up like a small mountain. How could he, a ding-dong driver, have so much money? Definitely believing it and trying to play it up in front of himself and his women. Oh, but this time, he met his own master of face-punching. He had to be shown the sky today. Then I'll thank you for the orphanage. With that, Linny picked up his cell phone and called the account manager of the CCB. I'll send you a card number to transfer $100 million in cash later. After making the call, Linny went through the photo album, found a picture of Wang Suaping's bank card, and sent it to the account manager. All that's left to do is wait. Wang Suaping and Zhao Chuanfu were both a bit incredulous. Linny never lies. Do you really want to transfer $100 million? Wang Suaping realized that her heart was thumping and her blood pressure was coming up. Ding! Wang Suaping's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Couldn't stand still when I saw the big string of zeros on it. You really transferred $100 million? Well, this time it will come back and forth, just to give you money. No way! Wang Tao exclaimed. How can he have so much money when he's a ding-dong driver? Taking Wang Suaping's cell phone, Linny said, the text message is here. See for yourself. Seeing the string of zeros on it, Wang Tao's entire body was bad. What the hell kind of ding-dong is this that can donate $100 million in one breath? I've kept my promise. Mr. Wang, your $1 billion of charity. When will it arrive? Ji Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In front of Lin Yi, even she had been set up twice. Wang Tao was really childish. Wang Tao embarrassed to death. His own small factory, a few million a year. Where to get $1 billion cash to go? That's a slap in the face. Is it that you can't afford to donate? Lin Yi said. Wasn't it quite wealthy just now? All the bosses of factories. How come it's still not as good as one of my ding-dongs? Wang Tao's head was covered in cold sweat and he couldn't wait for a crack in the ground to be drilled into. I have some other things to do, so I'll take my leave. Putting down his words, Wang Tao got into his car and drove away in a grayish manner. Wang Tao, Wei Ningyue said. Just leave. It doesn't look like a good person. You won't be happy in the future if you follow him. Lin Yi said. Got it, brother. Lin Yi opened his mouth, so Wei Ningyue didn't dare to disobey, so she didn't care about Wang Tao anymore. Xiao Yi, tell mom the truth. What's with all this money? You've only been in Shanghai for a few years. Where did you get so much money? Wang Suaping was holding the cell phone and it felt hot. Did a little business. Made some money. You guys take it and spend it with peace of mind. Don't think about it so much. Then this 100 million. It's not a small amount. It's all given to us. What do you do? Wang Suaping said. I can't take this money. Shanghai isn't like Fanzhou City. There's a lot of places to use money. Mom, just take it. I have more there. Enough to spend. Lin Yi put his arm around Wang Suaping's shoulders. Let's go. Let's eat. I'm starving. That's fine. Eat first. Mom has made you a beef stew to satisfy your craving. Or you know me. After the meal, Ji Qingyan and Wei Ningyue played with the children of the orphanage on the playground. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that someone like Ji Qingyan would still be skipping. That would be awesome. Xiao Yi, it's not easy for you guys to come back. Stay for a few more days before you leave. Later in the evening, Wang Suaping said, okay, stay here for a few days. Lin Yi had other plans and was prepared to deal with them before leaving. I'm going to clean up your house now, and you and Ningyu, all of you, stay here and don't leave. No, I've booked a hotel, so I won't take up space in the courtyard. Lin Yi didn't care, but he was mainly afraid that Ji Qingyan wouldn't be used to living there. No matter what, it was following her here, so she had to arrange a place for her anyhow. That's fine. I won't impose on where you live now that you've made a name for yourself. After chatting about family matters for a while longer, Lin Yi took Ji Qingyan away and found a 5-star hotel to stay in. Early the next morning, Ji Qingyan asked as she freshened up and ate breakfast at the hotel. What are your plans for today? Yesterday I watched the news and said there was a car show in Fanzhou City, so I'm going to check it out. Don't you have a Pagani? What's the point of buying a car? Ji Qingyan said. Mostly, I wanted to buy a couple for the orphanage so I could take the kids out later. Ji Qingyan nodded. That's true. What about you? Didn't you say you were going to the branch? When are you going? That's a small thing I'm not in a hurry to do. You're the main priority first. After dinner, the two of them took a taxi and went piece by piece to the International Convention Center in Fanzhou City. As one of the 4 first-tier cities in Yen State, although the prosperity of Fanzhou City, compared to Shanghai, there is still a little gap, but it is also the forefront of Yen State, especially the Fanzhou City Auto Show, in the Yen country and even the world, enjoys a reputation. That's why the annual car show attracts even more dirtbags to come over and spectate. Through the billboards outside, one was able to see luxury car brands from all over the world, all of which came to exhibit. As long as one has the money, there is absolutely no problem in trying to get a car of one's choice here. The two had just gotten out of the car when Lin Yi heard, behind him, someone calling out to him. Yo, Lin Yi, actually came to the car show too? Chapter 070, not giving a chance to pretend. Hearing the sound of talking behind him, Lin Yi turned around. A woman in a short white dress with heavy makeup is seen standing next to a man in formal wear with glasses. The woman who spoke was recognized by Lin Yi as Su Yan, a college classmate of Lin Yi's. But after graduation, Lin Yi chose to develop in Shanghai, while Su Yan returned to her hometown of Fanzhou City. What a coincidence to actually meet here. Lin Yi greeted. Quite a coincidence indeed. Su Yan said smilingly. Yen, is this your college friend? Do you have to introduce me? The man beside Su Yan said. He's my college friend Lin Yi, and this should be his girlfriend. The man nodded and pulled a business card from his pocket. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Ning. I'm the general manager of Fanzhou City Chuanqing Import and Export Trading Company Limited. This is my business card. As he spoke, Zhou Ning handed the title of the movie to Ji Qingyan. Zhou Ning's idea was very chicken-hearted. On top of the business card, there was his contact information, so as long as Ji Qingyan accepted the card, there was a possibility of contacting him. Out of politeness, Ji Qingyan took Zhou Ning's business card before handing it over to Lin Yi. There was no intention of taking it for himself. Lin Yi, after graduation, didn't you stay in Shanghai? What are you doing now? Open ding dong. Driving a pimp? Su Yan looked surprised. At least back then, you were the schoolboy. Why did you go to work as a ding-dong after graduation? I remember you said you wanted to go to Shanghai to do something big. Isn't it nice to be a ding-dong? I've been making a career out of it. Pust. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi, you really haven't changed at all. You're still as humorous as ever. What kind of a career is driving a ding-dong? Yen, that place in Shanghai is indeed not too good to mix. In addition to the university you are in, just an ordinary school, in a city like Shanghai, naturally, it is not popular. That is the most affluent place in the whole Yen country. If you do not have some real skills, you want to mix there, it is not a piece of cake. You say that also makes sense, but I think, if the opening of Dingjin really no need to stay in Shanghai, where to open are not the same. Su Yan's heart secretly rejoiced. When I was in school, because Linny was so handsome, I even stalked and pursued him. Good thing he didn't promise himself at that time. No as now. He is penniless. Nothing, can't give himself the happiness he wants. It is estimated that this woman beside her is also looking at his good looks and playing around. Marriage is a big deal. Who would find someone to get together with who is driving a ding-dong if they don't have their own hardware to pass? That's reasonable. But people have their own aspirations. Choosing where to develop, being able to influence a bang, really can't be too impulsive. Zhou Ning said. I also stayed in Shanghai back then, but I bumped into walls everywhere, and now I'm back in Fanzhou City. My career is booming, and the company I founded has already exceeded $100 million in annual sales. So if I'm bent on staying in Shanghai, I definitely won't be able to have today's achievements. That's why I said you're a potential. Su Yan wrapped her arms around Zhou Ning and said shyly, Brother Lin, you're Su Yan's friend. We've sort of gotten to know each other. Do you have any plans to go back to Fanzhou City for development? I can arrange a job for both of you. Come to my company. Annual salary of $100,000. The work is not tiring. Certainly more profitable than you open ding-dang. I'm pretty good at driving ding-dongs. Thanks for the kind words. Linny waved his hand. We're leaving first. Alas, alas, alas. Lin Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave. I remember when I went to school, you were a famous car fan in your class. Why don't you take a stroll together? Just in time to give us some ideas. Su Yan said. Right, it's fate that we met today. Zhou Ning said. I previously drove an Audi. In the city to drive okay, once to the bad road conditions. My Audi is a bit of a struggle. Do not look at that as more than $1 million of cars. Not even as good as more than 100,000 yuan of domestic SUV to give. So now change a cross-country to drive. That's fine. Linny casually agreed, and led Ji Qingyan towards the inside of the car show. But I have been torn. I feel that the Range Rover is good, but the LX570 is also quite good. I do not know which one to choose. Zhou Ning said with a smile. Honey, didn't you say before that you wanted to buy a BMW or an Erfama? Why are you still changing now? Su Yan asked curiously. Just now I thought about it. The top of the line is only about $1 million, and my business is getting bigger and bigger in the future. It's better to change to a higher grade. Otherwise it's easy to make people laugh when you go out to talk about a business. That's a good point. People nowadays, they are quite realistic. Driving a good car will make it easier to talk business in the future. That's what I thought. With that, Zhou Ning looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Brother Lin, you're an expert in this area. Give me some ideas. If there's money in it, buy it all. There's nothing to get hung up on. Zhou Ning looked embarrassed. I already have one. There's no need to buy so many, and it won't fit in the garage at home. Then there's even less to get hung up on. Just pick the cheap one and buy it. Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't give people a chance at all. Cough cough cough. Zhou Ning lightly coughed. I've just said, I'm not short of money. My company, sales are over $100 million. Naturally it won't be bad for this. People like us at this level, care about quality and enjoyment. Didn't we all just say that it's not bad enough to buy two? Actually, it's not too much of a problem to buy two, but I've just bought a villa with a 2-car garage, which is financially permissible, but not quite physically. Zhou Ning's heart was soothed. He hadn't wanted to show off his newly bought villa, but this person called Linny always steered the conversation in that direction. It's not just a chance to show yourself off, then build another garage. Wouldn't that be the perfect solution? Zhou Ning. Brother Lin. There are many things that you can't access at this level. The garage which is covered just by saying so. Zhou Ning said smilingly. That's why I'm not afraid to spend money. I want quality and enjoyment. Otherwise I'll make people laugh when I drive it. Don't talk about quality and enjoyment in a car that costs over $1 million. Let's just drive it honestly as a mobility scooter. Zhou Ning's face sank, and he had the urge to curse. This nigga, you're a ding-dong driver and you look down on $1 million plus car? Is this the legendary rich-hating keyboard warrior? That's interesting. How dare you hit hard in reality? Looks like today, he'll have to be taught a lesson. Chapter 071, so you like smaller ones? Come on, honey, just don't ask him. Su Yen said. What Linny knows is all read on the internet, and he himself has not practiced, and what he says is not based on reality. I think the Range Rover is quite good. It looks domineering. Oh, you're right. Let's go take a look in a while. If there's an existing car, I'll buy it at full price. Aha. Ji Qingyan shook her head. These people were really okay enough. Once inside the showroom, all kinds of luxury cars were everywhere. Just the $10 million level luxury cars alone were seen dozens of times. From this point it was enough to show that the strength of the tycoons of Fanzhou City was no less. Honey, the Range Rover's showroom seems to be in Area B. Let's go over there. Su Yen said. Area B is all about domestic cars. We're not going there. Isn't the Range Rover a domestic? So where do you go if not there? In our circle, we don't drive domestic cars, so we have to buy imported ones. Zhou Ning said with a smile. But the imported Range Rover, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars more expensive than the domestic one, and the shape is pretty much the same, so there's no need to spend all that wasted money. Zhou Ning put his arm around Su Yan's shoulders and said with a smile, although the appearance is the same, but the interior is a world of difference. If in the future, your friends see you, but also drive a domestic Range Rover, will not laugh at you to death? As a man, I cannot let others laugh at their own women. Honey, you're so good to me. Zhou Ning looked towards Ji Qingyan intentionally or unintentionally. A smart woman like her would definitely be able to understand his words. With so much information, all exposed, she'd be out of her mind if she didn't know how to choose. You're my woman. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Zhou Ning looked at Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan. Gentlemen, let's go around together. Forget it, let's go look at another car. Lin Yi said. Yo, look at my memory. Zhou Ning said with a smile. We have different purposes. I guess you guys are going to go to the national production area to see the car. Lin Yi shook his head. Let's go to Area C. District C? Zhou Ning and Su Yen, looking at the exhibition hall in Area C not far away, laughed. Brother Lin, Area C sells trucks, buses, and other vehicles. Are you sure you want to go over there and take a look? Can't we buy it? Can. Zhou Ning smiled and said, those tool trucks, they are actually quite good. Buy a truck to go back to hauling goods. It is estimated that you can earn more than driving a ding-dong. I have to say that Brother Lin is still very commercially minded. Lin Yi ignored Zhou Ning and took Ji Qingyan with him, heading towards Area C. It's really not good to come out with you, Lin Yi said. What do you mean it's not good to come out with me? I didn't do anything? These people nowadays, when they see a beautiful woman, they somehow want to act like one, and they've dragged me down with them, Lin Yi said. This one is not my fault. Ji Qingyan said prettily. Think about it, if it was Boss Ma, with a beautiful woman standing beside him, would other men be jealous? It sounds like you're saying I'm not capable enough. I didn't say that. You said the rest. Good for you, you little skinny. Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Ji Qingyan's waist, startling her. What's going on? So many people. I think I should have acted a little more hungover, but that's just it. I can still wrap my arms around a superb woman like you, and they can't. So don't you think that's pissing me off? Stinky you. Ji Qingyan spat, but didn't say anything. What kind of car do you all want to buy? Do you have an idea in mind? When they arrived at Area C, Ji Qingyan asked. Buy 2 buses. There are over 40 kids in the orphanage. It should be enough if we drag them out, Lin Yi said after some thought. Then a pickup truck for the usual grocery shopping, and the rest is a mobility scooter for the girls, and that's going to have to go over to the A side. Okay. Take your pick. I don't know anything about this stuff. Looking around inside, Lin Yi realized that Area C belonged to one of the more mixed areas. Domestic and imported cars, both on display here, look like they should be categorized by model. All trucks, vans, buses and other utility vehicles, all of which are on display here, regardless of the distinction between domestic and imported. In addition to the booths of major brands, there were also booths of fossil industry companies. They come here, naturally, not to sell cars, but mainly to sell gas cards, because there are hardly any cars on display here with small displacement. Fuel cards are used for refueling. If you can strike a deal with some company, you can sell a lot that way. Lin Yi, look at that car. The tires are so high, they're up to my waist. Seeing the car that Ji Qingyan was referring to, and seeing such a behemoth, It was no wonder that Ji Qingyan would yell, "That car is a gas-drinking monster. And no one in the country would buy a car like that. Ooh, but it looks so bossy. I'll give you one if you like it," Linny said with a smile. "Don't." Ji Qingyan shook her head and said, "If I drive this kind of car, I don't think I can even climb up. It's too big." After strolling around for a while, Lin Yi targeted the bus, which was the purpose of the trip. "My god, this Panzhou City Auto Show, it's too luxurious. Even the Mercedes-Benz ST?" At this moment, many people were gathered around a bus that was purple and black in color. This ST is definitely the most striking behemoth compared to the average bus, especially the design of the upper and lower floors. In addition to the Mercedes-Benz logo, makes this ST the most luxurious presence in the showroom of the C area. Priced at $4.9 million. What company would buy a car like this? None of these cars are sold to companies. They're usually for the higher-ups. Except, of course, the dirtbags in Dubai. That's true. No wonder those few sales are not looking at us. The original target customers are not us. Seeing the shape of the ST, Linny also thought it was good. This two-story design could accommodate more people. In which case, buying one would be enough. "How much is this car?" Walking up to a male salesman, Linny asked. Hearing Lin Yi's question, the male salesman looked up and spotted Ji Qingyan standing by. "I was so amazed that it was too extreme." $4.9 million, the male salesman said. "I'd like to ask, what are the exact parameters of the car? What are the exact features?" A $4.9 million bus is already considered a sky-high price, and it shouldn't sell for that price without some special features. The male salesman threw over a brochure and said in a nonchalant manner, "See for yourself. I'm in the middle of something. I don't have time for this." Chapter 072, I'll take all your gas cards. I see for myself, Linny said. "Isn't that what you guys do? Introduce models, isn't that your job?" "But I'm in the middle of being busy and don't have time to introduce you," the male salesman said. "If you want to buy it, watch it yourself. What do I need you guys for if I'm going to see for myself? People who want to buy won't even ask these boring questions, so don't waste my time, okay?" What a ing attitude. Casually throwing away the pamphlet in his hand, Linny turned to leave with Ji Qingyan. "Dude, calm down. That's how these sales are. They've disliked several sets today," the onlooker passersby said. "It's normal. Like this car, no one will buy it at all. Those who really need it are booked by phone in the background. There won't be any casual buyers of this stuff. This young man is also really, obviously do not buy. Why go to ask it? Obviously looking for pain. What are you walking away from?" Ji Qingyan was unhappy. "We're here to spend money. Why are they still being condescending? If a dog bites me, can I bite back? There are so many cars out there. Just look at the others," Linny said. "Dude, it's still your realm." The man who spoke, next to the Mercedes-Benz exhibit, was wearing Fossil Enterprises coveralls. "These heirs are disliking several waves of people. How did it turn out?" Linny asked smilingly. "What else could happen? There was an argument, but in the end, they left in disgrace because they really couldn't afford it. They were just asking." Linny smiled and didn't say anything, holding a gas card on the table. He asked, "How do you sell your gas cards? What denominations do they all come in?" "There are 3 kinds, 10, 000s, 5, 000s, and 1, 000s, and there's an event during the car show with a 98% discount." Linny was fiddling with the fuel card, feeling that it was still necessary to buy some of this stuff, and sending it to Wang Ma's hands together would save them from spending money on gas. "How many in all? Didn't they all say, just 3 kinds, 10, 000s, 5, 000s, and 1, 000s. I mean, how many total gas cards did you guys take out to sell this time?" "Dude, stop. We brought a total of $10 million in gas cards, and we still have over 8 million left from the sale." "Alright then, I'll take them all." Pust. The male salesman from PetroChina almost didn't spit out blood. "What do you mean, buddy? You've got the rest of our 8 million plus gas cards all wrapped up?" "Yeah, take it back and use it slowly." Linny took out his own bank card. "It should be able to swipe it." "Yes, it can." The card is swiped successfully with a drop and you see the voucher typed out. The male salesmen are confused. Just idle boredom to pick up a fight. And sold all the gas cards? Crap. Over $8 million in gas cards in one sitting. The people surrounding the exhibition area were all dumbfounded. Where is this tycoon? Buy a lot of gas cards? The salesmen in the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area were all dumbfounded, especially the male salesman who had just disliked Linny. and whose jaw almost didn't drop to the ground. It shouldn't be a problem trying to buy a $4+ million ST when you've bought over $8 million in gas cards in one fell swoop. Grass. Zhang Dedian, look what you've done. A slightly older man came over and rushed at the male salesman just now, splitting his head and scolding him. Do you know how much commission I can get for selling an ST? And you're ruining it. Supervisor, I didn't know he would be so rich. Grass. There are plenty of rich people in Manhwa. Is that something you can tell? The male supervisor scolded. Quickly go with me to apologize. Got it. After buying the fuel card, Linny left the address of the orphanage, intending to have the staff deliver it there. Just as the two were about to leave, the Mercedes-Benz sales executive and Jean Dedian jogged over. This gentleman, let me introduce myself first. I'm Lu Chang, the sales manager of Mercedes-Benz. What happened just now? Is my negligence in management? Please understand. And then what? What's it got to do with me? Lu Chang smiled respectfully and said, didn't you just want to buy ST? Let me introduce you to the specific details. Forget it. Why choose you when there are so many brands for me to choose from? Sir, you calm down. I know you are still angry, but don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Chang said with a face full of anger. Zhang Tianda, take off your work license, and from now on, pack up and get out. Manager, no. Zhang Dedian was dumbfounded and hurriedly bowed at Lin Yi to apologize. This gentleman, I know I'm wrong, it's my dog's eyes, please don't be a general piece of work with me. Just let me go like a fart. It's not like I'm the one who fired you. There's no use begging me. Lin Yi said indifferently. Zhang Dedian, cut the crap. Even without this matter, you can't stay in the company. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Zhang Dishan's face was as if he was dead and gray as he took off his work tag and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Serves you right. Selling a Mercedes and you think you're good? That's not true. People selling supercars aren't this hung. That's what happens when you're dog-eyed. And that's how you teach them a good lesson. Alright, seeing as you're so sincere, swipe your card. I'll take this ST, Lin Yi said. Awesome. Over $4 million for a car that you said you'd buy without even blinking. People have bought over $8 million in gas cards, and they're still short of this $4 million car? Just kidding. No wonder you can pick up such a good-looking beauty. You really have some skills. After paying the bill, Lin Yi left the address of the orphanage and asked them to send it there when the time came. Lin Yi then bought another pickup truck to use as a grocery cart for the orphanage. Come on, we're done shopping here. Let's go around to Area A. Lin Yi stretched his back. He only had a piece of Pagani on hand now, so he had to get a couple spares anyways. And after so many days of driving, it's getting a little tiresome. Got to experience what other supercars feel like too. The two made their way to Area A, and this was the most popular area of the entire auto show. There is no lack of billionaire second generation. There is also a generation of tycoons, but more, or sports car enthusiasts. Such an annual event, no one will easily let go. Lin Yi, you guys are here again. Just after arriving at Area A, he saw Su Yan and Zhou Ning walking towards his side. Came over to look at the car. Lin Yi said casually, it's also true that the car show is only once a year, so it's a wasted opportunity if you don't see more of it. Yen, let's also go to take a look. Just now focusing on buying a car. Did not even shop in the A area, just Lin Yi they came. Let's shop together. When finished, a piece of a meal, just to feel the feeling of the imported Range Rover. Zhou Ning said. Chapter 073, take it all. There's not much money in it. Aha, but can you let me drive it first? I haven't driven such a nice car since I grew up. Su Yan said. Of course there's no problem. What's mine is yours. Just drive it if you want to. Zhou Ning said with a smile. And this car, I only use it occasionally. Frankly, you bought it for you. Feel free to drive it. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. This pussyfooting around was really okay. It's so well paced and layered that I can't help but give you a round of applause. Ji Qingyan also looked disgusted. Only Zhou Ning hadn't seen it yet. Sure enough, people compare. Before, he thought that Lin Yi was nothing but handsome and a bit rich. But now, when compared to other men, all the advantages come out. People driving Pagani didn't have such a high profile as Zhou Ning. Honey, you're just too good to me. Su Yan said like a little woman. But I'm not very good. Aren't you afraid I'll wreck your Range Rover? It's okay, I just got full coverage insurance. So I'm not afraid if I wreck it. Mima. Su Yan gave Zhou Ning a kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're so nice. Let's go. My stomach is a bit upset. Lin Yi said. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the hospital? No, it's just a little nauseous. I'll just get some air for a change. Ji Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Let's go then. Seeing Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan leave, Zhou Ning and Su Yan followed. Seeing Ji Qingyan in front of her, Zhou Ning had a smile on her face, and when she got into her Range Rover after shopping, she would know what it meant to be rich. Naturally, I won't be choosing to be with this poor guy. Honey, look at them. It seems like they're going to Bentley's booth. Walking behind, Su Yan said, just go. It doesn't cost anything to look. Ji Qingyan's arrival caused the gazes of the crowd to shift. Putting his eyes in the camera, he landed on Ji Qingyan's body. Even if a luxury car is next to a car model, all of them are tall and shapely, but in front of Ji Qingyan, it also paled in comparison. It's the first time I've seen such a good-looking beauty since I've been strolling around the car show all morning. What's the use of looking good? You can only look at it. This kind of woman is reserved for the rich second generation. Envious old me what can win $5 million, then also find us so beautiful. The two stood at Bentley's stand next to Lesles's stand, a dazzling collection of luxury cars. Which do you think is better, the Les Mirages, or the Bentley Mulsanne? Lin Yi asked casually. It doesn't even feel good. It's ugly. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Was there such a big gap in aesthetics between men and women? Both cars, aren't they great looking? Looks are secondary. Look at the rest. Isn't buying a car all about appearance? Ji Qingyan said rightfully. With the condition of the car in Shanghai, the city will only drive 50 or 60 mph. Probably even a van can't run. If it's the suburbs, where the roads are bad, it's even worse than a van. So buying a car is all about looks. Buy it if it looks good. Don't worry about performance. Amount. Lin Yi knew this time why. With Ji Qingyan's worth, he still drove a Maserati of over $1 million. Because people are good looking. Tell you what then, runt of the litter. Just these two cars. You pick the one that looks better. Ji Qingyan drummed her fragrant cheeks. I have to think about it. Lin Yi, you're too humorous. Zhou Ning chuckled. Just come to see the car. So serious for what? You also do not buy. Said as if the real thing. Make me believe. Thought you want to buy a car. How do you know I'm not buying a car? Stop it. Aren't you a ding-dong driver? How could you possibly afford this kind of luxury car? Zhou Ning deliberately raised his pitch and said, take a good look at it. That latest Les Mirages with a landed price of $9.3 million and that Bentley Mulsanne with a landed rack of $4.8 million. Which one do you think you can afford? Asterisk. So it's open ding dong The onlookers said. ING thought he was a rich second generation. Who says it isn't? Acting like it's the real thing. It is estimated that this man, just by relying on a mouth, has fooled this great beauty. I hope that this beauty can see reality earlier. I'm a public company executive and I'm not as good as a ding-dong driver. So incompetent. Seeing the verbal abuse of Lin Yi by others, Zhou Ning was secretly pleased. I just want to make you lose face. Don't even look at your own virtues. This kind of superb woman can be picked up by a stinky driver like you? Got an idea? Lin Yi asked, ignoring Zhou Ning and looking at Ji Qingyan. Not yet. They all feel about the same. I don't know which one looks a little better. Lin Yi, why don't you listen to advice? We're all on our own. There's no need to pretend. Zhou Ning said. Who says I'm pretending? It's just buying a car. What's there to pretend? Zhou Ning shrugged. Fine. I'll assume you can afford it. But didn't you just say, if you have the money, buy it all? Why make it difficult for others? Oh, it's one thing to say about others, but how come it doesn't work for you? You really reminded me. Lin Yi chuckled. Then take them all. It's not much money. Zhou Ning was baffled. What do you mean? All of it? That's right. Kids are the ones who make the choices. Adults don't have to worry so much. Just buy them all. The area around the Bentley booth was quiet for several seconds. Then a roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha, that's funny. What is this kid talking about? The Mirage and Mulsanne combined cost over $15 million. And he's actually saying he wants them all? Awesome, blow will do. But if you blow it out, you can easily hurt yourself. Even if it's to save face. You can't say something like that. Can you afford it? Lin Yi waved his hand and called over the saleswoman not far away. Sir, this Bentley Mulsanne, the latest model this year, is priced at $4.8 million. The saleswoman looked a little disdainful. Is it too much to blow? I know it's the latest model, so there's no need to deliberately remind me. With that, Lin Yi recruited another male salesman and handed over his bank, saying faintly, I'll take this Bentley Mulsanne, code 000000. Swipe your card. The male salesman had been blindsided and his hands were shaking. Don't you even ask before you buy? A few minutes later, the male salesman handed the bank card to Lin Yi. Sir, the card has been swiped. I will now prepare the purchase contract for you. Hiss. Those who heard this all sucked in a breath of cold air. And he actually bought it? That's over $4 million for a Bentley Mulsanne. The previous saleswoman was dumbfounded and felt like she was dreaming. Originally, this business should have been his own, but just because of what he just said, that business is gone. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission are gone. Chapter 074, Small Brands? You go ahead and prepare the contract. I'll take a look at less next door, but I'll need you to deliver it to Shanghai. That's no problem, right? Sure, no problem. We have aspects of the business. Good. After leaving his address, Lin Yi took Ji Qingyan to the showroom of Les Roches. The sales at the Les booth, by contrast, were much more enthusiastic. Seeing Lin Yi coming over, a saleswoman in a work uniform said enthusiastically, Sir, are you looking at the Mirage? This is the newest model this year, along with all the other value-added services. I'm not looking. No? The saleswoman froze for a moment. I remember you just said that you want to buy the Bentley Mulsanne together. Now how to? Yeah, I'm talking about buying a Phantom, not looking at one. So, said Lin Yi as he pulled out his bank card. Swipe it. Password 000000. Pust. Those who heard this spat blood again. This, over $15 million. Worded out without blinking an eye? Does your family print money? That's awesome. Buying a car without batting an eye. Even if young Qin came, he wouldn't dare to spend money like that. What the hell is going on here? Is opening Ding Dong so profitable? No wonder people can pick up such an excellent girl. They still have strength. Seeing the saleswoman, she exchanged her bank card into Lin Yi's hand. Zhou Ning's face turned green. Yen, what's going on here? This classmate of yours, how come he's so rich? Isn't he driving a Ding Dong? It's something he admitted himself. Su Yan said in a panic. And it's his own words. There's no way he's lying. Zhou Ning's entire body was bad. He himself, just now, was actually pretending to be in front of a billionaire? What a sin! After signing the sales contract, Lin Yi left with Ji Qingyan, and at this time, Zhou Ning followed from behind, complimenting him. Brother Lin, you're really a big spender. You actually bought Mushin and Mirage in one go. I'm impressed. A big deal? It's only over $10 million. What kind of a big deal is that? Lin Yi said. Owning a Pagani. It's $28 million. Now, buying 2 cars, from spending over $15 million, really isn't that expensive. Holy, awesome. I guess more than $15 million is like $1,500 in his eyes. When will hangers-on like me reach such heights? No wonder people can conquer the hearts of beautiful women. Old man sour. Not only were the others sour, even Zhou Ning was sour and asked, Brother Lin, I'd like to ask, didn't you say before that you run a ding-dong? But how is it possible to make so much money when you run a ding-dong? Probably because I drive a ding-dong with a Pagani Windjammer. Hiss. Asterisk. Grass. Even with a Pagani driving ding-dongs? As far as I know, the Wind God seems to be sold to more than $28 million. These rich second generation is too good at playing. The corners of Zhou Ning's mouth twitched. Not only had he been slashed, but he had also struck a bludgeon. Just then, a middle-aged man in formal attire walked over. Sir, I'm the sales manager of Bugatti. Among this car show, we also have new models. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, the sales managers of the major luxury car booths had green eyes. A dirtbag like that can't be taken lightly. Bugatti? Lin Yi muttered. I remember you guys. The latest model. I think it's the Bugatti C1, right? Yes. The C1 is our newest model and just broke the New York North record with a top speed of 490 miles per hour, making it one of the fastest sports cars on. I know quite a bit of basic information about the C1, but what's the landed price of the car in this country? The C1 car. It might be a little bit expensive. When it arrives in the country, the landed price is going to be $43 million, the male manager said, a little embarrassed. If you're not satisfied with the price of the C1, we have other supercars, and there's always one to suit your needs. The car was indeed a bit expensive, but since it was Lin Yi who asked, he could only answer truthfully. You Bugatti, take people as yuan ingrates. More than $40 million car also dare to promote? People are rich, but they won't fall for your tricks. So save your breath. C1 is so expensive. How many in the Yen Kingdom can afford it? Alright, everyone be quiet. Linny was getting a bit of a headache from the noise. It's not like they said anything, and I brought it up on my own accord. What's the point of attacking people? Linny patted the male manager on the shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. Don't take it personally. It's fine. It's fine, the male manager said. As an apology, go make a contract and I'll buy that C1. Holy, really bought it. That's a $43 million C1. Truly horrible as it is. Fine. I'll go now. At this time, Lucan's sales manager came over. Hello sir, I'm the sales director of Lucan's Eastern Continent region, and for this display, we've brought our latest models as well. Crap, they're even tougher at Laken. It's rumored that the car in Speed 7 sold for over $66 million in the Inferno. Much more expensive than the C1. It's so hard to meet such a tycoon. These sales are crazy. Linny thought for a moment. I think your Laken is a limited edition. Yes, there are only 7 of them in the world. Okay, let's have one of those, and switch them around when we're bored. At that moment, another person approached. Sir, I'm the sales manager for Koenigsegg. I hear the RS is coming out with a new model too? Yes, the new generation of the Koenigsegg RS, with its all-carbon body, is lighter and faster, and I can assure you that this generation of the RS, with the highest sound pressure level, is guaranteed to make you the center of attention for everyone if you drive it on the road. What's the landed price of this car in this country? 31 million. Okay, go prepare the contract. The manageress has been in a state of bliss. She just came to take a chance. The god of luck really came down on her head. It's so exciting. The people gathered around were all dumbfounded. Bentley Mulsanne $4. 9 million. Leslie Phantom $9. 3 million. Bugatti C1. 43 million. Lucan 66 million. Koenigsegg RS 31 million. The cars add up to a total of over 1.5 billion. Where is he going to park when he buys so many cars in one go? Seeing Linny sign the sales contracts one by one, Zhou Ning hurried over. Brother Lin, you're really a big spender. Buying so many cars in one go. I'm getting a better understanding. It's okay, buy a couple more and trade them in. Seeing Lin Yi's clouded expression, the people around him cast envious glances. It could be said to have refreshed their perspective. Su Yan looked at Lin Yi with a heavy heart and a complicated expression. If he had known that he would become so rich at some point in the future, he should have taken the initiative to show up and take him down when he was in school. Oops, how did I miss him myself? Manager Su, they seem to be leaving. Let's also go over to try a Koenigsegg sales manager. Just take a chance. People really buy. A female sales of Maserati said, if we go over there, we might have a chance too. And you know people are Koenigsegg's. The male manager said, the most expensive car on our side. Only more than 3 million. And also counting the modifications. How can people look at? We are these small brands. Or honestly squint. The saleswoman froze. Feeling like her third opinion had been refreshed. Is Maserati even considered a minor brand? Chapter 075, New Occupations. There are Porsches over there that look pretty good too. You go as pick one and I'll give it to you. Linny said. Don't. Ji Qingyan said. My Maserati drives fine. Besides, I can call you when I usually use the car. It's useless to buy so many cars. Fair enough. Ding is on call as a chauffeur. On the contrary, it's you. Isn't it a bit of a waste to buy so many cars? Ji Qingyan whispered. Isn't that what money earned is spent on? Linny said. In case people die and the money isn't spent. What a pity. You're the one with more crooked reasoning. Ji Qingyan smiled and said. Let's go. Go eat something. I'm starving. Come on. It's just as well I'm hungry. Coming out of the car show, the Bugatti staff had parked the car at the designated delivery location. This is also Lin Yi's arrangement. Being in the city of Fanzhou, no car to drive is also inconvenient. So first mention this Bugatti. As for the rest, are arranged to send back to Shanghai. After dinner, the two of them went out to hang out for a while before going. That afternoon, he saw the car Lin Yi had bought for the orphanage. It really startled Wang Suaping in Zhaochuanfu. The cars not mentioned beforehand. Just the $8 million or so in gas cards is enough for them to digest for a while. Later in the evening, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan returned to the hotel. Do you have something to do tomorrow? Inside the room, Ji Qingyan said. Something wrong with you? I'm going to check out the Fanzhou branch tomorrow. So if you're okay, come with me. Lin Yi also knew a little bit about the business divisions of the Chaoyang Group. In addition to the business in Shanghai, other provinces and cities, there are also quite a few properties. And it's only natural for her to drop by and check them out. But I'm afraid you won't be able to find out anything. Linny said. Knowing that the boss is coming, the people below will surely do their work beautifully. How can they wait for you to check? Don't worry. I came over this time, without talking to any executives, to make a surprise attack. It's best if there's no problem. If there's really something unreasonable, it must not be tolerated. Linny smiled and didn't say anything. Ji Qingyan still thought too innocently of these people. If you come over on the first day and raid the Fanzhou City division, the results will definitely be good. But it's been 2 days, and there's a good chance that word of this has gotten out. It's a matter of luck if you can find out what's wrong. Then it's a deal. I'll accompany you there tomorrow. It just so happens that you have a car and can take me. Ji Qingyan said. But then, I'm ready to take a shower now. Mr. Lin, are you going to continue to stay here? What do you mean? Do you want me to wait for you in the bathroom? Need a back rub? What's with the back rub? Go back to your room. Linny smiled and got up. Call me when you need a back rub service. Hooligans. Spitting, Ji Qingyan kicked Linny out of the room. Lying on his bed, Linny couldn't sleep for a long time. Tomorrow is Monday, and the system will open new careers with it. There's no telling what new careers will be waiting for you. At 12 o'clock midnight, a system beep sounded in Lingy's head. New professions open, yes/no. Experienced occupation, university teacher. Occupational completion, 0%. Please ask the host to receive the career gift pack. 10 million yen Gua coins, full attribute increase potion, and sage wisdom. Crouching grass. Linny exclaimed in his heart. The new occupation was actually a college teacher? This one's a little exciting. Seeing the profession gift pack given by the system, Linny fell into deep thought. $10 million in cash. There's not much to say about that one. In the beginning, experienced Din as a driver also gave so much money. According to the system's setting, every time a new profession is opened in the future, this much money will be given, which belongs to the rated rewards. No more and no less. It's not much, but a mosquito leg is meat even if it's small, so there's no reason to dislike it. Full attribute increase potion. Linny also knew what it was. Inside the online novel, it had all been described in great detail, but sage wisdom, on the other hand, was giving Linny a hard time. System, what does this sage wisdom mean? In the wisdom of the sages, which contains, among other things, the wisdom of all the world's leading scholars, helping the host to adapt perfectly to the profession of university teacher. Hearing the system explain it like that, Linny understood roughly what it meant. It's taking someone else's knowledge and putting it in your head. After all, college is a very professional place. And if you don't have ink in your stomach, what's the point of hanging around? You'll probably be disliked to death. Linny looked at the system layout again and realized that in the column for new professions, there were the words, yes/no. Presumably, they were asking if they chose to turn it on, so the initiative was still in their hands. System, right now in the profession of ding-dang driver, my completion level is only 85%. If I open a new profession, will I not be able to get the subsequent rewards? If the host opens a new profession, the old profession will automatically enter a cooling state. The cooling state is 1 week. After the cooling is completed, you can continue to open it. Linny thought for a moment. Could it be possible to carry out 2 professions at the same time? 2 professions cannot be performed at the same time. If the old profession is opened, the new profession will automatically go into cooldown, and after 1 week, the host can choose to reopen it. Hearing the system's comprehensive explanation, Linny figured out all of his doubts. All of them. Dante's career as a driver is 85% complete, and the ultimate prize at the end is still tempting. According to the system's habit of handing out quests, with the remaining 15% completion, it was estimated that with one more quest, it would be almost complete. That's why there's no rush to start the new career, and if it's still as easy as it was before, delay starting the new career. If it's harder, it's not too late to start a new career. Arranging the follow-up, Linny stretched his back and went to sleep first. The next morning, when Linny changed his clothes, when he came to Ji Qingyan's room, he found that she had already finished washing up. Give me a moment. I'll go change and put on some makeup. Okay, go ahead. Linny lay down on the sofa in his suite and sat down to play a game. Noticed that the pleated skirt gouger had sent himself another private message. No less than 20 posts at the very least were made over the course of several days in succession. This one is pretty persistent. Looking at pleated skirt's record, he realized that it was a lot of losses and few wins, with a win rate of around 20%, and basically losing if he didn't meet one of those super carry gods. Does this guy have no brain? How can he play like this in a low-end game? Seeing that her opponent was too pathetic, Linny took her for a game. Pleated skirt, thank you, God, for finally winning a game. Invisible chicken wings, it's too hard to win. With your IQ, it's better to say goodbye to the game. Linny. Ji Qingyan's voice came. Why? Help me with my zipper. It seems to be stuck. Chapter 076, Mixing Styles. Can't you wear one without a zipper? Sputtering, Linny walked to the bathroom and, seeing that Ji Qingyan was all dressed up, a set of white lady's formal clothes, not the very formal kind, but also with a bit of casual style. Isn't helping a woman zipper up her skirt something you men would very much like to do? Why are you even complaining about it? Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Walking over to Ji Qingyan's side, Linny lifted the zipper and tugged it upwards, finding that it didn't budge and that something had indeed gone wrong. Wait here. I'll get the scissors. Aha, what are you doing with scissors? I only brought one outfit. If I cut it up, I'll have nothing to wear. Don't worry, I won't cut your skirt, Linny said. Your pants. There's a place that's offline. It's caught inside by the zipper. I'll just cut it off for you. Ji Qingyan was made to blush profusely, not thinking that something embarrassing like this would happen. No way. I just bought it not more than a few days ago. How could it be off the line? It's just easy to get out of line up there. It's common sense, alright. Alright, stop talking. Go get the scissors. Ji Qingyan said with a reddened face, cutting off the threads. Linny pulled a few more times before finishing Ji Qingyan's skirt. That's a great style you bought. This mix and match is so unique. Shut up and stop talking. Ji Qingyan blushed and said, Go eat. I'm starving. Seeing the shy Ji Qingyan was pleasing to Linny's eyes. Never before did I realize that this high-strung female president actually had such a cute side. After packing up, the two of them went to the hotel's restaurant and had a brief bite to eat, then drove and headed towards the Fanzhou City branch. Sunrise Group, Panzhou City branch. Fine. I know. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Inside the office, Ding Manhwa, the general manager of the branch, hung up the phone with a heavy face. Casually, he lit a cigarette and puffed on it several times before putting out the remaining half of the cigarette. Secretary Li, get Treasurer Deng here. Got it, Mr. Ding. Someone outside the door responded. Soon, a woman of about 30 came into the office. The woman's name was Deng Shuang. She had long shaggy hair, wore a red one-step dress, and her ass was about to go up in the air. Mr. Ding, come. There is something serious to ask you. Ding Wanjie said. How much money is left in the books now? There is still more than $10 million. If the head office does not allocate money, another week, the project will have to stop. Deng Shuang said truthfully. If you want the money, you'll have to be quick, and you promised to buy me a car, so you can't go back on your word when the money arrives. Don't mention the car yet. Ding Wanjie said. How much of the deficit is left on the books now? Hearing this, Deng Shuang realized something was wrong. I've already made more than 30 million in false accounts, but there's still more than 20 million left to make up. What the? Ding Wanjie cursed. In the end, what happened? Deng Shuang said. Don't worry, give me another week's time. I can definitely make the account. There will be no problem. It's too late. The president has already arrived in Fanzhou City 3 days ago, and is likely to come to our place for inspection. As long as the checking of the accounts, we'll surely be able to find out the problems of the accounts, then we all have to play the end. No way. 3 days ago you came to Fanzhou City? Deng Shuang said unexpectedly. How come no one has been notified of this? This time it was a sneaky visit, probably to conduct a surprise inspection. Ding Wanjie said. Mr. G is really something, far away in Zhonghai, but he can detect the problems on our side. This insight is too strong. It's not so bad, right? The president of the hall is still high on surprise attacks? Could it be that you got the news wrong? It won't be. Just now the head office's Mr. Zhao gave me a call, said that the company's finance received the airline's invoice, and Mr. Zhao purposely went to take a look at it, only to find out that the president came to Fanzhou City. Then what should we do now? There are still more than $20 million of accounts that have not been reconciled. Deng Shuang said anxiously. It's too late to say anything. Quickly pack up and leave. Ding Wanjie said. Let's go before she comes. It won't do to leave. This matter of embezzling public funds, Wang Zhengyi also knows about it. If the two of us run away, he'll give us up. With the president's ability, he will definitely be able to find out about the accounting problems. And anyway, it won't be able to run away. So even if he reports us, it's still of no practical significance. Ding Wanjie said. Don't say so much. Go pack up your things and leave now. Oh yes. Quickly inform your men to transfer the $10 million on the account. Not a dime was left behind. Okay, I'll go now. 10 minutes later, Ding Guanjie and Deng Shuang both finished packing their things and walked out of the office building, getting into the BMW 7 Series parked outside. The two had just driven the car away when Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan arrived downstairs at the company. Look, Mr. Ding, our general manager Ji came down from that sports car, and there's a young man next to her. I see, Mr. Ji might have stopped by the company on a cruise with his own boyfriend. Asterisk. Ding Guanjie slammed the steering wheel, not coming early, not coming late, but rushing over at this time, even if it's a few days later. It's not like this. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's go to the airport first and get out of the wind abroad. Can't go abroad yet, Ding Guanjie said. As soon as Ji reports us, we'll be caught as soon as we get off the plane. So for now, let's get out of the city and then we'll discuss where to go. Okay, whatever you say. Anyway, let's get out of here. Arriving at the company's downstairs, seeing Ji Qingyan come over, the security guard at the door immediately jogged over. Hello, Mr. Ji. Ji Qingyan nodded, then walked straight into the office building. Not waiting for Ji Qingyan to go upstairs, the executives who learned of the news all came out in a line and came in front of Ji Qingyan. At the head of the group was a man in his 50s, with a 3/7 haircut, dressed in formal attire and quite decent. Lin Yi had a bit of an impression of this person, seemingly called Wang Jingyi, the vice president of the Panzhou City branch. Mr. Ji, why don't you notify one when you're here so we can go pick you up? Wang Jingyi pretended to be calm and said, there's no need to pick it up. Notify the executives above the manager level of a meeting, and tell the finance department to bring this year's accounts, to the conference room. I'm going to take a look at them. Chapter 077, I'll go after them. Wang Jingyi's expression panicked. Mr. Ji came at too good a time. A total of more than $50 million of deficit. The financial side has only done more than $30 million of accounts. The rest of the money has not yet had time to deal with. With Mr. Ji's talent, he's sure to find out everything. Got it, Mr. Ji, I'll go arrange it now. Ji Qingyan gave the word, and Wang Jingyi didn't dare to disobey. The priority now is to stabilize the immediate situation and then think of a solution. Now, after explaining her task, Ji Qingyan led Lin Yi, surrounded by 4 executives, to the conference room. When he left, Wang Jingyi looked around and realized that something was wrong. Mr. Ji is here. Where did Ding Guanjie and Deng Shuang go? By this time, they would have been the first to show up. Realizing that things were not right, Wang Jingyi went to the general manager's office at the first opportunity and found that Ding Guanjie was no longer there. Feeling that things were not good, Wang Jingyi went back to the finance office. Where did Director Dun go? After arriving at the finance, Wang Jingyi didn't see Deng Shuang, so he opened his mouth and asked. Sister Deng went to the general manager's office and hasn't returned yet. An employee from the finance department said. Mr. Wang, do you have other things to arrange? Mr. Ji is here. Pack up the financial documents and send them to the conference room. Got it, Mr. Wang. I'll get ready. Wang Jingyi walked out of the finance office in a hurry, and he had already guessed what was going on. It must be that Ding Guanjie knew the news in advance and took Deng Shuang to run away together. In hell. I can't believe I sold my old man out. Wang Jingyi picked up the phone, found a place where no one was, and dialed Ding Guanjie. Ding Guanjie, you're so damn mean. Knowing the news in advance and not informing me. You even ran away with your own people. Old Wang, listen to me. Ding Guanjie said. It came out of nowhere. I didn't want it to, and now there's no solution. We'll just have to run. Then what do you think we should do now? General Manager Ji's purpose is clear. She's here to check the accounts. It won't be long before she finds out about our defalcation of public funds. It's useless to talk about this now. You can only break it. So don't say anything else now. Quickly pack up and leave. Otherwise it'll be too late in a while. How can I go now? Mr. Ji has already arrived at the company. I guess I won't even be able to leave the city before I'm stopped. At least we worked together. I can do you a favor. What a favor? I know a few more people in that I can get them to go to the office and mess with the company. And in the meantime help you stall so you have enough time to get away. Then arrange it as soon as you can without further delay. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jingyi didn't return to the office, but hurriedly ran out and drove his car away. It didn't take long for all the financial documents to be brought into the conference room. Lin Yi does not understand the financial top. You sit on the sidelines and play the game. Ji Qingyan, on the other hand, was on the side, carefully looking at the company's financial documents, as well as other project reports. Soon, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Looking up at a few executives in the branch, Ding Wanjie, where did Wang Zhengyi go? Director of Engineering? Ma Chanwu looked around. Where did Mr. Wang go? Wasn't he here just now? The other executives also looked at each other and wondered where Wang Zhengyi had gone. Lin Yi looked up and realized that Wang Zhengyi had indeed disappeared. The matter was immediately suspicious. Ji Qingyan had come, and it was completely out of character for him, the vice president, to disappear for no reason. On top of that, the general manager of the branch never showed up. This makes it even more suspicious when you look at it. Is the manager of the finance department here? Lin Yi asked. Seeing the looks on the faces of a few people, Lin Yi felt that his suspicions should be fulfilled. Not surprisingly, there should be a problem with the account. Otherwise these three important people couldn't have disappeared at the same time. Mr. Key, what's wrong? I'll call them now. The company's accounts are inexplicably more than $30 million in the red. And there are problems with the other accounts as well. Hurry up and contact these three people, Ji Qingyan said with a cold face. Several of the executives were secretly blowing their tongues, and the ones who could stand it were smart. After hearing Ji Qingyan's words, they all understood what was going on at first. These guys are too ruthless to have lost so much money. They really have eaten their hearts out. No need to call, Lin Yi whispered. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi. Do you have any good ideas? These three people must have already run away. Even if you call, it's useless. So right now, the most important thing is to find a way to catch up with them. It's useless to talk about anything else. Then I'll call the police now. Lin Yi nodded. If we report it to the police now, we should still be able to catch Wang Zhengyi, but it's not certain if we'll be able to catch Ding Wanjie and the others. With the present level of law and order, it is not really a problem to catch Ding Wanjie and the others, but how long it will take to catch it is hard to say. Even if they caught him afterward, the two had squandered all that money. So what now? Do we just let them get away with it? Not yet. Lin Yi frowned tightly and suddenly thought that he had seen a BMW 7 Series leaving just in time for himself and Ji Qingyan. At domestic prices, a BMW, at the very least, would cost over $1 million. The only person who can drive this car in the Panzhou branch is probably Ding Wanjie. Ding Wanjie's car. Is it a BMW 7 Series with license plate number XXXX? Asked Lin Yi. Yes, this is Ding Wanjie's car. Confirming his guess, Lin Yi tweeted Tianyan. Have them push a message through the system to all the Ding Dong drivers in Panjim City to find this car. Lin Yi secretly guessed that the traffic situation in Fanzhou City, to be better than Shanghai, but also very limited. Ding Wanjie should not run far. After explaining things, Lin Yi said, don't be anxious, I've already asked someone to look into it. I'll have news soon, and I'm sure I'll be able to help you get your money back. A few tens of millions of dollars of public money wasn't much, and it wasn't even worth as much as one of Lin Yi's cars. But the nature of this matter is different. If we let the three of them get away with it, I'm afraid the Sunrise Group will be reduced to the laughingstock of the industry. You're calling the police now. The two sides working together piece by piece will be more effective, Lin Yi said. Got it. Hooten. Just as Ji Qingyan reached for her cell phone, ready to report to the police, the door to the conference room was pushed open with a hand. From outside, a dozen people came in, all dressed in flowing clothes, not like good people. Who are you people? Ji Qingyan asked Drilly. We're here to manage Ding Wanjie's debt. He owes us $1 million. Hurry up and hand over the man and pay him back, or none of you will be able to leave. To pay the bill? Ji Qingyan looked surprised, which turned into anger. Ding Wanjie, this guy not only embezzled public funds, even outside, but also caused so much trouble, and now people run away, but also to clean up the mess for him. Ding Wanjie isn't here and I don't have time to deal with your business right now. Get out of here quickly or I'm going to report you to the police. The man in the lead, smiling, looked at Ji Qingyan with a scowl on his face. I'm telling you, if you don't give me the money today, I'm not going to let you guys go, and I'm not even going to give you the chance to report it to the police. Ji Qingyan clapped her hands together. Is there any point of play left in your eyes? To even do such a thing? What's wrong with killing people to pay for their debts? We're just doing what we have to do? The man in the lead stroked his chin. But then again, you're quite good looking. If you're willing to accompany me for a night, I don't want this $1 million owed. You, don't say it. Lin Yi put his hand on Ji Qingyan's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. With Lin Yi standing behind her, Ji Qingyan was much more settled, as if she had a backer. Linny looked at the man in the lead and whispered, "If my guess is right, Ding Guanjie shouldn't owe you any money at all, and you should be the hooligan gangsters he found to delay us from reporting to the police, so as to leave him a chance to run away, right?" Chapter 078, What's the point of being mean to me? Ji Qingyan looked at Linny in a daze, not expecting him to take this matter and see it so thoroughly. Indeed, this whole thing is just too much of a coincidence. It was indeed a bit suspicious that they didn't come earlier or later, but rushed over at this time. "Boy, you have quite an imagination," the man in the lead said. "I'm telling you, I'm just here to demand money. In short, if you don't pay me today, I'm sticking around. I don't know how much money Ding Guanjie gave you guys to come here and make trouble, but I can tell you that Ding Guanjie lost $30 million of public money," Linny said. "And you guys should have seen the sports car downstairs when you got here. That's my car with a landed price of $43 million. And frankly the little money he's shorted isn't enough for me to buy a car. So I don't even care about the money. It's about the face. You can stay here and make a mess. Even if the money can't be recovered, I'll lose some face at most, but none of you people can escape. If I put up $10 million and got someone to talk to you about your life aspirations, what do you think the outcome would be? I guess not only you guys, including your wives and children, don't want to live in peace. I'm not an alarmist. Exactly how to do it. Watch out for yourself." The dozen or so people who rushed in were all dumbfounded. He brought his own men here to make trouble and only took $10,000 from Ding Guanjie, but it would be more than worth it if we were to make a mess of the family because of this amount of money. These rich kids who drive sports cars, each and every one of them is bold. Definitely not something you can mess with. Brother, we know we're wrong. We'll leave now. Let's pretend we've never met. Please give me a chance. Then don't roll. Yes, we're rolling now. A dozen or so hooligans, fish out of water, fled out, the office once again calm. At that exact moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. A call from Tianyan. "Lin, understand. There is a driver with the surname Liu who saw the BMW you mentioned and is running in the direction out of the city. Okay, tell all the ding-dong masters to keep an eye on that car and reward participants with 5,000 cash on site. We'll arrange it." With Ding Guanjie's news, Linny didn't stay idle, pulling Ji Qingyan's hand and quickly walking out of the office. "Where are we going now?" Ji Qingyan asked in a panic. "In order to stall myself, Ding Guanjie might do something. I'm taking you to a safe place now to save you from danger. What about the rest of the company? I couldn't care less, as long as you're okay." Just like that, pulled by Lin Yi, the two of them jogged all the way to the company's door. Ji Qingyan's heart was beating a little fast. With Lin Yi by her side, it seemed like she had a backer and wasn't afraid of anything. The two of them got into the Bugatti, and Lin Yi pressed down on the gas and charged straight out. A few minutes later, Lin Yi drove and was at the entrance of the law enforcement office. "You go and report it to the officials. Have them seal the toll booths out of the city," Lin Yi said. Secondly, it was decided that this matter should not be publicized. If it makes the financial press, the market value of the Chaoyang Group, the next day, will have to dive. "Then what are you doing?" "I'll go after them." "No, it's too dangerous. I can't let you go." "Cut the crap. Do what you're told. Go." "Got it. What's the point of being mean to me?" With a word of caution, the gullwing doors automatically closed, and Lin Yi stepped on the gas and left straight away. At the same time, Lin Yi, in his mind, smoothed out the matter at hand for a change. What one is doing now is taking the last insurance policy. If Ding Guanjie now has not left the city, as long as the blockade of the highway intersection, there is a possibility to catch him in a short time. On the contrary, if it's out of town, it's going to be hard to catch him. Secondly, in economic fraud, the amount of 30 million is too small, and it will involve other relevant departments. The Sunrise Group is not large. The network of contacts in the city of Panzhou side is not strong, and it is not easy to say how much the law enforcers can make. Most importantly, if Ding Guanjie didn't take the main road and avoided the toll booths, it would be even harder to catch him. As for Wang Zhengyi's side, there was nothing to worry about. He just ran not long ago, perhaps now, is blocking some traffic light intersection. In addition to Tianyan and other people's cooperation, want to catch him is not difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Yi increased the throttle and went after Ding Guanjie at full speed, following the real-time information Tianyan had given him. Crap, isn't that the Bugatti C1 from the car show, with a still provisional license plate, presumably bought? A $43 million sports car is different. The sound, it's so good. What's a $43 million car gonna do? You're gonna stop at a red light, right? Boom boom boom. The Bugatti C1 roared like the roar of a wild beast, rushing through the red light without any intention of slowing down. This Nima, who is the person driving the car? This is too powerful. Even dare to run the red light, not afraid of law enforcement officers to catch it? Caught by the enforcers, he's wasted. Provided. Can the enforcers catch up with him? 30 minutes later, Linny had driven his car to the outskirts of Fanzhou City. And at this time, Tianyan's phone called again. Lin Dong, the car you're looking for, bypassed the toll booth and took a side road around out of town. And there's a ding-dong master who's following them. Tell that master ding-dong to stay close. You guys in the back, give me real-time location information. Don't let him lose him. Got it, mister. Lin. Looking ahead of the road, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Now, having grasped Ding Guanjie's whereabouts, the next thing to do was to go after him. The master-level driving skills that the system had given him would finally come in handy. It took a kick of the gas to do it, and the tachometer was blown up to 5,000 RPM and the car went straight up to 180. The Bugatti C1, like half of a ferocious beast, went straight ahead. Ding Guanjie drove his BMW and leisurely lit a cigarette. Why are you still smoking? Focus on driving. Deng Shuang urged. What are you afraid of? We are already out of the city. And this is a county road. Not even a camera. No one knows we are here. Ding Guanjie said smilingly. You mean we're absolutely safe now? Of course. Ding Guanjie said. Let's find a place to hide for a few days. Then I'll take you abroad to avoid the wind. And then change your nationality. And when the wind passes, you'll come back and be a good man again. And with Ji Qingyan's ability, you won't be able to do anything to me at all. Phew. I'm relieved when you say that. Deng Shuang patted his chest. Finally, I don't have to be scared. That's not true. By the way, I just saw that there is a white car that has been following us behind. Deng Shuang said vaguely. I have long seen him. Ding Guanjie said indifferently. Didn't you see his car? There are ding-dang special car words. Is it driving ding-dang? Don't be afraid. Focus on your work on the line. Boom boom boom. Just as the two of them were in high spirits, they suddenly heard an ear-piercing sound, coming from behind them. Deng Shuang was shocked to get up and looked in the rearview mirror to find that there was actually a sports car chasing after him. Mr. Ding, look, it's a sports car back there. You women, you yearn for a sports car when you see one, right? Ding Guanjie said, when I get rich in the future, I will also buy you a sports car to drive. Deng Shuang was cloaked and looked a little flustered. That's not what I meant. That sports car seems to be a Bugatti, the one driven by Mr. G's boyfriend. Chapter 079, Letting You Die. Crap, how did he catch up? Learning that the back is Lin Yi's car, he almost put Ding Guanjie down Yang Wei. Completely confused, he had sent Li Laohe to stop them and bought so much time. How did that kid catch up? Just forget about it and drive. Deng Shuang urged. Don't be afraid. Even though he's driving a sports car, I'm a top-notch driver, and a brat like him won't be able to give his full performance. Saying that, Ding Guanjie stepped on the gas, and the car's speed had shot up to 190 miles per hour. Damn, racing with me? 23 years old driver. Still afraid of you. You've got to go faster. He's getting closer to us. Crap, Ding Guanjie cursed. I'm driving up to 190. How can he be faster than me? The car's speed is up to 220. Right. Ding Guanjie was scared less. How old is he, and his driving skills are better than his own? Seeing the Bugatti C1 and the BMW in front of them racing, the ding-dong driver, who was following behind, had looked confused. Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to shoot like this. It's so exciting. Hubby, you turn it on. I want to record it. Daughter-in-law, we're $100,000 Corolla. We're drifting at 170. We're no match for others. In less than 5 minutes, Linny caught up with Ding Guanjie and kept honking his horn behind him, realizing that the other party was stopping. Deng Shuang on the passenger seat was trembling with fear. Mr. Ding, what should we do now? He's already catching up. Don't be afraid. There's a fork in the road up ahead, and there's a potholed dirt road down there. So even if his Bugatti is great, he won't dare go down there. Don't you say that. I think that kid is a tough guy too, in case he goes after him. No way. Ding Guanjie said with certainty. If I'm not wrong, the car he drove should be Bugatti C1. Domestic seems to be sold to more than 40 million. If he followed down, surely scraped the chassis. By the time the car scraped the waist, he is also heartbroken. You have a point in saying that. Deng Shuang was slightly relieved. A supercar is not like a BMW. The floor is so grounded that you can only run it on the highway. When you get to a potholed dirt road, you're bound to scrape the undercarriage. Not so with the BMW, though, which will barely make a dent. Except that it will be bumpy. Surely we can shake him off. Sit tight, I'm going down. Ding Wanjie said. Okay, I'm seated. Drive faster. Ding Wanjie stepped on the gas and sprinted down the side road. Seeing this scene, the ding-dong driver in the back sighed repeatedly. It's over. Can't catch up. That guy in the BMW was smart enough to know to go down there and run. That supercar sure wouldn't dare to go down there. That's right, it's a Bugatti after all. Who'd want to drive it on a dirt road? Oh my god. Honey, look, the Bugatti went down. The two families who drove Ding Dong all looked dumbfounded. Brother, you're driving a Bugatti. Aren't you afraid of scraping the undercarriage? Inside the Bugatti, Lenny narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Since you won't stop, we'll have to play a little harder. Thinking of this, Lenny once again increased the throttle and charged up once more. Seeing Lenny in hot pursuit, Ding Wanjie's face turned blue. Is he crazy? Doesn't he want the car anymore? It's over $40 million. Now is not the time to talk about it. People are catching up. What's to be afraid of? I just added a full tank of gas when I was coming out. I can still run for several hundred kilometers. Whereas his Bugatti, which is a gas tiger, runs for a while and then runs out of gas. Unless he dares to run me over, I'll still be able to run. Hootin! Ding Wanjie, who was blowing awesome, heard a muffled sound, and the BMW underneath him lurched violently, as if it was out of his control. The steering wheel kept spinning and there was no way to stabilize it. Even with all my strength, Ding Wanjie stared with his eyes open. Is this kid crazy? How dare he hit me in a $40 million sports car? Ding Wanjie clenched his teeth with gold and cursed. I'll just corrupt you guys for more than $30 million. Is it worth it for you to hit me with a $40 million sports car? Hootin! There was another muffled sound, and Lenny crashed into it again. And this time the impact was even harder, causing Ding Wanjie's BMW to lose its balance for a split second, hitting a large tree on the side before coming to a stop. At the same time, the Ding Dong special car behind them caught up. Originally, they thought that the Bugatti and BMW in front of them had already run away, and it was impossible to watch the fun. But to my surprise, two cars stopped not far ahead. Hubby, am I reading this right? The owner of the Bugatti actually took the initiative to crash that BMW? It's possible. Or the other side couldn't have stopped. These rich second generation nowadays can be really crazy, actually even do this kind of thing. Tens of millions of dollars of sports car. So scrapped. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Lenny got out of the car, pulled open the door of the BMW in front of him and looked at Ding Wanjie and Deng Shuang, who had been hit. Both of you, you've traveled so far, it's time to come down and rest. Ding Wanjie's head was knocked out and his face was covered in blood, but the injury was not too serious and he remained conscious. You're really crazy. I just embezzled more than $30 million from you guys. Do you have to hit me with a car that costs more than $40 million? Do you think it's worth it? Lenny shrugged. Of course it's worth it. First of all, you guys are short. It's not just more than $30 million. And then again, it's just a sports car. I still have several in my hands. If this one crashes, drive something else. Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan looked as if they were dead. How many tens of millions of dollars of sports cars? Where did you come from? Our general manager Ji is known as a high and cold goddess. The people chasing her are almost a long line. No wonder you can take her down. It seems like you have real skills. Ding Wanjie said with his head hanging down. I'm conceding this today, so you guys can do whatever you want with it. That's more like an attitude of admitting fault. Though I concede the point, there is one thing I can't figure out. Top Crowner said, if there's anything you can't figure out, you can just say it, and I'll let you die with a clearer mind. How did you catch up with me when I ran out so far in advance and there were no cameras here? It's not that simple. See that white Ding Dong special car behind you? I saw it a long time ago. Did they expose my information? Ding Wanjie said incredulously. Impossible. How could they possibly follow your command? Because in my hand, I have 20% of the shares of Ding Dang Travel. I should be considered their second largest shareholder. As long as I give a word, the Ding Dang drivers in the entire city of Fanzhou will listen to my dispatch. Now you should understand what's going on. Chapter 080, showing love in front of the police station. This nigga. Learning the truth of the matter, Ding Wanjie and Deng Shuang could not cry and wanted to die. He is actually the second largest shareholder in Ding Dong Travel. What kind of sins did I do in my past life to have a grudge against such a person? Lin Yi waved his hand at the ding-dang specialized vehicle not far away, and after seeing the gesture, drove over towards Lin Yi's side. Thanks for today. Lin Yi pointed at his Bugatti. My car broke down, so I'll have to trouble you guys to take me back. But don't worry, you won't be short of the car payment. It's not a problem to take you back. But what about your car? Shouldn't we call a tow truck? No, it's all banged up like this and it's kind of a pain in the ass to fix. So I don't want it. Hiss. The ding-dong owner was taken aback. I see you're still using the provisional license plate on this car. I think it's new, right? I bought it at the car show yesterday, and I wanted to drive it back to Shanghai, but I didn't expect this to happen today. It's kinda a shame. Seeing Lin Yi's smiling expression, the couple was filled with black lines. I don't see any look of pity on your face. Ha! After a brief chat, Lin Yi took Ding Guanjie and Dang Shuang, and a piece of them got into Ding Dang's special car. Thanks for today. I don't have any cash in my pocket. I'll claim some bonus for you guys afterward. The bonus is not necessary. Our family believes in Buddhism. Consider it a good deed. The driver's daughter-in-law said. Alright then, since you guys don't want it, you can donate the $500,000 to Project Hope. Wait, what do you mean? The prize money is $500,000? The driver's daughter-in-law was surprised. Yeah, I was going to request that much money for you. Handsome, don't make fun of us. We'd be satisfied with a 5,000 bonus. How can we give that much? That, and I'm actually a stockholder in Ding Dong, so it's my call on how much bonus to give you. Pust. The couple nearly vomited blood when they learned of Lin Yi's identity. You're actually a shareholder of Ding Dong? Isn't that my husband's leader? In a sense, you could say that. So, can I take back what I just said? The driver's daughter-in-law said. Even if we believe in Buddha, but the gods need to cha food too. No problem. I'll say hello to the people at the company afterward and get your bonuses out as soon as possible. Thank you then. When Lin Yi returned to the law enforcement bureau with Ding Guanjie and Dang Shuang, the first thing he saw was Ji Qingyan waiting on a bench. Lin Yi, you're back. Did you run into any danger? What can I do? Lin Yi said. I've got all the people back, so I'll leave the rest to the enforcers and judges. Mr. Ji, I've realized my mistake. I can return all the money to you. I can give you my house and car. Please don't sue me. What's the point of talking about this now? Ji Qingyan said. The enforcer's side has already captured Wang Zhengyi, so you'll just have to wait for the punishment of the law. Ding Guanjie and Dang Shuang hung their heads. They were all old employees of the Chaoyang Group and knew Ji Qingyan's temper. Things have gotten to this point, and there's no room for reprieve. One has no choice but to accept the law. Handing the two over to the law enforcers, Lin Yi stayed behind to make another statement before he and Ji Qingyan left from the law enforcement bureau. Where's your car? After going out, Ji Qingyan asked. Busted. Broken? How could it be broken? Lin Yi shrugged. When I was chasing them, Ding Guanjie didn't stop, so I just crashed into it, and the breakage was pretty serious, so I didn't bother to call a tow truck, so I just remained at the scene of the accident. Why are you so stupid? The little money I lost isn't enough for you to buy a car. It's not about money, Lin Yi said. Our Mr. Ji lost so much face. I have to help you get it back anyways, Lin Yi said. It's just destroying a car. It's nothing. Ji Qingyan had tears in her eyes, and a stream of warmth flowed through her heart. Even though there had been no shortage of suitors around him over the years, Lin Yi was still the first one to treat himself like this. It's not about the money. It's about actually crashing into someone else's car. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if you get hurt? Even if I get hurt, I still have to help you get them back, Lin Yi said with a smile. You are so that. The two of you pay attention. Here is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Across the Rainbow Elementary School. Don't flirt here. It's not good for the children to see, the doorman said. Amount. Ji Qingyan's face felt like it was on fire. It's so humiliating. The two left the law enforcement office at a quick pace and returned to the hotel. My side of things, all have been dealt with. Do you have anything else to do? When will you return to Shanghai? Then go straight back, Lin Yi said. Okay, I'm booking a flight now. After booking the airfare, Ji Qingyan simply packed up her things, then took a taxi to the orphanage, and after saying goodbye to Wang Suweiping, she rushed towards the airport. The company's vice chairman, Zhao Nanping, you should know about it. On the airplane, Lin Yi asked. She has the biggest position besides me. How could she not know? When I was arresting Ding Guanjie, I interrogated him ahead of time, and he's the one who got through to Ding Guanjie and said that you'd arrived in Fanzhou City, or else there wouldn't have been so much going on. I'm kind of curious. How did he know I was in Fanzhou City? No one knows I'm here except you, because after you bought the ticket, the airline sent the invoice to the company treasury, and it happened to be seen by Namping Zhao. It's as simple as that. How could I have forgotten about this? Ji Qingyan said. I didn't expect a mistake in this place. Little things have worked out perfectly anyway. This Xiao Nanping is really eating out of the palm of his hand. If a year ago, I didn't strongly recommend him to be the vice president of the company, he wouldn't even have today's position. I'm really blind. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. It's justifiable for him to do such a thing. People are greedy. Lin Yi persuaded. I'll deal with him now. Never let someone like that stay in the company. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Yi said. He's been in the vice president position for so long. He's definitely not clean. So wouldn't it be a bigger deal if you took some time and investigated all the dirty things going on behind his back? You have a point. Ji Qingyan realized that Lin Yi was really a blessing. Always the most proven advice when it counts. How did he himself, in the first place, not realize what was inside of him? That way you can be promoted to your side. There would be no need to be a ding-dong driver. Getting on the plane, Ji Qingyan got busy. Has been taking Microsoft messages, sending messages to different people, and has started to prepare for the investigation of Zhao Nanping. 2 hours later, when the two got off the plane, it was after 5 in the evening. Come to my house at night. I'll cook for you, Ji Qingyan said. Chapter 081. Not really, Lin Yi said. You don't even know how to cook, so how can you eat the food you make? As for disliking me so much, Ji Qingyan said, go back and fry a steak for you. Why don't I give it to you down there and save you the trouble? It's not just noodles, Ji Qingyan said. I can make Dai Ligua noodles. I'll give them to you below, and after helping me so much, it's only right that I thank you. If you say so, then I'll give you a chance to taste your handiwork. Che, you should cherish this opportunity. No one else has a chance to eat it even if they want to, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Coming out of the airport, Lin Yi was in the parking lot, found his little broken charade, and returned to Yunshui Villa with Ji Qingyan piece by piece. Just entered the door, Ji Qingyan went to change a home dress, bare as jade calves exposed, to have a few points of home women's flavor. While cooking, Ji Qingyan answered a few more phone calls, seemingly arranging to investigate Zhao Nanping. This thunderous move also allowed Lin Yi to reacquaint himself with Ji Qingyan. It's pretty meticulous when it comes to work. Almost half an hour later, Ji Qingyan arrived at the table with 2 steaks, 2 Dai Ligua noodles, and a fruit salad. It's done. Come and taste my handiwork. Lin Yi wasn't polite and tasted it and found that it tasted pretty good. As long as the quality of the meat is okay, the fried steak won't be too bad. It tastes pretty good. Then you eat more. Ji Qingyan cut half of her own steak down and put it on Lin Yi's plate. I eat less. These are for you. Also, eat less. Lin Yi spat. What a fat ass you've become. I'm only 94 pounds. I'm not fat. Lin Yi didn't continue chatting on such an unnutritious topic and asked, I just saw that you've been on the phone. Are you dealing with the matter of Zhao Nanping? Ji Qingyan nodded. Without any surprises, all of Zhao Nanping's bad information can be gathered by tomorrow morning. That fast? Of course. I'd be incompetent as president if I wasn't even capable of that. I still really underestimated you, Lin Yi said with a smile. That's for sure. Ji Qingyan held her head high and said, if I didn't even have this ability, the company's management system would have collapsed a long time ago, and I wouldn't be able to sit so securely. That makes sense when you put it that way. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Qin Han calling. What's this guy doing calling himself? After muttering, Lin Yi picked the phone up. Before Lin Yi could say anything, he heard Qin Han exclaim, crap, awesome, new C1, just throw it away, awesome, aha, what are you talking about? Stop pretending, you're on fire, I'll send you a short video, just go check it out. Okay, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Yi hang up the phone, Ji Qingyan asked, they say I'm on fire on short videos. I'll go see what's going on. Soon, a message from the Qin family was sent over, and Lin Yi took the short video and opened it. It was found to be a video of his own crash, and the video had an eye-catching title, Bugatti C1, worth $43 million, rear ends BMW, owner takes off, calls it quits. It's over 3 million likes and 400,000 messages? Ji Qingyan said unexpectedly, these people are making too much of a fuss. It's not like it was an airplane that crashed. Why make such a big commotion? Lin Yi said breathlessly, you don't think a C1 is worth a lot of money? but for the average person, they may not make that much money in their lifetime. You're right. 2. It's really mindless and inexplicably on fire. Hey, it's hard to keep a low profile when you're excellent. Che, say you're fat and you're still panting. Ji Qingyan said. Look at what the netizens below are saying. Open point video message area. Hair has become a large confession scene. Sisters, help me up or I'll be menopausal soon. I can still give birth. For sure I can have a son. Little brother. In love. Ask for contact information. Seeing the assortment of comments in the comments section, Ji Qingyan smiled from ear to ear. Seems like being too good isn't a good thing. Linny said. Stinky you. Ji Qingyan said. Come on, eat. Don't bull asterisk 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 these people on the internet. So who do I rip off? You can't pull it with anyone. Hurry up and eat. Ji Qingyan said with a red face. At this time, Qinghan's call came again. Old Lin. Is it exciting to stab or not? Right now you're hotness, but it's in the first place of the short video. And there's still a hot search for you on Weibo. The newest model of the C1 has been crashed. You're definitely the world's first to be crashed. Come on, hurry up and lay low. I don't want to be chased when I go out later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really have not seen like you? We are thinking of getting some heat, and then give their own industry to advertise. You are good. Free or traffic are not the same. I'm not really interested in money, so I don't care about the traffic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a way to play it. If you're okay, I'll hang up. I'm in the middle of dinner. Don't. There is something to tell you. Qinghan said. 3 months ago, I got a McLeod P1. Now it has been modified. Do you have time tomorrow? Come out for a ride. I want to make a clean break. As far as I know, P1 is just over 10 million. I think. The price is not as good as your car, but I have spent more than $5 million on modifications, and the performance absolutely crushes you. Qinghan said. If I can't win you this time, I won't play with cars in the future. No problem. After talking to Qinghan, Linny swept the steak off his plate. And the meal is finished. Thanks for the hospitality. Not sitting around for a while? I'll go make a cup of tea. Ji Qingyan said. No more tea. You also have an early rest. There's still a whole lot of things in the company tomorrow, waiting for you to deal with. Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan got up and followed in Lin Yi's footsteps. What's wrong? Just as he walked out the door, Lin Yi turned around and asked. Ji Qingyan's expression was hesitant. Thank you for today. You're welcome. No need to take it to heart. Linny said, full of concern. I'll give you a reward if you put your eyes on. What reward? Make it so mysterious. Don't ask so many questions. Just close your eyes. Linny didn't think that much and closed his eyes. At precisely that moment, Linny felt Ji Qingyan's lips pressing against the corner of his mouth. Aha! Linny snapped his eyes open, not expecting Ji Qingyan to be so bold. Ji Qingyan's face was blushing. This was her first kiss. Today it was cheap for him. Just as Ji Qingyan was about to let go, she realized that Linny had kissed her hard and had taken herself in her arms. Woo-hoo-hoo! Having her lips sealed by Linny, Ji Qingyan could only make stuttering noises, unable to break free from him at all. In a fierce moment, Ji Qingyan's body, as if petrified, was fixed in place, wearing only a cotton housecoat herself. Such intimacy made Ji Qingyan feel like suffocating. After about half a minute, Linny let go of Ji Qingyan with a smiling expression of great enjoyment. On the contrary, Ji Qingyan covered her chest with one hand and kept gasping for air to calm herself. It tastes pretty good. Next time remember to use a mango-flavored lip balm. I prefer mango. At this moment, Ji Qingyan's mind went blank, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that Linny had already driven away. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet in anger. Besides, where am I going to get you mango-flavored lipstick? Chapter 082, The Ultimate Mission. Ring, ring, ring. The car had just driven out not too far when Linny received a call from Ji Qingyan. Hooligans! You kissed me first, so who are you to call me a rascal? I was giving you a reward for that. Who told you to touch it? How pointless to just kiss. This is the right way. Che, a whole lot of crooked reasoning. Ji Qingyan said. Come pick me up from work tomorrow. No problem. Just wait for me at home. Early the next morning, when Linny drove over, he found that Ji Qingyan had already finished getting ready. White one-step skirt with a blue top for a royal look. Regarding last night's incident, both of them were unspoken. Neither of them mentioned it, pretending that nothing had happened. Watch the phone. I'm going to place an order, Ji Qingyan said. Watching. After grabbing the order, Linny drove his own little broken charade and sent Ji Qingyan to the unit. Although this Xiali is close to the edge of elimination, but sitting very comfortable, despite the wind god is more expensive. But in terms of comfort, really not as good as the small broken Xiali. More pretense than comfort. After arriving at the company, Ji Qingyan carried her own handbag and prepared to get out of the car. Take care, Mr. Ji, and don't forget to give a 5-star review. I haven't gotten back at you for bullying me last night. You don't want the 5-star review. Strawberry flavored lipstick doesn't smell good, and I haven't given you a bad review yet. You still say that? Ji Qingyan said with a red face. Don't mention this in the future. So, isn't Mr. Key considering a new mango flavored lipstick? Blankly, Linny glanced at him. Got it. I'll see if there are any for sale. Spitting, Ji Qingyan got out of the car with her handbag, then entered the elevator in the parking lot. A few seconds later, Linny received a 5-star review from Ji Qingyan on his phone. At the same time, the system beep sounded in his head. System task. Drive 5,000 kilometers safely, 1089/5000. Reward 150,000 proficiency value. Holy, this mission is difficult. Seeing the progress of the mission, Linny realized that he had run nearly 100 kilometers in the previous week, and still had 900 kilometers left to complete. Follow your own Buddhist order-taking personality. At the very least, it'll take a month to get the job done. Linny thought about it. He is not one of those old drivers who specializes in driving ding-dongs. Otherwise, even if he takes orders day and night, it is estimated that it will take half a month to complete the task. And here, there may be another hidden condition. It's likely that not all orders will count towards the task, only those that get 5-star reviews. The mission itself is not difficult in any way, but it is a huge waste of time. At the very least, it would take more than half a month. If that was the case, this quest could be put aside for a while. Since the new profession had already been opened anyway, it could be too late to come back to this quest after a week when the old career finishes cooldown. Linny stroked his chin. Compared to the mission in front of him, the former mission was hardly difficult at all. But Linny could understand, because it will reward yourself with 150,000 proficiency. With this 150,000 proficiency value, the career completion will reach 100%, and naturally, the ultimate reward will be awarded. The prizes for the final rewards will naturally be better than the others, and it's only natural that the difficulty has increased. Thinking of this, Linny also released his mind. First drove home, and quietly opened his new career. Just don't know which school the system will assign himself to be a teacher. I didn't realize that I could blend in as a school teacher. Exciting. Thinking of this, Linny turned the car around and prepared to leave. But it was a surprise to find a law enforcement vehicle parked in the parking lot of Area C. Linny frowned slightly. It was no surprise that the law enforcement car should have come over to arrest someone, and the person they are going to arrest should be Zhao Nanping without a doubt. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Ji Qingyan's number. I saw a law enforcement car in the parking lot. I think you called it in. That's right. It's a comrade from the economic crimes section. It's in my office right now. After I explain the problem, it's going to be done in a little while. Well then, I'll leave you alone and take care of your business first. To make a long story short, after understanding the situation, Linny hung up the phone. It had to be said that Ji Qingyan, this little skinny, was still very tough in her methods. It was estimated that Zhao Nanping wouldn't have thought that Ji Qingyan would move so quickly. After figuring out the state of things, Linny prepared to leave. But at that moment, a clatter of heels was heard. A glance toward the rearview mirror revealed a voluptuous woman approaching from the rear, dressed in an eye-catching gray professional outfit with flesh-colored stockings and high heels. And this person was none other than Lin Yi's original co-worker, Wang Ying. At the same time, Wang Ying saw the Xiali in front of her and recognized it as Lin Yi's car at a glance. The expression was joyful, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. Seeing Wang Ying coming over, Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Yat, what brings you to the office? There's a co-worker from another department who happened to hail my car, so he came over. Lin Yi didn't lie. Ji Qingyan was the president of the company, naturally Wang Ying's colleague. It's just that this department is a little high up in the hierarchy. Sister Ing, is this going out? Wang Ying shook the briefcase in his hand. The third phase of Kong Jing Home's house is ready to be sold to the public. I'll go over and approach my colleagues over there to formulate a future sales program, and I'll have to show it to the president at that time. Okay, Sister Ing, this job should be the sales minister's job. Right, look at you. You should be internalized. When will the appointment document come down? Being told off by Lin Yi, Wang Ying smiled in embarrassment. Don't laugh at me, okay? Sister, I can get to this point today. It's not thanks to your blessing. If you don't have a relationship with the president, it's impossible for me to be mentioned in this position. The letter of appointment should also be coming down soon, but I don't know the exact day. It doesn't even matter. Sooner or later. That's true, Wang Ying said as she looked at Lin Yi. When do you have time? Sis invites you to dinner. Secretly helped me so much. You have to give me a chance to thank you. I have more time these days, so Sister Ing can just set it. Lin Yi said with a smile. One is about to live the life of a 9-to-5 college teacher. Spare time has become regular, so it's not a problem when it is. Wang Ying said with a slight frown on her cultivated eyebrows. I can't do it these days. My husband is back from his business trip. Let's give it a few more days. He's on a business trip to the north. I guess he'll be gone for more than half a month. Then sis will ask you out again. Chapter 083, Your Thai Car. Bad refrigeration. Sister Ing. It's easy to misunderstand when you say that. Sis, a married woman, is not afraid. What are you a little young one afraid of? Wang Ying said with a smile. By the way, didn't you drive a supercar before? Why are you back in a charade? The Pagani was scratched and sent off to be fixed. So that's all I'm driving for now. That's just as well. We'll just take your car and go. And save ourselves the trouble of hailing another one. Get in the car then. It's just as well I have nothing to do. Just as Lin Yi and Wang Ying were about to get into the car, they heard footsteps coming from behind them. Subconsciously turning back to look at his eyes, Lin Yi felt a bit familiar, as if he was the director of the public relations department. Fu Mingjia. Yo, if it isn't Wang Ying. Seeing Wang Ying, Fu Mingjia smiled and walked over. Director Fu. Wang Ying greeted with a smile. Wang Ying's position has been internalized, but the official documents have not yet come down. So now the position, or an ordinary staff of the sales department. Fu Mingjia was one level older than her, and it was still necessary to greet her when they met. Lin Yi is actually here too. It's quite a coincidence. Once upon a time, Wang Ying was known as the #1 beautiful young woman in the Chaoyang group, and Lin Yi was recognized as a great handsome man. Even if Fu Mingjia was in another department, she knew Lin Yi as a person. Lin Yi smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Wang Ying, where are you planning to go? Fu Mingjia asked. The third phase of Kongjing Homes has been completed. I'll discuss the sales plan with my colleagues over there. That's quite a coincidence. I'm also going to Kongjing Home, so you don't have to go. Go back to your own business. No need to go? Lin Yi and Wang Ying both felt surprised. This wasn't an ordinary sales mission. It's a job that goes to the minister. In other words, whoever goes for this job will be the head of sales. Now, what's going on with Fu Mingjia stepping in? Right, you don't need to go. Stay in the group, Fu Mingjia said, and in the future, the sales minister's job will also be taken over by me. We will be colleagues in the same department from now on. Oh, that's a lot of work. Wang Ying, who was originally happy, had an instantly downcast expression and was ready to go back to the company. Wait, Lin Yi called out to Wang Ying and said as he looked at Fu Mingjia, who says you're going to be the head of sales from now on? Of course it's what General Manager Zhao said. Otherwise who would have such a big right? Fu Mingjia smiled and said, if you guys don't believe me, I can let Mr. Zhao talk to you. Wang Ying walked over and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Xiao Yi, there's something you don't know. Fu Mingjia is Mr. Zhao's person and has a lot of power in the company. Although the company is Ji Qingyan's, but other executives' leadership also has a great right to speak. Can be said that the Sunrise Group is not a dictatorship of the company. Otherwise Wang Ying's appointment letter would have come down a long time ago. The person you're talking about should be Zhao Nanping, Lin Yi said with a smile. What's the point of being afraid of him when he can't even protect himself? Lin Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Fu Mingjia said, blatantly slandering the company's vice president. Believe it or not, I'll call someone to kick you out. Xiao Yi, let's not argue with him. It's just a minister. No big deal. Wang Ying whispered. That won't do. I have to get justice back for you. Lin Yi, you're really good. You don't even have a job yourself, but you're still thinking of helping others out. I have to admire you. Fu Mingjia wrapped her hands around her body and looked at Lin Yi with contempt. Are you trying to go through Wang Ying's connections and then come back to work in the sales department? Let me tell you, as long as I'm in the company for one day, you won't be able to come back. Lin Yi leaned against the side of the car and said, you're a director of public relations. Can you have that much power? I don't have that much power. but what I say will work just fine in the Sunrise Group, and it's impossible for you to come back to work. There's no need to hide it. I know that your backer is Zhao Pingnan, Lin Yi said, but still, he's on his own, so you'd better be careful too. Fu Minjia's face turned white with anger. How dare you slander Mr. Zhao over and over again. I'll call him right now and let him deal with you. Fine. You fight. I'll see if he's got it in him. Hurry up. Before Fu Minjia could make the call, he heard a bellowing voice. Wang Ying and Fu Minjia were startled, and not knowing what was going on, they looked back. It was found to be two law enforcers. Handcuffed and shined Zhao Nanping walked over. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. You? What's wrong? Fu Minjia stared in disbelief that Zhao Nanping would be arrested. What the hell is going on? Seeing Fu Minjia, Zhao Nanping sighed. I'm done. Take care of yourself. Okay, cut the crap and get going. Seeing Zhao Nanping being taken away by the law enforcers, Fu Minjia was like a fool. He hasn't even been corrected himself yet. How come Zhao Nanping was arrested? If that's the case, wouldn't you lose a lot of money? In the morning at the office, you were still being treated by him. Look at this. What did I say? He can't even protect himself. You just don't believe me. Linny said smilingly. I'll go back first. You guys go to the Kongjing homestead. Fu Minjia is very smart. Zhao Nanping fell. He has no backer. In the future it is better to stay honestly in the public relations department. Xiao Yi, all of this can't be your doing, right? Wang Ying said with a bit of disbelief. Bringing down Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong was nothing. But now, with even Vice President Zhao Nanping down, how close must Linny be to the president? And it's not just about being on good terms, is it? How can I be that capable? Zhao Nanping himself is unclean, now that he's been dealt with by General Manager Ji. Isn't that normal? You're so also right. Wang Ying said, just the inappropriate relationship with his subordinates is enough for General Manager Ji to deal with him. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll take you to the Kongjing home. Good. The two of them got into the car together and Wang Ying said with her cell phone, Yat, I'm placing an order. So grab it. Sister Ing. It's not that bad. Just give it to you for free. One size does not fit all. And if you're always given a free pass, you're not experiencing life. You're helping the poor. Alright then, as you wish. Linny didn't think that much about it. One more order. And he was one step closer to the ultimate reward. Ring, ring, ring. The car had just driven out when Lin Yi's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Sister Ing, get that for me. I'm driving. Probably a sales call. Wang Ying muttered and picked up the phone, turning on the public address in order to make it easier for Lin Yi to answer. Lin Yi, I'm Fu Minjia. Please give me a chance. Don't fire me. Don't fire you? Lin Yi said unexpectedly. You're fired? I just went back to the company and received a notice from the HR department that I was fired. Please give me another chance. Fu Minjia cried. Just give me another chance. Let me do whatever I want. That even being your woman. Whatever you want. You're overthinking it. Firing you has nothing to do with me. I don't have the habit of bad-mouthing people behind their backs. Sister Ing. Hang up. Lahey processing. Got it. Wang Ying obediently hung up the phone and blacked out Fu Minjia's phone. This Fu Minjia, who usually looks quite dignified, didn't expect to even say such things. It's good to know people's faces and not their hearts, Linny said with a smile. Wang Ying nodded, then took off her jacket. I didn't feel like it in my work uniform, but as soon as the jacket came off, it was instantly different. What's going on here? And take off your jacket? Feeling a little hot. Jacket off. Can cool off. Sister Ing, stop it. I drive a charade, not a Pagani. What's hot? You're not cooling your damn car well. Wang Ying snickered, then pulled over the passenger seatbelt. Chapter 084, 9 villas are mine. Not counting trespassing. Linny smiled and didn't say anything else. Almost 30 minutes later, Linny drove his car to the Kongjing home. Redressing her jacket, Wang Ying said, I'll call you after my husband's business trip. Okay, I'll wait for your notice. Wang Ying hadn't left for much longer before Linny received a 5-star review. And in terms of mission progress, another 21 kilometers had gone up. There's still a big gap, but it's another step closer. Driving back to the Kyushu pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang, and it was Qin Han calling. Where are you? Come out for a ride. It's here at the Kyushu pavilion. My car will be able to deliver it in a little while. I can't run away now. Cars bought at the Panjim City Auto Show will be delivered by the organizers, and the agreed time is today. If you want to drag race, you still have to wait for the car to arrive. Your own small broken shally. Even if you step off the gas, It is estimated that you cannot run Qing Han's P1. It's okay, actually received a guest from the Jojo Pavilion, Qing Han said with a smile. Qing Han did not think so much about it. Lin Yi drove Ding Dang to experience life, thinking that he had received a guest from the pavilion of the Kyushu, and did not think that it was his property there. After all, the cheapest set of houses was over $800 million, so it really wasn't something that an average person could afford to live in. At the very least, you don't have that strength yourself. That's fine. I'm fine anyway, so I'll go over to you first. Okay, come on. Back at home. Lin Yi soaked himself comfortably in the bathtub before calling up the system layout. Open a new career. The old career is closed, 85% completion, and the new career has been opened. Please ask the host to receive the opening package. Pick up. 10 million Yenghua coins have been credited to the host's account. Please confirm the use of the full attribute increase potion. Please confirm to receive the wisdom of the Magi. Pick up. In an instant, Lin Yi detected a change in his body. It was as if there were countless memories that flooded into one's mind. Memories of all the knowledge of math, physics, chemistry, foreign languages, and so on, all of which melted into one's mind. Lin Yi could be certain that this was sage wisdom at work. Under the system, Lin Yi realized that his understanding and perception of the world had changed. For some things, it seems to see more thoroughly. However, Lin Yi realized that the so-called sage wisdom wasn't the top wisdom of all mankind, but it was still more than enough to cope with university-level learning tasks. In addition to sage wisdom, Lin Yi realized that his body had also changed significantly. The muscles become tighter and the line of the abs tends to be perfect. In addition to this, Lin Yi also realized that his strength, acuity, and other attributes such as his five senses perception had all been improved. Not surprisingly, it would be the effect of the full attribute increase. How exciting! Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Yi was extraordinarily pleased. Compared to the rewards in terms of wealth, Lin Yi preferred the way he felt right now. After all, there are some things that can't be bought with money. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello. After picking it up, Lin Yi said, "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi Lin?" A very nice voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me. I'm a teacher from the instructional office of the Central China Sea Normal University. You've passed all our interviews and you can officially start tomorrow." I can't believe it's the Central Sea Normal. Receiving the call from the other party, Lin Yi wasn't surprised. It was all arranged by the system. It was expected. Okay, I know. I'll be on time tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi put the phone aside. I had expected the system to put myself in a position at a very impressive college. I didn't realize it was just a mediocre middle C teacher's college. Was he asking himself to lead this ordinary college to the top? There seems to be a possibility of that. Ring, ring, ring. The call came from Qin Han. "Where are you? Why haven't I seen you?" "I'm at home." "Where are you going to meet me?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Why didn't you tell me earlier when you went home? I've run all the way to the Kyushu Pavilion here." Qing Han spat. "My house is right here in Kyushu Court, alright." Pust. Qing Han almost spat out blood. "What did you say? Your family is in the Kyushu Pavilion? It's just a house. Is there such a big reaction? This is the most luxurious villa in Zhonghai. The cheapest are above 800 million. Can it be compared to ordinary villas? Okay, cut the crap and come on in. Mention my name to the security guard and no one will dare stop you." "No problem," Qing Han said. "What villa are you in?" "Number 1. Wait for me." Learning of Lin Yi's residence, Qing Han and a few of his friends walked in piece by piece. Despite also being a billionaire, this was the first time for Qing Han to come here. For the other villas, it's all about planting some greenery inside the villa. The Kyushu Pavilion, on the other hand, is more like building a few houses in a rainforest. Not to mention other aspects, the scenery aspect alone is enough to describe it as a world of difference. "Young Qin, what exactly does your friend do that he can afford to buy a house in the Kyushu Pavilion? That's too ostentatious," a girl in a super short skirt said. "I don't know where he comes from either, but his consumerism is different from ours, so it's not surprising that he can afford a house in the Kyushu Pavilion." "Young Qin, I don't quite understand. Let me put it to you this way. One villa of the Jojo Pavilion is worth $1.2 billion. Many rich people in Shanghai can afford to buy it, but they feel that it's not worth it to spend $1.2 billion to buy a set of house. That's why they don't buy it. And this friend of mine, who's completely hedonistic, unlike us who have to think about other factors, should understand what I'm trying to say." "I see. The ultra-short skirt girl said. It would be the type that spends money without blinking an eye and is reckless. You got that right. Originally, the girl in the ultra-short skirt had a few expectations for Lin Yi, but to put it bluntly, he was an extravagant rich second-generation man who shouldn't be as sensible as Qin Shao. With this kind of spending method, after a few years, even the biggest family fortune will be lost to him. Crossing over the villa's landscaping, Qing Han and his group arrived at Villa 1. Noticing that Lin Yi was already standing in the doorway. You guys are also too slow, Lin Yi said. Oh my god, his abs are so beautiful too. Because he had just finished taking a bath, Lin Yi's lower body was wrapped in a towel. His abs and mermaid line were exposed, and he had already made the two girls accompanying him look dumbfounded. Mostly because it's so big here. Your Villa 1 isn't very easy to find. Actually, you can go to either villa. Quiet bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wouldn't I be trespassing if I went to the other cottages? It's okay, I own all 9 villas. It doesn't count as trespassing. Chapter 085, Why consider cost effectiveness? It's not necessary. Holy, what are you talking about? All 9 villas are yours? Qing Han was not calm. I knew you were rich, but I didn't know you were this rich. Exactly. Do you have money with no place to spend it? Actually bought 9 sets. At the very least it must be several $billion. What's the money thing for if you don't spend it? You can't lay eggs if you keep it. I kind of know what it means to be bold and convinced. Qing Han said. Buying 9 villas in one breath. Is this what people do? Just serve. At that moment, Lin Yi received an unfamiliar phone call saying that his car had been delivered. You guys wait for me for a while. I'm going to go change my clothes. The car has been delivered. We'll go for a few laps later. Okay. Lin Yi went to the second floor to change, while Qing Han and the others visited downstairs. Although Qing Han was also a person who had seen a lot of wind and waves, In was still shocked by the decoration in Villa 1. It's ing too trenchant. Young Qin, you switched to P1 and you fully caught up with his wind god in terms of performance, so this time, you'll be able to wipe the slate clean. That's a given. Qing Han said smilingly. He bought a Bugatti the other day, and if it had been a C1, I really wouldn't have dared to run with him, but a little Pagani, I haven't given it a second thought. Young Qin, can I ride in young Lin's car later? The ultra-short skirt girl said. Oh, I see you want to offer yourself voluntarily. Oops, it's not like that. The ultra-short skirt girl said. You can't ask me about this. You have to ask Lin Yi if he agrees. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to change his clothes and walk down from upstairs. The two girls who accompanied him were even looking at each other. Don't be so handsome. When you meet such a man, even if you are played for nothing, you are willing to do so. Come on, the car is already here. I'll get it. A little later, the group walked outside the door of the Kyushu Pavilion. Qing Han was surprised to see 4 vans parked outside the Kyushu Pavilion. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin, a man in formal attire said. It's me, Mr. Lin. The cars you bought at the car show have all been delivered now. Please inspect them. Good. Wait for Lin Yi. Qing Han said. What's this? It's not your Pagani in there? Of course not. The Pagani's in the garage. It hasn't been refinished yet. Qing Han thought that the car sent this time was Lin Yi's previous Pagani, but he didn't realize that it wasn't. That's not right either. Qin Han said. Didn't you buy a new C1? All crashed and burned, and now you're giving it away? What's your IQ? Lin Yi spat. Who says I'm only buying one car? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qing Han stared, counting the C1 that crashed earlier. You actually bought 5 cars in one go? Car buy also not limited. Buy more. Change to drive. Not quite normal. It's too hurtful to the ego. Unload all the cars. Got it, Mr. Lin. The master driver came down and opened the first container of, revealing the Bentley chamois inside. After half a day, it's a Bentley chamois. I thought it was some kind of nice car. It scared me. With Qing Han's wealth, a Bentley chamois of more than $4 million really wasn't a good car. It could be bought casually. Immediately following the opening of the second container. Holy, it's actually a less Mirage. Now Qing Han and the others were a bit nonplussed. This Mirage should be in your old man's good graces. It's okay. Qing Han said in disbelief. It's only over $9 million. A car of more than $9 million is already considered a good car in Qing Han's eyes. It's gotten to the point where you have to think about it before you can buy it. You sound like you're kinda looking down on my Phantom? I really don't have it in my sights. Qing Han said. This car isn't bad, but compared to my P1, it's not even close. And even if your skills were better, there's no way you could beat me. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Linny smiled and said, there are still 2 cars that haven't been unboxed. Ching-han shrugged. Even if you open the box, what can you do? Your C1 is already destroyed, and these 2 remaining ones are no match for me. In Ching-han's opinion, Linny's best car was none other than that C1. The rest of the cars are definitely not as good as the C1. In front of the P1, it's all on the level of a younger brother. Linny smiled, then looked at the driver's master. Unload them all. Good, good, good. Immediately afterward, a third container opened. A silver tip was revealed. It's actually a Koenigsegg RS. Now Ching-han was not calm. If I remember correctly, this car should be over $30 million. You kinda know the market. Linny said with a smile. Cold sweat beaded on Ching-han's face. This pussy's playing a little big. While the RS is, well, not as expensive as the C1, it's definitely not bad when it comes to performance. On top of Lin Yi's skill, it was indeed a bit difficult to win against him by trying to rely on P1 himself. At that moment, the fourth container was also opened, revealing the crimson-colored Leakin. ********. Ching-han stared. This is a Leakin. The domestic landed price is almost $70 million. Right, more than $60 million only. Can you not be so shocked? At least you are a rich second generation. Make it seem like you have never seen the world. $60 million sports car. You actually still say just? Over 60 million isn't that expensive. Linny said. This time I'm really convinced. It's still you who's great. Ching-han said. But there's one thing, I have to tell you. Compared to Bugatti, Pagani, this Lucan's supercar pedigree is not pure. Although it sells for more than $60 million. But in terms of performance, it's just about the same as the RS of more than $30 million. It's not a good value for money. Why should we consider cost effectiveness? Linny said. This isn't necessary, is it? Ching-han and his friends felt like they had been hit by a billion-point blitz. There was no way to communicate with Linny with normal thinking. It felt like he had suffered an unprecedented downward spiral in front of Linny. The 4 cars in front of us, counting that C1, add up to over 1.5 billion. What a way to treat a supercar like a cabbage. Little brother, can I go for a ride in your Leakin later? The ultra-short skirt girl said. A ride is fine, but you can't say it's hot. And it's not good to get in the car and take off your clothes. Little brother, you are bad. The girl in the super short skirt said. The air conditioning system of the supercar is not good. Once you get up there, you will feel hot. Old Lin, if you think the 2 of them are okay, take them away. Ching-han said. I thought you were going to race me. I can only fit one in my car. Racing except that Mulsanne and Mirage. You can drive any car. Can make me seconds? Cootie. Just play with you. Chapter 086. What kind of license plate do I have to put on my Leakin? That's a wimp? This isn't like Young Chin's style. You set me up. Ching-han said. If I had known you had bought so many cars, I wouldn't have told you about the drag race. Saying that, Ching-han took his friend to the car, but on his way out, he didn't forget to say, I've opened a new barbecue restaurant. Do you have anything to do tonight? Go over there and show your support? You actually have a side business? Linny said smilingly, bored with idleness. Getting it for fun. Easy to make friends. Okay, tell me the address later. I'll be there tonight. Then it's a deal. It has to come over. Before getting into the car, the girl in the ultra-short skirt looked at Linny. Little brother, my name is Lena. Next time there's a chance, can I ride in your Leakin? No problem. Then next time people wear less so they don't feel hot. It's cooler without it. Nasty. Come on, all of you. Stop whining and get in the car. After seeing Ching-han and the others leave, Linny drove the car back to the garage. It was found that the number of cars was still not enough, or at least not full, and that I would have to buy a few more at a later date when I came across the right one. After parking the car, Linny drove the Leakin out. These cars, with their provisional plates, have to get their license plates done first. Drove to the DMV, not too many people inside, only 3 people lined up in front of them, and it didn't take long to get to Linny. Any pre-selected license plate numbers? The staffer asked. With the growing sophistication of the internet, a lot of things can be done online. The same goes for license plate numbers. On the official app, you can go to the number selection service and then just report here. But Linny wasn't prepared for this. No, just randomize the numbers. Linny was also considered an old driver and knew all the doorways here. Whether you pick your numbers online or by machine on the spot, you can't come up with any numbers. If you really want to get some good license plate numbers, you'll have to buy them through other sources. Trying to pick a good number here is almost impossible. Just press space to start, press enter to end, and then go to the screen and pick your number. Good. Seconds pressed twice and dozens of numbers appeared on the screen. Linny originally wanted to pick one at random, but then he realized that the penultimate number in the third row was very bright. Center ANB 666. Crap. NB 666, said Linny in surprise. What kind of divine license plate is this? When did one's luck get so good? The staff froze when they saw Linny's license plate. This 1 in a billion chance that he'd run into it? By this time, the rest of the DMV, too, had come along, all a little red-eyed. A license plate that awesome is worth $1 million at the very least. Many car dealers, all focused their eyes on Linny's body. Look at this kid's dress. Kind of like an ordinary white-collar worker. We'll have to think of a way to see if I can snub this license plate. Hello, I have to choose 3 more. Linny said smilingly. Pick 3 more? Well, there are a total of 4 cars that need to be licensed. Upon hearing this, a bunch of car dealers jumped at the chance. 4 license plates in one breath. Presumably a unit purchase of cars. Otherwise who would buy so many cars in one breath? That makes it better. Pressing space and enter consecutively, a dozen new license plates, once again, appeared in front of Linny. Crap. Center ANB 888. When they saw the number, someone else was unsettled. First NB 666, then NB 888. How ing good are you? 2 license plates are $2 million at the very least. How come I'm not that lucky? Linny rubbed his chin, feeling that things weren't so simple. The first license plate could be explained by coincidence, but the second was more than just luck. Perhaps it was the fact that one's full range of attributes had been increased, and at the same time, even one's luck had been boosted. The luck thing, though, is supposed to have a time limit. Otherwise, if you go to buy lottery tickets every day, it won't take long for your wealth to surpass that of Boss Ma. In that case, it's time to put it to good use. At this moment, even the auntie who was cleaning the house had her eyes fall on Linny. Soon, Linny began to draw the third license plate. Center A666NB. Fourth license plate, Chinese A888NB. Crap. Awesome. See Linny's 4 license plates. Everyone let out a gasp. NB 666, NB 888, 666 NB, 888 NB. Soon, the staff from logistics made 4 pairs of license plates and handed them over to Linny. At this moment, he felt that what he was holding was no longer 4 pairs of license plates, but $4 million in cash. Hey, buddy, you got a minute? Let's talk? A bald man in jeans said. Chat about what? Linny asked. I feel that your 4 decks of license plates are good. Are they for sale? The bald man said. I'll offer $1 million for your 4 pairs of license plates. That's already a sky-high price. Grass. Ian Lauscher, do you have any conscience? 4 sets of license plates actually give people $1 million? What's wrong with your conscience? At that moment, a man with long hair came over and rushed over to Linny. Dude, just ignore him. I'll give you $2 million for your 4 sets of license plates. Stop bull ******* ting. You call $2 million money? Another man said. Little brother, I'll pay $5 million for your 4 sets of license plates. Linny was speechless, although he didn't care too much about license plate numbers, but to pay out this much money to buy 4 decks of license plates, these people would really be daydreaming. Don't you make any noise? Do you see that people are easy to bully? So you come up here to pit yourselves against them. The speaker, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and a briefcase, scolded all 3 car dealers. You count as that onion. What business is it of yours? Ian Lauscher scolded. I'm Zhu Ziqiang, the general manager of China Trade Group. What do you call my status? Zhu Ziqiang scolded. You car dealers, you better be honest. If I report you, none of you will be here. Seeing Zhu Ziqiang's tough attitude, the 3 car dealers stopped talking. It's true that the business you do is not too clean, and you can't flaunt it too much. Little brother, these people are car dealers. They just want to cheat the license plate in your hand. You can't fall for it. Zhu Ziqiang said with a smile. Don't worry, I can't. The 2 of them walked out together, and Zhu Ziqiang said, Little brother, you came by today to get your license plate. I believe it's for the company car. A company car? Why? 4 licenses in one breath. Must be for the company car. It goes without saying. Otherwise who can buy so many cars in one breath for their own use? Zhu Ziqiang said with a smile. I've got a deal to make a fortune. Will you do it? What's the deal? It's all company licenses anyway, so you'll secretly transfer them to me, and then I'll be responsible for getting you 4 regular licenses so you can go back and deliver, Zhu Ziqiang said. But don't worry, you definitely won't be shortchanged in terms of price. I'll offer $2 million for these 4 license plates. Absolutely fair in terms of price. This dead fatso is too rich, right, to offer $2 million for those 4 license plates? Yin Laosi said. The man with the long hair said, look at that kid. He's so stupid. It's easy to fall for him. It's too bad the duck in the mouth flew away. Hearing the $2 million guarantee, Linny smiled. You may have misunderstood. These 4 license plates are not for the company, but for my own use. Self-use? Zhu Ziqiang froze for a moment. Could it be that little brother's family is in the vapor transportation business? Don't bother with that one. Little brother. Even if you're using it for your own use it doesn't matter. But think about it. It's useless to put such a good license plate on your mobility scooter. That said, does it help to have your car with a good license plate? Of course. Shu said, see the Land Rover over there? That's my car. All down more than 1.6 million. Now there is a good license plate. As the saying goes, good steel on the knife edge. You a walker. Get such a good license plate. The traffic police must think you are a set of cars. You have to check you every day. Might as well cash sell me it. 2 million has been quite a lot of other people cannot come out of the price. The price of the car. If your Land Rover can have such a nice license plate, what kind of plate do I have to have on my Lycan? Just as Linny spoke, Lycan's scissor doors opened as if to greet his master. Chapter 087, this is Mr. Chin's hotel. You, what do you mean? That Lycan is yours? Zhu Ziqiang was dumbfounded. It was a super sports car worth more than $60 million. Purchased dozens of Range Rovers. This pussyfooting around today is a total failure. Little brother interrupts. Zhu Ziqiang left in ashes, not daring to even look at Linny. It's so humiliating. Hooking up the license plate NB666 to his car, Linny took the other 3 plates and left. Later in the evening, Xinghan sent Linny a locator and sent a voice message. Old Lin, the address is being sent to you. Okay, be there in a minute. Turning on the navigation. Half an hour later, Linny drove to Xinghan's barbecue restaurant. Literally a barbecue restaurant alone. Not exactly an upscale establishment, but because the owner behind it is Qin Han, it becomes different. Already he's been fitted out like a 3-star gourmet restaurant. The barbecue restaurant had a large area, divided into 3 upper and lower floors, and judging from the decoration outside, it could already rank in Shanghai. The parking lot in front of the entrance was filled with all kinds of vehicles. There are many good cars with millions of dollars, as well as private cars with tens of thousands of dollars, which shows how mixed the guests are. In Lin Yi's opinion, this was justifiable. Usually restaurants open with huge discounts. Sometimes it's even half off. So naturally there are no shortage of customers. In reality, Linny had only guessed half of it correctly. The other reason that made the barbecue restaurant so hot was Qin Han's fame in Shanghai. It's natural to come and join in the fun at the restaurant owned by Mr. Qin. Just as Linny was about to go in, he noticed that from the car in front of him, a middle-aged couple and 3 young men came down. Originally, Linny hadn't taken it very seriously, just as a diner who came here to eat, but he hadn't expected the woman among them to be Gu Jingshu. Gu Jingshu wore a rather ladylike long dress, appearing particularly virtuous. I could tell from her expression and movements that the middle-aged couple seemed to be her parents, uncle and auntie. Let's go this way, a man in casual clothes said. Xiao Xiao ah, it's really hard for you. We came to Shanghai for a trip, and we still let you receive us personally. I'm really sorry, the middle-aged woman said. You're welcome, auntie. It's all I have to do. Jingshu, when we leave, you have to thank Xiao Xiao more. We just casually came to take a look. How troublesome, Gu Jingshu's father said. Well, let's go in first, Gu Jingshu said in a salty manner. Hearing the conversation between a few people, Linny guessed the relationship between them. That middle-aged couple were indeed Gu Jingshu's parents. The man in casual clothes would be her suitor. The other man, probably Gu Jingshu's brother, just as Linny had expected. The man's name was Qiao Zihao, and the other little boy is Gu Jingshu's younger brother Gu Jingwu, a piece to play in Shanghai. Brother-in-law. This store is decorated too luxuriously. What nonsense. He's my colleague, not your brother-in-law. Gu Jingshu felt like she was going to be annoyed to death. Parents just came here to see, but even he knew, a good family dinner, all stirred up by him. Sis, don't be embarrassed. Brother-in-law has personally come to pick us up. Doesn't that speak volumes? Gu Jingwu said. What does this tell us? Jing Shu. Xiao Zihao said. Don't care about those details. Today uncle and aunt, and Jingwu are here. The reunion is the most important thing. Alright, go in first. Gu Jingshu said reluctantly. Brother-in-law. The biggest hotel in our county is not as big as this barbecue restaurant. Gu Jingwu said enviously. Let me tell you, this isn't just any barbecue restaurant. This one is owned by the famous Qin Han. Qin Han? Is that the top rich kid in Shanghai? Gu Jingwu said. I can often see his news on the internet. Yes, that's him. My goodness, that's a lot of money to come here for a meal. It's okay. In fact, I still have some relationship with Qin Xiao. It's just a meal, and I'm not even going to charge me for it. Xiao Zihao and Qinghan had had a few encounters, but not enough to be exempt, and he knew it himself. But Xiao Zihao didn't care. When the time came, he would say that he gave them money of his own accord, and they wouldn't know what was going on. This will also elevate your status, so why not? My God, brother-in-law, you're too good. Right, you even know Qin Xiao? Gu Jingwu's eyes glowed as he looked at Xiao Zihao like a super idol. Mom and Dad, I'm telling you, the owner of this store is the top rich second generation in Yen country, and it's so awesome that my brother-in-law knows someone like that. Gu Jingshu's parents, too, were a bit surprised by Xiao Zihao's connections, even recognizing such a person. This future son-in-law of his is really something. If the two of them were together, they themselves would be relieved. Lin Yi? Unintentionally seeing Lin Yi behind her, Gu Jingshu looked surprised and with a touch of delight, jogged towards him. What a coincidence, meeting here, Lin Yi said with a smile. Aha, did you come alone? Lin Yi nodded. It just so happens that there's no dinner in sight. Come over and have something to eat. That's just right. Join us. This seems to be your family feast. It's not good for me to get involved. What's wrong with that? It's just a meal, and it's lively when there's a lot of people eating. Okay, if you guys don't mind. I'm fine with it. Seeing the intimate gestures between the two, Xiao Zihao's eyes narrowed. In Lin Yi's body, he felt a hint of threat. The Gu family walked over, and Gu Jingwu said suspiciously, Sis, who is this guy? His name is Lin Yi. He's my friend. Gu Jingshu introduced herself with a smile, then introduced Lin Yi to her family once more. The Gu family didn't look too good. Jingshu and Xiao Chao's affairs have been in the air for a while now. Why did a man suddenly appear? What's this? What if Xiao Chao gets the wrong idea? Sis, today's meal is our family feast. It's not too good for you to invite an outsider in, Gu Jingwu said with a stern face, not having a good impression of Lin Yi. Obviously, this kid and his cousin have a great relationship. One has to help one's brother-in-law and get rid of this guy. What do you mean outsider? Gu Jingshu said. Lin Yi has, before, done me a lot of favors, not considered an outsider. Do you really want to take him to dinner? Of course, Gu Jingshu said. Lin Yi is alone, and he just happened to run into it. So what can't we eat together? Chapter 088, All Pushy lets Xiao Zihao pretend. Oh, it's okay, since we're friends now, we'll eat together when we meet. It's no big deal, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Xiao Chao has said so let's take him. Gu Jingshu's father, Gu Jiangwo said. Gu Jingwu stood to the side and whispered, Brother-in-law, what are you bringing him for? I see this little white boy, clearly coming over on purpose, wanting to ruin you and my sister's good deed. It doesn't matter, I didn't put him in my eyes at all, Xiao Zihao said. In terms of status and position, he's 100,000 miles away from me, so how can he compare to me? Xiao Zihao patted Gu Jingwu's shoulder in a serious tone. If it comes, then press it, don't be afraid. It's still brother-in-law who is powerful, Gu Jingwu said adoringly. I think he's just a little white boy, not capable at all. Far from you. If he could, Gu Jingwu would love to kick Lin Yi away. His own brother-in-law, even the famous Qin Xiao knew him. He actually wanted to cross the line and come in. What the hell? Lin Yi, let's go. It's getting late. I guess you're hungry, Gu Jingshu said as she took Lin Yi's hand, acting especially close. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. In his own impression, Gu Jingshu didn't seem to be such a bold person. I guess it's to deliberately piss off that Zhou Zihao guy. Xiao Zihao's face changed slightly. Neither he nor Gu Jingshu had ever made such an intimate gesture yet, but soon, Xiao Zihao suppressed the anger in his heart. Now, the Gu family were all on their side, and their own status, which was many times higher than his. What else could he compare himself to, except for having a good skin? The group walked to the entrance of the restaurant and looked towards the inside of the lobby. realizing that it was already overcrowded, and it didn't seem too easy to find an empty seat. Meanwhile, Shin Han and the others standing on the second floor happened to see Linny standing at the door. Look, young Chin, it's young Lin. Lena, who had met him during the day, said, where is it? It's right at the door, but he's got several others with him. Following the direction of Lena's finger, Chinghan saw Linny standing in the doorway. To actually bring someone to support the show, that's really something. Chinghan stroked his chin and said, but the woman in the center wearing a skirt seems to be pretty hot. Just by looking at her outfit, I can tell she's a good woman. Lena smiled and said, so young Lin likes this style. No wonder she doesn't feel anything for you sisters. So it's just not the right flavor. Chinghan said smilingly, then in the next few days, I'll change my style, so I guess I'll be able to match young Lin's tastes. Come on man. Chinghan greeted him and a waiter in a work uniform walked in. Young Chin, see those guys at the door? Those are my friends. Treat them well. Send all the good stuff in. It's on my tab. Serve them well. Got it, Xiao Qin. I'm on my way. Originally, Chinghan had planned to receive Lin Yi personally, but he had a friend present, so he broke off the idea. It's not too late to make a toast later. In front of the restaurant, Xiao Zihao looked around as if there were really no empty seats. At that moment, the waitress came over and smiled. Hello sir, we have prepared the box. Please follow me. The box? Xiao Zihao was a bit hesitant. In a restaurant of this caliber, the private rooms all had a minimum spending. If the amount of consumption does not exceed $10,000, it will not be let into the box at all. For a while, Xiao Zihao was a bit unsure of how to choose. Spending over $10,000 on a meal was indeed a bit extravagant. The box is too stuffy. It's not as good as the downstairs hall for air. It's better to find a seat on the first floor. Xiao Zihao said in a calm manner. Right. The box is too expensive and not suitable for our consumption, so you don't need to recommend it. Gu Jingshu's mother said. Our young Qin said that you are his friend, so he arranged a private room for you. If I had arranged for you to be in the lobby, young Qin would have docked my salary. No way. Young Qin personally arranged it. Gu Jingwu was surprised. Brother-in-law, your face is too big. Seeing you come, the famous young Qin, even personally arranged the box. It's too powerful. Xiao Zihao was also a bit surprised. He and Chinghan did meet a few times, and he didn't expect him to remember him. How embarrassing. We just want to have a simple family dinner. Having to get me a box. Young Qin is also too polite. Our young Qin has always been hospitable. These are what we should do. The waiter said politely, please ask a few of you to follow me. Go. Responding, Xiao Zihao turned his head to Gu Jingshu's parents. Uncle and auntie, there's no way out now. We can only go to the box. It's also really true. I just wanted to come to secretly support a scene. I don't want to be so loud. I didn't expect that, but he still found out. It means that brother-in-law your face is big. Gu Jingwu gave Linny a despicable look and said, if it was someone else, not only would there be no compartments, maybe you wouldn't even be able to wait for a seat. Linny was speechless. I guess it was because Chinghan had seen himself and that's why he arranged it that way. But this pussy, it seems to have all let Xiao Zihao pretend. Led by the waiter, the group went to the third floor inner side box. Bro, let me ask. I've seen your restaurant's publicity, and generally speaking, the boxes on the third floor are all large boxes, right? Xiao Zihao asked. Yes, our young Qin just told me, saying that you few are honored guests, and have specially set aside the peony hall for your use. Peony hall? Xiao Zihao said in surprise. If I remember correctly, the peony hall should be the most luxurious box in your place. Yes sir. According to our rules, the peony hall is usually used by leaders. Ordinary people can't enter. The waiter said politely. Hiss. The Gu family members drew in a breath of cold air. How much face does one's future aunt have, to have people arrange such a nice box? Isn't he on the same level as the leaders of Zhenghai City if he has a meal here? That's too good to be true. Brother-in-law is awesome. Gu Jingwu was so excited that he didn't know what to say. When I came here, without saying a word, the other Qin Shao took the initiative to arrange such a luxurious box. What a face this must be. How ironic is the relationship between my brother-in-law and others. According to this scenario, if one's relationship with one's brother-in-law mixes well, the future will certainly not be bad. It's exciting to think about. Faced with such a situation, Gu Jingshu was also a bit surprised. Even if Xiao Zihao's father was a leader in the bureau, there was still a gap between him and Chinghan's family lineage. Can relationships really be that good when the class gap is so wide? Led by the waiter, the group of 6 arrived at the peony room. As soon as they entered, the Gu family was attracted by the opulent decoration inside. The entire area of the box was more than 100 square feet. Screen antiques, jade ornaments, each of which was worth a lot of money. And what's even more amazing is that a small wigwam was actually constructed here, with running water passing through it and koi carp underneath, so you can't pick out a single thing about it. Dad, look how great brother-in-law is. He didn't even have to ask for it. He got such a luxurious box. I want to be as great as brother-in-law in the future. Oh, then you need to learn more from your brother-in-law. I will, Gu Jingwu said with confidence, seeing the luxurious peony hall. Even Xiao Zihao felt luxurious. Your Qin Xiao is also too polite. Our relationship is so solid, there's no need to be like this at all. And even arranged the best box, making me feel bad. With that, Xiao Zihao took out $200. This is for your tip. You're too kind, sir. You're a good friend of young Qin. I can't charge you for your spending. Take it if you're told to. It's fine, Xiao Zihao said. Thanks, boss. Seeing the dashing manner in which Xiao Zihao handed out the tip, Gu Jingwu secretly gestured, realizing that no matter what I do, I'm not as dashing as my brother-in-law. I'll have to learn from that in the future. Simply awesome. Chapter 089, Young Qin will come to make a toast. Several people were seated, and Xiao Zihao ordered some dishes and set up an entire table. Brother-in-law, you're too polite. You actually ordered so many good dishes. Things like Sakura Nation steak. I've never even eaten them. Gu Jingwu said. Auntie and uncle are here today, so how can we order something good? The normal dishes won't make it to the table. Thank you for your hospitality. Then, brother-in-law. What a polite person. You've called me brother-in-law. These are all things I should do, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. As he spoke, Xiao Zihao glanced at Lin Yi and couldn't help but show a look of contempt. Oh, don't look at yourself. And you want to compete with me? Do you have the strength? Lin Yi, try this and see if it's to your liking. Gu Bingshu chucked a piece of Sakura Nation steak and put it on Lin Yi's plate. Gu Jingshu was aware of Lin Yi's identity. In the eyes of ordinary people, this Sakura Nation steak was good, but with Lin Yi's status, I'm afraid he's tired of eating it. I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat anything. Then you're tasting this steak. It looks quite fresh, Gu Jingshu said. Right, eat it with green vegetables. Otherwise it's easy to get tired. Seeing Gu Jingshu, one after another, chucking food onto Lin Yi's plate, the Gu family's expressions were a bit unnatural. This daughter of his own is really something. Xiao Chao is still here. What's the point of being so enthusiastic about an outsider? Jingshu, don't always focus on your friend. Just let him eat by himself. You give Xiao Chao some meat, Gu Jingshu's mother said. I thought he had long hands. Just do it yourself. What is this talk? Gu Jiangmo said unhappily. Uncle, don't be angry. It's all trivial, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Zihao, Jingshu has been spoiled by us since she was a child, so you should be more patient in the future. Uncle, don't worry. You can't go wrong if you leave Jingshu to me. Look, it's still Zihao who knows what's right, Gu Jiangmo complimented. Children from this big family are different, both in terms of pattern and vision. They are much higher than our ordinary. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This kind of behavior was almost as bad as being green, and he was a man for holding back. Isn't that right? If brother-in-law didn't have such a pattern and heart, it would be impossible for him to become good friends with young Qin, Gu Jingwu said. That's a good point. You'll learn from it in the future. Aha, definitely learning from my brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu's intimate behavior, the Gu family sighed in their hearts. If I had known that this kid was so colorless, I wouldn't have let him come just now. Such a high-class place was no place for him to be. I was a bit worried at first when Jingshu came to work here, but now that you're taking care of her, I'm not thinking about it anymore, Gu Jiangmo said. Dad, just put your heart in your stomach. With the connections of my brother-in-law's family, my sister's career path in the future will surely be smooth, and maybe she will be able to enter the correctional supervisor as well, Gu Jingwu said as he ate his steak. In comparison, someone is much worse, not even on the same level as my brother-in-law. Having said that, I really want to ask, Mr. Lin has a great instrument. I wonder where he is employed. Lin Yi looked up, not expecting Xiao Zihao to steer the conversation to himself. Working at the college. High school work? Everyone else was a bit surprised, especially Gu Jingshu. Isn't Lin Yi the owner of the Gulf Hotel? Why are you still working at the college? Is it possible that you have nothing to do and go to hang a post? You're going to work for the government? Lin Yi's profession made the Gu family look at him slightly more favorably. After all, teaching is a profession that is still highly respected. Xiao Zihao shot a glance at Lin Yi and said indifferently, I wonder which college Mr. Lin serves at? What exactly does he do? Central C Normal. Officer in the school's instructional office. Officer? What subject is this teaching? The Gu family was stunned, not quite sure what the position was for. Uncle and auntie, you've misunderstood, Xiao Zihao said. As lofty as it sounds, it's, quite frankly, an errand and miscellaneous job. So that's how it is. It doesn't seem like a good job, Gu Jiangwo said. It's nothing compared to your director. Indeed, running errands and doing odd jobs can be a good job, Xiao Zihao said with a smile. Lin Yi, my family still has some connections in the education and harmonization supervisor. Do you need me to say hello and let the school leader of the teachers department promote you? No need. Gu Jiangwo frowned slightly. How difficult it is to mix in society nowadays. Such a good opportunity is not cherished. It is estimated that the future development, but also very limited. Even if it's not enough today, when we go back, we must talk to Jing Shu about this, and never let the two of them have any more dealings. Lin Yi, you've rejected me so dryly. Is it hard to believe that your family has something to lean on? Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Where do your parents work? I'm sure they arranged your job, too. Xiao Zihao was confident that not only was Lin Yi's job inferior to his own, his family history was definitely inferior as well. Now that I think about it, calling him over for dinner seems like a good thing. How can you highlight your differences without others to set you apart? I don't have parents. The words came as a bit of a surprise to everyone in the room. So you're an orphan, Xiao Zihao said. Then in the future in society, it will not be easy to mix. That's not for you to worry about. Dang it. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the compartment, interrupting the conversation of several people. Come in. At this time, the waiter pushed the door in. Several plates of food and red wine were in hand. This is our Qin Shao. The truffles from Lanxig was sent over with the foie gras flown in, and this bottle of Lanti, which has been awakened ahead of time, so you can drink it straight away. Xiao Zihao was a bit surprised, completely surprised that not only did he arrange such a good box, but young Qin even took the initiative to deliver the food. That's too much to look at yourself. Okay, I got it. Thanks, Xiao Zihao said calmly, enjoying this feeling of being held in the sky very much. It was assumed that Qin Shao was looking at his family's resources and status in the education sector. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic and proactive. Sir, if there are no other requests, we'll go down first. Young Qin just said that he'll come over for a toast later. And come over for a toast? Xiao Zihao was a bit dizzy that the famous young Qin wanted to toast himself. Isn't this a little too exciting? Okay, I got it. You guys go ahead and go down. Brother-in-law, your face is too big. Just coming over for a meal. And young Qin even had to come and personally toast? This is not something that ordinary people can do. After the waiter left, Gu Jingwu said enviously, and red wine like Landi's. It doesn't seem to be cheap. At the very least it's tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. It's okay. Xiao Zihao said with a smile. I'm embarrassed by this mess. It's all my own people. It's not necessary. Brother-in-law, your relationship with young Qin is also too ironic. It seems that I still have to work my way up. Otherwise at my current level, even if I met young Qin, I probably wouldn't even look at me squarely. Don't be presumptuous. As long as you work hard, you'll be like me in the future. Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Let's get ready too. Young Qin will be here in a while. Good. The Gu family were all a bit nervous. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time they had seen such a character. Just then, the door of the box was pushed open and Qinghan walked in from outside. Chapter 090, Don't misunderstand. The brother-in-law I'm talking about is not you. Seeing Qinghan come in, aside from Lin Yi, everyone, including Xiao Zihao, was a bit nervous. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Can't you see that Qin Shao is here? Quickly stand up. Seeing Lin Yi sitting there like nothing, Xiao Zihao coldly grunted. Why did I stand up when he came? Xiao Zihao's face was ugly. Was this guy here to stir up trouble? Who does he think he is? He doesn't even stand up when Qin Shao comes. What a load. The Gu family secretly shook their heads. This Lin Yi was too bad. A countryman himself knows to get up and make a toast. And he's sitting there eating it. There's not much of a big development in the future. Seeing that Lin Yi was bent on being a human being, Xiao Zihao couldn't be bothered to say anything. Holding his wine glass and smiling. Qin Shao, you're really too polite. We just have a casual meal. You're arranging a box and coming to toast. So I'm embarrassed. Someday I'll set up a table. Let's have a good drink. Seeing Xiao Zihao, who was laughing and joking with Qinghan, Gu Jingwu's eyes were about to sprout little stars. Brother-in-law is really too handsome. Himself in the future. As long as he can catch up with his brother-in-law half on the line. Aha! Qinghan was a bit flabbergasted. What was this? He was entertaining Lin Yi himself. Why was this guy standing up? Who are you? Who are you to ask me to come over and make a toast? Ha! Xiao Zihao froze. Qin Xiao. What are you talking about? Aren't you here to toast me? What are you? Qin Han said. I'm doing all this for Lin Yi, and I don't take a piss and look at what kind of virtue I have. Besides, I don't even know you, so why should I give you a toast? The heads of those present buzzed, and the way they looked at Lin Yi changed to incredulity. Turns out he had it all wrong. Xiao Zihao's face wasn't even that big. People were looking at Lin Yi's face, but isn't he just a college officer? And an orphan, with no power. How could he have such a big face? Come, fill up your cups, I'll toast you. Qin Han smiled and said, Old Lin, there are quite a few city leaders here today. Come over late, don't hold it against me. Don't worry, I'm not that cheap. That'll do. That, young Qin, I don't know how to drink. Can I have some juice? Gu Jingshu said nervously. With Qinghan's popularity and status in Yin country, Gu Jingshu hadn't thought that she would one day be able to drink with such a person in the same box, and was already a bit nervous to the point of lacking oxygen in her brain. Forget the juice, drink a little less. I'll pour it on for you. Don't, young Qin, I'll just do it myself. That's no good. You're old Lin's man. I have to pour this drink for you. Gu Jingshu's face was red, her heart thumped. This feeling of being misunderstood. It was so good. Seeing the treacherous smile on Qinghan's face, Lin Yi knew that he didn't have good intentions, but don't bother pursuing it. Helping Gu Jingshu to a small half cup, then Qinghan raised his cup and said, Old Lin is my good buddy. You guys are giving me face by coming here today. If you come here for dinner in the future, just mention Lin Yi's name and all the bills will be waived. The Gu family secretly chased the fried tongue. You can get a free ticket just for mentioning your name. After toasting a glass of wine, Qinghan patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Old Lin, you have guests here, so I won't bother you. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. Fine. Go about your business without us. After a quick greeting, Qinghan left on his own, but left Lin Yi with a meaningful look as he went. It gave Lin Yi goosebumps. What the is this asshole up to now? As Qinghan left, the box was silent, and the awkward atmosphere spread infinitely. Xiao Zihao was so fidgety that he even wanted to die. Everyone don't look at me, Xiao Zihao said awkwardly. It's just that there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I didn't expect Lin Yi to have such a big face. Gu Jingshu blankly glanced at Xiao Zihao and slandered in her heart. There's a lot more you didn't expect. Alright, just don't say anything else. Gu Jiangwo said. Jingshu, Lin Yi's plate is all empty, so bake him something else to eat. Because of Qinghan, the Gu family's attitude towards Lin Yi had changed dramatically. It didn't say anything, but it already excluded Xiao Zihao. Even though Lin Yi's family lineage wasn't as good as Xiao Zihao's, he couldn't go wrong in the future since he was so close to Qinghan. No more food. It's already been eaten. Lin Yi was a bit distracted, and kept fiddling with his cell phone in his hand as Qinghan sent a Weixin message. Qinghan, old Lin, I've observed the woman sitting next to you. She should still be a chick. I've created the opportunity for you to hit a home run at night. Lin Yi, huh? What are you talking about? Lin Yi could have guessed that Gu Jingshu was a fledgling. But what opportunity did you create? Qinghan, didn't I just pour a glass of wine for that woman? During which I slightly added some spices. No side effects. Thieves exciting. Lin Yi, ******. You're doing a lot of harm to people with this pussy. Now Lin Yi understood what was going on. No wonder he had just taken the initiative to pour Gu Jingshu a drink. So he was waiting here. Since Lin Yi isn't eating, let's go too, Xiao Zihao said. He doesn't want to be here a minute longer after what happened. It's so embarrassing. It's okay, it's almost time to eat too, Gu Jiangwo said. Uncle and auntie won't be leaving tonight, Lin Yi said. I'll arrange a place to stay first. Lin Yi was also in a hurry to leave because Gu Jingshu's face was red and already a little off. What the hell did Qinghan, the son of a, put in there? It worked so well? Lin Yi, I won't bother you with this. I'll just arrange for my uncle and aunt, Xiao Zihao said. After losing such a big face today, if he didn't find a way to get his face back, he wouldn't have any chance in front of Jingshu. Regarding places to stay, you have to make your own arrangements. Director Chow, it's better to let Lin Yi make the arrangements, Gu Jingshu said. It was obvious that Gu Jingshu didn't want anything more to do with Xiao Zihao. It's just a place to stay. It doesn't matter who arranges it. And I know a hotel that's pretty nice. The hotel you've arranged. Can it be as good as the Gulf Hotel? Lin Yi asked. Gulf Hotel? Gu Jingwu was surprised. As far as I know, the Gulf Hotel is considered a super 5-star hotel. And it can even be ranked in Shanghai. That's right. I'm talking about that Gulf Hotel. Lin Yi said smilingly. No way. Actually arranging such a nice hotel? When we go back, we'll be able to blow off some steam too. Gu Jingwu was a bit unable to find his way out of excitement. Dad, Mom, let's just go stay at the Gulf Hotel. Yes, go to the Gulf Hotel. Xiao Zihao picked up. Actually, my very first idea was the Gulf Hotel. The two of us wanted to go together. Saying this, Xiao Zihao felt like his heart was dripping blood. With their status, they would have wanted to find a 3-star hotel to stay in, while Lin Yi actually wanted to get the 5-star Gulf Hotel. If you don't say that yourself, you'll really be outclassed. Given the size of the Bay Hotel, it would be at least $7,000 for a 3-room arrangement. Luckily, I have a membership, so I should still be able to get it cheaper. Otherwise you lose even more. Lin Yi smiled. This Xiao Zihao was really something too. Why bother with the swollen face? Alright then, we're new here, so we'll listen to your arrangements, Gu Jiangwo said smilingly. Coming out of the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Zihao led the way in front of him, saying, Auntie and Uncle get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Director Chow, it's getting late. You should go back too, so I won't bother you. Gu Jingshu said. Yes. Just take my brother-in-law's car and go. Gu Jingwu said. Jingshu, look, Xiao Wu is said to take my car. Let me give you guys a ride. Wait, don't get me wrong. The brother-in-law I'm talking about isn't you. It's Lin Yi. Don't put gold on your face. Chapter 091, Simply Awesome Plus Amount. Xiao Zihao looked embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he was still calling his brother-in-law, but now he's changed his tone, and he's too snobbish. That, and you guys really need to go in his car. Mine only has 2 seats. Lin Yi didn't care too much about those details. It's just that in his own car, he really couldn't seat that many people. Only 2 seats? The Gu family was divided and surprised. Aren't all cars 5-seaters? Looks like only the motorcycle has 2 seats. Lin Yi, I finally see what's going on. Xiao Zihao said. I guess you're just a little bit related to Qin Xiao, so I guess you don't usually kiss a lot of ass. Kissing his ass? Lin Yi said indifferently. I still need to kiss his ass? Of course. Xiao Zihao found his confidence. How can you, a motorcycle rider, be equal to young Qin? After saying that, Xiao Zihao looked at Gu Jingshu's parents and said, Uncle and Auntie. In fact, in this society, connections are not the most important thing. You also need to have strength in yourself. Even if Qin Xiao is rich, it's not possible to spend it for him, right? Gu Jingshu's parents nodded. What Xiao Zihao said also had some truth to it. In this society nowadays, it's all about living your own life. Lin Yi was an orphan. He was in his 20s, and he still only rode a motorcycle. So in terms of his own conditions, there was still a considerable gap between him and Xiao Zihao. After all, his car is a BMW. It's over $500,000. It's not cheap. Seeing Gu Jingshu's parents falter, Xiao Zihao was pleased in his heart. I thought it was a sure loss, but I didn't think I'd catch myself again. You don't even look at yourself. You're an orphan, and you want to compete with me? Think of the beauty. Ding dong. Just then, Liken's lights came on and the crimson scissor doors opened, taking everyone by surprise. It's so handsome. My God. It's Liken, isn't it? Gu Jingshu said with glaring eyes. That's right. This car sells for $66 million in yen country, and it's limited to 7 units worldwide, so it's not something you can drive just because you have money. Xiao Zihao introduced. It's really worthy of being a barbecue restaurant owned by young Qin. There's actually such a tycoon coming to support the restaurant. I've never seen so much money in my life. Indeed, spending $66 million on a car is not something an ordinary person can do. Xiao Zihao said mockingly. I guess I don't have such a chance. I don't have the luxury of being able to buy a car like this anymore. It's fine if I can get in and sit in it, Gu Jingwu said enviously. Sit down if you want. It's not a big deal, Lin Yi said. Stop it, brother-in-law. The doors are open. That means the owner is nearby. If I go up there, I'm not going to get shot down? Lin Yi, What on earth are you resting on? Xiao Zihao questioned. People who can buy a car like this are usually very caring. How can they let others sit on it so easily? I think you're just saving yourself to make a fool out of Jingwu. You really don't have a good heart. This car is mine. What's wrong with me letting him sit in it? Linny smiled and said, I should have the qualifications. What do you mean? This car yours? Linny took out his car keys. It's just a car. Why can't it be mine? It can't be. Isn't your car a two-seater motorcycle? Can you find a third seat in my car? Xiao Zihao was confused. It felt like I was a retard. How did I ask such a sandy question? Don't all supercars have two seats? Brother-in-law. You're too good to afford a Leakin. Gu Jingwu no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings. Simply awesome plus. It's just a car. No need to make a fuss. It's no big deal. Brother-in-law is awesome. Gu Jingwu smiled and said, Can I sit in your Leakin? What's the point of sitting? You guys take a cab and go. I'll go with Lin Yi. Gu Jingshu said. At this time, Gu Jingshu wasn't in a very good state either, and had been holding her forehead, just forcing her composure. The Gu family didn't take this detail to heart because Gu Jingshu couldn't drink wine and poured it in one glass. It's normal to be in such a state, and since Lin Yi was still by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything. Sister, just let me sit once, Gu Jingwu begged. Alright Xiao Wu, don't go and cause trouble. Gu Jingshu's mother said, let's take a taxi. Alright, don't. What's the point of taking a cab when I've got a ready-made car here? Xiao Zihao pulled open the car door, ready to welcome Gu Jingshu's parents up. This was his last chance, and if he didn't fight for it, it would really be over. Seeing that Xiao Zihao was so enthusiastic, the Gu family couldn't refuse, so they got into his car. Xiao Zihao and the others left, and Gu Jingshu couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Yi, help me. I can't stand up a bit. Good. Lin Yi reached out to help Gu Jingshu, and the latter's entire body leaned into Lin Yi's. Just hang on for a minute. I'll help you to the car. Aha. Gu Jingshu said in a thin, inaudible voice. I was actually able to have a drink, but I don't know what happened. But I couldn't do it after a little more than half a cup, and I felt extra hot. Wait, don't rip your clothes off yet. Get in the car. I don't want to get in the car right now. I want to get some air outside. Gu Jingshu said. Okay, then find a step and sit down for a while. Lin Yi relocked the car. It was impossible to leave. He'd take care of Gu Jingshu first. Just then, a white Audi pulled up in a parking space and a young woman stepped out of the car. Neither of the two women were too old, and one of them, wearing a long dress, had an outstanding figure and delicate three-dimensional features that were particularly eye-catching. Especially her aura is something that you don't forget. The long-skirted woman's name was Shug, and she was the head of the teaching department at the Central China Sea Normal University. The other one was called Song Jia, a colleague of Sugar's, an officer of the school's teaching office. Sister Sue, if you come at this time, there should be fewer people. Let's go in quickly. Just yesterday we had hot pot, and today we're here for barbecue. Aren't we tired of it? Shug said. This barbecue restaurant is different. It's owned by Chin Han, so you have to come and try the flavors. Chin Han? Who is he? No way. You don't even know the famous Chin Han? Song Jia spat. You're too lonely and uninformed. My time is taken up with work. How can I have time to pay attention to these things? Sugar said. Why are you standing still? Go. Wait, Sister Sue. Look over there. There's a little brother. He's so handsome. Following the direction Song Jia was pointing, Suga saw Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu sitting on the steps. What's the use of being handsome? At first glance he's a scum. Shug despised. Chapter 092, Mr. Lin, can I accept this money? Scum? How did you become a scum? Song Jia is not willing. How handsome little brother ah. Why say people are scum ah? Didn't you see that woman beside him? It looks like she's gotten drunk. As for what will happen behind, there's no need for me to say it. Shug said coldly. Sonia didn't know how to retort. It seems to be true, but he's so handsome. Can you not be so nymphomaniac? Handsome cannot be a meal. Living life looks are not important, but also to find a real person. Shug said. Don't say I didn't remind you. Be careful of being cheated in the future. That's true, but Sister Sue can't kill everyone with a single shot. There are also good-looking and dedicated people. Song Jia said. I don't believe it. Sugar said. If you think he's good, just look at what he's going to do in a minute. Neither one of them was in a hurry, and they kept watching Lin Yi's movements, and then realized that Lin Yi had actually gone to the drugstore next door. Why did you go to the pharmacy when you were fine? Sonia said suspiciously. What else could I be doing? I'm sure I'm buying that stuff. By Sugar's words, Sonia knew what was going on. They sell TT at the drugstore, so I'm guessing that's where I went to buy that stuff. AI. Sister Sue, it's still you who's great. It's really a scumbag. It's me who thought too much. Songjia disappointedly said. Okay, don't bother with them. Go in and eat. Aha. The two of them, Sugar, entered the barbecue restaurant, and it wasn't long before Lin Yi walked out of the pharmacy as well. Lin Yi, what are you doing? I'm a bit hot, Gu Jingshu said in a daze. Can I go to your car and take my clothes off? Getting in my car is fine, but stripping is not. Lin Yi opened the pill box in his hand and fed Gu Jingshu one of the antidote pills. At the same time, again her temples touched a bit of Windex. Lin Yi didn't know if this would work or not, but it was better than drying out. A few minutes later, under the effect of the Windex, Gu Jingshu was in a bad state. At the very least, her face was not so red. I'm sorry, I seem to have had too much to drink and I'm making you look bad. Until now, Gu Jingshu still didn't know what was going on, and only thought that she had drunk too much and didn't think about it in any other way. It's okay, now get in the car and I'll take you to the hotel to rest for a while. Aha! Lin Yi helped Gu Jingshu towards the car, and in his heart, he had already greeted Qin Han's ancestors. I don't even want a home run. Blind ing assists. When they got to the car, Lin Yi opened the window in an attempt to make Gu Jingshu wake up a bit. Lin Yi, thank you. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been annoyed by Xiao Zihao today, Gu Jingshu said, holding her forehead. Small thing, no big deal. Lin Yi said, and that kid Kong Jing, who works for you, usually has to rely on you to take care of her more. I should be the one to say thank you. I guess I won't be able to take care of her for much longer. Gu Jingshu said, seeing Xiao Zihao now annoys me. I'm going to change schools. I don't want to be in first middle school anymore. Do you need me to connect you with another school? That won't be necessary. With my education, I'll go to any other high school and they'll snatch me up. This puts you awesome. With that, Lin Yi took out a bottle of mineral water. Drink more water. Well, thank you. Gu Jingshu nodded and said, But what? But I still feel a little hot. Gu Jingshu pulled down her collar. Still not so awake despite being in a much better state. Lin Yi inclined his head and saw a large area of spring light. Even the small black inner was exposed. You stay put. Lin Yi held the Windex in one hand and touched Gu Jingshu's temples again, which calmed her down. At the same time, Lin Yi sped up his car and drove towards the hotel. Although there had been some delay, Xiao Zihao and the others, who hadn't arrived much earlier, had been waiting here for Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu. After the two got off the bus, looking at Gu Jingshu who kept holding her forehead, her mother came over and asked, Jungsu, are you okay? A bit drunk, and I have a bad headache. Gu Jingshu said weakly, then let's get inside and stay for a while. Aha! The group entered the hotel, and when they saw Lin Yi coming over, the hotel security guards were the first to come up to greet them, very respectfully. Big hotels are just different. Seeing us come, they are actually so polite. Gu Jingwu said, if we went to another hotel, we would probably look down on us. It's because I come here often and am a member here. That's why they're like that. Xiao Zihao said. So that's what happened. The Gu family's impression of Xiao Zihao changed. Although he wasn't as good as Lin Yi in every aspect, he was still pretty good in general. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. It's getting to the point where you can't forget to play hard to get. Chen Beixian has a successor. With his character, if he didn't reveal his identity, he would probably still be pretending. When he reached the bar, Xiao Zihao took out his membership card. Open 3 rooms. You don't have to pay for the money. Lin Yi said. How can that be? I brought the aunt and uncle here. I have to pay for this. Since you have to pay for it, I won't argue with you. Ha! Xiao Zihao sneered. Lin Yi, I think you're just paying lip service. You don't have the intention of shelling out any money at all, do you? Do you think I'm the one who's short on that kind of money? Lin Yi said breathlessly. Why not? Zhou Zihao said. Rich second generation like you. Just like empty gloves. Just think of playing for nothing. Don't want to pay a penny. Although I don't have as much money as you do. But I'm willing to spend money for Jingshu's family. Are you okay? Don't talk about Lin Yi like that. He's not like that. Gu Jingshu said in a daze. Blush creeping up her cheeks once again. Jingshu, you're several years younger than me. And you don't have as much experience as me. Xiao Zihao said. I've seen a lot of people like him. You can't be fooled by him. I forbid you to talk about Lin Yi like that. Gu Jingshu retorted, but without any airs. Alright, There's no need to argue so much. Lin Yi stopped. The main task now was to get her to her room, not to argue about these useless things. Lin Yi, I think I've hit the nail on the head and you don't know how to retort. I'm a stupid person and I can't talk you out of it. So take it if you want. It's funny how some people can drive tens of millions of dollars in a luxury car, but they can't even spare a few $1,000s. I'm ashamed of them. With that, Xiao Zihao handed over his bank card. Swipe your card. The waitress at the front desk inquired with a bit of hesitation. Mr. Lin, can I take this money?